Testing, testing. Oh, I do this last minute errands, man. Got my car done. Let's do. I gotta drink more of this sea moss, so I'm just only doing 1 cup. I should be doing more. I knew it. That traffic gonna hit you. Knew it. Okay, made the traffic here. Wait for people to come on in. Let's see if y'all want to. I think it's safe. I don't think I'm interfering with anybody else's live stream. That's why I went on. Man, I was in a deep sleep, boy. Anyhow, I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream last night. It was pretty good. It was bullshit free, which I tried to do. Just let people know we don't have fun with all that yelling and rah rah rah. It sound like children. So it's not fun. I don't think the chat enjoys it either. So that's why I try to eliminate as much as possible as far as the, because I think we had there were some disagreements yesterday, but it was very very professional as well as respectful. So I appreciate the brothers for coming up, and shoot, we were so we were so much in harmony, we ran out of shit to talk about. Oh my God. It was like, okay, so I had to go back and on my to-do list as far as the things I needed to cover. So I just started repeating the questions. That's what I'm just trying to do, man. All that other stuff that people are going through and let me talk, all this BS. I don't feel like going through that. Every now and then say, hey man, wait a minute, let me finish this real quick. That's and people back off, say, okay, you got it. That should be the standard. I was ready too. I thought after all this stuff that happened the weekend, I thought it was gonna be some N-word stuff, but no, man. It was cool and respectful. Appreciate it. Let's see. I'm gonna wait till I get into double digits before I start getting into my topic. They probably gonna think there's some kind of set message. You might as well just face it. Everything you say good about other people is gonna be a set message. So it doesn't matter, man. I could say that I love my mom and she did everything that she's supposed to do as a mother and took care of business. Oh, he's simping for his mother. Oh man, this song came on. God damn. Anyhow, I didn't mean to play this. Anyhow. Oh damn, it must be Shadowbanned. It's probably only like a handful of people got this notify. Anyhow, as you already know, when these live streams I have, oh god, we got this person right here. Here we go. Take that person off there. I guess I'm on the radar. I'm on the troll radar, huh? Yeah, only got like maybe a few people that get these notifications. So that's shadow banning. Like they're cut off half or the whole thing, or even unsubscribe people. Yeah, they got all kind of tricks. So I mean, if they got to go through that, that means I must be doing something right. You know, we got Juan G's in the building, right? Oh yeah, wait till y'all like me. I'm in the middle. I have that potential, where I could grow bigger or could fall off. I'm in the middle. So, to some people's best interest, I'm supposed to fall off, right? I'm supposed to go away or something. Maybe I'm going to get doxxed or something or something. There's always something to try to get rid of a person that they just don't want in the space because of whatever reason. I get hated on all different, well, not all different levels, but I get hated on different. I get hate from some of these feminist chicks, but it's like silent rage. I get hate from some people in this space. I get hate from coon class. I get hate from the sip class. Let's see. I get hate from all of them, you know. But usually when you don't get the hate, that means you ain't doing anything right. That means you're just there. So that the hate is sometimes a good thing. And the fun part is you're not even doing anything to get people to hate you. You're just there, right? Let me do my shout outs here. Shout out to Karen, excuse me, Kareen, not Karen. We got Juan G's in the building. Let's see where else we got. Even though I don't get acknowledged, but anyhow, I'm acknowledged his brother. What's going on, brother Lonzo? Money talks, right? Anyhow, let's see. But yeah, for those people that do have like a group of people, I tell this to my students all the time. When you have a group of people that constantly come after you, a group of people have to join forces to take you down, that means you're not a follower. You're a leader. That is always your indicator. Okay? Now, even though you may follow somebody and you still have that problem, that means you're not supposed to be following people. You're supposed to be finding whatever niche that you have, utilize those tools, and then find out what purpose do you have to lead, right? We're gonna get to the part about when sisters have your back, right? And I guess the way we talk in this space, it seems like it's a time limit. But when they do have your back, oh my God, a lot of stuff get done. I ain't gonna lie, a lot of stuff get done. You can't say that they're insignificant because basically this space is based on responding to some of the stuff that put us in bad predicaments. America's pastime is not baseball, not football. America's pastime is lying on the black man. That is the activity. Lie on the black man. And even okay, fabrications, y'all. That's lying. Exaggerations, it's lying. Making up shit, it's lying. It's all lying. So I think that's what a lot of us have in common. We that whole lie thing. Wow, it's on steroids. And we're in 2020. We've been in 2020, 2021, going into 2022, talking about the same stuff. I just hope that our sons don't have to go through the same stuff, man. And the thing is, you already know the young is not built. I'll say it again, but the young is not built to withstand this kind of stuff. They're not built to endure. from what I've been hearing, a lot of emotionalism is usually at the forefront when they're trying to address things, and that's when they say, "Aha, caught him. He's the angry black man." They fall in that trap all the time, right? We got 7 people here, man. You doing a job on me, but I appreciate y'all coming though. I might as well get started now. Shit. Uh, so just consider you 7 here gonna be able to only hear this because you already know when it's a low number, I don't keep those on my stream on my collection. Take some of this doobie brother off here. Let's see. Here we go. What can I? Oh, here we go. Almost missed my stop. All right, here we go. Oh, let me do some more acknowledgement here. We got a Trey in the building. Uh-oh, he's flying. Huh? Okay. Unless it's a shot, but I don't take it as shots like people did here. Cut dog in the building. Throw your fist in the air. Acknowledge Ray. I have to acknowledge Ray once again. Go professor in the building. The voice of wisdom. Oh, I just gave him a name. Yes, by the powers invested in me, you are now considered the voice of wisdom. And I'm still getting trolled. Troll alert. All right, anyhow. If you understand the concept of Black Panther with the Domalages, I think that's what they're called, the ladies with the spears. It's more of a symbolic nature rather than something that is actually there as far as the referencing. And you had different types of chicks in that movie where one was like the pure and playful one, so that was like the sister, the one that had his heart that had some kind of, and they were kind of playful too, but that's the girlfriend. So that's the pure feminine. That's the one that always got to get the hug, got to be rescued, all those different things. And so you have that. Um, you got the mother energy. That was Angela Bassett, mother energy. So she was all about healing and making sure that he was at ease and didn't do nothing crazy. That's your mother energy. Keep you calm, right? But then you had the feminine warrior ladies, right? They would take your head off if you mess with the king, right? So this live stream, we got Nameless up in the building. What's going on, fam? If y'all want to chime in, let me know. What he said? Was this in the response to my bringing up? Oh, you mean with ISIS or Osset? Uh, not really. I didn't. I forgot you brought that up. No, this is some. I'm just throwing it out there. The part to where I'm just going to put a live stream of acknowledging, some of the benefits of having a sister to have your back. That means a lot. In these trying times. And the thing is, it's like it seems like it seemed like there's a time limit. Like they got your back, then all of a sudden, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde just come out and like, damn, I thought we were cool. And you sitting there, that's why I think me and DC, I think we had the conversation, probably BGS as well. it seems like when you working with American sisters for right now, not all, I'm not going to broad stroke, we're just talking about in general. Um, it seems like you do better just keeping your what do you call it? Your would you call it emotional distance? Maybe I don't know a good word for it, but it seems like you have to keep some kind of boundaries, but still have a working business relationship to get things done. I do. That's here I usually have that experience. I had to come to terms with that. That's probably why I'm married out. Like some people, I don't know if it's considered married out. Let's see. Think about the potential. What? Yeah, I guess so. So he agrees. He said 7 years old seems to be the cutoff. Yeah, when the boys were supposed to start their initiation into manhood with the father, it goes left and gets indoctrinated into the school. Yeah, man, that's the thing. That's it. Because I mean, dude, when you know a sister got your back, it shows. Ladies, when you doing what you're supposed to do, it shows. It really. Fitness mom, I got you, sister. I got you. It shows. And the thing is, there is a chain of command kind of kind of thing going to where once it is acknowledged and once it is executed, things are okay. But when there's always some kind of why I gotta be this, why I gotta be that, I'm tired of being this, I'm tired of helping out, I want to be in charge. Then it's like, okay, you have my back if I lower my leadership and my stature. I mean, just think about it. Are you going to continue to have my back and respect me as a man if I lower my, you know, my stature? Now, some would argue and say, yeah, yeah, as long as we're equals and we do things the same way and we're arm in arm and we fight back to back and blah blah blah. You already know how that turns out. Like maybe a year or two later. Hell, you can even take it to 8, 9 years. There's a respect factor there, y'all. It's crazy. It gets even worse when you start getting romantically involved. And I think that's the part that sisters have to address. Us as men, we can only just tell you what we're looking at from the outside, things that we're observing as men. But as far as the wards and the masters of femininity, that's y'all domain. We just tell you how it exists with us, with when you guys interact with us. So if you notice, a lot of people, man, it's a bumpy ass road. Who's the mayor of this area? Garcetti? God dang. Potholes? Uh oh. Anyhow, man, can you steer your lane? I hate driving in this area. See, I call that having two steering wheels. Let me put this in here just in case people want to chime in or just listen from afar. But I want to acknowledge the sisters that got the brothers back, man, because it really makes a big difference. Huge difference. You know, don't think that just because you hear brothers doing their criticisms and and analyzing things or what have you, we do acknowledge or we do see when sisters are on their shit. Okay, so don't forget that. Don't broad stroke our comments either. Mainly a lot of stuff, and I had to give a shout out. I think LAR touched on it. It's two steering wheels of the car. I thought about that's a clown car, huh? He said this stream is needed for women in the space that speaks up for men. They need to know it's a yeah. We appreciate that. I'm gonna throw some names out there and hope I don't miss anybody. But Char Willie has always been man. That's the guardian angel, dude. Char Willie. She's probably working right now. Um, always had. I'm talking about. I'm naming consistent people. Okay, so we got Shonda H in there. Asada Muhammad's been my day one, of course. Tanya's been attached on to the list as well. And then you got Monique Hill. That's another day one in there. And don't. And the thing is, these sisters, they take it to brothers when they wrong. Okay. If you're wrong, I'm gonna tell you. But they don't have. They don't have to take down or go after a man's masculinity. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part where I'm like, okay, I acknowledge that, and that's much appreciated, right? Seems like Kareen is probably jumping on there too as well. I don't know much about you, sister. And then I can go further back in time. I could dig in my bag. The ones I haven't seen in a while, but kind of remember. I don't know if they changed or not. But we had plenty of discussions in the back chat, like Classic Ruby. Uh, we had Shalonda, right? Had to give a shout out to Rhonda Berry. Every time I call her, she comes. If y'all remember Tangerine, that's my sorority sister. Hell, we got Dr. G in the building. Haven't seen them in a minute. I know what's going on probably because they take things out on you because of the people you hang out with or the barbershops you tend to. That's their cross to bear, not mine. But it's all good. But it's pretty interesting. Um, who else? Poetic Kales. That's another one that was usually on top of things. Vonda H. Right. But for the most part, the part that see the thing is, people want you to say this in the middle of your criticisms, and I'm like, no, you say whatever within the context, right? You don't just say, well, these sisters doing this or whatever. But hey, they do well good on this. No, you have to go along with the actual topic at hand because, you guys are not teenagers. You guys are not little children. You guys are adults. So you know the difference between people just saying BS versus people, telling them what's up, you know. Shout out to what's the other sister's name? God, Daisy. It'll come to me. But China White, that sister don't even respond to my emails. I try to get her on some projects. I don't know her, so I can't speak on her, fam. Sorry about that. Miss Melanie speaks, got my back. If I send her email, she's coming. Jessica X, I know people got some issues with that sister. I send her email, she comes. Right? You guys gonna be surprised. What's her name? Even though she's on some other bandwagon stuff. What's that sister's name? God, what's her name? Oh, Irene Yvette. People got a lot of issues about you, sister. That's my Leo sister, but God, Deezy, oh, she has my back, man. She has my back. You know, that's why sometimes you can't have a total buy-in of what people are saying in these live streams. Because sometimes people haven't figured out by now. The more you carry on a message that everybody resonate to and jump on and get jump in your views, like what do you call it? You got like maybe 300 views. You're saying something that generates money, right? So uh, don't forget Nicole Ali. That should have been at the top of the list, right? Yeah, these are sisters that they got my back. Oh, here it is, Topaz. There you go, got my back. Send an email. Sometimes you don't see them because I try to get them in groups, but the problem is everybody got different schedules. But they're game. If it was like a one-on-one or or like just a few, it'd be easier to get them on, get them in doing projects. But I prefer to, here's the thing. You see me, right? I'm always pushing masculine energy. I'm always pushing, being around brothers, black male leadership, that kind of thing. But I am hella comfortable in a group of sisters. Trust me, I can rock the crowd. I do good with women. Okay. To the most part, even well, the hanging out, doing stuff with the feminists, that's a hit and miss. Cause sometimes they be on some BS. It's like I can't stay here, y'all. I'm like, no. But oh man, let me give y'all an example. I think I said this before. So yeah, I don't want to come up. Y'all afraid? Y'all don't look bad talking about this stuff, huh? Anyhow, um, I mentioned, how a lot of these feminists, not feminists, but feminine warrior women, kind of gravitate to me. They'll tear another person's head off, like ah, right? But they're like real soft with me. He said Topaz must be, yeah, she's a Scorpio. She's a Scorpio. It's hit and miss with Scorpio women too, man. Oh my God, hit and miss with them as well. Oh my God, we got some wisdom in the building. Beasley,
What's
what's
going
going
on?
on, good brother?
All right. Happy holidays. Happy winter solstice. Salutations. Season
Uh,
greetings and all that good stuff.
Same to you, fam. Same to you, fam.
All right. So you're talking about sisters that have your back. I saw
Yeah,
Ray
sisters.
say something. I saw Ray say something in the chat. He's like appreciating the women that speak up for brothers and on that speak up for brothers and everything. And I don't know what difference it makes either way what they're doing, what they're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? If the women are criticizing you on here, or just men as a whole, or black men as a whole, or there's some sisters that go against the grain and will speak up in the positive. I guess I don't even need that pat on the back. Um, you got to do what you got to do anyway. As you know, just got to take your responsibilities. They're they're not making any difference in my life at all.
Got you.
That's just the way I see it. It's like
Mm,
you get your results are a product of what you're putting out there, your input. You get in what you get out. Sometimes you get more. Most of the time you get
mm.
less. But no, I just think people give too much credence to these rivalries on here. This gender war and all the other rivalries, but that one in particular.
Yeah, so I feel it's necessary to get this out because people thrive on this stuff. It's like, wait a minute, you hitting the sisters on the chin that's not even part of this stuff.
That's what happens when
So
you generalize.
you gotta, the
But they
thing is that
they generalize, so I guess they get generalized back. They
hey,
generalize.
yeah, but the ones I think some people got caught up in this stuff to where they don't even know what it's like to have a sister have your back, or even know how to not, or even
Wow,
see the benefits.
ain't
Can you
that a
speak on
shame?
that, Beasley?
Oh, ain't that a shame?
Yeah, they don't know what it's like, man. It's like shit. A sister have your back, shit,
I know what it's like.
bruh. Speak on it.
I just know what it's like.
Hmm.
I just know what it's like.
Yeah, because that's the other side of the conversation, and
You know,
this all, this. Go ahead.
I don't think interacting with women and not necessarily sexualizing them.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I
just
said
talk to them as
earlier.
people. You'll find you'll get a lot better results. In fact, somebody has to get seriously vetted, and it's been like this. I've been like 35 and everything before I even let them get that close to me. I could talk to you forever, but I might talk to somebody for 2 months before I invite it over my house. I'm feeling her all the way the fuck out. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and even more so, hey, what's up, Ray? I'm not attacking you. I just wanted to address just like the whole mindset of people get more consumed about what's going on online with like the attitudes and everything. When you can have some peaceful, harmonious situation. Yeah, you just got to dodge out the ratchet ones, the ones that want to challenge you and fight all the time. There are some submissive, sweet, cool sisters out there
Yeah, I know people don't want us to hear that, but it's true.
that will respect you. That will
I mean,
respect you.
yeah, I believe it is too. It's just that, um, and I'm with you too, old school. On that, I mean, I'm not going to looking for no damn pat on the back. Hell, I don't even look for a pat on the back at work.
Right,
When I'm doing like some back breaking work. What I mean, hell, I get my pat on the back. What I mean, from my God. So I'm good. But
right.
other than that, but I'm just saying, like, hey, it's still good. What I mean, to show some appreciation. I mean, show a little bit. Hey, support. When they do it. Hey, it ain't no thing. What I mean, I'm not a Grinch with that.
Right.
So
They get attacked for that though. Call them pygmies.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean,
Man,
I mean,
give me some pygmies.
I
Let
mean,
me
I
be
mean,
around let me be around more pygmies that want to be friendly and cool and helpful and nice and sweet and stop talking when you start talking. I'm sorry, go
but
ahead.
but I'm
Yeah.
with you. But I'm with you on that though, because on this tip, um, you got a lot of cats though, because it's not, you know, common, obviously, of them showing
You get
such
shell shocked.
yeah, they get all shell shocking. What I mean, they forget them their whole masculinity, and therefore now they end up getting soft and want to get all simping and everything. That's what Brother Edward was talking about. Don't be red pill towards all the women here in the states, and then you get over there and and you forget your purpose and all that.
He said a BGS said pick me's aren't the norm. Yeah,
No.
it's like the endangered species.
Man, they are out there and they're in these spaces. They're not in the spaces where the adversarial shit goes on.
Oh man, yeah,
Well, I
they
mean, when
pretty
you say
much.
the adversarial shit between the genders go on.
Yeah, and some of these some of these chicks thrive on it, and I think the problem, you know how it is when you talk about like white, what do you call it? When white people do things bad, then it's a supposedly good white person feels a certain way, and it's like, wait a minute, why do you identify with this person when you didn't do it? But they're not all like, dude, we just talked about someone that hung someone. Why are you getting upset?
Because
So it's
people have want to be contrary. People want to be contrary, and they'll rely on the very very small minority of an exception instead of the rule. And that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I wouldn't say all sisters are a sweet walk in the park, and I want to bring home the mother and hold hands and kick cans with. Oh hell no, I know better than that. But it's too easy. It's too easy to dodge them out. And I guess it's unfortunate, if you stuck your dick in one and got her pregnant, and and have to deal with that. But that comes with the territory too. You got to take some responsibility there as well. When you letting your dick when you letting your dick lead you around like that, and I guess I've all of us been through it. The saddest thing in the world is to see that 19-year-old boy in here talking about I'm leaving women alone because of the rhetoric that he's hearing. Let's just leave them
right,
alone, man. Shit.
right.
19,
Uh,
19, 19 years old, man. Motherfucker did never go down, man.
yeah,
God damn
yeah.
it.
I mean
Which way are
that. I
we?
mean,
Which way are we going? That's the way we going. That's the way we going.
I mean,
Yeah,
but though, hey, it's the result, you know what I mean, of everything, you know, of this whole awakening. And, you know, hey, just they got themselves to blame for that, you know. I mean, hell,
Yeah,
change, you know what I mean? Change for the 19-year-old man, you know what I mean? Hell, like, don't, you
man,
know, don't raise the youngsters up to be like you know what I mean? But,
man. Yeah,
but,
well,
but,
it's good to
but a
be
lot of
aware,
them are
man.
lost.
Man, if I didn't get in pussy when I was 19, I'd have pulled that motherfucker off. I swear to God. I mean,
Oh,
uh,
man.
that is
yeah,
funny.
yeah. I mean, it's the truth.
Shoot.
I find I was on my little landing today in my robe. The lady was bringing the groceries, and we got into a little conversation because it was her birthday. I just had my birthday. That was a funny conversation. The other one walked up. It's something that just I don't know what it is. I don't have these fucking problems, and I'm an old motherfucker with some weight on him. Just striking up a conversation is the easiest thing in the world to do,
Mhm.
Yeah,
and
I'm
not
over
even
here.
talking to
Go
it.
ahead.
Not even. And sometimes they'll sit there waiting for you to close. You know. Hey, let me give you a call. What is that? And the other. I don't. I may not do it. Just
I mean,
talking,
but it's
just like
so scary though. It's so scary now, man, because like of all the shit, man, you hear, dude, like it ain't just one or two, three problems, you know, that we have, you know, in this community. You know, it's a wide range of shit, and one of them, you know, that scares a lot of men, especially young boys, is hearing like a bunch of women, you know, giving out false accusations upon a man, you know. So yeah, like you know, any man in his right mind, that's gonna cause him to be like, maybe I should go this way. Like, you know, until I come across something, you know, that's genuine and for sure.
well, yeah, I mean, shit.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that
I
the,
mean, I
the
mean
problem
that
is.
I mean, how do you vet somebody and know that they're not going to do some shit like that? Because the craziest ones will seem sane, but
Yeah, that's why I was talking about. There might be a time limit on some of these cases. You know, you enjoying yourself, but all of a sudden you got that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type thing going.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah. Well, that I mean, that's all due because like, let's keep it real. Yeah, as I can even you know show some accountability on myself. You know, because I have done that. You know, in my set days where I've chosen to ignore a lot of these women's red flags. You know, thought it was nothing. You know, thought it was just the natural and something that didn't need to be you know checked like that. You know, like on some true masculine and yeah, but and I got played.
well, I don't know. Shit, well, I do know. You know your know the red flag till you fuck them a few times.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what it is. Like half
Not
of it,
ignore
you
it.
know, they
Yeah.
like they let it go over their head. You know, what I mean, just you know, and then you know, then later on down the road dealing with the woman, you know, and then they end up
It, it,
regretting
it,
and
it,
realizing that yeah,
it helps. It helps to know what you want, and you know if you're trying to find a woman, a wife, and you know, like a lot of guys are. I don't knock them for that. You know, stability. You know it's nothing wrong with that. You can make it work, but the only thing it doesn't seem to work forever for anyone, no matter what type of resources that there are. But if you want, if you want somebody, if you just want some pussy and maybe somebody to put in a rotation or somebody to kick it with for a little while and everything, it's not all that pressure that they be perfect.
Yeah, and it's really disappointing when you did all you're supposed to do. You did all your vetting even, but for
You
some
you
reason that
you
big
know what?
change is. Go ahead,
You talk
fam.
about standards. I'm sorry, standards. You can't put a silk dress on a pig. You can't, it's still a
I mean,
pig.
But the
part of the
thing that,
vetting. Oh, go ahead.
but the thing is that things usually appear. That's most people's story, that things appear to be good, going good. She's doing all the right things. You know, but for some reason, I think right now it's just a time limit now. You might as well enjoy it and give it. Pace yourself. Because I think once we enjoy it, well, go ahead, y'all.
Everything in life has an expiration date. Everything in life has an expiration date. Nothing lasts forever.
Mm. I mean, no, this is.
Apply what I
I
said. Apply what I said to any part of your life.
uh, I mean, they don't. A lot of men, haven't been taught, to set standards with a woman. You know, a lot of them just tend to allow things
Well,
just to flow as they is. Let them be cool. Uh, allowing them to have a bunch of different male friends and all that stuff. What I mean, not setting no standards, because in those standards, you let them know that, hey, these are the guidelines of what it is, what it takes to be with me. You can't be texting your exes. You can't be want to go out girls' night out and none of that. So, but yeah, you can do what you want, but this is what it takes in order to be with me.
yeah. Well, well, I guess everybody has different standards. Texting exes that should go without saying. Yeah, and it all depends on how and it all depends on what your situation is with them. If they're stopping by a couple of times a week and spending the night and getting up and going about their dang business, or if they're staying with you, or if it's just somebody that you're casually dating. How are you going to stop somebody from communicating with somebody? I wouldn't even say anything like that. Just assume that they are. Just
Hmm.
assume that they are.
Yeah, because I mean,
I
with
would.
people, with people,
I would.
period. I tend to keep an open mind as best as I can with people.
I wouldn't put nothing past none of them. Even the sweet pick me's.
Oh yeah, hence that's part of having an open mind. you
Right,
know.
right. Hey, I wouldn't put nothing past none of them.
Yeah, I'm over.
I just would. Then you have a less of a chance of being like disappointed.
So I'm over here buying oils.
Were you at the Dawa
Places called.
bookshop?
Yeah, I'm at
Yeah.
Dawas right now on
It-
Crenshaw and 48th.
right,
Come,
right over there
they
by the
got good
Popeyes.
prices.
That's
Check them out.
Brother Zaid's shop. Brother Zaid's not there. We used to buy these
Yeah.
oils from Brother Zaid back in the '80s.
So they got
On
every.
when
So this where I come.
that's the place.
So just remember, it's on Crenshaw 48th.
That's
I've
the
been coming here
place.
since 90. Oh, was it 91?
You've
So
been there
I
that
got gray
long.
hair now. Oh man, but this the place, y'all.
Should make the incense oils. Okay, look at Oliver.
Yeah, yeah, man. Good family, good brothers. You know.
Hmm.
But yeah, man, I get my oils at least once a month, and become a distributor. It's better to become a distributor. Just ask them about it; they'll tell you.
My brother used to hustle the incense and the body oils.
Yeah, I burn the oils for my classroom. Matter of fact, they're getting mad at me because I ran out.
Oh, they like it. They like the aroma.
Yeah, they're like, "What happened to the oil? This smells like a regular classroom."
It sets the mood too.
Man, because I got the
So,
music, a little
Yeah.
lo-fi in the background, some
so
jazz.
there's no car wash across the street anymore, is there?
No.
Yeah,
Wait
that's
a
my
minute.
man. That's my man.
Yeah,
That's Jerry Brown. I wonder if he's still alive. He owned the car wash and the limousine company.
yeah, I don't remember seeing it.
At
It's
a
probably
moment's
further down
notice.
the street.
No, no, no. It's directly across the street.
Oh, that
It's,
been gone.
yeah. I hope he's still alive. I've known him since
You sure
shit.
about that, Beasley? Because directly across the street, enough there were houses. These are houses right here. These are like
They
old
may have
houses.
they meal no directly across the street, right on the corner. You're
That's all, brother.
I'm talking about the that would be the northwest corner. You're on the
Because even on Crenshaw, or are you talking about 48th?
you're on it's Crenshaw and 48th. It's on the corner,
No, I'm
just
talking
like that.
about the car wash, though.
The car wash used to be there. I heard he's out of business. I heard he's out of business. He was using
Okay,
Mexican
that must
labor,
have
but
been.
yeah, there might be houses there now. I haven't been past there in a few years. But it used to be the car wash. Yeah, I know the corner well. Then across the street from there used to be the church's chicken
Excuse me.
by
Yeah,
Crenshaw
they were.
Carpet.
Yeah, they're. Yeah, man. Let me show you guys the soaps and everything. So get y'all.
and the
So
See
incense,
right here.
everything.
This is
Look how
all the
nice.
stuff right here. They sell everything. They got
Wholesaling it too.
sage, good price. They got teas. They got books, clothing. So this is y'all need to know where to come. This is don't go anywhere else. Just remember Dawa's books,
He
oils, incense.
he
So they got
sells
everything.
he
what
sells
kind
the
of books they sell?
I gotta take. I'm on a radio station. I'm promoting you. Okay, so they have Islamic books over here, right there. Um,
Hmm.
they just got random books about just different things right here. But hell, they got this book right here. I used to have this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna buy it again, and give it away. The Hog. Yeah. I've been coming here for years, man. They treat me well. I appreciate these people here, these brothers. They give you the greeting too.
Hmm.
But this is in L.A., Los Angeles, y'all. So yeah, when y'all
Yeah.
come to L.A., get them some love.
Do you know
Yeah.
Brother Zayd? Do you know Brother Zayd?
No, I just know Amir.
Okay, brothers, that might be his son. Brother Zayd's probably 70s, in his 70s
Oh,
now.
Zay. Oh, yeah,
Zayd
Zaid.
Zayd
Yeah,
Muhammad, yeah, he's a Sunni
yeah.
Muslim,
He
I think.
he loves.
Or
He's usually in his van in the front. He loves talking about going overseas.
Hmm.
He's been everywhere, man.
I'd love to see him again. We used to go down there and buy them oils from him in the mid '80s when he was on Broadway in Manchester.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
When the
this
little
place is
top, yeah,
huge.
go back with Brother Zayd. Good dude,
Yeah, man. This.
good guy, good guy. He said, really? He said, you guys would go? No, because
How you doing,
my
brother?
my brother would come
African
home.
jasmine and vanilla, Egyptian vanilla. Go ahead, y'all. Yes, that's it. So y'all figured out my secret now. That's what I use, y'all. I put those together.
I burn incense. I burn incense. I should probably use oils and get a little oil thing.
Okay, so people want to know, can they order online?
I'm sure they got a website.
They do people want
You're
to know, can they
you're
order
hooking them up with the
online?
wholesaler. You're hooking them up with the best place for them to go.
I don't mind burning candles though.
He says so far, if people want to get some product, just call in. This is DAWAH Books and Incense. Or whatever you see that those words together, then that's the place right on Crenshaw. There's only one Dawas out here.
Damn, she wrecking my brain, bro.
Yeah, man. Oh, somebody mentioned. Oh, somebody saw that. Or it said View Park. Okay.
Right up the street is View Park.
Yeah. Yeah. So people know they ain't got they.
Well, that's actually what is that? That's not View Park. You got to go up maybe about 10 blocks, 15 blocks.
Yeah, they ain't got nothing to worry about. They're gonna always have big flows.
I can
But
imagine
they
it's
they do
been
send in orders.
uh, people all over the country order from him.
Yes, they sure do.
All over the country. So you see people selling body oils and incense.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the Mecca.
Yeah. So that's matter of fact. I brought some of the oils out there in Brazil. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. So let me go. Let me show you guys. This is where. So that's the number to call
That's a
if you want
good
to fax
plug.
your information in.
That's
So
a good plug.
Dawas, look right there. I've been coming here for years. Years. So right here is the address, 4801 South Crenshaw Boulevard.
You know
So
what?
yeah, man, yeah. Go ahead.
No, no, it's a trip that you know about him.
Oh, okay. I left my stuff over there. I get it later.
Damn, you must have gray hair. They call you OG. I'm like, don't call me that.
Sticking out to
I
you.
don't
He
have
the
gray hair.
same.
Don't call me that.
Oh hell, they called me that, and I'm about to be 35. Shit.
Yeah, don't call me that. Don't call me that. I'm good. Call me that.
Man, how long ago was 1991? Is that what, 30 years ago?
30 years.
I've been coming here that long.
You
God
got
daisy.
Little Man on the program?
Man.
I used to go to that car wash in 90.
In
He had a
90?
limousine service.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
Jerry Brown lived right up the
Long
street. I
live.
wonder if he's still alive. Jerry Brown had like 5 limousines. At one point,
Ooh,
he used to have strip clubs. He used to have strip clubs.
excuse me.
And he parlayed the strip clubs into the limousines. And he used to do the Temptations. And the Temptations each of them rode in their own limousine, their own entourage with their own drugs.
What?
Yeah, they didn't even kick it together. Each of them had their own little entourage. So the Temptations would be going to a show. There's a limousine. They used
You
5
got the
cars.
books, right?
Everything good, Doc? You good? Appreciate you, man.
Well, appreciate you guys.
Good seeing you, bro.
Good seeing y'all too. I'll be back next week. I don't got a lot to do. Inshallah. All right, Assalamu alaikum. Good to see y'all
You
again.
too, man. You be safe out there.
You too. Yeah,
You got,
that's
you
my
got,
whole.
you guys don't say Merry Christmas.
Hell no.
No.
Yeah.
Bah humbug. Grinch was a black man. Okay. And Scrooge.
Which is green.
No, I always tell people this. I don't celebrate Christmas, but I accept gifts.
Yeah.
I go along with it. I know the truth.
Same here.
But you know what? I go along with it because it's kind of it's always been like a happy time for the most part.
I mean, the good part is that, okay, you might not do the trees and the gift giving, but at least that would be at the time off where everybody can spend time with their family. You know, that's the part that I always endorse.
I
You know,
like
if
to
you can
give.
spend.
I like to give gifts. I hate the years that it's the years that I can't give gifts, and um, this year we're giving gifts. Um, oh, I don't know. Maybe coming up as a kid, we've had a lot of good Christmases. You know, we'd have a Christmas with my mother, then we'd have a Christmas with my father. We did
I
that
think
shit for.
Saeed, I think Alonzo was asked a question. I think he did have Arabic classes a long time ago because I bought some of their books.
He's a very devout Orthodox Muslim.
Yeah, he dabbled into the Sufi. That's what
I'm
got my attention with him. You know, you talk about the Sufi with him, he looks around before he tells you stuff. I'm like, oh shit. You know how you tell people like, oh, you never hear that from me or all that. He gets in it, man. We got BMT in the building.
Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on?
Oh, nothing much,
Yeah,
man.
what's up, man?
So I know BMT got some things to share about women having his back.
Oh, yeah, I got plenty. I got plenty
He
of
got a
that.
hair. Should BMT got a harem.
I do. I actually do. That's no problem. Um, like I said, I proudly bolster that I do use the sisters that have my back, and I use them for my means of my agenda. That's the whole point. I don't know why. That's why I don't get too much in these. Whether the black woman is a black woman that I don't, because then I would have to break the hold that helps me plow my field, or doggone destroy the tools that help me get to my agendas of different stuff I need. Some men have access to know how to do these things. Some men don't. Some men you got to find out which one is plausible for you. You might have to start out with a little garden tool shovel, work your way up. Then as you start to accrue, you know what I'm saying, then you can probably start doing different other stuff. I don't join into all that. Well, Twitter said this, YouTube said this, Facebook said that. That's them women. I don't bump with them women. They're not my people. I bump with those who rock with me, that feed my agenda what I want. but I also make sure that they get what they need. You know what I'm saying? It's a it, that's the thing about it, man. Like I'm out here right now Christmas shopping. I see a lot of women and men running around in aisles, tag teaming, getting stuff. So I mean, can't say that those women ain't helping the brothers. I just had a woman say, "Yo, like, hey Joe, I need this." I said, "All right, but hey, I need this cook for this Christmas dinner." Now I got her and her mom and her sister. They making at least about a few plates. As long as I get what they need, they're cooking for a bunch of people. So you got to learn how to work within your range of your scope. Um, and I mean, and I think that's honestly the plausible way. Um, are there detractors? Are there people that work against us? Yes, yes, there is. I'm not foolish and naive. Not gonna lie to y'all. Say there's some kumbaya, but I'm also gonna be realistic and say that there are some men that have a lot of good women on their side on their team. I'm not gonna say some. There are men that have women on their team. You know what I'm saying? That are doing the most. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's a woman out here right now. She's trying to help black boys get into community college. Why would she do that? But she wants to, she said, "Yo, y'all black boys get into the community college. You know what I'm saying? You can leave from community college and go to a 4-year college. I
Now,
know
my
they
only criticism on that kind of stuff, and welcome, Master Teacher. My only criticism on that is that we don't hear enough to where they're trying to bring these guys to the highest of the high. It's always like little small stuff
no,
for the
and that's
most part.
and that's true. Art. I think. I mean, because it's different from a child coming from a household where that's encouraged versus a child coming from or a man coming from a background where that's not really the thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
when you're trying to put somebody into a nuance of something that that they've been told that goes against their nature. And I had a black young man that he told me, he said, "Yo, man, like I'm dumb. Like I don't need this
Wow.
school. My people told me like, yo, the hell with that. Get your money." It took me
Wow.
3 years, 3 years, 3 years for me to get him to go into a program. Now he got his forklift license. He got he got a lot of certificates under his belt, and now he's looking at going to college. But it took me 3 years of having to re-scrub that out of his mind. I'm like, hey, you want this
Wow.
more money? Yeah, yeah. I want to get paid. I want to get paid $20 an hour, bro. I got to put you in. I got to put you in this program. You leave that girl
We
alone. Come to this program. Stop
we
talking to your mom. Get her permission. You are a grown man. Come into this program. I, we gotta understand. There's a lot of men. They're battle damage. So you have to start treating them accordingly and say, hey, bro, let me just rehabilitate you into this. But there are some women that will, hey, I'll get your job at a hospital. I'll get your job here. You know what I'm saying?
how
And
about you're going to be a doctor? You're going to be a
you know,
lawyer. That's what I'm saying.
no, no, but see, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, those aren't the
Wa-
propagated, and we don't see it propagated out there as
wa-
the
wa-
nuances of
Wash,
of.
wash, rinse, repeat. They've been doing this for 100 years, man. What you're
Right.
saying, they've been doing that for 100 years. It
Well, I'm
hasn't
Yep.
not
changed.
okay. But I'm saying and I get what you're saying, BJS. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying as far as it put out there like that,
Mm-hmm.
it's not put out as a norm to say, "Hey, black men, go be doctors." Like, is that really put out there
No.
on the stuff, or they like you'll see like Doctor McStuffins, you don't see Jamal, the doctor. Like I mean, it's just one of those things where I'm fighting
So
that
are we
fight to try to make it
predestined?
better.
Are we predestined to have that though, BG? I mean, not BGS, but a BMT. Are we predestined to say, okay, well, since Leroy or Jamal is coming from this background, then he just not going to be. He doesn't even have to be encouraged to be in that kind of arena. Is that how we supposed to be?
Because we don't tell the
No,
girls
that's
that.
not.
Right. Exactly.
I know.
Well,
I
we
mean,
know we
I
don't
mean,
tell them.
what I'm saying is, okay. The thing is, we tell a high school female dropout. that's got three baby daddies and three kids, right? That she can go get her master's degree, go get her PhD, and be whatever, right? But a single kid coming out of the ghetto from a single mother home, that's a boy. Um, what do we tell him? Okay, either you
You're gonna be a
gotta
good carpenter.
you be a good carpenter, you go get you a certificate, or go to the military. And so, what has changed in 100 years? That's all I'm asking. I'm not
No, no,
saying
no,
that you're
no.
wrong.
And I get you. No, I get you. That's why I said like
Okay.
it's not put out. See, I'm not like I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm saying that's
Mm-hmm.
why I said it's not propagated like in the propaganda as a norm. Like for y'all black boys, y'all need to get your ass into college. You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't something that was told to me in the '80s. You understand? Like mine was Joe, get your certificates. Joe, go into the
Yes.
military. I was
Yes.
more.
Hmm.
I was more. I was more so engraved and trained to work as the
Yes.
workhorse. And I'm not ashamed
Yes.
to say that.
A lot of
No.
us.
No. It's
I'm
not. Ain't
not
nothing
ashamed.
wrong with. We're
Right.
not. We're not.
So,
Well,
right.
what I'm
Go ahead.
saying is. Well, all I'm saying is that. Okay. Look at. Did you ever read the autobiography of Malcolm X?
Yeah, I listened to it. I listened to it.
Listen to it. Okay. What did the white teacher tell Malcolm X when he said he wanted to be? He wanted to be a lawyer, right? That's
Yep,
what
he
he
wanted to be a
believed.
lawyer.
He
What did she
said
tell him?
she said you can't be that. She
You
told him
She
can't
said
be
said
that.
there are
you
no
can't.
Negro lawyers.
There are no
Yeah,
Negro
you can't be that.
lawyers. Well, even though there were Negro lawyers, in other
They are.
words,
Yeah.
you need to go. You need to be a carpenter
Yeah,
or whatever it is,
carpenter.
right? Yeah.
Right.
In other words, uh, before the 20th, well, hell, even during the 20th century, um, they were saying black men didn't need to know how to read, right? That was their wives' jobs. It was their wives' jobs to learn how to read, write, and do finances and take care of the bills, because a black man there to earn a living didn't need to know how to read. That was back at the turn of the 20th century, okay, and that really pretty much progressed up until really until the 60s. Monahan I was just reading about the Monahan report. Basically, black boys were encouraged to actually drop out of school and support their sisters into going to school
You
and
go to
going to
work. Yeah.
college. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what
That,
I'm saying
that's
is,
my point.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I hear
No,
what
no,
you're
no, I know.
saying, and what I'm saying is, what you're talking about, them getting their certificates and going getting a blue collar job, and there's nothing wrong with that. I would never say there's anything wrong with it. But I'm asking you, what has changed in 100 years?
I think I think the thing about it, no, but I got what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? And it's trying to where right now we're trying to build up the black man and having to think that you always that the only way the best way you can make money is only just by your hands. And
Okay.
so when I say that, um I'm using the tools given to me, right,
Mm-hmm.
to
Okay.
push them into that direction. Okay, bro, like I get you right now. You're used to being the worker bee. Why not be the thinker bee? Why not actually be the person that actually makes a blueprint? Like, like
Okay.
I have a brother right now. He he felt a certain type of way, but he did the blueprints
Mm-hmm.
for one of the properties that we're building.
Okay.
However, it couldn't be received because guess what? He didn't have the degree. He got to be
Okay.
he didn't, so they can't take his blueprints like that. So guess what? He it really hurt him. So it
Mm-hmm.
started making when you get angry, you have tears coming out your eyes. But I
Yeah.
said, bro, go to school. Like you have a gift, but you just got to go to school and get that. You know how to do the math. It amazes me as many black men know how to do math and all that stuff at the top of the head, and you'll think
Mm-hmm.
that they all been to goddamn STEM. They just knew the streets. I said, take that and turn it into an actual. Go get your 2 years, and if you think you can go past 2 years, go to 4. Like I try to, I'm I'm pushing them, and I try to
Yeah.
tell a lot of them like, hey man, like we can get this,
Yeah.
man. Like
Yeah.
I'll try to help you set you up for that. So
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I'm a part of the '80s crack baby era.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that, okay, this is the reason. This is part of the reason that I'm here, right? This is part of the reason I bring academics in. It's part of the reason that art is here, right? We don't realize we keep repeating the same old cycle, right? What did Frederick Douglass say back, in basically the 1840s? What did he say? It's better to raise strong children than to repair what?
Black men,
Broken men,
Broken
right?
black men.
And what are
Broken
we
men.
doing? Okay, what are we still doing 200 years later?
yeah, and
What are we
then the
doing?
thing.
What I mean,
Mhm.
and you know, it's the work still has to be done. So you know what I'm going to say. People like BMT, people like Art, people like the Black Brain Trust. Okay. If broken men still have to be repaired. Okay, it doesn't matter how they got there. Doesn't matter how they got there. Okay, they're here. You got to do something with them. You got to get them up out of their muck and mire so they can actually do better and progress. Okay, and you know that is a model, right? And we've been doing it for hundreds of years. The thing is that at some point, and this is my point. Okay, this is my point. This is how come I'm trying to raise the level of thought, right? Raise the level of of how the structure is actually built. Okay, all we're doing is repeating the same cycle, the same model all over again. I'm not saying that it's the women's fault. Okay, look at the structure that you're working with. Okay, look, don't just listen to the adults. Don't just listen to the chicks that are out there on Twitter because basically they're just repeating what they've already learned. Well, that most of
Right.
that crap is bullshit. Even they don't even read their own literature. Okay, listen to what Art says when he's actually recording the children talking because that's where the fertile soil is. It's not after the kid gets to be 21, 25, 30 years old, after it's after basically the bedrock has been set and the roots are already down. Okay, listen to how they're shaping these children. Listen to the way the Latina women are thinking, coming from a very traditional culture. He's trying to show you this is what's being taught, and this is how these children are being indoctrinated. That's what he's trying to tell you. That's what Art is here trying to tell you. Okay, Art is very, Art is the kind of person that's going to let you discover it on your own, right? He's not going to be like me, where I'm basically going to take my foot and just stick it up your ass and say, you're going to digest this whether you like it or not. So I have
Right.
a different style, but Art is trying to show you we're saying the same things. Okay, we're showing you in different ways. We're saying the same things, and what we're saying is the thing is that don't just look at now, right? Because don't just look at what's going on now, man. Look back. Look back and see if what you have done, what you're doing, has changed over the years, and whether the stuff that we've been doing for 100 years has worked. Has it worked over 100 years? That's what I'm asking.
No, no, you're fair saying that. I'm not sure what time. Did you get on the panel last night? When Art was doing the panel last night.
I
Yeah.
did for a minute.
He
Right.
came after
And
you.
so,
You were there at the same time. Y'all were at the same time.
okay, because that's when remember when I brought it up. I brought up about that. Where listen, man, I'm not trying to change the old anymore. I, listen, you got
Uh
your
huh.
ways. I'm going after the young. You can look. I said that. I said because that's honestly that's the new game plan for these new coalitions. They're going after the
Okay.
young. They're going after, and
Okay.
I that's why I agree. We're on that same length of that wavelength. Like, hey, man, these young people, they're watching. They're watching, and they're like, okay, so which direction of the path are y'all opening up for us to drive through? And
Okay,
so,
the thing
go
is,
ahead.
you cannot change the young people unless you change the structure that they're in. That's what that's what Art's trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, okay, and that's what DC was trying to tell you. You cannot John Henry yourself through this. You're going to have to change the fundamental structure of how these kids are taught. Okay,
And
especially black boys. You cannot have. Okay, I'm gonna tell you flat out, man. And I'm not going to bullshit you. You can have individuals, right? You can have 10, 15% of boys, of men, black men be successful, but you are not going to have a reformation amongst black men and black boys when only 10% of your black boys can read a reading level. It's not possible. Not in the age that's coming. Okay, not in the age that's coming. You're gonna have a
and
whole
let's
lot of black men fail if we don't do something right now about what's going on in the schools right now. You cannot have this, man. You can't have this.
and
Not
let's
at this time.
entertain. Let's entertain that you made the change and you got him to do what you want. BMT. What's going to happen when he goes back to school?
So,
All your work that you put in, all they gonna do is change it right back, fam. It's always been that way. That's why you have to be involved, and I think you've been doing it too, BMT. You've been going to the schools and trying to be involved with the policy makings and all that. But I think it has to be a collective. It can't just be one individual.
Yeah.
And we're talking about school site council. You're talking about the PTAs. The district. You got to put your stuff on the agenda for the board meetings, and you got to be on the behalf of black boys. You got to spell it out, black boys, because everybody's afraid to even say that around there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
And okay, go ahead, BMT. I'm sorry.
no. Well, see, that's why whenever I have these discussions, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
so that's why when I talk about education, I can
Mm-hmm.
speak from this position I am in because I'm in these meetings. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'll be like, yo, black men, we need to get more into these meetings. We need to start showing the presence of, hey, like, okay, I'm on this board, or there's an opening spot. Like, like I stepped off. Like when I started doing some more of this content, I kind
Mm-hmm.
of got off. I stepped off of those boards
Mm-hmm.
because, because I hate this sector, man. They'll do some dirty stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
But the main thing about it was you gotta be there. Like they don't mind putting certain people on board or on them structural councils
Mm-hmm.
that will call the shots, and your young men will be left at the fate of that type of coalition
Mm-hmm.
versus. And so you're right about that. It doesn't make a difference what you're trying to so much teach if you're not the person rewriting the system or rewriting that type
Mm-hmm.
of system. So I get it because my granddaddy and different men have been on that board.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't even want to be. Actually, to be fair, I didn't even want to be on the board. I didn't even want to be on the school board. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
I was pushed to be on the board, and
Yeah.
I was paid to be on the board. Um, and literally, that's when I actually started taking more of an interest. I'm like, what? Wait. Why aren't these black boys getting TI-83 calculators? Oh well, we don't have the budget, but I have the money for that girl step team.
Exactly.
No. Take that. That's for fun. They need those calculators because they have the SATs coming up in 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to no. Where's that money? Who's in charge of that, ma'am? You got to change that. I've been in those fights.
Mm-hmm.
But it hurts when I hear other black men say, "Fuck them kids," and I'm like, dude, you're cutting at your war effort because you're gonna
Yeah.
get older. You need somebody to take your spot.
That's out of okay. That's out of uh, uh, damaged, fresh. We have broken men, man. What do you think broken men are
No,
going to
no, no.
say?
I get you with that, bro.
Yeah,
I get
yeah,
you with
yeah.
that.
What? Okay, okay. I'm Art knows because Art's in L.A. Art knows me, okay, and Art's heard me even before I came to YouTube. So Art knows where I'm coming from, right? Okay,
Right.
and my expertise over 20 years, right, and what I've learned, okay, is how do you, and I'm probably giving away a secret, probably shouldn't say this open here. How do you get people, how do you get groups, how do you get systems to actually see, do things, convince them that it's in their best interest to do certain things for certain groups of people, right? Okay. Uh, just for instance, how do you convince China, which has trillions of dollars and they're the second biggest economy, blah blah blah, right? How do you get them to see that it's in their best interest to actually put infrastructure into Africa? How do you convince them to do that? What do you have to do? What kind of thoughts? What kind of research? What kind of memes you have to bring up to convince them? Okay, it's in your best interest to do certain things, right? How do you convince uh, uh, black women first, even before we go to white men and white women, right? Because that's a different layer of complexity, right? How do you convince black women that would do just what you said? Would you actually take money that from boys or from groups that have to actually buy calculators so they can um, learn how to pass their SATs and go further rather than put the money into a step team for women, for girls, right? How do you convince them that it's in their best interests to actually promote their boys and educate their boys to the fullest rather than holding them back. What do you have to do? How do you actually convince them that it is in their best interest? What do you have to show them that is in their best interest to do this? And that's the whole point. The thing is, what I'm trying to do. I know, whatever people, the individuals you're trying to do, because I have, trust and believe, man. Art can tell you there's a whole bunch of BMTs that nobody talks about that do the exact same thing that you're doing. Okay, on a daily basis, and been doing it for years. Okay, I've been doing it for years. I know brothers that have been doing it in Nashville for years. Okay, for like 20 years, the same exact same thing, right? You got brothers on boards and stuff like that that have been sitting on stuff and been doing this for years. The thing is that what you're doing is continually fighting against a structure. And so basically you have you 60, 70-year-old fights who keep doing the same thing. Okay, how do we break through that? That's
And
what
I
I'm
want to,
asking.
and I definitely want to touch on what BMT was talking about.
Hmm.
Because the thing was, he talked about how the women were working hard to try to get these dudes into community college,
Hmm.
and that's all well and good. But and then he mentioned that well they could you know okay, thank you, brother. They could go ahead and encourage them to be doctors or whatever. But
Hmm.
look at the effort. They put a lot of effort into the community college stuff, but not so much effort in the university or anything that is like
Or or
big
or or
UN.
or, or, or even what they try to do in like King, right? A
Right.
magnet school, right? To actually start, they have a whole program from middle school on to actually promote black doctors. Okay, a whole program.
And that's the only school of its kind out here. And everybody, so all of a sudden, Filipinos are there, Latinos are there, because they know where they're taking those kids, and it's a
Yeah,
public magnet school,
it's a
and
public
that's the
magnet
part
school.
where
Yeah,
yeah.
go
So
ahead. I'm
I have
sorry.
that's my criticism. No, I said that's my criticism on that,
Yeah.
to where okay, we can always say that these sisters are looking out for the brothers, but the problem is they're not doing like the older women used to do. The I'm talking about in their 70s. A lot of like Sweet Alice. I don't know if I should say her name.
Hmm.
She got the brothers back. Sweet Alice.
Yeah.
Y'all look up Sweet Alice. Sweet Alice Harris. You
Yeah.
talking about looking out for brothers? That's her.
Yeah.
And she's what, 80 now? 80
Yeah,
something?
yeah,
That's
my mentor, she does the same thing, right? The
yeah.
thing is, is they're fighting the same system. Okay, they're fighting the same system. How do we change this system and stop replicating the same patterns that we've had for hundreds of years? Okay,
Right.
because last night I was on with Nameless, right? I read something from W. Du Bois, from his first book, right? Philadelphia Negro, his first study. Okay, I read a paragraph that replicates exactly the same thing we're doing 130 years later.
Mm. Yeah.
That came from the plantation. Okay, you're
Mm-hmm.
at we're replicating the same pattern over and over and over again. I want whether we change it or not, whether we do anything or not. What I want people in this sector to learn, okay, this is an old pattern. Okay, if you want to fold back into the old pattern, that's fine. But know that you're doing it, and know the and know how at least how to navigate it. Okay, keep folding this stuff back in the pattern, then we're gonna have to have more BMTs, more arts, more Rays, more Charleses to actually fixing broken men. Because guess what you're gonna have coming out of the system? You know, you know, I, man, I feel sorry for somebody like Charles, man. Okay, basically, he's Captain America, man, without people being on his goddamn left. Okay, he's out there fighting Thanos and his hordes all by himself with a broken shield. Because he's in Baltimore, man, and what's going on in Baltimore is a freaking tragedy, and everybody sits back and laughs. Okay,
And that
you have
school system, oh my
you have that
God, off
school
the
system.
chain.
Yeah, you have 80% of your boys, man, below 90% of
Buffalo
your boys
Basic.
below level before basic levels, and all people
Mm-hmm.
do is laugh and point, and nobody think this is a tragedy. And guess who the last people are actually speaking up on it? Black women. They
Yeah.
do not care. Okay, they do not care. And every time I think about Charles out there in Baltimore, and I know who he is, man, and I know what kind of heart he has, man, and I know when Charles is away, Charles may not cry. He might not cry for most bullshit, but then he cries for them little boys on the goddamn street that don't have a fucking chance of getting out of their lifestyle. And he's out there with his broken ass shield, man. With his cut arm up against motherfucking Thanos trying to fight the hordes off, man, for these boys.
And the
And that that
women,
that that, that bothers me. That
and
bothers
like
me.
these
And I go
boys.
ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
I was saying, and the women that are on these campuses. I mean, especially high school. I, you know, I, I, I keep talking about it, but the problem that I keep having is that okay, because the topic is when you know a sister have your back.
Yeah.
To them, uh, when they're around sisters that have that big mama mentality, mama
Mhm.
gonna work it out. You can dish for a day, or the whole treating you like a baby. To
Mhm.
them, that's when they feel that a sister have their back. For the most part on campus. I see that. I've been seeing that for years. They go to the black secretary, the black clerk, and and then talk about, well, the teacher don't like me, blah blah blah. And I'm sitting there like, because I hear some of this stuff. I'm like, you didn't tell this boy to be a man and take, get it, suck up to responsibilities and make it right. You just gonna
But
stay there and say,
that's
well, it's
that's
okay, just sit here and lay on my shoulder. That's
that's
them
part of
having
the
their
issue.
back.
That's well, that's part of the issue because if you make a dude have responsibility,
Mhm.
they internally won't need you.
Right, yeah.
So,
You keep them coming back, yeah.
in other words, it's a symbiotic relationship. Most of these women, you go to these colleges, especially in the HR office, they don't have men. So when they have a man who's down on his luck, what are they gonna do? They're gonna, oh, I got you, baby. Don't worry. Especially, it's crazy because you go to these schools and it's a damn shame you got 20, 18, 21-year old men who have no type of purpose.
Remember the
Think about it.
Manchurian Candidate movie with Denzel Washington?
Hmm.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
When they had to say this guy's name, and then all of a sudden, he followed orders. But even though it was a movie, it showed that the mom went through all kinds of leaps and bounds to make sure that her son rise to power.
Mhm.
That's, I think that's the missing part that we're not getting. Like okay, yeah, you want to be Kamala Harris and all that, but eventually there got to be a man that looks like you to make sure that at least you're secure in your position while this man is the leader. They
Or,
don't
or,
see it.
or the best man that man can be, no
Yeah,
matter whether he leads or not. Is he is he expressing the full extent of his capabilities? And then if women can if black women can actually say that their their system, what they're doing is actually um, developing their boys and girls to the greatest of their ability, I wouldn't have any problem with it. Okay,
right.
because everybody's getting exactly what they need, but the thing is, are they? And that's all I'm saying. And I have, individually, can I talk to, I was just on with the controversial counselor, right? It had what 5 or 6 women on the panel, right? And we're
Mm.
talking about I don't know if you saw that one, Art. We're actually talking about trust issues, right? And I was actually
Uh-huh.
having a conversation with 5 women. Okay, I
Ooh.
ran a women's channel for 2.5 years. I can talk to women. Okay,
Right.
I can
That's what I said
socialize
earlier.
with women. I can communicate with women. I can talk their language, right? Okay, I
Uh-huh.
can do that. Okay, that's fine. But I've been saying that, and what Beasley's been saying. If you really want to have a one-on relationship with a woman, don't have sex with her. I've been saying that for years, okay? Because once you have sex with her, your situation is going to change, okay? Once you get
Yeah.
into a relationship with that woman, okay, all that stuff is going to change. You're going to bring into completely different dynamics when you do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And that whole closeness. That's what I was kind of.
Have sex with some of them though, like the best ones. The other ones are cool to have as friends.
You would let
But
me ask you a question.
right,
Let me okay, Beasley.
and
Beasley,
we take.
hey, hold on, Beasley. You get no. You can't, Beasley. You can't play me because we from the same spot. Okay, you can't play me. You know. Once you put your penis in a chick, it's like a taxi cab. Their relationship's gonna change, boss.
We
Tell
go
me it ain't.
together.
Um, yeah, and you know what? And it works both ways too.
I don't,
There.
and what I'm saying, no, I'm talking.
Oh,
Well, we
because
ain't worried about
well,
we ain't worried about the female half. We worry about you, okay? Worrying about
right.
the male. And once you put your penis into a woman, tell me that relationship is not going to change.
But what you're implying, yeah. But what you're implying is that the woman is the one that gets the attachment, and the man doesn't. And sometimes it could be the other way around because a lot of times, what you say, people end up with who their grade is, their class.
It
Yeah,
still messes things up though.
I mean,
What I'm saying is, okay, if you have sex with a woman, right?
oh yeah. Well,
Is she gonna be the same woman? Okay, say you had a good friend. Y'all been chopping it up and y'all been doing each other
and it
favors and
happens.
stuff like that, all that kind of stuff. And you put your penis in her. You
Yeah,
bang her
goes down.
for a week. What do you think is gonna? Do you think she gonna be the same woman that you had on the other side of the friendship?
Oh hell no! It's gonna be
And so
completely
that's all I'm
fucking
saying.
different. It's
It's a
either
different dynamic.
you know what? Either you're gonna be with her or kick it, or the friendship will end.
In other words, it's a different. And it's
Yeah, it's a
supposed to be a
different
different dynamic.
dynamic.
It's
It
supposed to be
should
a
be a
different
different
dynamic.
dynamic. It should
Yeah, it
be a
is.
different dynamic.
So when we say when a sister has your back as a friend, and that's what I recommend.
Hmm.
I actually recommend men getting friend zoned by good women. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm
You know,
doing now.
you know what
Yeah.
they'll do? They'll tell their friends about you. This guy's cool. He's all
They get
right. Never,
benefits from that too.
he never even tried. He never even tried nothing.
There's a reason. You know how many women, how many female friends I've turned down sex from
I believe you. I believe
for
you.
that very reason because I know the stuff will change. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and I know they still maintain feelings and that, and like, oh, one day he'll see the light. But,
Yeah.
but as long as you keep your distance, you're still going to have that good deal for your loans or your business, or you're still going to have some kind of benefit from
uh,
based on your professional relationship. You're still going to have
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
yeah, and there've been women that I've slept with that I wish I wouldn't have
Hmm.
because the friendship ended. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. Yeah.
the friendship ended, and
And get
it
you
was a good
back.
it was a good it was a good person to know. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
your back a hell of a whole lot more. It seems like they have your back a hell of a whole lot more as a friend than as their man.
Yeah,
Yeah, and,
yeah.
and the thing is that and maybe I'll do a video on that because Dr. Johnson actually redo the three levels of relationship, right? Okay, if say you got a friend and all she is a friend, okay, you don't care. She could be a relationship wreck. Okay,
Right.
look at
Hmm.
Insecure Molly, right? Okay, as a
Hmm.
friend, Molly is probably a damn good friend. Ride or die, 10 toes down. She got your back. She'll do things for you. She can make shit happen, right? Do not get
Right.
in a relationship with Molly. Okay? She's a relationship wreck. Once you cross over into that realm where you have a relationship, all of a sudden, boop. Is it so you can have a chick a chick that's perfectly fine, right? As long as she's your friend, right? And what she does with her man and all that kind of stuff is just her business, right? As long as you don't get in a relationship with her.
Mm.
Okay. When you cross over to a relationship with a woman, the dynamic does change. Okay. Say I got cool women around me. I got cool women that have my back. I got cool women that would do things for me. That is true because women treat their friends differently than they treat the person they're in a relationship with. They do.
Man's jumping. Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, right. The man's jumping through hurdles and high hoops, and has to do spinning tricks and everything to keep it happening. A friend just got to be a friend. Be there
Just
to
got to
keep
be
But
a
you
what if
friend.
safe.
for those people in the chat,
Hmm.
what if she like help you like make millions of dollars, but you still trying to keep your distance, but she wants you.
Oh man. Oh shit.
Do you
You
keep
can't hit.
it? Do you
Uh,
keep her around, or do you
not a
like, hey man,
shit. The first half million, I'd fuck Godzilla.
What, okay, the thing is, okay, at that point, then she has to make up her mind whether she wants to stay or not.
Okay, so you
If
give her the
if
ultimatum.
you give her no, not give let her make the choice. Basically, okay, you tell her straight up. Oh, this is what I say, and I've said this before, right? Okay, you know what? I said I can get sex anywhere. And I've actually
Mm,
told this to a coworker of mine, really good coworker, man. She helped me, I helped her in her career and stuff like that. Really good coworker, right? And she wanted us to be romantic. You know, I straight up told her, "See, look, baby," I said, I know what you're thinking, okay. And the thing is that I said I can go get sex anywhere. I can go have sex with a baby mama that's got six baby daddies, right? Because all it is sex, right? Okay.
hmm
I said, I said, my good friend, my close friends are like hen's teeth. Okay, I value you as a friend far more than as a sex partner or as a companion, right? I
hmm
value that more. Now, if my friendship, our friendship is not worth that to you, you want something else. I said, in my opinion, I can't be your man. Okay,
It's a,
I
it's
can't.
old, that's old Mac talking right there. Friend zone.
Yeah,
Friend
careless
zone.
whisper in the background.
Yeah. Oh man.
You, you,
Old Mac
uh,
talking. She's sitting
did
there
you
with her.
had see? I didn't ask you to
I
out
couldn't
me
help it.
on that easily.
I'm over here smiling. Everybody knows and hears it.
Came through the beaded
Oh,
curtain.
oh, come
Look,
on.
look
Yeah,
at
it
it.
just came to little. Yeah, yeah. Ignore the man behind the curtain, okay?
I thought I imagine you said that while there was a beaded curtain and some a black
Right.
light and some
No,
incense,
no,
He said,
no,
"Look
no,
Uh,
here,
and and it
have a
was some
seat."
incense playing too.
no.
You know, like God damn.
I would just like to see the. I just like to watch the face crack when you're telling them that. Like, especially
No.
a nice looking one, and their just
Yeah,
face
yeah.
just cracks. Like he just friend zoned me.
Yep.
No,
And
I
then
mean, yeah, yeah, I give her no. The thing is that there's two ways of friend zone, right? Is one where you get friend zone and you get nothing, right? All you get is the ability to actually serve that person's needs,
ego.
right?
Right.
That's horrible, okay?
Right.
Because people that are friend zone like that really are sexually attracted, right? And they really you don't really want to be that person's friend. Really, you're not that person's friend. You're a suitor.
Mm,
You're a suitor and an orbiter. Okay, that's different from being a friend. Okay, if you're gonna friend zone a woman, or basically, or if a woman's gonna friend zone you, you have to make her act and be a friend, right? Same thing with her, right? Um, uh, we weren't romantically linked. I wouldn't allow that. But guess what? When she needed me to do something, I was Johnny on the spot. When she needed information, I was Johnny on the spot. When she needed me to help her, I was Johnny on the spot. I was her friend. I was really her friend. Okay, I wasn't trying to be her man. I was her friend, but I wasn't just having her do things for me. Right? I was actually helping her. I was doing the same thing for her that I would
A
do
two,
for a male friend.
so
a two-way street though. It's a good
Yeah, it's
thing.
two way. That's the way it should be. Being a
Yeah.
friend is an equal exchange. That's the way
It's
it's supposed to be.
a two-way street. It's the way it should be.
so after the rejection of someone trying to get with you, damn. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Right.
These calls. After they try to get with you, does that whole working relationship change even when she got rejected?
Depends on the woman, right?
It depends on how she values me as a friend. Okay,
Okay.
is it? I know I want to be with him as a man, but thing is that do I want to break it off because I want to be his friend anymore, or is he more? Is he valuable as a friend for me to keep him
Well,
around?
the
And nine
way
times out of ten, I'm probably far more valuable as a friend than I am as a man to her.
But the way that he told her that, the way that he told her, the way that he put her in the friend zone, she had to
Uh-huh.
wait 50. It was 15, 20 minutes before she figured it out because she got stunned by the words because she
She
doesn't
had to
hear
put
them.
the cork back on the
Right,
wine
right,
bottle.
right. She's like
Damn.
like
Damn.
like a ninja came in and cut her all up. And most women, most attractive women, they'll try
Mhm.
again. They'll try again. They'll keep taking shots at you.
Another angle, right? Be
Oh,
another
they'll
They'll,
angle.
always try to take
they'll
shots
keep
at you,
they'll
but
keep they'll keep they'll keep taking shots at you.
yeah,
And then you know what? And then a lot of them, not everybody wants to be your friend. Wants to
yeah,
be
that's
cool.
true.
Women are predators too and prowlers.
Yeah,
Don't think they're not. They prowl just
So
like men. They're actually better at it.
Yeah, the thing is that if you have a friend like that, right, that she's in that zone, try not to bring the women that you are romantically linked around her.
I
Okay.
did. Why not?
Ooh, that's not a good thing. Okay, because she still has those feelings, and women are not good at managing those kind of feelings. That kind of stuff will come out.
No, because I've done that and I
And they can
didn't. I
pick up on
didn't.
it too.
It can, yeah, other women can pick up on it. I was actually looking at, I was actually watching, reviewing Insecure, right, and Condola, and everybody picked up on what Lawrence was doing, right, but nobody picked up on the subtle things that Condola was doing. Really, really subtle. Women, even the women didn't pick up on it. I said, "Oh shit, yeah." I said, "Y'all women, y'all didn't even pick up on that shit." I know exactly what she did and how she did it and why she did it in the way that she did it. I said, and y'all don't even realize it. They put it in the script, and women it went right over the women's head. Sometimes women don't even know themselves. I keep thinking that because especially black women, I hear them talking, I hear them saying things. I said, "Oh, okay, you guys are clueless about your own feelings, much less man's." That's what as I'm as especially being online, especially with dealing with women from broader spectrum, right? If you're dealing with your own, even though you know a whole bunch of women, right, in real life, okay, it's still regional. It's still part of the community, right? And so you think that okay, just because they went through it, it can't be everywhere. I'm saying that as I'm branching out and interacting with more women online, I said, okay, I get it. We actually give women way too much credit. Okay, way too much credit about knowing themselves. And I think um, what's going on right now, especially with the manosphere, we're actually teaching women about themselves, something that they'd never realized
They're
because
not.
they're just doing stuff.
They're not as introspective as men are.
No,
You
they're
can tell.
not.
You can tell that. Yeah, but some are. But it's
They're
it's funny. You
they're
know what? The
mm,
the the sweet
Most
feminine ones
aren't.
that were
Trust me.
the
Most
sweet
aren't.
feminine ones are a little bit more aware of themselves and what they're doing. And I notice. I know.
even the sweet feminine ones are actually acting out on a
Right.
Emotional tangent.
not a tangent, but acting out on a pattern that's been set. That's how come with me and Art have been talking about this for the last couple of years, especially talking about seeing it not from an adult one, but for girls that are still in like still like like in their teenage formation years, right, when they're
Planting the
just starting to
seeds.
become a women, and so you can actually see it, okay, and see where it
Yep.
sprouts from. I know because I got daughters, okay, and I know that I've seen it from the time that they were babies to the time that they were grown, so I know it inherently, and because I can see, 'cause I had sisters that I had, I was the oldest of five, so I had sisters that I had to help raise. Okay, saw it with them, I saw it with my daughters, and so by the time you get to women, you can actually see it. Okay, you can see it. That's why I said what Art's doing is so important. That's why I asked Art, look on the playground, man, because not only does he have
Yeah.
black girls, but I have girls from different cultures. Okay, how do they think? Okay,
Hmm.
what makes a Latina that's going to grow up to be a wife different from a black girl that's going to grow up to be a wife? And where does that start? It doesn't. Basically, it starts way before they get to be adult, way before they get to be at marriage age. Okay, and it starts when they're small, and the Latina girls are telling, okay, this is where we get it from, and this is why we're
And
like this, and this is how come we're different from black girls.
and yeah, that's
I
what I was going to get to. Where they said they got their stuff together. That means
Yeah,
somebody else don't. Okay, they
yeah.
didn't want to say it, but I think that's what they were getting at when we got our stuff together.
you know
And I was
when
like, ooh, okay.
Yeah.
it's a common thing for no matter the socioeconomic level for probably when a Latino Mexican dude. I've seen them come home from work with neighbors
Mhm.
downstairs
Mhm.
and come home from work and this woman pulls her boots off every single day.
Mhm.
Pulls his boots off, gives him a massage, is cooking,
Yeah.
yeah, catering to him,
Yeah. Yeah.
I should have played it. Oh, go ahead. I'm
catering to
sorry.
him. Yeah,
You
but
know,
I
you
watch
know,
him pull the
that's funny in a Latin house, man, and I've heard this from Latin women, right? Uh, there's always food on the stove, right? Always food.
yeah.
It doesn't matter what what time of the day and night. There's always food. Okay.
Yeah, whenever
So
he's
Yeah.
hungry.
whenever he comes in, no matter what hour he comes in, whether it's cooking or warming, there's always food ready for him.
And I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play the other half of that interview, because they talked about. I was asking them how would. I said if you married one of these black boyfriends, how would the household look? And they were saying that in so many words that they rather work, but they will still do all the woman stuff. They will still cook. They just might need a little bit of help depending on the work they do.
Hmm.
And I said, like, what, take out the trash, whatever. They said whatever is needed, but I'm still a girl, so I know what I have to do. I
The
said, God damn, this is high school.
the kid next door, there's a brother that has a Latin girlfriend. They've been next door for about 2 years. They're living in a studio. Nice, but it ain't no space. And they got a little boy, cute little dude. But I hear her leaving every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I've talked with him. He's a good dude. Does little errands for me and everything. But he
Yeah,
stays at home. He stays at home. He's childcare.
yeah.
He's
And the black bourgeoisie, you talk about education, man. Why don't you go ahead and get on, man? Instead of being in the chat if you're not at work, because what you're talking about, because America, well, hell, even America doesn't believe that. Black people are the only people that believe that the parents are solely responsible for the kids' education. That's never happened any place on the planet at any time,
Yeah.
they
ever,
And
never
shout out,
ever,
shout out
monitored
to T
ever,
children's
Riddler
progress.
ever.
for the super
That
chat.
that
Appreciate you,
that's
fam.
that's not true.
Hmm.
Want to know something interesting?
What?
So your guy's friend Dennis Sperling has a picture when he was sworn in as a when he was being sworn as whatever, a lawyer, right?
Mm-hmm.
The woman that's swearing him in name is Gilmore. She's a federal judge.
Okay.
When I was a kid, we lived for in Maryland, outskirts of DC, in
Mm-hmm.
Silver Springs, Maryland. The my one of my childhood friends, that's his sister.
Okay.
I went over their house every day for 2 years
Okay.
after school,
Mm-hmm.
and we did our homework.
Mm-hmm.
We did our homework when the grades came. So this is what the black bourgeoisie is saying, and this was in the 70s. This is in the
Mm-hmm.
early 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, when they came home, they showed us how to do grade point average. I'm in the third grade, fourth grade. Figured out
Mm-hmm.
what your grade point average is. Your grade point average had to be up, but
Yeah.
that's not true about parents not looking after their kids and watching their mind.
What I'm saying is individually that can happen, right?
Mhm.
Okay, how do you raise a whole group? Okay, America didn't believe in that. Why do you think you have a public education? Where do you think that came from, or why do you think
Yeah, I
that
want to
came? That
address that.
yeah,
I
go
definitely
ahead.
want to address that because I know people probably mean well, like it starts at home and parents, dude. I if you could just sit in a class for just one day,
Mm-hmm.
or even just walk the path with some of these students going from first period to sixth period or whatever, and see how the parents can get involved with that, because the way that it's designed is almost designed to where the parent have to jump through hoops just to help the child. That's
Yeah.
one. The other part too is a lot of these children are group home children. They're foster children. And I'm not saying we could give the foster parent a pass, but
Okay.
we already know how they get down.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
they say
Yeah.
once you're 18, you're out.
Yeah. Yeah, the
So
thing is, I'm gonna ask Black bourgeoisie, why do parents, upscale parents, um, move into districts where they have better schools? Why do they do that? If it's solely on the parents and it doesn't matter about the schools, why do they do that?
Right, avoid a lot of the problems in the city schools.
Why do you think Art sent his son to King? Right? Why do you think he did
mhm.
that? Do you think Art's perfectly capable of teaching his son? Okay, Hart's got a degree. He's got a master's degree. He's got damn near a PhD. Teach people all over the world, right? He's perfectly capable of teaching his son. Why did he send his kid to a better school?
Quality education.
Why?
And,
So in other words, if the parents are solely responsible for a kid's education, why do parents, rich parents, make sure that that school district is on point?
and these teachers walk on eggshells when they're around these rich parents.
Is
Yeah.
he coming
You
up
talking
to
about
answer that?
lawyers? Go ahead, Jack.
Why do rich people put their kids into elite private school systems if it's solely on the parents?
I wonder if he's gonna put a answer in the chat for that
Yeah.
one.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't. Yeah, parents should be involved, and that's that's socially changing the minds of a whole group, right? You have to basically re-socialize a whole group, and basically the only way you re-socialize white people in the first place is send them through the school system first, and they become parents, and basically over a couple of generations, guess what happens? Okay, those kids those kids that started off coming from illiterate parents, sharecropping parents or immigrant parents that couldn't speak English. Okay, next generation they become a little bit better, and
Right.
they focus on education on kids a little bit more. And then after those kids get educated, get masters or PhDs, guess what's going to happen to their kids in the third generation, right? You have to move up the level. The thing is, it's systemic. That's what the Chinese, the Africans, the Latins, and all these people know. Okay, you have to do this systemically. It's not education for the children is not an individual thing, right? It takes a whole system. Now, can you homeschool? Even if you homeschool, right? Even if you homeschool, you got to get connected to a network of people. Okay, it's still systemic.
Yeah. And I did a research paper on that kind of thing. I went more with black students as a whole after the whole integration. I think
Hmm.
resources and access.
You're boring out. Uh, all right.
How about now?
Yeah, it's better.
Testing, testing. Okay.
It's the
We
man.
just
They
took
got you.
a
Yeah, they got him.
You still can't hear me?
Talk positive about black boys. We
Or
got you.
And you notice black conservative says
how
even
about now? How about now?
his maternal grandparents went to college. What about your paternal grandparents? Black men always talk
You
about
must
the
be in the
maternal
South.
line. I don't know.
Uh, but what I was saying is that, oh, you got to remember when the integration in schools happened,
Hmm.
the white teachers were really not obligated to give black students a quality education.
Right.
And that went on for like how many years? Good Lord.
Hundreds.
What, 15
Yeah.
years after that?
After civil rights. Come on, after civil rights. Oh, he borked out. Okay. Yeah. The thing is that you know I understand. I understand where you guys are coming from, right? But the thing is, you guys, what I don't like about black people, and it's starting to bug me, man. It's probably it's probably a pet peeve of mine. Black people look at black folks like in isolation, right? Instead of looking at the whole, not only the whole country, but also the whole world, right? How do other countries, other places bring themselves up out of poverty and bring the whole group into success, right? How do they do that? If you guys want to, and the thing is, we've always had what we call black bourgeoisie. You can go back to 1850, and you can see individual groups of black people called the black bourgeoisie that come from educated parents and doctors, lawyers, and all that kind of stuff, and have educated children, right? You can see that's
Hmm.
always existed. That's existed even during slavery, right? Okay, look at Du Bois, right? Du Bois, right? He didn't come out of slavery. Okay, he didn't come out of slavery. He came up from an emancipated woman whose white father was educated, right? Completely different thing. He's black bourgeoisie. This is not new, okay? What you guys are talking about is not new. The thing is, how do you, if you want to change things, now if you're perfectly comfortable in sitting in the same old stuff that we've been sitting in for the last 200 years, I ain't got no problem with it. In fact, I don't have an argument with it anymore. The thing is, don't tell
Hmm.
me that you're trying to make changes for black people and black boys if you're still on the same stuff. This stuff is
Yeah, like
structural. We have to. You can't change it at the individual level.
'cause like I said, all
You
that
never
stuff that I
have.
proposed, like all this stuff I proposed, when I was on the panels and things, the principal went on and gave it to these sisters, and
Mm-hmm.
all I know is, okay, well, you got my ideals, but only I could do it the way I do it. So
Mm-hmm.
they only took the parts out as far as field trips, T-shirts,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing, and maybe a few expos, but they haven't really put in the program to increase their understanding of different curriculums using their experience. That's the part they don't know. So they would rather sabotage a program, just to make sure that they're on top for the sake of I got this over
Wait a minute, say that part again.
He's boring a bit. So
How about now?
Hmm.
Nope. Can you
Yeah,
hear me
you got to
now?
repeat what you said. Yeah, we can hear you. You got to repeat what you said.
I
Uh,
wish Black Bourgeoisie would come up and have a conversation instead of typing in the chat because I can't really
yeah, he
respond
giving
to.
he giving us his
It's really
dissertations and
difficult.
stuff.
Yeah, one thing is we can't have an interaction because, um, I mean, people don't really know my background, man. I've been, me and Art been doing this crap for a long time, man,
Hmm.
and we are
Yep.
very tired. And you guys keep repeating the same stuff that we heard 30, 35 years ago. It has not changed, okay? And Art's mother and father were far more upscale than mine, right? Far more upscale than mine. So my parents were sharecroppers. So Art's further along than I am. But things we hear this all the time. The thing is, okay, one or two things. Either we're happy with what's going on and the way things are, we're going to change something because all the stuff that you guys are saying basically keeps us going in the same loop, and that's
Yeah,
fine if
like
you
they're
guys are happy with
comfortable.
the same loop. Yeah, are you comfortable? That's what are we saying. Are you comfortable?
Yeah,
Are we really trying to change stuff? What are we trying to do?
because we said this on Art of It Moore's panel too, and people got all hissy fit about that. It's like you're getting it from all different directions. You got your own people saying, "Hey, nah, that's too much for this black boy." You got white folks, "Oh, just go explore the world. You don't need no education." You got white women. Oh, you're so adorable. Why don't you just go ahead and do your thing? Don't worry about education. There's always this concerted effort to make sure that this black boy does not grow to any kind of power or leadership. There's always some concerted effort to keep you. Oh, that's what it is. Keep you in your place.
Keep it in your
That's
place.
what it
Do,
is.
do, do, do. The thing is, do you hear them tell the girls the same thing? If you do,
Never.
then I will be quiet, and you will never hear me bring this up again.
As a matter of fact, they'll rush her to go get an education, even if she's a
Right.
fuck up. Even if
Pay
she's a
for
fuck
all
up.
the degrees out of your
I
own
said,
pocket. Put your house up.
this the only country I know that you could be pregnant with a whole bunch of babies, and for God's sake, she'll make it better than a kid coming out of the service. You make
Gaddafi
it out
wouldn't
of
do that.
Yeah.
you got literally women out here with multiple babies with multiple baby fathers who'll make it okay in college than a guy with no kids. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
I'll wait for anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we know why it is, and I'm gonna answer Gabe, right? Okay.
He
The
still
thing is
exists. Good
Yeah,
God.
he's still. The thing is that we've been doing this for a long time, and what we're saying by saying that we've been doing this for a long time and hearing this stuff for a long time is that all the stuff that you guys keep saying in the chat has already been tried. Okay, multiple times, right? So if what you guys think you're saying is like something new, right? Like Gabe didn't just go to a regular high school. Gabe went to a technical high school, much like the high school that Art sent his kids to, right? Much like the my cousin. Okay, he went to the Obama School for Boys in Dallas, right? Okay, I was trying to get my cousin, whose son is a sophomore, who's kind of in that malaise. I said, take him from his mama, put him in his school, in a male-centered school that he can actually excel in, right? Don't leave it to don't leave it to the expertise of the mother, right? Our biggest problem in this community is the mothers, right? My biggest problem with my children, as far as their education, was not the school system. Was actually was the mother, right? The thing is, how do we change people's minds? Okay, you know, we know how do we change people's minds as to be concerned about their boys? How do we change the whole structure? Because we're on this panel talking about how women have our back. And individually, okay, if can you meet the right woman? Can you meet the woman that's actually on your program, that's actually going you guys on the same bus, going to the same destination? Okay, if you find that woman that on your program and you guys are headed the same direction, she's going to have your back, because her having your back is going to take her in the same place that she wants to go anyway.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Match her up with a different guy.
Mm.
Match her up with a different guy. You can take her, and you might be 1 out of 100. You might even be 1 out of 1,000. Match her up with a different guy and see what the results are.
Mm.
It ain't gonna be the same. Trust and believe. That's how come I came up with the Octane series in the first place. Okay,
Mm.
you got to match and basically, how do you actually vet a woman for your needs and for your mission, right? I've been saying that since I've been on YouTube, right? Even as a MGTOW, right? What's a man's purpose and his mission are always one and two, right? You figure out those, then you can figure out the kind of woman that you need. And she may not be the prettiest, she may not be the one that turns you on, but the thing is, if your mission and your purpose are optimum, or at the head of what you want to do, then the woman, you're gonna actually know which woman is gonna fit into that. I've been saying that for like 8 years. That's not new. Okay, why? Because I know it, because I had to learn that shit the hard way. Art had to learn
Mm.
that shit the hard way. Art can tell you he had to learn that shit the hard way.
Yeah, I like the address Gabe as well, Mr. Contrarian.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if he's just doing this just to be contrarian, because he's
Okay.
supposed to be educated
Mm.
and out there and seen things, but the way he answers these things, I'm like, bruh, have you heard everything, or he's just here taking little small points here and there? Because basically, for him to be in these spaces, he should be able to see or even acknowledge that there is a concerted effort for people like him or people on this panel not to be in an affluent position to do the whole Robert F. Smith thing. There's a concerted effort for us not to get there, and he's
Robert F.
sitting there like,
Robert F. Smith says the exact same thing we're saying. You
right.
got to change the structure. He been saying that. He been saying that for 30 years. You got to change the structure. That's like when he started his own company. Said I got to change the structure, because inside the structure, it can't get anything done. Right? You got to change the
Hmm.
structure. He's been saying that.
He got two programs for black boys. One is through the alphas, and there's another one on his own. It's in his website. That's his two. It might be more than two, but that's what I mean. Imagine you got like 100 that you could just roll off the tongue. 100 Robert F. Smiths. That will make people go nuts that are
Hmm.
non-black
Oh yeah,
because they,
scare a whole bunch of people too at the same time.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Is
I
like,
think it's because I think it's honestly because black people, when they get a little bit of something, they become uppity as a son of a bitch. They think they rose above being a nigga in everybody else's eyes. They really don't.
mm,
I don't get it. You got a lot of guys out there who's still mad about not getting the girl they want, won't help the
uh,
boys, won't help anybody. They just delayed in their childhood and their growth. And that's what I noticed with a bunch of black people. Y'all contrarian than a motherfucker. No
right,
positive,
man.
no positivity anywhere. Remind me of one of my best friends. Well,
Okay.
what you think about this girl? She's not cute. Well, she's an 8. Where? You really gonna tell
Yeah.
me this girl here with this frumpy wide face is an 8? Okay, you really? Well, I'm just talking about her body. Then she can't be an 8.
Okay. The thing is that understand why you think that way. It's not, and basically even Cerulean, who probably doesn't like me anymore. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm trying to train you how to think, how to look at this stuff from a broader scope. Successes and failures, how systems are actually built. Okay, there's a reason that Jewish people are successful, right? And
Mhm.
even though they come from a matriarchal culture, what is that Jewish mother believe in more than anything else in the world?
She
If
believe in
you
that
ask her,
son be. She believes in that son gonna lead the family forward.
lead that
Yep.
family forward.
Carry on the family
Yep,
name.
And by the
yep.
way, I like to say this to Gabe. I know people like you. You were those motherfuckers that don't get attention in your real life, so you got to come into the bar and say something to get the whole damn place in an uproar. But
I
it
gave
doesn't
I gave
work.
him a reward for what he said about me. But thank you, Gabe. You gave me a reason. But
But it
appreciate
doesn't work.
Mr. Z for the he says at Gabe we're talking about turning around a centuries long neglect of black men and boys and a couple decades old contempt for black men. It will not change overnight. These are systemic issues.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
I mean, they're so systemic. I mean, uh, I got Shannon Rawls talking about who's in Hollywood, who does have influence. Okay, Shannon Rawls is not poor. Shannon Rawls does have influence, and Shannon Rawls holds a whole bunch of people in this town, right? I got him reading the Monahan, going back over the Monahan report.
I was wondering where he got that from. If he just found it all on his own, that's good.
No,
That's good.
he's been a sub of mine for a good 5 years.
So I
Mm.
didn't know I didn't know that.
And the thing is that nobody, the thing is I understand people.
Shannon's
Um,
a he's a real entrepreneur.
he is.
He's had a barber shop before on Western, a barber shop,
Mm,
and he tech way ahead of everybody as far as the tech stuff. I'm talking about 25 years ago.
mm,
And I think he has certifications. Knows all everything. Can build websites. Can do all kinds of stuff. Beautiful websites. And he took a real live shot at Hollywood.
yeah,
Being
he
an
did.
independent film, but he took a real live shot and just it just didn't materialize. But he took a shot out of it, and you got to admire him for that. It didn't happen where it made him a big director, but I'm sure learned a lot. He's done a lot of films. Um, I guess it's just how it goes. But then now what's he doing? He's a clothing designer now. He's done a whole lot of stuff, and he's good at all of it. And he's a hard worker. He's a smart guy.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, I've known Shannon a long time. I like
Yeah.
Shannon.
The thing is, every when I started working with my partner, man, back in like 2000, 2003, to actually get his online radio program up and running, right, and actually get it successful. As a group of us came together and said, okay, what are we going to focus on? And normally you basically your conscious community, you're pro-black, and everybody's going to read all the black books and go back over the same old thing, right? And repeat the history. I said, okay, everybody else is doing that. Okay, get so many people on that. What do I need to do? Okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to make my specialty? Okay, let them look at the black stuff. Let them read the black books. Let them read all the other stuff that everybody else has been working on. Let me see about what the rest of the world is doing. Okay, let me read the white books. Let me read the Chinese books. Let me read the other people's culture. Okay, see how they build their system. See if there's anything that I can learn from other people that I can actually bring back and actually say, okay, this is what we're doing, and this is what they tried this, and this didn't work. But they tried this, and guess what? It did work. Okay, can I bring what they're doing over there that's successful and bring it back over to black folks? Say maybe we should try this because this is what works. Okay, this is what works, and how do we implement this over here? So that's what I've been doing. So this is like, man, this got to go back at least. Well, yeah. I remember I used to sit everybody knows about KPFK and Pacifica, right? The right, the left wing liberals and stuff like. I used to come in meetings and scare them. I used to come in the meetings just scare the shit out of them. Because before that, man, before that I was the LaRouche group, right? Is like right wing, right?
Right.
Conservative, right wing, fiscal conservatives, right? Man, I studied under them for like 10 years. So when people
Libertarian.
come in,
Isn't he a libertarian?
he's a libertarian.
Right.
Libertarians are considered what? Right, on the right.
Right.
They're not on the
Right.
left. Okay.
Hmm.
Uh, libertarians are basically old fashioned laissez-faire liberals. Okay. that believe in. And LaRousse has a mixture of FDR and and fiscal conservatism actually built into him. But the thing is, I studied under them for like 10 years, right? And then I studied under the left KPFK for another 10. So I've been on both the right and left. I sit in hardcore right wing forums, man, that basically believe in white power and militias. Okay, I've been in those circles. Okay, so I've dabbled in all these circles. I've studied. I've read their literature. I've heard about. I've been to gun stores that were talking about, the Michigan militia. So my job here is to bring all this stuff back and bring it into the black sector where black people have never even heard of this stuff. Okay, Art can tell you. Art's probably heard it because Art's been out there, right? In this sector, man, that I brought in this sector, I bring you stuff that nobody's ever heard of.
You
Yep.
got black
Nobody
people
ever heard
afraid.
of the UBI. Nobody ever heard of the World Economic Forum. I discovered the World Economic Forum back in 2006, right before the crisis. Okay, the
Yep.
rich people meeting up, deciding what the world's going to do. Nobody ever heard of them. I said, wait a minute, they've been around this long, and you guys never heard of these people?
Not
Never
only
heard of
that,
the
they try to
Well,
tell
universal
you
basic
that
income? Go
they
ahead.
you
try to
gotta
tell you it's not true.
Yeah,
you
That's
gotta
the
realize
problem.
black people don't even like to talk about guns, let alone go to a gun store.
yeah, yeah. We've been
Like
taught to be afraid of it.
they don't even understand it. Like, okay, like, oh, these are bad. We don't believe in the government to protect us.
Black bourgeoisie, man. The thing is, okay, if you're gonna focus on yourself and your money, man, then why do you even come to these circles? Because it's not
Right.
of interest to you.
Right.
At
What?
some
Why
point,
did they need our attention?
Yeah. If you focus
I
on
don't.
black men, black groups, focusing on themselves and their money has been
if they
around.
want to,
Even during slavery, black people owned slaves, man. They focus on themselves and their
Why,
money.
why doesn't he just come up here and have a conversation? Jesus
Be-
Christ.
because what we're saying makes him uncomfortable. Okay. It
Yep.
does. That's why he's in. That's how come he's giving us dissertation. That's how come he's railing. I'm making you uncomfortable because you know what I'm saying is true. Okay,
they
I studied this crap for damn near 40 years, man.
let who wants to show be improve it to me and take it from there. Um,
No, man, I don't care about show and prove, man. Either what I'm saying is true or it's not true. Okay, show and prove doesn't mean crap. Okay, either it's easy to debunk what I'm saying. Either what I'm saying is true or it's not. Okay, truth is the truth. Okay, I have
Ain't
idiots. I have idiots that make billions of dollars. Okay, billions. Idiots because they got lucky. Somebody had a monkey trick. Okay, somebody can dribble a basketball. Somebody can sing. Somebody can tap dance. Somebody has a rap. Okay, somebody, that doesn't mean that they're wise. Okay, doesn't mean that what they're saying is true. Some people make a whole bunch of money because they were lucky. Like you were born into money, man. I was not born into money. So you're saying that you made yourself from the ground up is not true. You just by your own words, okay? You got lucky, man. You weren't born in Cambodia. You weren't born in the Congo where you have to dig up coltan for pennies a day as a 6-year-old. You weren't raised like that, okay?
He's probably white.
No,
probably.
I know black guys that think that way. So I'm saying is, why are you here? Are you here to help? Are you just here because you don't like what we're saying? I don't get it.
I just like being contrarian. I'm
Yeah.
just not that other. I'm not that type of Negro.
Yeah. I mean, what is the benefit of being contrarian? Is that
It's
another way of?
it's trying to flaunt your intelligence, but you look even more disingenuous and stupid while you're doing it. Okay, show us the result. Give us your plan and your result. And the one thing you'll never get from these dudes is something that's factual, actual. They
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
really care. Like a lot of these brothers who come over to these spaces and actually frequent a lot of our channels, they don't like being black or the black community in a nutshell.
Yeah, yeah. I got and Art can say the same thing. I have black people, the bourgeoisie, multi millionaires, man, can buy and sell me many times over, man. Would never come in these circles saying what you're saying.
you know,
Um,
what's going on? First off, shout out to everybody on the panel.
DJ Hot
First,
Wheels.
what's going on, Charles? I'm about to sue your ass, by the way. Stealing my
You
stuff.
gonna pay? Yeah, you gonna pay what you owe, nigga. You really gonna
Right.
pay what you owe.
But nah, BGS is right. No, actually, wait. Charles is right that a lot of this is informed by childhood rejection and broken hearts and hurt, and you still mad about the chick and stole my stuff, but still mad about the chick that overlooked you back in high school and college. People really think their politics isn't informed by resentment, but it is, and it's understandable. We get it. That's a lot of people's politics is actually informed by some past trauma. It's not just a black thing or a black man thing. Number one. Number two, BGS, we've already spoken about this. These people are like politically naive and ignorant. They don't read anything. They don't even do the easy stuff, which is like watch debates and lectures or videos about their actual political viewpoint and how far it goes and what the ultimate end goal or what the premise of the whole right leaning perspective is. I mean, you
Hmm.
even put up a video what over a year ago now where a white dude was talking about actual classic conservatism and
Hmm.
how like the Reaganites and whatever like took it and ran with it a different
Yeah,
direction, and that's
different direction.
like
Yeah, but yeah,
a
out of
perverse version.
necessity. Yeah, yeah, out of necessity.
And
But
that
yeah,
exactly, and that's
yeah,
where a lot of people are. They think that's actual classic conservatism. They don't even understand what you mean by classic liberalism, right?
yeah.
When it comes to economics, that's why you ever see when you throw out neoliberal and people
Hmm.
think that's like liberal. Like no, neoliberal is actually an economic ideology, and both Democrat and Republican subscribe to
Hmm.
it.
They do. Yeah,
People
they
don't
do.
even people don't even understand what you mean by that,
I
right?
know.
Like I flummox people with that word. They think neoliberal and liberal are the same thing.
Like
So
free
we're talking
market
about
liberal.
right, like that's what it really means. But I'm never gonna say it like that because
I
I want to
will.
use it. I
I
want to
will
use
because
it like that.
I'm gonna tell people what it is. You're just a free market liberal. You
Yeah,
haven't seen conservative. Go into some of these countries I've been. You'll see what true conservatism is about.
yeah,
You
Oh,
want
yeah. Oh, yeah.
when a woman's not having her head covered and she's getting the shit kicked out of her by the village men.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
You'll
yeah.
know what being
That
conservative
is
is.
old fashioned hardcore patriarchy, man.
And
yeah.
shout out to Sister Sheila. She's on the panel too.
Oh,
Let's,
yeah. Go ahead, bring her
Hello,
we
in.
got
all.
Clark.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Uh,
All right, BGS, Charles, Beasley, She. How y'all doing?
how you
I
Doing
doing?
like
good.
the topic. I really like the topic.
Hold on,
How
hold
do
on.
you know a
Uh,
woman have your
oh
back?
Sheila.
Yes, yes.
I
All
was
right,
waiting
And
y'all.
all
we,
day.
Uh,
I was waiting all day just to do that.
okay. Sheila
let me
E,
let
huh?
me
I heard that.
Oh yeah.
let
yes.
me find it
So,
for you. Let me find it for you. But keep talking.
yes. Reason why I like this topic because I got married at a young age, and I
Hmm.
sat down. I had talked to my husband and told him about things of him being a black man. For one
Hmm.
thing, you black. I said, then when you go out that door, it's not guaranteed you're gonna come back.
Hmm.
And then when I found different things that my job would pay for him to go back to school, I did
Hmm.
that because I knew as a black man that other people other race will have advantage over him.
Hmm.
And having his back as a woman also, I had to let him know we had to do things as a couple and don't let nobody in our marriage, how we had
Hmm.
one another back and everything. And I don't see that today. Reason why I'm saying that when a woman really have a man back, she have his
Yeah.
best interest. She
Yeah,
have
this
his
is
best
hard.
interest, financial,
Hmm.
spiritual,
Hmm.
economic, and everything.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And when things don't work out, you still not trying to do nothing to hurt him.
Hmm.
Oh,
But
that's not
I don't
women
see that
now.
today.
Shit.
Hold on,
I
Charles.
don't see that today. I don't see
Hmm.
that. I don't really see that in women's today because why? Because it don't start in the household.
Huh.
Hmm.
It don't. And we try to talk to each other and say different things, but now it's like sex sells,
Hmm.
drama sells,
Hmm.
Mhm.
everything sells, but go back to the basic. Being a woman, starting with your family and your husband.
Hmm.
Because I mean, it's like they don't even know the man is the head of the household anymore.
Now,
And it
why
goes
do you think
back.
that? Like coming from you,
Go
Cause
ahead,
he
Charles.
got
Mhm.
a
I'm sorry.
king.
No,
coming
go
from
ahead.
you, why do you think there's such pushback of the man being the household today? What's your take on it?
Because they haven't seen it in their household. How you going to teach me something outside my environment? I don't know. Well, I'm used to my mother being the head of the household and she told us how men's are envy of us, how they jealous, how they hate us and all this. She taught us all this negative stuff. So when you're trying to tell me how to treat a man, and my mother a hurt woman, which is gonna teach her daughter, don't trust no man, this and that, they're not gonna see that.
Definitely not a
Well,
black man.
Yeah, and it's been passed down for a long time, man. Because you know
Respect
what,
the black man. What?
because my aunt, my aunt and uncle, my aunt's almost like my second mother. I actually called her. She's not really my aunt. She's like my second mother, and my uncle's like my second father, right? And I thought they had the best marriage, right? And on surface they did, right? But but just before he died, she said some things about the stuff that they went through, right? Behind closed doors, right? And and the things that she fed to her daughter. So this is something that's been happening a long, 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 long time, and this is something that's a pattern that's been passed down, and it's rare to actually find women that actually break that particular cycle. It really is. It
And
really is. Because
I
go
like
ahead.
that
Mhm.
BBS because after
Mm,
my divorce, I said I was gonna get married again, and I have not dated, and it been like a decade now. And what I did, I really put my energy into politics. Um, I'm good with putting people in office, black males, changing the laws local, state, town, and county, and that's what I do. I do that because I have nephews. Now I have a grandson, which is 4.
Mm,
I have a son-in-laws, which is they started their own business and stuff like that. So now I took my energy that I gave to my husband as a black male. Then I'm giving it to my nephews, my son-in-laws, my grandson, and sitting at the table. I done did the groundwork. Now I'm sitting at
mm,
the table, changing policies and laws. I know how child support, you know, uh, against black males. I know the advantage as a black woman we have over y'all because the end of the day is we have the system on our side. And I know the
mm.
trap is set for y'all. So when you saying, do that woman have your back? You got to ask yourself. Because the end of the day is we have advantage of y'all. Because you know what? The system is on our side. And everything y'all could build for decades, you get the wrong woman in your life, she could tear down in a couple of months.
yeah.
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so this is a two-part question. Now, obviously, what you said. You you see the importance of black males in these political offices and positions or what have you.
Yes.
Now, why do you? There's a two-part question. Why do you see the importance in that, and what are other sisters are not seeing?
Why I see the importance of that? Because the education system say by 6th grade, they could tell they're going to be in prison. So that is my job to make sure that the system don't get them at a young age and to educate their mother and say their first teacher is at home.
hmm
Because they're not just starting them when they're older, they're getting them while they're in their youth.
Mm.
You ever had a teacher say something, you ain't gonna be nothing or whatever? Those words go a long way while babies. And it's targeting black males. The other one,
And
this
what are sisters are not seeing that you
what
see?
they're not seeing is the the God, I want to put in the
What are
right
they
word.
missing? What are they missing? What's
They missing the advantage that they really have over y'all. They're really missing that. They don't. A lot of them don't see that because they're so mad at y'all calling the police, putting child support on y'all. They don't know how that could really tear y'all down.
mm.
Do you mind, Art, if I and if Miss Sheila would agree with me if I say it this way also, even if we focus on self-interest, I I would argue black women don't even realize how this even screws them. Even if you want to be purely selfish, there's a level of selfishness where you gotta help someone else, where you gotta look out for another group or of another person because it's actually in your self-interest in the long run. And I think what we've done is and this kind of speaks to what Gabe A was saying and what conservative bourgeois is saying. which is there's a level of self-interest where you got to look out for someone else or for another group. It's in your own self-interest. So I think we've gotten so far into this weird hyper individualism, and this is where Charles was kind of going to, and I would argue maybe even BGS, where people don't even realize, oh yeah, this is actually going to work out for me in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, maybe even tomorrow. Where if I help this person up this next rung on the ladder or this next two rungs up the ladder, they'll help me up, right? And I think Black women as a group have lost the ability to even see what's in their best interest even tomorrow, let alone in 5, 10, 20 years. I'll pause right there.
Again, I can't do nothing. It's not in me. It wasn't taught. You know what I'm saying? So don't expect me to do something I don't have in me. That's simple right there.
The story of Sodom and Gomorrah, when God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, he told Lot to go forward and don't look back. Don't look back at all. And it's his wife that looked back, and what happened to her? She turned into a pillar of salt. That speaks of women holding on to the past, more than living in the future. And generally speaking, men have more vision.
I mean, Nameless gave us the story of Osiris yesterday, right? And how Horus came to be. That's another.
Shout out to that.
That's
Shout out to that ninja over there.
right, exactly. And she had vision, right, to put her husband back together again, not go off with Set, put her husband together again, and then we get the story of Horus, which for some of our Christians that might be the origin story of Jesus. But anyway, that's another story. But yeah, so right, why I said might be. Why I said might be.
Jesus,
and I jumped off the subject. Right?
He's being held by his mother. But go
right?
ahead.
You gonna pay what you owe, Jesus. You gonna pay what you owe.
Y'all not supposed to add on to the shit. There's a reason why I jumped off. We pissing the Christians off.
But I want to thank y'all brothers, Art and Charles and BGS, and all y'all. I want to thank y'all for being who y'all are, because you know what? One thing about us, let's go back to Adam and Eve. She couldn't even be obedient to her husband. She was entertaining the enemy. So one thing about us, so we not in our place, we destruction. And I want to thank some of y'all guys. Not all us women over here hate y'all. We don't. Some of y'all have to be the men you are to let us know. No, you ain't getting away with that. Because if you don't, we're going to run all over y'all. We're going to get mad, have a tantrum and everything. We've seen this on the YouTube streets.
I'm glad you said that, because a lot of times it goes back to themselves, let alone men.
You breaking up, Charles?
Where's my board?
You sound like a transformer right now, Charles. Got Baltimore internet, right? Art Fali. That's funny.
Oh man, you know what? Wait a minute. You know what? It looked like Everglade Wireless. But anyway.
Shut up. Nah, it did have rust on it though. I'm just saying, but still.
Shit, that's what looked like swamp meat. I mean, it's hilarious, because modern women have gotten to the point where they think they know more than God, literally. And it's
God is a man, Charles.
And the sad thing about it, you literally have to protect women from themselves. That's what Lot, when Beasley brought it up, that's what Adam, hey, you can eat from all these trees except them. I'm gonna just go over by this tree. Nothing's gonna happen. Why the fuck are you by that tree? Why? Okay. What the fuck is you? I can imagine Adam. Why the fuck did you? Snake. Oh shit.
No, you still Borging. You still Borging pretty bad.
Because the serpent wanted to whisper in her ear.
But y'all, the Bible tell y'all about us out Tyson words, how we could seduce y'all. Remember Delilah? I mean, and Jezebel. I mean, these spirits is
Jezebel.
Yeah,
she's fine though.
Yeah, still is. Yeah.
Right, BGS. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it is basically. The reason the serpent could tempt Eve, he was just telling her what she wanted to hear anyway.
You mean Des Jackson? Oops.
Yeah.
There's rumors that serpent was Lilith.
Could have
Ooh,
been.
don't
Ooh,
even
I
go
saw. I
there.
heard.
Don't
Yeah,
go
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Don't go there.
Revenge.
Don't go there.
Well, they both lick their tongues at each other, so you know.
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, that's good.
Hysterical.
Yeah, that's good. That's true. And the same,
Well,
same thing with Jezebel, and the same thing with Delilah, right?
well,
Uh,
Jezebel was a bitch, wasn't she?
yeah. Well, the thing is,
Jeez.
is that when men have weaknesses that they're not ready for, and they know exactly how to exploit it.
A
Yeah,
woman
they've
will
been
either
doing
be
it. They've been doing that to powerful men for forever, man. He can resist anything except the woman of his heart.
a woman of his desire. Is
Hmm.
the one who's gonna set your kingdom on fire. Mm.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Charles.
And Lago Savage said maybe the serpent has swag.
Right?
Yeah.
I know for real. No, he.
Certain.
Yeah, definitely,
The serpent,
definitely.
the serpent
Get
had to
Desdemona
put.
and Othello.
What's the easiest way to what is the easiest way to get a woman into bed or whatever you wanted to do, right?
Tell her
Tell her
whatever she
what
wants,
tell her wants to hear,
even if it's a lie. The heart wants what
even
it
if it's
wants.
a woman will believe the sweet lie over the hard truth any day.
Right? The
Hey,
serpent
y'all
had a
tell
lot of
me we don't
a
live
lot
in
of
the world
swag.
where y'all tell me we don't live in
Girl,
the
you
world
got
where
fat.
there's definitely a chance that we might have a female rapper come out in the next few years and call herself Jezebel. Who want to put money against me?
Well,
Uh,
they don't call,
Me,
well they can't come out and do that, but Megan Thee Stallion,
Right?
Cardi B.
oh,
City
oh,
Jerome
girls.
Walker had a question.
come to
He
find out,
The
wanted to
only
know.
thing
that
we
might
had to do is just look good and wear some perfume and just give y'all
They,
that
yeah.
eye. You know, like
Come
come
to
on,
find
man.
out,
Hmm.
come
Yeah,
to
that's
find
true.
out, the gun residue was on one of your friends.
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, Jerome White said wanted to know is does my brother's keeper still around?
It's still around. It's just not in the form. In fact, the reason that it's underground and it's kept very quiet because they don't want the black feminists to keep attacking it.
Oh
Because
well,
if they actually come out and actually make themselves known, the black won't actually come back and attack it like they did the first time. But it's still around. In fact, I did a
well,
video on it.
Obama just did an interview about it a couple months ago.
Yeah, it's still around, but it's very, very hush hush and very low key.
Art,
Hmm.
you bringing all the unmentionables at your channel today. Jesus,
Oh man,
all
this
the
is
unsavory,
the I'm
all
trying to
the
make I'm kind of
unsavories.
it's so it's a semi Switzerland. So it's
It
But you
is.
notice
do
I
know,
said
Yeah,
semi.
but
no,
you
your
do,
space is that.
but you do know that Switzerland, everybody gets issued of in force. Just saying.
Hmm.
It's semi because it ain't all the way Switzerland. God, easy.
I just want to
Yeah.
say thank you, Art, for allowing me on the pen on Great Get Off BGS.
Oh, appreciate
She
you.
talking y'all, and I'll be
Well,
in the chat. Listen, y'all keep on doing what y'all doing, brothers. I love it. Not all of us out here to attack y'all and all that.
No, no,
You
no.
know
We
what?
we need more.
And
The thing is, we're trying to get you some help, Sheila. That's what we're trying to do.
I've been looking
and
at you when you had a woman, Chun. I was in the class. I was like, oh, I hate it when you stop that. You know, because you would bring some good stuff to the table, and you never know. I've been looking at you for years. I say he's so
well,
smart, educated, and you
Don't
take
don't
a
worry,
big
don't
hit.
worry, Sheila. Don't worry,
Yeah.
Sheila.
Yeah,
I'll bring
yeah.
back the women's. I'll bring
For the
back the
women's
women's
channel.
channel.
The women's channel,
Mhm.
I did take a big hit because a lot of my subs did not like that channel at all. Why are you talking to women? I said because
ah, ah,
I have female subs and they need a place to talk where they can actually talk about their issues. I said that's fair.
Yeah, it was good.
yeah.
It was really good. I had to look at myself. I was like, wow. I mean, and you have Ruby on there, and I love Ruby, and I was like, wow, like different ones. But you know what? Let me go down, and I'll be in the chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
thanks for
yeah,
hanging
My
out with us,
brother.
women bashers. I appreciate it.
yeah, yeah.
We
Okay.
hate
We're
them.
gonna continue bashing women.
Ruby is my YouTube daughter that likes to argue with me all the
Oh,
time.
she's a sweetheart. She's a
Ruby is
sweetheart.
we love her, but she be out there sometimes.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah,
Real
yeah.
She is
educated and smart.
Canadian.
Mm.
Yeah, she is well
She
educated.
she is
Hmm.
she is definitely Canadian about some
Yeah,
stuff, but last time I talked to her,
Yeah.
zero.
Shout out
So
to Ruby.
I'm
yeah.
I'm gonna be in the
Shut up,
chat, and I'll be
Ruby.
hearing y'all. And Art, keep on doing what you're doing, brother. I mean, we need more channels like this on,
Well, I'm
YouTube.
trying to stay around, but you never know.
Mm. All right.
Appreciate it.
So
Don't trust them new
You too
niggas
woke.
over
You too
there.
woke, Art.
Y'all
for
the
real.
Y'all
best.
too
Hey, you
woke.
heard Sheed, right?
I get messy
Yeah,
sometimes too on my
yeah,
channel.
you too woke,
So
Art.
Hmm. For
I
real.
fell asleep
You
last
see,
night. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
when it
well,
comes to
yeah.
certain
I saw it all
channels,
them hours. It's good. Why was he on so
Hmm.
long? I said you did fall asleep.
Yeah, I did that on purpose because they were going and I didn't want to stop it, and I figure okay, it's gonna go. It's not gonna go past 11 hours anyway. So I went
Mm.
on mute and listened, and then woke up at what 9 o'clock.
I said you do. He said, that's BGS level. I said, boy. I said, Art trying to take over.
I just went
But
on.
I
There
can't
was some.
I can't trust myself because they'll get into a food fight, man, when I'm not sitting there.
Nah,
Yeah, it was a
Art,
good
like Art
conversation
said,
at
this
the
is
end.
Switzerland. So yeah, no, I was actually, I got back on Art, and I was like, Art sleep, isn't he? And PK was in the back chat, and PK was like, yeah, I think so. I was like, yeah, he's sleep, he's knocked out.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
so
Yeah,
because
good.
I.
man.
My boy Leon called me. He was like, call Art. He might have he might have fell asleep and left it on. I was like, all right.
Yeah, I woke up
Yeah.
at automatically was it was off anyway. So
You see,
Hmm. Man, but by the way, one of Roger's channels got taken down midstream yesterday again, and he wasn't
taken,
even
What?
saying nothing crazy.
taken down, taken.
Yo, I'm sorry, taken down. Yes.
I hate taken.
So maybe it's the
Well,
accent
people say
or
that.
It is. He's Haitian. Got to
yeah.
forgive him.
But
Right.
yes, taken down
He
yesterday.
has a
So
lot.
yes.
He has about
No,
15 jobs.
you could probably speak French though.
Mm.
oh, Dr. Z.
Yes.
Well, I mean I got this in history books, but is Haiti part of Latin America?
So from my understanding, yes, but it's kind of like a reluctant yes. So it's a yes, but it's a reluctant yes because
So the
when
French are
people
so
tend genetically, air quotes, genetically, yes, but culturally, because much of Latin America, when people think Latin, they think about Spanish and Portuguese,
Hmm.
is no, right? So it's like almost saying like, is England part of, if Britain part of Europe? Like, yeah, not the landmass, but like
but
culturally, right? So yeah,
most groups are defined by their language.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So
because you got Portuguese, even though you got Brazilians, they still consider it Latin America.
yeah,
Support.
they are.
Yeah, because
Even though they speak
we going
Portuguese, not
down to
Spanish. Hmm.
Brazil. Even though we go to Brazil and we surf the waves and we do jiu-jitsu. Yeah,
Right.
they sound just like that.
Right. Hey, I love the Portuguese accent, man. I love
Yeah,
it.
because that was the thing because remember that line that they say that
Uh-huh.
invisible line between Dominican Republic and
And Haiti.
Haiti. At
Hmm.
one
Hmm.
point, they were one.
Yeah, yeah,
They were one.
for something like 20 years. But yeah, that was back in like 18, like what, 1805 or 1806 till it was like
So
20 years,
that was after they
something
kicked
like
the
that.
French. After they kicked the
Yeah.
French out, the Spanish came in.
Well, the Spanish tried to come in.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh
They
no,
the
said we can
no,
Haitians
they
get
were able
cut.
to
some
hold them
too.
back.
No,
Oh well,
they cutting. Oh no, they cutting people up over there. We
right.
ain't
No,
Hmm.
doing
so they
that.
kicked they kicked the French out,
Hmm.
and then the Spanish thought they were coming. They got chopped up with machetes too.
Hmm. Yeah.
So wait
So
a
Well,
minute.
that was the plan.
You
Mm-hmm.
telling me Haitians invented get the f out?
Well, yeah. I mean, well, on the western in the Western Hemisphere, yeah, because the idea with Haiti was we're not gonna liberate ourselves on this side, and then you come in through the other side from this artificial border, right? So yeah, we're free for all of what 2 seconds before you just go around on the other side. Yeah, nah. On the other side of the island, yeah, we're not gonna have it. So
so
So the moral of the story. No, I'm joking.
mhm. Well, the moral of the story is Dominicans actually tried to go back to Spain. What?
And now you see why they're so racially and ethnically confused now.
And,
Yeah.
I'm not black.
Charles, you
I'm
you
not
know what
black.
I'm trying to say. Exactly.
That
Exactly. You know what
bleaching
I'm trying to
cream is
say.
off the chain over there. Woo,
It's
man.
bad. Shout out
But
to
man, you
Hio,
know
rest in
something?
health.
God
That's
damn.
why. But I mean, I think that's an important conversation because even though I'm gonna repeat it, but some of us do have these sisters that have our back. But the question is, what is your criteria? What are your prerequisites of having of your back being halved? Just because she give you the hookup at Burger King,
Hmm.
does she have your back, or the fact that she helped you get this $100,000 loan ahead of
Hmm.
everybody else because we
Hmm.
the same peoples.
I don't know what you're
Where
I,
talking about, Art. If she smiled at me, she got my back. That's how low my criteria is.
man, hello.
That's pretty low.
If she if she brush against me on the bus, she got my back, man.
Right?
She good peoples.
When she called the cops on me, that mean that she loved me. She just trying to save me from
Mhm.
myself.
Dang,
Mhm.
you read this one here? She said, I used to live in DR. I had to leave because they were killing blacks.
American
Sounds
blacks.
about right.
I guess you mean American blacks.
I know there was some kind of stuff going on in the DR
I
between
remember
blacks and mulattoes, So yeah, there was some
Mhm.
stuff going on.
So
Buffy
you
They
mean
class.
tried to
blacks and
run.
lighter blacks, BGS?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or as
Yeah,
Paul Mooney say, niggas that can swim.
yeah,
Exactly.
Uh,
You know they hate him
uh,
for that. Rest in peace, Paul
yeah.
Mooney. They hate him for that.
And people forget that Haiti and DR is part of the same island.
Hispaniola.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the point I was making in Edward Anderson's channel because they were all attacking me. They're not from Latin America. I was like, dude, they're right there.
Hmm.
They just speak French. That's it.
When
yeah,
People think
but
that Latin
if you
America look like Ricky Ricardo. Everybody got to
And,
look
and,
like
if
Ricky
you
Ricardo.
if you really think about
and
it,
Exactly,
French,
Art.
French is
French
a
is a
Latin
Latin language.
language.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
French
it's
is a Latin
derivative.
language, so it's
Yeah.
still within
Yeah,
the
it's still there.
Yeah.
It's
realms.
part of the families. Yeah,
yeah, when you think
Yeah.
what is
yeah,
it?
but when you think of Latin, you think of Spain
Yep.
or
Yeah, that was my point.
or Italian. But I guess
Yeah,
it all fits.
because the French don't want to think of themselves as Latin.
Right.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah.
what the French are arrogant like that.
Like no,
Well,
yeah,
Art is right.
we are all these baguette having, cigarette smoking, rude,
Drunk, drunks,
non-deodorant
drunks.
wearing
Well,
drunks,
The
and
country
we're
for
not trying to
drunks.
be.
Laurent, Les Pules, everything is
They're
lait.
drinking. They're
Lait.
drinking wine. They're drinking
We're
wine
not
and
we're not we're not like them slick back hairy
Well,
chest medallion wearing,
They
you
don't eat
know
nothing
what
over
though?
there
diplomats.
either.
Art is right because I got into a back and forth with one of my Jamaican partners back in the day about whether Haiti is part
Man,
of the
that sound like a
Caribbean, and
man. That sound
because
like a bar. That's like a bar
right.
joke, man.
Well, no, well, if Haiti is part of the Caribbean, because Haitians speak a broken form of French, they were like, well, no, it's not a part of the Caribbean. Why? Because we don't speak a broken form of English like y'all do in Jamaica or Bahamas or Trinidad or anything like. Because we speak a different language. No, we're still part of the Caribbean,
right.
definitely. Like so. This is going to what Art is saying, where like a lot of people think Haitians are not Latin because they're first of all, like he said, they don't look like Ricky Ricardo, and secondly, because they forget that we share an island with the DR, and many Haitians, I would argue, at least 20% of Haitians probably speak Spanish. At
But
least 20%. Go ahead.
every place in that area that has a black, overwhelming black presence, seem to be an island. Where everywhere
Yeah,
else is just the country or of.
yeah.
I mean, y'all correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, I think you're right.
It's just like this African dude came in, gave us a lecture. He was saying that the difference between Africa and other like European countries when they talk about trees or whatever, it's the forest in Europe, but when they talk about trees in Africa, it's the jungle. He said,
Eh,
make that make sense.
Not to mention, the European states are united, and they've had a European Union for a couple decades now. Meanwhile, Africa is 54 countries that have been that were carved up by the Europeans, and they can't seem to put themselves back together again and realize that they pretty much one people. But that's an argument for another day. Yeah,
So let me
talk
ask you
about.
guys
Go ahead.
this,
Keep them borders
because
closed.
we still on the whole thing about sisters having your back. Now I have plenty of adult sisters that have my back, away from YouTube. But I do have some that be on that crazy stuff. Have you found like non-adult sisters that have your back?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Well, I have.
can I answer that real quick, Beasley, as
Hmm.
the resident?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
go ahead. I'm going to step off. If I don't bump into you guys again, happy holidays.
Well,
happy
thanks for
holidays,
coming,
Beasley.
Beasley.
All right.
Always a
Yeah.
You
pleasure.
too, Beasley.
All right. Cool.
And I would love to hear from Sheet about this too, because of his wife being Jamaican descent. Um,
Understand me? No, I'm
right.
joking. Go ahead.
Eh,
It
eh.
was so
Eh?
say, bro, that is so Jamaican, bro. Once you hear that bro, you know that's a Jamaican person. Because other broken English speakers don't do the That's very Jamaican. That's not Trini or Guyanese. That's Jamaican as hell. But yeah, no, so and I say this all the time. Yes and no. so Americanized, whether they're on the island or they're here. And I would love if Kareen was here too, but whether they're on the island or here, if they're Americanized, not so much, right?
Mm.
But if they're not, yes, they'll have a brother's back, whether he's ADOS, whether he's Haitian descent, whether he's Jamaican or Nigerian. It depends on how you see yourself in the larger African scheme of things, right? If you see yourself as globally black, I would argue whether you're man or woman, you tend to have a more communal mindset. When it comes to sisters, what I've noticed is when they don't see themselves as simply an individual black woman or just part of the black female collective, when they see themselves as black first, they tend to have a more communal mindset, and then they tend to do look out for brothers, right? They literally see you as their brother.
Mhm.
But some of the others, whether they're ADOS or from the Caribbean or from the continent, if they went down the feminist road too tough, or if they're on some hyper individualistic get your money type thing, get your bag, yeah, no. So that's my long winded way of answering that.
So I can't be a part of Get the Bag Productions.
We're going after cash money, taking over for the 99 and 2000.
Yeah, I
Hey,
get
Team Self.
Don't say that. You're gonna have a bunch of chicks twerking over here.
Go ahead, she.
Well, when it come down to it, a lot of women be Team Self, man. That's why I tell my wife all the time, and I tell a lot of women just selfish, man. They particularly worry about themselves, want what they want, and that's just it. Like I say, with me marrying my wife being Jamaican, I wasn't looking for no Jamaican woman. I was just looking for a black woman and got her. She had the values that I wanted in a marriage. And, she there for me just like, most of the other women I dealt with, because coming from the island women, the African women that I talk to, even a lot of Hispanic women that, just socialize in circles, they be like, man, y'all have it so rough to a point where you got some ADLs women be like, y'all ain't got it hard enough. Women got it harder than y'all, and then you do have ADOS women who actually, they're there for the men. Like a lot of the women outside of the cities, the big cities, they be like, oh no, the man, they still hold that. The man get the big piece of the chicken. The man, they work hard, and
Mm.
that value is kind of pushed out the city to where when you start talking to women in the city, they think like, well, y'all ain't this, y'all ain't that. That's why I be telling guys, you got to move out of your area because those women, the pool is tainted to a degree, and
Mm.
even with a lot of women, like my wife, she was somewhat like towards the city area, but her family was all in the, suburb area outside of Atlanta. So she didn't retain all this, get the bag and, run with the run with the stallions and stuff like that.
Mm. Yeah, when I went to Brazil, man. Well, whenever I go to Brazil, so I keep acting like I went once. Um, remember I don't know if y'all remember I brought this Brazilian sister on the panel one time, and I think once they know like where you are with this whole black solidarity thing, then they jump right to it because they know what it's like. And this sister, shout out to well, her name is Daisy. Um, chocolate, nice looking sister, looked like Vanessa Bell Calloway when she was younger, just like her, right? Remember Bark Like a Dog, Woof Woof on Coming to America?
Coming to America, yeah.
Yeah, she looks just like her. But the thing is, I remember because I was sitting in a meeting and I didn't understand any. I mean, the way that they were talking in Portuguese, I didn't understand. But she came out of nowhere and just started helping a brother because she saw me struggling. There was no romantic stuff, but she was kind of whispering, they mean this, they mean that. And that's what I'm saying is that, sometimes you get that sister that have your back globally. Because there are some coon people in other, you already know there's some coons everywhere.
I definitely know.
So she was on that. I mean, and it's a trip because, and that's what you kind of get in other places too, man. Where even if you're like even my job, we got a lot of Nigerians, and I got three African sisters If I need anything, I mean, meetings, be on a committee, whatever it is, they are there. You see what I'm saying? I just don't. I think that one, for the reason why I'm doing this panel, like I said before BGS left, sometimes we think somebody has our back, but it's probably something to where it's helping you to stay in your place.
Mm.
That's the
All right.
thing that I think we overlook.
Oh man, I'm glad you said that. Me and this guy, we were just talking earlier, and we deal with coworkers and all that, and we was talking about this one particular guy. He always saying, you know, as black people, we got to stay together. We got to be for each other. But then when he see another young person doing, because he's the older guy, when he see a
Hmm.
young person or a person that's younger than him doing a little better, and he starts saying, "Well, I wonder how he getting it like that. He must be out there doing some illegal stuff, or somebody come in there with a hustle and be like, hey man, I'm selling these T-shirts, man, trying to get my money together. Man, I'm trying to start my T-shirt business.
CDs,
Yeah,
DVDs.
yeah, yeah. Then they hit you with, yeah, man, don't buy for him. All he doing is just, selling the, feed his family or pay that mortgage he got on that high expensive house that he just bought. Remember, he told us he bought a new house. He's struggling. That's why he doing this. I'm like, why you just you will say one thing as if you're for the community, but then you'll underhand somebody when they ain't looking. I'm like, if you're not for the community, just shut up and move along. You ain't got to broadcast somebody's negative or positive, in the community. And that's the biggest issue with a lot of older people that we have. But then another issue is the ones that are giving the information, you act like you can't hear them giving you the information. And when it comes to the women, like I say, it's all a selfish matter. She looking at it as a benefit for her. If it's not a benefit, she don't want nothing to do with it. No, I'm not gonna help you with your paperwork. Why I gotta help you with your paperwork? Well, you black, and that's well, I gotta help you because I'm black. Well, it's just the right thing to do. I don't know you. Like you have that motion, but then, like, let's say I go to the DMV or somewhere, I'm doing some paperwork and I don't know what I'm doing, and then you be like, oh, if you don't know what you're doing, you got to get on about your business. A woman to come at you like that, then she'll walk out the door, and you getting in your car, you seeing a dude rob her, she look you dead in your eyes, and then you pull off and come in the next day. Oh, why you didn't help me? You was all nasty. I'm sorry, the same way you was to me yesterday when I came in and didn't know, you know. Well, that's
And
different.
shout out to Trey. I want to ask you guys this. He brought up a good point. Who would be he's not saying this, but I'm asking. Who would be the first one to throw a black man under the bus? Candace Owens or Meg Thee Stallion?
Candace all day.
You think Candace?
Ooh, that's hard.
Man,
Ooh, that's
all day.
I would put on
Hey,
Candace.
without even thinking about it. Meg, it's a beneficial thing for her to deal with a dude, but you gotta understand, she make money off of guys, so she's willing in dealing with them. Candace just don't
Because
want nothing to do with you.
she said some dude shot her in the foot and then that never happened either. So that's
Yep,
what I'm
that's
saying. How
true.
do you
Yeah,
That's
weigh it?
true.
yeah, but you gotta understand that was a whole thing, that the point blank. Because even when that situation happened, I kept telling people, I said, some just don't seem right about that. And then when it came out, a lot of people to this day still don't know that her friend shot her. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't
Oh
know her friend
man.
shot her. And the whole thing of it was, like, the security guard knew, she knew, Meg knew, but the whole image was keep pushing that he did it for what?
Okay,
Publicity,
so
stunt, all that other things that come along with it.
before you go, so City of Truth, we gonna let you up, fam. But if you come here trying to disrupt and be a contrarian, just have to bring you down, fam. Well, I don't have time for the crazy stuff. Okay, so we're gonna let you up, fam. Here we go.
All right,
Hit
how
it.
you doing, fam? Now, the only thing I'm gonna be contrarian on is just one small thing, and that's the between the Megan Thee Stallion and Candace
Is it me
Owens
or him?
thing. Um, all right, am I Borgin? Wait,
I
hello.
can I can
Yeah,
hear
you
you
good
now.
now.
All right, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I said I was only going to be contrary for one thing, and that was Megan Thee Stallion versus Candace Owens. Man, Megan Thee Stallion all day would throw a nigga under the bus. Masculine type chicks like that are be the main ones to throw dudes under the bus.
Well, that's not
And I know,
contrarian. That's true. That's
no,
not
and
contrarian.
I know, because I dated a chick like that. And then the number one thing is that if you get into a relationship with a chick like that, anything that is gonna go wrong, she's gonna blame you, and she's gonna insist that she's right in blaming you.
But you see the
And
difference between the two? One champions the white man's cause, while the other one is on some ratchet stuff, but throw a black man on the bus too.
Exactly.
So how do you
okay, but
And
weigh those out?
how is Candace? Here's the thing about it, like my only issue with Candace is that she's not comfortable enough around other black women. Like she can't really relate to other black women. She
and
doesn't know. She
can I
doesn't
address that?
know. Hold on, bro. She doesn't know how to take her narrative and kind of, you know, skillfully weave it in to the black community so that she can, you know, and she doesn't know how to do that. She maybe in time she'll, I think the more she goes around black people and goes into, you know, black forums and stuff, maybe she will develop that skill over time, but she just doesn't have it right now. She
Can
Maybe
Let
let
she
me
doesn't
me
have
let
it.
doesn't
how
like
let
old
me
is
being
she
address
right
that real
now?
quick.
maybe she doesn't
Go
She's
like
in a
ahead.
being black.
real quick. No,
Like
because
to throw
Candace
black
Owens gets her political ideology and even the way she frames it from Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk. That's why she'll never be comfortable around black women politically or socially because she has contempt for them. She has to have contempt for them because she's purposely used to. Because remember, in 2016, black women voted for the Democrats at 94%. Similar numbers in 2020. So Candace Owens is that person to be like, well, look, we ain't racist. We got Candace Owens. We're not anti-Semitic. We got Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is just way more skillful at speaking than Candace. That's all. But they're both there to make the Republicans not look anti-Semitic or anti-black women. That's all. And so
But
her
why does
political ideology is that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no? I cut you out. I was just gonna say real quick. Why does she have to force herself to be that way? You know, even if she's not comfortable around black people, like why are you not comfortable with talking to black women?
All right, now
You
here's
know,
the thing.
Exactly.
Now here's the thing. I don't think it's a matter of her forcing herself. It's a matter of she has to be around, you know, certain
She
black
does.
circles enough to be
She doesn't
comfortable. Like
want to be.
everybody don't have the same upbringing. Okay, she may
Well,
have
how old
had,
is she?
oh,
Fifty
wait,
two.
hold
How
on.
old is she?
She may have had like an upper middle class upbringing where she wasn't around. In fact, I know for a fact she wasn't really around a lot of black girls like that. She hung out with a lot of white
How
girls
old
and
is she?
stuff. Okay, that's her. You
How
know,
old
that's
is
how
she?
she
Does
grew up.
somebody want
So,
to answer Art's question?
but that doesn't mean that
Yes,
in
it
time she can't develop
does.
those things. It's possible, or maybe
But
it
how
won't
old
be
is
her.
she,
Maybe it'll
Cal?
be some other black female conservative.
but,
I don't know
But
how
how
old
old
she
is she?
is. I'm unaware of how old
How
she
old do you
is.
think she is?
I don't want to. I don't want to play a guessing
come
game. I
on,
mean, if you know, go ahead and say it. But I'm not.
a
I'm not here to
ballpark
play a
figure.
guessing game.
Well, we're
I
gonna do ballpark figure. She's
I
what,
don't
like
do. The
mid
only time
forties?
I did. No, no, bro. Hold on. I used to work in sales before I became a truck driver. Okay. The only time I did ballpark figures was when I was selling something and I was getting paid commission. Right now, I'm not getting paid
okay.
commission, so I'm not going to do a ballpark figure. So go
So
ahead, bro.
would you
All right.
say that
Well,
I'll
she's
give you.
above
I'll give you
30?
the answer. I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer. One,
Go ahead, officer.
she's 32.
Wait,
It's funny
I
because
think you
it's
borked
funny
a little bit.
because she's 32.
Okay.
So she knows she doesn't want to be around black people. Remember, she gets a lot of her bullshit from places that are not necessarily conducive for the betterment and empowerment of black people. She's the same type of chick who would tell black men it is shameful that black men don't take white don't are not attracted to black women, but she's married to a white man. She saw black woman all the damn time.
you busting up, Charles.
It's just, it's. Can you hear me?
You good
Yeah,
now,
that's
but
better.
She's on black phone. She's been on.
Whoa.
It's nothing new for her.
Hey, Charles, you might need to give,
Around black people.
let's give about 5
Doesn't
minutes.
want to
Moment of
be.
silence for Charles. Hey, when it
Nah,
comes
not
down
here.
to, okay, all right, we could do it like this. The ballpark figure, I get what you're going, but I mean that's kind of funny that you would say that. But even though she's 32, the point of reference is this: you have young college and young high school kids that can kind of relate to black people because if you know how to just talk in general, you can relate to anybody to an extent. You don't have to
Can you
go
hear me
through a
now?
struggle. Yeah,
We
we
can
can
hear
hear
Yeah.
you,
you.
but you don't have to literally go through a struggle to relate. I can relate to a white person that's in a mansion only because we can have a conversation with each other. We're not going after each other's pains and
Unt-
emotions,
Until you
but
start saying wrestle,
hey man, I wrestle all
Wrestle.
day. Wrestle.
wrestle,
I wrestle. I'm
wrestle.
from the
God
South.
damn.
And come on through, Trey.
This
You know, just keep it peaceful and respectful, Trey.
See, my
Come on
my
through,
whole
fam.
thing about Candace Owens, she knows she's disingenuous. She knows she gets a lot of her bullshit rhetoric from racist ass white talking
Now,
points.
is it just me,
She,
or did he Borg out?
Who?
He did, but
I'm
he
not.
came back. He came back. Don't
He
worry
came back.
about it.
I heard
I
a
said
lot
a
of,
lot.
yeah. Like if you
I
just
said I said Candace is not stupid. She knows she gets a lot of her talking points from a bunch of racist white talking points. She knows she's trying her best not to not to associate and connect with black people.
And let's compare her to Condoleezza Rice. Condoleezza Rice can go anywhere. She's
okay.
around black people. She's around Africans. She's around everybody, but she's a staunch
Republican.
conservative, staunch Republican. So
Yeah, well, see, here's the
that so
thing.
you can
That's a generational thing too. Yeah, because that's a generational thing too, brother. Because see, Condoleezza Rice, she comes from that old school. Um, she's an old school. Uh, black Republicans from before the civil rights movement. My dad, who was a baby boomer, he passed away in 2015. But my dad actually went to the same high school as Condoleezza Rice in Birmingham, Alabama. It was a very prominent all black segregated school. They actually were a very good school. They had really good teachers, really good coaches and stuff. And these were black teachers teaching black students. And he went to school with her. My dad it was a Republican too. That's why I'm a conservative. You know what I mean? Because my conservatism, it goes back to that era. It goes back to the era of pre
Is he Borgin or is that just me?
colleges first.
I think he's Borgin. Let's give him the
Wait, am I Borging?
oh go ahead.
Yeah,
You
you
did a
good
little bit.
now.
You're good now.
Yeah, we're gonna give you the
Okay,
Borg
okay, yeah,
bot, but I'll
okay,
let you
yeah.
talk.
Build up. Yeah, yeah. I come from that old school Republicans about build up your own community, build up your own colleges and stuff. The Booker T. Washington style. And I just wish that, but as far as Candace doesn't come from that. Candace she's like a second generation. She's really a Black Caribbean. She doesn't even have
Anti-black.
ADOS roots. Doesn't mean she's anti-black, but she may
But
have a lot to learn when it comes
she's
to
anti. She's anti-black.
identifying with the Black American experience. But I'm a
Well, let me
conservative,
ask
so
you this. Let me ask you this,
I'm
Demetrius.
gonna be willing to
Let me
give her
ask
a
you this.
chance. Go ahead,
Let me ask you this,
Arthur.
brother. Let me ask you this. What has Candace Owens done to show that she's in solidarity with anything about the black experience in America?
I don't
What has
know
she said or
that
what has she
I
done?
I, I know she's look. I haven't specifically followed her closely recently, but I know she does do a lot of outreach
You're Borgin really
and
bad, brother.
hello, hello.
Autobots transform.
Yeah, I know she
Okay.
does a lot of
Brother,
she
you
does
are
a lot of
Borgin really bad. You're
outreach
gonna
to the
have to
black
repeat all of
community.
that.
So how do you feel again? How do you feel?
Yeah, what I feel is that I don't follow her
I see what
specifically
you're doing there,
super
Chief.
He got
closely.
caught.
Trying to feed them, huh?
Yeah. No, I don't follow her specifically super closely, but I do know she does some outreach into the community. And
She
we
doesn't.
got to give
It got to
people.
be
I mean,
one thing though. It should
I
be one at
understand.
least.
I understand. People feel a certain kind of way. People may not like her, but fine. But I'm all about letting people develop. Give her a chance to develop. She's 32 years old right now, and you never know. By the time she's 33, 34, 40,
Oh,
whatever,
1 year?
she may develop into a Condoleezza, the next Condoleezza Rice or something. You never know.
But
So just give
uh,
her a chance. Just
Hold
give her a chance.
I'll
You
speak on it
can't
since I brought it
you
up.
can't expect
Okay.
somebody to be everything that you want them to be immediately. People have to develop over time. That's just what it is. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Trey is here.
Since I'm the one that dropped the whole Candace Owens versus
What's going
Megan
on?
Thee Stallion bomb, first thing and foremost, Candace Owens has never thrown a brother under the bus, never in her history. Even when she went through that NAACP bullshit, she threw some white boys under the bus. The governor of Connecticut's son at the time, that was the only dude,
Oh, that's
documented
when she
she's thrown
admitted
under
that
the
there was
bus.
racism. But go ahead.
No, no, no. It wasn't even about that. I mean, I know the whole case. When I started following Candace, I was like, okay, let me see what she's all about. I didn't know who she was. So I was like, all I kept hearing is this, that, and the other. I said, okay, let me dig into the details. And, she's on multiple occasions, she said what it's about. And when you put her against Megan Thee Stallion, it's not even close. You got Megan Thee Stallion out here encouraging all of the girls in the community, whichever you want to call it, to live up under thought culture. To basically, she said straight up on her, number one. Hey, somebody got crazy feedback, but she said straight up in her song with Cardi B that use your vagina. It's you, City of Truth. Um, she said straight up, use your vagina to pay for college. Use your vagina to go out here and basically trick off these dudes. That's what Megan Thee Stallion doing. And she threw Tory Lanez up under the bus. I mean, like straight up. So that was my
Yeah,
only thing
it's
right
hard
there.
for me. It's hard for me to even say that any of them will do more
I
than the
agree.
other. It's very hard. You know what I'm saying? Because you got one on the ratchet side, you got one on the coonstress side. And
But
I'm
what is the
like,
coon part? Like, I mean,
well,
I've been called a
okay,
coon. I
so
don't.
the part that were that's why. Matter of fact, let me ask you the same thing I said. The truth. What is that she said on record that was in support for anything that's black, whether it's good or bad?
Okay, so first of all, my position is that I disagree with her on it. I don't believe she should do anything beneficial to help black people. She should do everything
No, not
beneficial to
even
help.
help, but
Yeah,
just her
I get what you're
opinion, just
saying.
whatever
I'm
she
gonna get to it.
said. That's all. Uh huh.
Candace Owens created
Okay, go
is
ahead.
the founder of the Blexit movement. Black people escaping the Democratic plantation, which we know the Democratic plantation has been the ones, mentally and physically keeping, cats in chains for a long time. She founded it. It's a million seven figure organization right now, nonprofit. And, she's the founder, CEO, all that right now of that. And she does outreach specifically to young cats, young brothers and sisters, and Hispanics, trying to get them, minorities to freaking escape the brainwashing of the Democratic Party. And that's facts. I mean, y'all can look it up right now and like look up the
We know what Blexit
50C3, all
is.
that. Yeah,
We're going to go back to that question. What has she done or spoke out to help black people
I just said so. Blexit.
specifically?
Blexit.
That's insulting, actually, because I consider myself progressive. I'm not. I don't vote. As a matter of fact, I haven't voted for president in like the past two elections. But it's not about being brainwashed. I just don't agree with much of the conservative view, and I quite frankly don't think that black people can afford the hyper individualism that comes from the right. So when we talk about this democratic plantation, quite frankly, it's really a left leaning ideology plantation, if we're going to call it something. It's insulting to say, well, what's really happening is that you being brainwashed by these white people on the left, and what you need to do is come mess with us white people on the right.
And the other plantation.
Yeah, on the,
That's not
exactly,
the case, Mr.
exactly.
OP. Hold
It's
on, let me
like
see. Let me.
you trade change for another situation instead of just walking the other way, walking your own way and just be free. Because
Now,
Yeah,
guess what?
rusted
The Republican.
chains to get some gold-plated chains. Go
now
Okay,
ahead.
and by the way, that's why.
Because
Real
let's
quick, real quick,
believe.
real quick,
Let's
real
believe.
quick,
go ahead,
Charles,
my bad.
because I just.
Let's believe
Mhm.
the Republican Party ain't really speaking towards black people and black culture and black effects. Just like the Democratic Party is not speaking on behalf of black men. Hell, they're really not speaking upon black women. They just want to give them little trinkets so they can guarantee their vote. But go ahead, Z.
No, I just want to say this also to the brother is number one. Number two, let's assume that black people aren't dumb. Let's start right there. Let's assume black people aren't dumb. What would Candace, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, what's homegirl name, Kim
The
Klacik in
Sousa.
Baltimore, Mia Love, Tim Scott, homegirl, Indian homegirl from the Carolinas, I forgot her name, and the other Indian in
Haley.
Louisiana, Bobby
Haley.
Jindal, yeah, Haley, yeah, Nikki Haley, Bobby Jindal. What would they offer people of color, minority groups, whatever you want to call them?
Oh,
If we're
Okay,
assuming,
I'll answer that, Mr. Z.
wait, I didn't land yet. I didn't land with the question.
Okay, my bad.
Assuming black people aren't dumb and that black people aren't on this air quotes democratic plantation, what are these particular people offering or saying different?
I'll tell you this, bro. Nothing. Because you said the
thank
answer
you,
yourself.
Trey.
You
Thank
said
you.
the answer yourself in your previous statement, Mr. Z. The other side, we're focused on hyper individualism. Hey, ain't nobody over here
I
down with the
really appreciate
GOP.
Trey. I really appreciate you because you're being honest, fam.
Yeah,
Everybody else act like we didn't say anything, but I really appreciate. I really do. I
hey man,
really
I
do,
always keep it a buck, man. When cats try to tell me
man.
Republican this, I'm like, no, I vote for who benefits me, and I rock with those. And right
I
now,
mean,
the Democrats, man, I can't even tell you one, maybe minus Tulsi Gabbard, that I would give any credence to right now because they're on some commie stuff, and a lot of these Republicans are on the F stuff as well. Now, when you come
let
at
me
people,
let me let me
hold on real quick,
let me
just
ask this.
let me land the plane real quick for Mr. Z and responding to him. Now, Mr. Z, man, you brought up hyper individualism. Now, all the individuals you mentioned will tell you that look, the choice is yours. The opportunity is yours to either freaking fumble it or run with the bag. Now, nobody on the right, if you want to include the GOP and all these other groups, Blexit, the TPUSA, CPAC, or whatever, they're all going to tell you you're an individual. We're not going to look at you as a group and say, hey, black man, hey, Creole man, hey, freaking Sioux Indian, you got to do this. No, it's you as an individual. Make your choice to take care of your own family. Now come join us other individuals and let's form a community. That's all it's
Well,
about, bro.
if you got to form a
Exactly.
community, then you if you got to
Yeah.
form a community, then you kind of like beat up your own argument right there. Because if people keep saying, well, you got to be your own individual, yeah, this country ain't raising individuals. Sorry.
Now let me ask Trey. Let me ask Trey, and we got Free Zone Lou up here. Do we?
What's going
Okay,
on,
so we
everybody?
got. Hey fam.
So
So we got plenty. We got plenty of sisters on the left, obviously, and some of them we probably they would be in position to help brothers or work with brothers. The question is, does the right have any sisters besides the Candace Owens that could be potentially an assistance to the black man's cause,
And here's
to
the
have the
deal,
black
bro.
man's back?
I'll answer this, man. No black woman on the right is going to be specifically for the black man's cause. If they are, they're not truly on the
Okay.
right. They're one of these conscious conservatives who are basically just, communists with a bow tie. I wouldn't rock with them either. I mean, like one of them,
Interesting.
I completely agree, and support what King Randall is doing. But would I get behind it? Hell no. King Randall, he's one of them conscious conservatives. What he's doing is basically rewarding freaking Pookie's kids. And I'm not
Okay.
down with that, but I completely support the brother. Like I said, it's
hold
communism with a
on,
bow tie. Now,
hold on.
So
as far as hold on, let me finish answering Art's question there. Now, as far as these sisters on the right, no, you got plenty of women on the right who are down for men's rights. That's what it's all about. Fuck niggas, fuck white boys, fuck Hispanic dudes. It's about men because everybody's getting freaking defecated on the same out here.
Oh,
okay.
are you
Exactly.
sure about
But
that?
my thing is
You
this.
sure?
My thing,
You sure? Because I'm like this. One, A lot of those fucking conservative women are not down for conservative brothers. A lot of them aren't.
Well,
Hmm.
if you're a weak dude, most of the women ain't
No,
gonna
it's
be
not
down
even
for you.
about. It's
Yes,
not.
it
No,
is. You got to be
it's
on the
not.
strength
No,
for a
no, no,
woman.
Yeah.
no, no,
If you
no,
can't
no, no,
maintain your
no, no.
household, if you can't
Nope, nope,
maintain your
nope, nope, nope.
household and
Guess
stay
what?
in your principles, women ain't
I
gonna
wish
roll with
brothers
you.
stop this alpha
I'm just
shit
saying.
because
Yeah,
how can
okay, it ain't
brothers
no
always
alpha.
be?
It's
Hold on, hold
masculinity,
on,
bro.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Basic masculinity.
hold on. You want people to fly? I got 50 cows. Anti-aircraft. Stop that alpha your way out of bullshit
I didn't say
when all
alpha. I
you
said
what I
basic
was
masculinity.
even if you fucking like stop it. Let's stop it.
Basic
Stop this shit
masculinity, bro.
because guess what? Basic masculinity, but guess what? You think
Basic
females
masculinity
are
is getting 8 out here.
you really think that females are not above using their advantage that they have currently
Hey,
right
why am I
now
winning,
over
bro? Why am I winning?
masculinity?
Why am I
That's
winning?
bullshit.
Why am I winning?
I don't know. What you
Why are
playing
you winning?
Monopoly?
You winning?
What you playing
Why are you
Monopoly?
winning? Look, I'm black. There's a picture of me. I'm a brother. Oh, my bad. I forgot. I am half, Jamaican. I know that side doesn't count in this argument. And let's not forget, Candace Owens is half. I forget which island. One of them herself. But
Saint
excuse,
whatever.
yeah. But here's the deal. But if you take our ADOS half, why is our ADOS
She's
half
not even half.
winning?
She's actually a quarter. Even though you're still black, I don't get
It
it.
don't
Like,
matter. We don't play the black game, bro. So why are we winning? You're winning, freaking man. Why you a cop?
so
You
in
got
other
them big
words,
guns. You up here?
in
Why are you
other
winning?
words, in other words, what's the point of one black man winning when you got a whole race behind you?
Because
You
there's no
don't.
such thing
You,
as race, bro. We're individuals. Throw the race out the
so
window.
you live in a. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do you live in these United States?
Hey, bro, I live in Texas, bro. On my street,
So
in my
you have
house, in the United
out
States
of
of
any
America.
state, out of
I don't
any
care,
state, you
bro.
should
I
know
don't care
race
what you're doing,
believes.
bro. I don't
You
care what
out
you're
of
doing
any
as a
state
black
in
man.
America, you know race exists, and
No,
that
it
Well,
doesn't,
well,
bro.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, y'all. I mean, people like himself and others say that there's no such thing as race. If he made up his mind, I'll let him rock with it. Move on to
hey,
something that we can talk about. Because
pretty much.
that
That's
conventional
Well,
Olympics is it's not even worth it.
can I put a little spin on that on what he's saying because I do agree with that, but I'm gonna add a little caveat. The issue is not necessarily the racial portion of it; it's the idea that we all should just get along and be together because we have the same skin tone. That is absolutely detrimental to the quote unquote the black community because if you're not with like-minded people and you're just with people because of skin tone, that creates divisions
Right.
within the camp, and that causes all
Absolutely.
these issues. Like let's take the black manosphere where everybody has all these different beliefs, but they're all together because they're black. It's starting to crumble, man, and it's got to be more than the skin color. It has to be all of us having like-minded, regardless of color. We have to have like
What
minds
about the
Why, why,
Asians
because
though? I mean,
why is it crumbling? Because I came from the white manosphere and I came to the black manosphere for a specific reason. Why is it starting to crumble?
Okay, because the black
because
manosphere
everybody's
built
getting
on
Hold
petty.
making.
on,
Oh,
one at
hold
a
on,
time,
let
one
me
at a
get
time.
that. Listen,
Oh, go back.
I asked Free Zone a question.
Because it's starting to turn. It started. Well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one,
Mm-hmm.
the manosphere, by and large. I'm not saying that y'all are doing it. I'm saying by and large, from what I'm seeing, a lot
Mm-hmm.
of it is being more catered to the woman now.
wow.
It's more
How
focus is being
how
taken
so?
off of
How so?
because the focus isn't on emphasizing men's masculinity and improving men's
Isn't that
skills so that they can compete. A
what was
lot of it is just
what,
convincing Keisha.
what is the original focus of the manosphere period of the black
The,
manosphere
the,
period?
the original focus of the manosphere was men's rights. Now the
But
problem is, split up, and what you were part of, BGS, and a lot of us
Mm-hmm.
watched, was that the lack of personal accountability and the lack of individualism amongst brothers, and that's a couple of reasons for the split. Now, when you take that stuff over to the daggone manosphere at large, you get
Mm-hmm.
laughed out of the picture if you talk
Now,
that victim.
There's a reason for that.
actually, we're not being laughed out.
You
A lot
will
of
if you go over there with
hold
that
on.
victimhood stuff,
No,
BGS.
I have listened to Roll Tomasi. I've listened to Fresh and Fit. I've listened to a whole bunch of other brothers on that side repeat the exact same talking points that I did just weeks before. Why is that?
Did they? Yeah, and me and you agree on about 80% of things, but
No, no,
once we go down that black road and that
it's,
political road, we don't agree.
I came over here because black men have specific problems that white men do not want to address.
Name one. Name one.
Number one, for the most part, black men exist in a gynocracy or a matriarchy. Black
Well,
white
get up
men
and
do not.
leave.
No, no,
SYSPM,
it's not
Pastor,
about getting.
Rose.
It's
Why
not getting
not?
up in.
Why can't
It's
you?
not okay. Can I? Okay, you want to talk through me? You want to hear what I have to
No,
say?
I just said, why can't you leave?
Because you're indoctrinated into it. It's you
How?
can't.
Oh God.
How, the same way that you're an American. You been overseas, right?
Plenty. 21 different countries. 21
21
years in
different
the military.
countries. So, in other words, no matter where you go, are you not an American?
I'm an American. That's it.
Can
Period.
can you just leave and not be an American?
If I gave up my American
Yeah.
No,
citizenship,
no, no,
yes.
no, no,
Yeah.
no.
Absolutely.
In other words, the way you were socialized, the way you were taught, the language that you speak, the way you've been educated, so you just can erase that and adopt a new culture?
I
You
can.
don't erase it necessarily, but if you wanted to be, I mean, you could go somewhere else, learn a new language, learn about their
BGS.
culture, and
Can
Here's the
assimilate.
deal. I'm
so
half
if so
Jamaican,
no, in
and
other
nobody
words,
would ever know
go ahead.
that. If they didn't beat my mother, they would not know that I'm half Jamaican because I have nothing to do with that side of my culture.
Have
I,
you
I used to want to, but now I understand why my mom kept me
where
away from it.
where were you raised?
I was raised in Virginia.
In other words, you were raised as an American, sir.
Yeah,
Were you
that's it,
raised in?
American. I was not
Was
raised. I was
was
not
you?
raised as a black. I was
Was
not
you?
raised as a
You are
Blackistanian.
raised.
I was raised as an American,
You
BGS.
were raised as a black person because
No,
you're
I was
here.
raised as an
No, you're
American,
not, sir.
bro.
You were
How are
raised as
you
a
gonna
black
tell
person.
me? My
I know
parents
you
raised me as an American.
because you're over here in the black sector talking to
I
black
came
men.
over here because I'm friends with art. I like listening to art while
No,
I'm working.
you're over here in the black
B,
sector. Okay,
I'm in
BGS.
every
don't
sector.
don't play
When
don't man,
I
man,
left
man
the
don't play
trucking
me.
video to come over here and support art.
You know
Hey,
you.
when that police pulled you over and he identified you as what?
Excuse me, the only time I've ever been locked up, even if I have a criminal past, but the only time I've been locked up is dealing with my ex drag.
But
Every
wait a
time
minute. Wait a
in my
Once
minute.
criminal
again,
past
if that
You're
that I've
missing
police
the
dealt with
point.
my
pulled you
You're
cops,
over,
missing
Wait a
the
You're
minute.
point.
missing the
they
You're
point.
walk
missing
away.
the
If
point.
I've
he's
never had any
he no,
problems
he's
with
not missing the
cops.
point. He's
I've
exactly
never
knows what
So
had
he's
wait
any
a
talking
minute.
problems
about.
with
On your
He
police
knows what
other
he's
than with
talking
my
about.
on your
ex-wife.
driver's license, what does it
Never,
say when it
never had any
identifies
problems.
you?
Never had any
So
problems with the
individual.
police.
It
He
Answer
said
the
knows.
individual,
question.
right?
In other
so
words,
It
he's
said
dodging the
individual.
question. And you know,
when your license
which is fine, man. I
All
don't.
right, I will read. Hold up, BJ. I'll answer.
Hold
I'll answer
hold up.
you and Mr. White first. I'll answer. I'll
In
answer his
fact,
question.
in fact, I was actually talking to another person. You actually inserted yourself into what I was asking him, right? Because I was actually on the white MGTOW side for a year and a half, right?
Okay.
And I know there's specific things that you can and cannot talk about
Hey,
Why
hold on a
not?
second, as being a content creator on the Manosphere White MGTOW side, okay?
So
hey,
BGS,
And
BGS.
so
Can
and
I,
I
so what
and
are
I
some of the
BGS.
struggles for black men specifically?
I still have white men that still follow me today, okay?
Okay.
MGTOW monks
Hey,
that still follow me today, okay? And they
okay.
know
So
exactly what I'm
BGS.
talking about. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a
Now,
question, sir?
hold on, BGS. Let me ask you a quick question, sir. What?
You can't jump over people that's talking to me to interrupt. Let the man talk, and then you can
Oh
come
no,
right
no.
behind.
My question is in regards to what you're saying because
Hmm.
I came in by the time I came into the space, it was already a white manosphere and a black manosphere, and you seem like you were there before the split and all of that.
Hmm.
What caused the divide between the spheres? What can in a short cliff note
Okay.
version? What
Okay.
happened?
I can tell you if anybody's on the MGTOW side, Coach Greg Adams, Darius M, who's Darius Mick, used to be Darius MGTOW, any one of those brothers
Mm-hmm.
is on that side that's in the MGTOW knows that one thing you cannot talk about over there because it's like a and I even said it. Go back to the video. What actually talked about it, right? It's more like
Mm-hmm.
it's more like what do they call it? The Alcoholics Anonymous, right?
Right. Right.
Non-denominational, no color. Everybody's an alcoholic. Everybody's exactly the same, right? Okay. So when
Okay.
you come into that space, right? There's certain things that you cannot bring up. One thing I did bring up that caused me to come over to and become an IBMOR and go away from being a MGTOW is I brought up a race specific question about what happened at the University of Missouri and why the football team was actually walking out, right, is because specifically because of racism, how they were treated by the teachers, by the township around them, by the administrators, right, which is why they were
Okay.
protesting and why the football team refused to actually play, and it was going to cost them like $1 million or $2 million a week for
A
those
one
football
off
Right,
players
that
not
made
right.
to
you
play.
create a one
Hey,
off
hey,
made you
hey.
create
And
a
hold
one
on a
Okay.
off
second.
administrator.
No, no.
Okay,
Hey,
you
can
want
I
me to
get
finish
it?
telling the story or what?
Well, no, no. I was going to ask you real quick. How long ago was this? Because I'm familiar with the story.
This is 20.
How about?
This is 2015.
Okay, bet. Go ahead. Go ahead.
2015. The
It's
video is still
Mizzou.
up there. The video is still up, and I got attacked by white content creators because I was specifically talking about race and why this team walked out and what was going on there. Got
Why did they
specifically
walk out? Why did they walk out?
It was
that
race.
there was racism. They were being mistreated by the mistreated by racist teachers, racist administrators, the population around the
Okay,
campus was
Columbia, Missouri.
racist.
You talking about Columbia, right? Columbia,
No,
Missouri.
Yes,
That is
no.
one of the
go
Well,
back
no.
and
wokest
go back
cities
and look
in
at.
the Midwest. I know it very well. That is one of the wokest, most white liberal cities in the Midwest.
And
So
and
Malcolm
and
X was
and, and
right.
no,
And
wait, and
racism
you're
doesn't
missing. Wait,
exist
wait.
in
Let
those
me let me let
places.
me. Re,
Wait, racism exists in Pacifica because I remember I called them limousine liberals. I was actually part of one of the most left wing liberalized groups of people in the whole entire country called the Pacifica Foundation. I was a member. I used to sit on board meetings. I used to sit in on go sit in on protests. And I sit back down and saw those limousine liberals and what they thought and what they thought about black people.
So I
Did
Okay.
you
agree with
say
you.
can I?
limousine liberals?
Okay,
Wait.
and it's on
I am
both
100%
sides.
NB,
Okay,
agreement with
so
you
NBD,
on that,
NBD.
BGS.
Real quick. I don't
Okay, go
because I
ahead.
just I'm just trying to first the story. What triggered off that protest from the players was the video that leaked where the kids were on the bus. The white kids were on the bus and they were singing an old song. It might be even a century plus old. And they were saying the N word in that video.
and
The
that
and
word, and they were in the bathrooms scrawling
mhm,
racist slurs on in the bathroom with poop. They were actually
mhm,
doing that to the dormitories, actually doing it to
mhm.
the athletes. There's a whole bunch of stuff that was actually going on that campus. Okay,
So
which is
okay, so if
why
you
they
know as a
spoke out
man,
about it.
BGS, you
Wait,
got to
wait,
be able to deal with stuff like
It
that.
has nothing to do
NBD. I
with me
wasn't
as a
done yet.
man.
Oh my bad.
Okay.
NBD, I wasn't done yet. And this is what I'm saying to you. For black people don't have the luxury of putting class before race. I know it's something we want to do. I know there's other people that might even disagree with me right now. But this is the class issue is a white person's issue. Yes, is there class in the black community? Of course. I'm not That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you don't have the luxury of putting class before race because the second you step outside of this thing that you don't want to be called, this black thing that you don't want to be a part of, you're seen as a black person. So yeah, you're an
Excuse me,
American,
I'm
but
outside of
go ahead.
that, bro. I've been
Wait,
outside
wait,
of the
wait,
community
but
for 24
No,
no,
years.
you
no, no, no,
have
no,
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 you
no, no,
haven't.
no,
You're
no. You're
still
not.
here.
You're not
You're still
outside of the
here.
black community.
You're still
What are
Communita.
here.
you
First of
talking
You're
all,
still
about,
you wait,
you're
wait,
still
wait, wait,
here.
BGS?
wait, 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 wait. You know how I know you're not. Let me tell you how I know you're not.
How am I
Because wait,
not?
wait, 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 wait. You want to know how I know you're not? Because
How,
you use the
bro?
derogatory term communita, and only
Yeah.
resentful niggas use that term.
There's
Yeah,
no
because
That's
resentment,
true.
if
bro.
you real that is resentful. Because
Bro,
if
I
you're
It is
got
not
resentful.
resentful,
I got
if
It
you're
every
is.
not
Pookie
resentful,
card
you
checked
would just
off.
say, "I'm
It
not
is.
That's
using
that's
black
not
You
people."
go down the
resentful,
list.
It
bro.
The
is. It
That's
Pookie
is.
not.
card
Yeah, it
checked. I
is.
got
That's
them
a
all checked
Yeah,
off.
it
that's
is.
you
I
already
got
know
them all
that's a
checked
slur.
off. So guess what? I got
You
my
already know that's a
community.
Yeah,
slur.
you got
I
them
got
all
my
checked out, man.
community
Man,
You
squared
know
Man, I
away.
it's
don't
a
want to hear
damn
that mess,
I
slur.
man.
got
Come
all my
on.
You know it's
community
a
talk
slur.
talk
squared
to
checked off.
somebody
So
that's
what?
been in meetings with the Michigan militia, man. That's been that's been down with the militia movement. That's been down with right wing talking points. That's been in the
Yeah.
LaRouche group. That's been in both sides of this coin, man.
Okay.
You can't tell me about this stuff.
Okay.
I
Well,
already
you know
been through
what?
this stuff, man.
Okay, you did that. I'm world
Okay.
traveled.
Well, then
I'm
that's
world.
fine.
Well,
Go
yeah,
go
yeah,
I'm,
travel.
and
I've
yeah.
Go
been all
Well,
travel.
over the
that
world. I've
it's
been
okay that you're
around
well
all different
traveled,
sides.
but
What?
the issue once again is that you use communita as a slur.
Yeah,
By the way, and there's a
it is a
reason for
slur,
that.
BG.
It's
Can,
not because you've been out.
hey,
It's because you have resentment for a
I
particular
don't.
ideology
can
that comes
no
from many
Okay.
black
One
people.
second. One
can I
second.
If
get
you,
can I
Go
say
ahead. Go
something real
ahead.
quick?
because if you
Go ahead.
don't
Go
want me
Real
to
quick.
use it, I
If you can
won't,
get past
BG.
Trey, you sure can. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, you good, you good. Now, I'm just the reason why I ask these questions is because I'm late to the game. So I know I've heard BGS, I've heard your name floating around, and I've heard that you've been here for a very, very long time. So when
Yeah.
I ask these questions, I'm kind of not a newcomer. I've been in the space probably I'd say about 4, maybe 5 months. So
Oh,
there's a
you're
lot
new
of
then.
stuff that happened
Mhm.
before me,
Yeah.
and it was called the community when I came in. And to my understanding, the reason why it was called the community, I hope I'm not too loud. I feel like I'm
Hmm.
yelling. Sorry about that. But the reason why, to my understanding, it was called community is because by the definition, the black community rarely functions as a community anymore. Like it's hardly a community. Just seems like a group of people
Yeah.
that like there's probably still some people
How do
that
you
are around, but
how
it's
do you define a community?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Anybody
What
want to
is a
read the
community? What, by
definition?
your definition, what is a community?
Hmm.
well, community. When I think of community, the first thing I have to use the second part of the word unity. It doesn't seem like there's any unity in the black community at all.
Simplify
It
it.
seems like
Simplify it.
everybody's out for themselves.
Simple. The community is a group of people. Point blank. Period. That's
Okay,
all
and
it
here's
is.
the deal. BGS, you're from
No,
LA.
no, no.
I'm from
But
Virginia.
there's
It is.
there's
That's
more
what
than
it
I'll
is.
help him
that.
out.
Hold on,
Free
hold
That's
on,
what it
him
is.
out.
real quick.
Frizzle, give me
It's
a
more
second.
than
Let me
just a
help
One at
him
a
group.
time.
out.
One at a time. One at a time.
All right, go ahead,
Okay.
go ahead. Trey.
BGS, you from California, I'm from VA. I have nothing in common with you. Nothing.
Bullshit.
Minus
Bullshit.
something somebody might
Bullshit.
put on some kind of census statement.
Bullshit.
I have
Bullshit.
zero in common with you.
Bullshit.
I
How do
don't
you
check
know?
We speak.
African American,
Well,
black,
How
or
do you know?
nothing.
how
I
do you
have
how do you,
zero
we
in
speak?
common
We speak the
with you,
same language,
BGS.
sir.
We're
We speak the same
American. My
language. That's
bad. The
number
only
one.
thing we have in common is American. We're part of the
How do
same
you know?
American community.
We train the exact
That's
same
it.
way. There's very little
That's it,
between one
BGS.
American and another, right?
That's
Even
it.
black,
Nothing black.
even
And
black
as far as
American.
black community goes, BGS,
What
there's nothing in common between me and you.
So you don't
bullshit?
have any
Zero.
kind of black
Outside of the
That's
heritage?
it.
fact that both of your ancestors were brought on the same type of slave ships,
No,
and even
mine
if you
weren't,
were
Mr.
fully
G.
wait,
Mine
even
weren't.
and even wait,
Mine
and
weren't.
even wait,
Mine
like I
weren't
said,
slaves, bro. Mine
wait,
weren't.
even if
Oh,
even if you
Jamaica.
can. Thank
Jamaica.
you. Oh wait. No, so let me
Mine
get this
weren't.
right. The British didn't run
Mine weren't
Jamaica
slaves,
and
Mr. G.
America. Wait, so the
Mr. G,
British
if you
didn't
want to be
run.
a slave, you can be a slave, bro. I'm not on that
And,
Oh,
video.
wait, no, that's not what
That's
I'm
it,
saying.
Mr. G.
Stop
Let me grab
pretending
my
like
mic.
that's what I'm saying. You're being disingenuous. Stop
in
it.
other words,
I'm not black. I'm OJ.
Exactly.
just the words that you're using prove that we have a hell of a lot more in common than we have
Yeah,
different, man.
cultural
We got
Community,
men's
inheritance.
rights in common.
Pookie, and all that kind of
Men's
stuff.
rights. That's
Same
it.
thing. No,
So wait a minute.
that's the
Why are you
That's
majority.
not
using
black rights.
It
if you
is
don't
black.
have
Those are black
if you
words.
don't have if you don't have anything in common, why use the same verbiage?
Because I choose to. Because I'm an individual. I
Because
can
you
say
You
whatever the F
choose
I
to.
want.
You choose to.
Individualistic
No, it's
rights,
not.
bro.
There's no such thing.
That is, yes,
Ain't no
He's an
such thing as
individual. That's why he's
individualist
speaking
rights, right?
English.
Yes,
Hey,
you like,
hey,
bro, you like China, bro. I know.
if nothing,
You like communism, I
if
know.
nothing that COVID has taught you, there's no such
I
thing
know
as
COVID does not
individualism.
exist to me, bro.
What-
COVID
yeah.
does, it's a,
Wait,
it's a movie, bro. All your
No,
fake videos,
BGS, please,
COVID,
please let me
bro.
get that
Yeah.
BGS.
Okay, go ahead.
Please
All
let me
your
get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get
I
that.
mean, if you
Wait
want
a
to
minute.
say it, that's fine.
They all got me woke, bro.
NBD.
Sure, Mr.
Even
G. Mr.
bro,
Big,
brother.
have that, bro.
Wait.
Mr. Slade, have that.
Wait. You can say Mr. Slave. You sound like a white man, but that's okay.
Hey,
He's not a white man. He sounds
He
like a
wish,
black
he
man.
wish, he
Yeah,
wish.
a white man wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
No,
and
only a black man would say Mr. Slave. That's how black.
right,
men
exactly right.
Especially
You're right.
plantation.
You're right.
Go
Especially
You're right.
a bitter one.
But
Especially a bitter one. Yes.
Okay. Like BGS said, I don't know if you caught that because you tried to dismiss it. Let's move slow with this. COVID showed not just Americans, but everyone on the planet. You're actually not an individual, and I would have dared you to try to pull that individual stuff in the first couple of months of COVID and go out when they told you not to go
I never
out.
stopped working, bro. I never stopped working. I went
Wait.
It had nothing to do with it.
Wait,
It had nothing to do
exactly.
with it.
You see how he's purposely
It
like
has nothing to
missing
do-
the
I know.
point?
It has nothing to do with it.
Canadian province is working,
It has nothing to do
bro.
with it. It has nothing to
Hey,
do with it.
hey, can you break that down? Why that is so? Because I kind of saw. I mean, I understand if I'm reading it correctly. The reason why you say that is because when they told everybody to lock their asses down, everybody pretty much locked down.
Exactly. That's my point.
But But I would say that that's just one facet, because if you were out in the grocery stores and everything, everybody
Uh-huh.
was out for
Okay.
themselves. There was no
Okay.
unity.
But guess
There was it
what?
was
Yeah.
it was
You found
Wait,
what
out
wait,
else?
how
wait, wait.
much you
But that
found
was
out how
under the
much your
umbrella of
One
the
at a
government.
time,
U.S.
one at a time,
government.
one at a time, one
Go
at a
ahead,
time,
Charles.
one at
I
a
But
got
time.
you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One at a time.
you found out very quickly how dependent you are upon your government.
Thank you.
Who?
That's my
I
You
point.
didn't.
found out.
I
All
never
That's the
stopped
right.
That's
point.
working.
cool.
My business
You
never stopped moving.
Okay.
so
Yeah.
Wait, wait,
I
wait.
never
Your
locked
And your
down.
business
your
operates under the
based on
umbrella
what?
of the U.S.
On what?
government.
My business
so
operates under
Yeah.
my LLC, bro.
No, no, it
Under
operates.
and
So
it's
so
protected
LLC
by
is
what?
is the
LLC.
governmental what license?
Excuse,
Thank
yes,
you.
who grants
but
it?
y'all want to suck off
It's
the
a governmental
government's
license.
freaking
Yeah.
teat so bad. Go for it.
No,
I don't
Brother,
need
you
you.
suck off the
suck on the
government teeth. The
government's
only
teeth.
reason
Yeah.
that nobody
Wait a
comes and
minute.
steal
Wait a
your
minute.
All right,
Wait a
business
you know
is
minute.
what?
because of the
Black
You
government.
suck
power,
on the
power
government
Wait
to
a
the
teeth. What are you
minute.
black
talking
man,
about?
Wait a
power
minute.
to the
Wait a minute.
people.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Power
Wait a
to the
minute. Wait a
people.
minute.
Oh yeah,
Wait a
yeah.
minute.
Shut
Wait a
shut
minute.
the
Hold
fuck
up.
up, man.
Hold up.
God
Hold up.
damn,
Hold
with
up. Hold
that
up. Hold
silly
up.
stuff.
Hold up.
That's the
See,
silliest shit I've heard.
Y'all crazy.
That's silly.
Y'all
That's
hold
silly.
up.
crazy.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. What's this whole sucking off the government's teat shit when corporations been doing that for generations?
Oh my God! Now we're on to the
So
government. The
wait a minute. Yes,
corporations
we are.
don't pay their
Yes,
fair
we are.
share.
Oh Lord. All right.
Yes, we are. In other
Yeah,
words, tell me how many corporations got their start because of the government. They
yeah.
were sucking off the teat. Wait a minute.
Shout
Do
Yeah,
out
you
to
pay
but
Elon
tax?
Musk and
but
Tesla.
Can we get back
Wait a
to
minute.
talking about
Do
Keisha
you
having
you
our
pay
black?
taxes?
Free Zone had a
But
question that I never answered because Trey keeps rolling into the middle of it. Free Zone actually wanted to ask me something, and I can't. You can't. I still don't understand what he tried to say because Trey actually cut him off at the pass. But Free Zone had a point
Let me see. A lot happened. We were talking about the
about
community
COVID.
thing. I
We
did.
talking about yeah,
Oh, about COVID. About
COVID
COVID.
and about not being an individual, right? I was going to say what proves it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Try to get try getting on a plane and going any place in the country without a shot or a test, and tell me you're an individual.
What? There's no shot and no test
Uh,
requirement in the United States right now,
Yes, there
BGS.
is.
Stop. Where is it? Stop the
Yes, it
cap, bro.
is. Yes,
There's
it
no
is.
need to lie, BGS. Do not lie.
You
You
can
can
get
come
on
up
that.
with facts.
You
Yes,
can
you
get on. You
can.
can get on a commercial
Yes,
airline without
you
a shot or a
can.
test.
Yes. On the United
yeah.
Okay.
States
There's ways
continental
around
United
it.
States, you can.
There's
Do
ways
not
Sir,
around
lie,
it.
BGS.
sir, you're telling falsehood, sir. The NBC
There's
just came
ways
on the
around it.
news last week and said you have to have that shot to board those
Or a
planes.
test, or
No,
plane, a
you
test.
don't. Y'all, do y'all believe? This is why we say niggas is
Where, where,
dumb.
where,
Do
where,
y'all
where,
believe what
where?
CNN and
No, no,
NBC
no.
say?
Give us a
Are you
fact,
that
sir. Stop.
BGS?
Give us a fact, sir.
Here's the
Give us a
okay. I'll
fact,
give you
sir.
a fact.
Give us a
Here's
fact.
the fact. You
hmm
created the black manosphere,
No, no,
part
no,
of
no,
it,
no, no,
your
no, no,
sector
no,
of it,
no, no,
because
no,
you
no,
want
no,
dumb
no,
niggas
no.
to
Don't
listen to
dodge.
talk like
No,
that.
stop being
We
a
want
woman
the
for a
Lying,
second.
facts.
Stop
Just
BGS.
being a woman
dodge
You
the
for a
are
second.
question.
Stop
Just
being
give
a
us
woman
the
for a second.
facts.
hey,
Stop being a
you
woman
are
for a
lying,
second and stop trying to
BGS.
dodge.
You're
insert Wonder
lying,
Woman bracelets
BGS.
here.
It's
Pull
still
up the
yeah.
facts, BGS.
Come on,
Pull up
Wonder
the
Woman.
facts.
Give
Pull up the
us a
facts.
Stop
give
You
us a
just
stop
lied,
deflecting.
no, no,
BGS.
no, no.
You
Tell me where I
lied.
lied.
Who
Tell me
taught
where
you
I
to
lied.
lie?
Tell me
You
where
can
I
travel
lied.
in the continental
Tell
United
where,
States without
how,
no test
how,
Uh,
without a
jab.
our shot. How?
Show where, BGS? Where do you have
Show
to
you
have that
here,
what
to travel in
here.
the
airline? What
United
airline's gonna
States?
let you on
You
there?
couldn't get in the
BGS,
anime.
where?
You
What
couldn't get in
airline's
the
gonna let
anime.
you on?
God damn,
Matter of
y'all
fact,
some
you couldn't get.
victims.
You could
What
yo. You
airline?
couldn't
You
What
get.
lying,
airline?
See,
What
BGS.
airline?
see.
What airline?
Hey
You're lying,
BGS.
What
BGS.
Hey
airline?
BGS.
I
Here's the
think you
fucked
guys are
up
going
point.
around the point though. If you're
Here's the
gonna say,
point.
go ahead, Faulkner, go ahead.
Here's the point. You couldn't even get into fucking anime conventions without the shot. You're talking. See, a lot of people try to circumvent the truth because instead
Hey
of being
Faulkner. Hey
correct.
Faulkner. Real quick. Hey Faulkner. Somebody got an echo.
Yeah, I noticed. That's what I was about to
Hey,
say.
y'all, I think
Yeah.
it's
Somebody's
you.
got a mean echo. But
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
here's the point in principles. People rather be right than correct, and it's crazy because you know good and goddamn well they are putting a stranglehold on motherfuckers. If you, what's the
Mm-hmm.
basketball player name who finally said he'll take the shot?
Was it Curry?
Kyrie.
No,
Carry
That
Irving
that's
was.
that.
Hold
no.
on,
That's
what
Kyrie,
happened to
One at a
Kyrie?
time.
Kyrie,
One at a
hold
time.
there,
One at a time. One at a
Kyrie.
This is
time.
lies.
One at a time. Jesus
Where
Christ.
where in the United States do you have to have a jab and a freaking daggone mask or whatever BGS lied about to get on a commercial aircraft?
You
within
you
the
have to
continent of the United
you
States?
have to be
From
masked.
lower
You have to be
48
masked to get on the
Yo,
commercial airline. You
you
have to
have
be
a
masked.
mask.
You don't get
You
out
don't
for
have
free.
to.
You have to be masked
They're
to
What
get
you
on
not
the
gonna
have?
commercial
let you.
airline.
You
They're
got to be
not gonna let
masked.
you on.
You
That's
have to be
it.
masked. Yes.
Mask. That's it,
Masked.
BGS.
Nope. Nope.
Guys, you are still going around the more critical issue here
What's
about
the
this
critical
black
issue?
community thing, BGS. When you say that, and not so much the black community, but roundabout way, it is about the black community. When you're talking about this issue of individualism, and you point to COVID restrictions to prove that individualism is a lie, what you're also acknowledging is that in order to crush individualism, you need overwhelming force, bro. This
No, you
whole
don't.
thing is about
No, you
force.
don't. No, you don't. All you have to
Oh,
do.
so this whole
Oh,
thing isn't done with force?
I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example, and this
Threatening
is
your
something.
job isn't force,
Can
BGS?
I? Are you going to ask me a question? You're going to
Well,
interrupt
you
me?
did cut in on me, but threatening your
No,
job
no.
isn't force, bro.
Huh?
Threatening your job isn't using force. You can't eat unless you
That
take
is
this
force.
vaccine. Isn't
That
okay? So thank you for admitting that.
that is force. But the thing is, I was going to give you an example why you don't have to use force, right? If you want to get rid of individuals, all you have to do is let the system actually collapse. That'll get rid of all of that.
No, it won't. That will just
Yeah.
be you'll go back to
No,
tribes or something like
no,
that.
no.
But still, the
And
idea of
tribes
individualism,
You
BGS,
just
you have
said
to
that
tribes
crush
you're
it.
proof of
individuals,
that.
tribes
No,
individuals.
but you still
All
have
right,
to
hold on a
crush
second. Hold a
individualism
second.
by
I'm asking you a
by
question.
your own measure. You have
No,
to crush individualism.
no, you don't
It
have
is
to
a
crush it.
natural thing.
It doesn't have to crush it. You don't have to
What,
crush it.
what,
Because
what,
it,
what are you
Human
bringing up
because
beings
it
are
COVID
doesn't.
for?
Ho-
Look at
it
how you
doesn't.
brought up COVID. They are
It doesn't.
crushing
human
people's
human
right
beings
to
are not
resist.
It
solitary
doesn't
people anyway.
exist. It doesn't
No, it
exist.
does exist until you take
No,
things
it
away, until you
doesn't
threaten
exist.
people.
It
It
doesn't
exists until you
exist.
threaten
No, it
people. It
doesn't. It
exists
doesn't
until you say you
exist.
can't do X, Y, Z.
Individualism is a concept that was only 200 years old. It doesn't exist,
No, no,
sir.
individualism is the state of man. We are all
No, no,
What
it's
is it?
individuals.
not.
We're
No,
not.
it's not.
We
Human beings.
get born. No, no, no.
Human
We
No,
get
it's
beings are
not.
born
not
into a system. You were
individualists.
No, you
born as
don't.
an
David,
individual.
no
Human
use
beings are
slaves,
herd
bro. There's no
animals,
argument.
man.
No, yeah,
What?
slavery was definitely a choice
No, no,
because
no.
you listen.
We,
You were
Was
born
it a
into
choice?
a
Whoa,
hold,
whoa,
hold
whoa, whoa!
on.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute!
exactly.
Wait a minute!
How?
Wait a minute!
Well, let me ask you
Here
a
comes the
question.
victim here.
At what point in human history, as far back as
Kanye.
you can find, we're actually human beings, individuals? Where to start?
any person is
Adam,
always an
Any,
individual.
No,
yeah.
no.
Adam,
Everyone's an individual, bro.
Let me
Even
address
if you're
something. I don't
born, even
understand
if you're
that.
born into the
Wait,
tribe of
wait.
No,
Celtics,
you're
if you're
born
born
into
a
a
Zulu, you're
tribe.
born an
You
individual
into
in
a,
that
Conservative,
tribe.
please.
you're born into a group, sir, not as an
Being listen,
individual.
being a
Wait,
part of a group
conservative. Let me
One
address
does
something.
time.
not erase your individuality, though.
No,
No,
This
that
is
is
a
the crucial.
circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves, to do for themselves, to have different ideas. And it is a message that unless you kowtow to an old order, this is what will happen to you.
Damn!
Good
Clarence Thomas.
time.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Hold on.
Wait.
That clip is exactly what I'm talking about. You guys
No,
tried to lynch Clarence Thomas. Not you guys, but the left. The left in
Black people
America,
didn't.
the black
people
left
did not.
also tried to lynch because he wouldn't toe the line. He wouldn't toe the line. You tried to crush his individualism.
Actually, black
Wait. Conservative, we can't let you get past that. We got to rewind like 2-3 minutes now.
Oh, you a slave.
This is
Go
what
ahead, Mr. Slave.
you say Mr. Slave, but I'm not the one deep throating white dick. So what I'm saying is white conservative dick. Yeah, right.
Bro.
You know, I mean, like that's what you conservatives do in the quiet, right? Isn't that what y'all do in stalls?
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, if we gotta go there, we gotta do that.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's keep it above.
Okay, let's keep it cordial, man. Come on.
All right. No, I mean, like, bro. So
you keep throwing slurs.
Exactly. So So going to what conservative said earlier. Okay, this is where we get into some very no pun intended, sticky. I wanted to say sticky situations, no pun intended. But right.
Since we're being petty today.
I mean, for real though. But you know, and depending on who you are in this space, it might be a fat, juicy, hairy white butt. What we have is when we say slavery was a choice, right? When we say slavery was a choice, we gotta be really careful with that type of language and not use incendiary language just because of the heat of the debate. So, do you want to stand on that statement?
Yes, I'll explain why. At the end of, remember the movie Black Panther? At the very end of Black Panther, Killmonger, you know that nigga that everybody made the hero of Black Panther? Black people loved the shit out of Killmonger. You know why?
Yes, we did.
Because at
So
the
what?
end, at the end, you know what he said? I'd rather die here than go be a slave like y'all did my ancestors. He made a choice, and y'all niggas celebrated his choosing ass. But now you're gonna act like choosing ain't a thing,
In
even though you
other
So
words,
celebrated
wait,
his
wait,
in
wait,
other
wait,
choosing
wait,
words,
ass.
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
no, no,
One
no,
at a time.
No, 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 because I'm.
hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on, hold on. I have to ask this question.
Mhm.
What choice could slaves do?
They
Why do
could
we
be a
know?
slave or die.
Hold on,
Wait
you
until
asked me.
so.
You asked
One time.
God.
One
You
time.
asked
One
me the
time. One
question.
time.
Why do you
Go ahead.
celebrate Nat Turner?
No, no, no. What
No, you
slaves
asked.
could
All
do?
right, let me
No,
not
what
No,
let me
no.
not
was
Stop
answer the
dodging.
question
Stop
with a question.
dodging. Stop,
Let
stop
me not
dodging.
answer. Let me not
stop
answer
deflecting
with a
Wonder
question.
Woman.
I'll answer directly. I will answer directly.
That's an
When we
insult to Wonder
celebrate,
Woman. I'm
when
just
we
saying.
celebrate Nat
No,
Turner,
right?
we celebrate
Mhm.
his choice to
She is
stand
the
up and
goddess
not
of
be a
truth, right?
slave.
Mm.
Do you not celebrate his
So
choice to stand up and not be a slave, right? No,
right?
in other words, he chose and you
In other
celebrate his
He
words,
was
choice.
still a slave. He was
he
still a
was still a
slave.
No,
slave.
no, he died fighting.
We died.
He
We
was
died
still a
fighting. Now he
slave.
was still a slave when he died.
You know, those are
Listen,
the movies I
You're
and,
like.
not
You
and
like
hold
no,
on,
no,
Sistah
wait,
you're
wait,
with
wait,
not
wait,
with
wait, wait,
black
wait, wait,
people
wait,
Hey,
wait.
eyes.
hey,
Because it was mean conservative
this is not
speaking.
a barber shop.
Go
One
ahead.
at a
go ahead,
goddamn
go ahead, go
time. All
ahead.
right.
It
Go
was
ahead.
mean conservative
I
talking. There's a
mean,
reason. Wait. So this is why I say this. Understand that that language originally originates with white slavers. Understand that that language is, well, if they really didn't want to be slaves, that language originates. So now that black people are adopting this because they're either ashamed of slavery or they've moved to the more right side of the political spectrum, so they're using white racist talking points against other black people. So understand where that language originates from, and this is why many on the left, when y'all talk about democratic plantation, we ask you why you sound exactly like a white conservative male, and
Yeah.
your
But
language never deviates. It's lockstep with them. Is there
Oh my
anything you
God,
disagree
Exactly.
with
But
them
you
on
know
but
what?
you
ever?
but you
Can we
hey,
talk about the topic?
but
Can
you
I
know why
address the topic?
but you know why they actually okay, it took me to read the Empire of Cotton, right, to actually understand why the Democrats actually talk about the plantation as far as the workforce is concerned, right, is because the modern day workforce, the modern day what we call capitalist industrial capitalist workforce is actually modeled after what? The cotton fields, the cotton plantation, the supervisor tracking your hours, all that kind of stuff was
Oh
actually
man, it's
modeled
modeled after the
from
Prussian
from
system. It's modeled after the Prussian
no, it's
system,
not. No, it's
BGS. Get
not.
out of
No, it's
here,
not. No, it's
BGS.
not. No,
Just
it's
like our
not.
schools,
No, it's
bro.
not. No,
Get
it's
out of
not.
here,
Prove it.
BGS.
Prove it. Prove it.
Bro, I
Show
don't
show
have
me.
to, bro.
Cite
No,
me.
bro.
Cite it.
Prove you got to get on a plane with
Cite
a
it.
flag
Cite
on
it.
your
Cite it.
affiliate,
Cite
bro.
it, sir. You haven't cited anything
You're the one that's
except your
giving. You're
opinion.
the one that's
Except your
lying,
opinion. That's all you have
BGS.
is an opinion,
Oh
sir.
man,
All you got
and a
is an
white pen
opinion.
and a white penis to toe.
I'll
And
address.
an
I'll
opinion,
address.
a big
I'll
mouth and
address the
an
topic.
opinion.
I'll
Bullshit.
address the
I
topic.
asked you to prove it many times. You haven't done
No,
it yet.
BGS. I'll address the topic. This
OBGS,
white people ain't got your
OMBD,
back.
OMBD. I know
So,
everything, but I can't
all
prove
right, here we
anything.
go. Now I'm gonna get away
I'm
from
from
that, and I'm gonna go back to the topic.
I can swap my culture just by moving. I won't be an American
I'm
or
not.
known
hey,
as an
So
can
I don't have
American if I
anything to
move
do with your
someplace
hey,
else.
hey,
That's
culture,
BGS,
bullshit.
BGS.
BGS,
One at a
Nothing to
time.
do
BGS,
with your culture.
can
You
you run
got
that
what
back?
you both can't talk at
I
the
don't
same
want to
time. Who's
be with you,
first? Who's
BGS.
who's? I
Nothing.
don't care. I don't want to be with you either, bruh.
So here's the deal. I just want
Hey,
to address the topic.
I'm getting tired of
Can I
the
go
unwashed
back to the topic,
masses.
BGS?
I'm getting tired of the unwashed masses. Okay,
Okay, I'm
like
going to go
you.
back to Mr. Z and address what Mr. Z
No, no,
said.
somebody asked me a question. You can't
Oh, go
can't
ahead. My
jump
bad.
in.
Go for it. Go for it.
Somebody
I'm
asked me a
addressing what
question.
Mr. Z
well,
said.
no,
You
no,
go
No,
ahead.
no.
I was asking you, to run that back. So you're saying that the way that we work our jobs nowadays is based on slavery?
Yeah, basically exactly based on slavery. The way they set up
Sports, everything.
was sports,
Everything.
everything else.
I
The
mean,
fact
Capitalism
God
got us
damn,
jumped from
everything was
slavery.
can I
slavery?
hey,
yeah.
can I finish talking before five people jump in? Jesus Christ. Okay? The supervisors and the management that we have that keeps track of your hours and your jobs and your production, all that kind of stuff comes directly from the cotton plantation. Okay, they were the first ones to do it. Europeans adopted it as the industrial capitalist system when they actually started the mill factories in Northern Europe. They adopted the exact same thing. The books, you can actually go back and read that. In fact, I'm actually going to read the sector, right, where he actually pulled it from in the mid to late 18th century. What they were doing on the slave on the slave plantation with and how they went about their business of actually getting more and more production out of the workers for every year, every month, how they tracked that stuff was directly transplanted from the slave plantation to Northern Europe. If you look at, I think it was just a few years ago. Remember when they had to put nets up around the Foxconn dormitories to keep the women and the workers from
Yep.
jumping off? Remember
Jumping
that?
and committing
Okay, from
suicide. Yep.
jumping because those are actually copied right out of
That's a
the
Chinese company, BGS. So the
now,
Chinese stole that as well.
the thing is,
That's a Chinese company, BGS.
yeah,
They stole that
it's
from slavery as well.
capitalism.
Yes.
Capitalism
Yes.
copied it. Okay, it spread all over the world. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is the where it came from, right? So when you see that,
So just to clarify, you said the Chinese got that model from American slavery.
They got it from Western capitalists about how you get production out of people.
Cool.
The same thing that the Japanese do when they call pulling the line on the Toyota
The
factory.
Japanese as well.
The Japanese as well. This is where the model comes from. Yes.
Okay. All right,
It's the origination of the
The
model.
Japanese who were closed off until those white Americans to that white American fleet rolled into their harbor. They got it. Who knew nothing?
No, they
of
came in
American
before
slavery.
that, fam. They
Yeah.
came in before that.
They came in
I know
before
they
that.
did, but I'm saying
Yeah,
when they
they
finally
came-
opened up, it became less homogenous. When the U.S.
They
forced it to.
they opened up in the mid 19th century, man. Go back and read it.
Mid 19th century slavery
That's
was
how
on
they
its
had
way
to.
out.
They had
That's
to
how
bring
they
the letter J.
industrialized it. They invited
How did the
Westerners
Japanese-
in.
I'm mistaken,
Go
brother.
back. Go
Your
back and
timeline
read,
ain't
man.
adding
Go
up,
back and read.
BGS.
Go back and
But your
read.
timeline isn't
Go back
adding
and
up.
read, man. Go back and
The
read.
time- I don't gotta
You go back and
read.
read. No,
You
you
just
don't.
said
No, you
mid-19th
don't.
century.
No, you
That's
don't.
the Negro. You can tell he was
century.
black.
Go-
You can tell he was
tell
black
he's black.
right there
Yeah.
because he doesn't
Dude,
have
welcome
to read.
home.
Yeah, he doesn't read. Yeah.
Okay, so
Niggas
I'll
don't
address
read.
the
No,
so
no,
he
we're
is
not
black.
gonna we're not gonna give you a
Can I address
lesson
the
if you're gonna
topic?
keep talking, man. If you're gonna
Are
keep
you
talking,
done,
we don't have to
BGS?
teach you.
Go
You
for
don't
it.
have to
Keep
teach
on,
you.
master teacher.
Thank you.
Keep on, master.
Thank you.
With your
Thank you.
slave name, your slave master name, master teacher. Go for it, bro.
I don't.
Well, you definitely
master
black
teacher?
with that type of outburst.
I know. I heard
Yeah.
that.
I never seen a nigga trigger in my life.
Hey, you must have wings, Trey. I know
Come
you
on,
got
is
wings,
this
right? You
you
got
or
wings,
BJ?
right? You
Is
got
this
wings,
BJ,
right?
Triple X, or
Hey,
BGS?
hey, Trey, you got
Come
wings,
on,
right?
bro.
You got wings in the closet,
God
right?
damn, all this
You got wings in the
stuttering.
closet, right?
Bro, why are you stuttering?
You got wings in the closet, right?
Did you get tickled too much?
You got wings in the closet, man. Got
Hey,
wings in
you
the closet.
definitely black because you hopscotching all over the place.
Yeah, he is.
I just want to address the
He
topic.
got wings. You asked me a question. I answered to
did.
you. You asked me that.
I
But thing is,
asked you, were you
and when you have a pushback, it has
Okay,
nothing
let
to
me
do
know
with what
when
I've
you're
done.
done.
If
Let me
you
know
have
when
pu-
you're
you have pu- you have pushback on anything that I'm telling you. Okay, give me the citation. Okay, it's about truth. Has nothing to do with anything else. Okay, if I'm wrong about what I'm saying, go back and prove it. Prove I'm wrong. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, can I address the
If I
topic?
Can I
if I
say
may,
this time right quick? Some people getting in their feelings a little bit, so I gotta hit you with
Hey,
a little.
Art, your favorite buddy asking for a link.
Hey, I just want to address the topic. You know what I said?
wait, brother,
Mr.
I
Can
think
respond to you, Mr. Z?
yeah. Give me 1 second. Yes.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. One of the issues that we're having is a lack of understanding of history. I want to back up what BGS is saying by saying you really have to understand what the U.S. and what Europe did. In the late and mid 19th century, the model became a Western model. Japan saw that. That's why they opened up. Yes, by force also, but they saw that they jumped on that train before the other Eastern countries. Number one. Number two, the entire work model from Japan, which is, by the way, one of the reasons why their population is going to shit because they're ahead of everybody else in this game, is the capitalist model. They adopted it. They adopted it aggressively. You see it. We were having this conversation yesterday. You weren't there. We see it with China. Look at China already in 50 years since Kissinger got there. So what we're saying is you may not understand that, yes, China is a communist, air quotes, communist country, but it adopted capitalism and it adopted it aggressively, and this is the result.
Steroids.
I think you guys
Thank
are
you.
losing
Model
your
works
terms
there,
a little
Mr.
bit. So
Z.
when
Before
the
I
way
address what you said before, what model works?
What are you saying?
What
What do
model
you mean
works?
by what
Just like
model works? You
capitalism.
talking about an economic model, or are you talking about?
It's a
Either economic, social model. Which
actually,
model?
the best one actually works is a mixed system, which is what we have in the United States, which is a balance of socialism and capitalism.
Which is
And Northern
working.
And countries
And
have.
Northern
Oops.
Ours works better than
What did they
anybody
it's a
say?
else.
mixed economy. It's a mixed
What did they
economy.
say? Hey, BGS. What did they say?
Yeah.
If you have socialism without capitalism, you get communism.
You get
If you get
no, but,
if
no,
If you got capitalism without socialism, you got fascism.
and then you got
Bruh.
fascism.
Wait a minute. Why do you sound like a 7-year-old?
he does because he is.
I
He
helped
does.
him out. Now,
He
so Mr.
does.
Z,
Well, I
to
never
address,
needed your
can
help,
I
but
address
anyway.
Mr. Z?
Let
Now,
me-
next
No.
topic?
No.
I just want to address the
No,
topic.
because
about
No, you're not.
nobody
You're not.
was
No, you
talking.
don't. No, you
No,
don't.
you
Okay,
don't, because
I'm
you
trying to
want to be
respond
one
to
of
Mr. Z.
just like
It's
you were just
okay.
one
It's
of the.
okay, Charles,
Hold
because I
on,
took
hold on,
shots at
hold on,
him.
hold
Mhm.
on, hold on.
Mhm.
Because first and foremost,
Because he jumps
we
in.
weren't allowed. Hold
Mhm.
on, we were
Okay,
not
go ahead,
allowing.
meter
Fuck,
maid.
we
Go
were.
ahead, meter maid.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Dunce hat.
I'm a meter maid, but you wear the skirts.
He does.
I'm the meter maid, but you guess what?
He's got
He's
the golden
definitely black with
bracelets.
the ad. He's definitely
But
black with
guess
the ad
what?
hominem attacks.
See,
Yeah.
this is what
Come on,
happens
meter
when
maid.
you. This is what happens. This is what happens when you have trolls. They all
Yes.
come
I'm
for you,
not
but you
trolling,
crush them
bro.
You are a
underneath their
troll.
I
bridges.
want to respond to the topic.
You are a troll.
No, you don't.
To
You're
Mr.
you're
Z.
ugly ass. You're an ugly ass
Now I'm
bitch
ugly.
ass
Now I'm
conservative.
ugly. Now I get no
Want to be
bitches.
conservative
Yeah,
troll.
why
I get
not?
no
That's what you
bitches. I
do.
get
You
no
get
hoes.
cherry.
Nothing.
Yeah, it don't. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, own it.
Boy, you just
You
you
just
wanted
said it, so we don't have to say it.
Hey,
you weren't loved. Now you gotta ask the
You
crowd.
Borg, you Borgen, Charles. You Borgen.
And he's definitely black because he doesn't read.
One's Borg and one's stuttering. Okay.
He
Of
definitely
course.
doesn't black because he
That's
doesn't
it.
read.
And one's wearing a skirt
yeah,
and
we-
bitching.
so the,
That's
I
why.
guess
That's why I know
kinda
he's.
wanna
That's
do
why I
it.
knows
He
he's
wasn't
black.
invited.
He doesn't read.
The reason why I wanted you to kind of
That's a
break
telltale
that
sign,
down.
unfortunately.
Oh, who's
But
first?
yet,
Who's first?
but yet, this motherfucker got a whole period called
He's gonna
himself
talk.
a man.
Talk shit.
Yeah.
You don't talk.
Okay. All right.
Well, no. I mean, on the topic of capitalism and slavery, I guess my question would be, because slavery is something that runs. It's been running since the beginning of time. It's kind of hard to sort that out. So I would have to ask for the distinction of when you say the capitalist system that we have now comes from slavery. I want to ask what was done before that.
Okay.
But it's slavery's been gone for so long that it's just hard to kind of divide the two. You know what I'm saying?
You got to understand. Okay, trace back the beginnings of what we call capitalism, right? Where you trace it back? You trace it back to the conquistadors going to Mexico, right? Okay, the reason that Europe was a backwater isle for the most part region is because they didn't produce anything, right? They didn't produce anything anybody else wanted, right? So they had to literally pay for everything, because the biggest manufacturing base was China, right? And China only took what? Silver. Okay, China wanted either gold or silver, right? And Europe had none of that, right? So the conquistadors in the 16th century, in the 1500s, they went over to the Aztecs, right? They found out, guess what? The biggest case of world silver was where the Aztecs were sitting, right? And they basically literally wiped out over a century, wiped out 29 million Aztecs, mining all that silver. Guess what happens? Guess what Spain and Portugal became? They became the leaders of what? Capitalist, Europe. Okay, that's where capitalism actually started. Okay?
Wow. Not only that, BGS.
Yeah.
Remember our insurance companies.
People that don't read have no
real quick.
How many
history.
banking systems?
That's exactly where I was going. The insurance companies.
No, stop right there. Stop right there.
Financial institutions, how many banks, how many insurance
banking system
companies?
consortium, insurance companies.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Even your concept of stocks.
Whoa. Can you stop like stroking your own egos? Let me ask a question.
Stroking your own egos. We're not.
Bro, hold on. Are you gonna tell me
stroking like dick.
banking wasn't a thing before the conquistadors?
No. What I'm
No,
saying
not
is,
that
the
way.
No, no, no,
Not the
no.
modern
Yes or no.
way.
okay,
Yes or no. Yes or no. Bank, because you know
I'm
what
not.
I'm really
No, no,
That's
no,
attacking
not
is
no.
the
what we
I'm
didn't
gonna
idea,
say that.
explain to
We didn't
you.
say
I'm
that.
gonna
that
explain to you.
capitalism started
I'm
out
gonna
from
explain
slavery,
to
and
you.
I'm saying no.
I'm
Your
gonna
entire premise
explain
is
to you
false.
if you
Oh,
can
Your
it's
shut up for
entire
okay.
5
premise.
seconds.
I would like BGS
Okay.
to explain
Listen.
his premise,
Okay. Okay. No,
Officer
no, 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 no,
Caution,
no, no.
please.
What?
And
Well, you
the
disagree
entire
with? No,
premise
hold on a
is
second. Hold on a
false.
second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I'm
My
telling you
premise is.
why, and you're interrupting. Your
Oh,
entire premise is false because what you're saying is that capitalism started essentially because they raided the South America, the Incans or whatever. Like that is
okay.
entirely false. People were trading amongst themselves for
That's
eons. Capitalism is based on trade. Slavery and conquering is a whole nother phenomena that people just create money from. But the idea that people produce coins to trade is older than fucking the slaves, the
I
conquistadors.
didn't.
No, but
That's
I
not what
think
I
you're
That's
missing
said.
not
You're
conservative.
missing the
capitalism,
No,
point.
idiot.
yeah,
You're missing the point.
That's
that's
not
yeah.
capitalism.
And what?
Completely missing the point. But that's okay. Okay.
But you
You're
know the
completely
point on
missing
his
the
head.
point.
Let
Yeah.
me let me take a stab at the point.
No,
The
because
point that you're
you're acting
saying.
as if there
No,
weren't
you're completely
trade and
missing the point.
capitalist
No, no,
as if there
no,
weren't
that's not right.
capitalist
That
No,
wasn't
activities
no,
going
no.
on.
That's
capitalism.
not. No,
By
there's,
those
there's,
same,
That's
by
there's,
not
hold on,
cap.
hold
there's,
on.
there's,
That's
Those
not
there's
same
that's not
Europeans
capitalism.
had no
capitalism.
idea how to
That's
do
not
things before
That's
they
capitalism.
not
That's not
before they raided
capitalism.
capitalism.
South America.
That's not
That's
capitalism.
not capitalism.
So what
That's not
what is what specifically makes it capitalism? Now define your term.
Okay, basically, capitalism is the term that capitalism is basically a system that in a money system or an organized money system that actually prioritizes profits over anything else. That's capitalism in a
An
sense.
organized monetary
Or
system that
system that
prioritizes
prioritizes
profits over
profits
anything
over
else.
anything else. Yeah,
Bro, that's
that's capitalism.
slavery. That's you're just describing
Duh!
slavery.
Oh,
Oh my
He
No.
got
god!
it.
That is
He
not
got it.
rhetoric, and I think
He got
capitalism.
it.
That is not
I
rhetoric.
had
That is
no
capitalism.
wow.
idea.
Ooh, yeez.
Well, no. That's disingenuous.
No,
Capitalism
No,
really?
and
he
That's
said
slavery is
it.
not the
He
same
said it.
thing.
We didn't
that's
say it.
circular
We didn't say
argument
it.
in a
No,
We didn't say it.
nutshell.
but your
We didn't say it. He
definition,
said it.
no,
He said it.
no, but
He
the
said
issue is that your definition is not specific enough because
it's
slavery
It-
specific
is an
enough.
involuntary
I
thing.
didn't say.
Slavery is me.
I didn't
Hold on,
say that.
real quick, BG, real quick. Slavery is like me coming to wherever you stay and throwing chains on you and forcing you to work. Capitalism is me coming to you with something that you would want in exchange for
So
something
in
that
other
I would
words,
want that
if
you
I
have.
force you, if I wait a minute. Why do they have child labor
So you
laws?
don't even believe in the idea
Oh
of
my
free
Hold
Wait,
on,
wait,
you
expression.
wait,
guys
wait,
can't.
wait, wait,
Hold
wait,
No,
wait,
on,
wait,
Why
wait,
do they
no,
have?
now
wait,
we're
Why
man,
getting
do they?
wait,
somewhere.
No, no, no,
We're
no.
wait,
now we're
Wait,
getting
wait, wait,
somewhere.
why do they
wait,
have?
wait,
You
Wait.
don't
wait.
even
Why do they
believe
have?
in
Hey,
the
hey, hey,
concept
hey,
of
hey,
free exchange.
hey. You can't talk over everybody all the time, man. Let him finish.
So there's a reason why they have labor laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Child
Mhm.
labor
What?
laws.
So even child labor laws. You know why? Because they could force you to work 24 hours and lock the doors
They did.
and chain the doors.
They
Exactly,
changed the
BGS.
doors. Yes.
So
Right.
that's called and pay you whenever they felt like it, which
Which
is
was
Shout out
called
to the
what?
Pinkertons.
China.
which
Which
was
is
my
called
No,
what?
which is
that's
Which is
called
model.
called
Which
what?
kidnapping and false
which
imprisonment.
no, they.
No, see the
No,
thing is the
no,
thing
Wait,
is
wait,
this is
no.
the
wait,
thing.
Which is
Let me
called
ask
what?
you a question. Can I
Oh,
ask a simple
you
question? You guys
you
are
sound
gonna
like
go
you
on.
sound
You
like a
guys are gonna go
socialist.
on
please,
You
agreeing
sound
with
like a
each other
please.
socialist.
here.
Hood
Before you
conservative,
continue
let me
agreeing with
address you.
each
No, no,
other,
no.
can I
Hood conservative, let me
can I
address you.
ask the question before?
Let me
Well, you're just gonna agree with them
Cite
too.
your source.
No, no,
Cite
no,
your
no, no, no.
source.
I'm gonna ask
Question.
you a question.
Cite
Actually,
your source.
I'm gonna
Cite your
ask you
Do
a
source,
you
Mr.
question,
believe in
Hood
fair
conservative.
Cite your
trade or
source.
not? Is there
Cite your
such thing as
source.
fair
Cite your
exchange or not?
source. Cite your source.
Fair exchange. Do you
Cite
believe
your
in it or
source.
not,
Cite your
bro? I don't
Oh
need a
source.
my
source for a
God!
Cite your yes, you
question.
do. Cite your source.
I don't need a
No,
source for a
Cite your
question.
Everybody,
source.
no.
Yes, you do. Cite your
Is
source.
fair
No,
Look,
no,
exchange
no.
not a
Cite your
Robert's
fair?
trying to
source.
come.
Cite your
Shit,
source.
this nigga, this nigga love
So
Robert
there's no
Burns,
such
doesn't
thing
he?
as fair
Cite your source.
exchange.
Cite your
no,
source.
Hood
All right. So
conservative.
we're denying
Hood,
fair exchange as a thing.
no,
Okay,
hood
I'm
Fair.
conservative.
glad we're
Okay,
hearing that.
wait.
What do
Hood
slaves
conservative.
I'm
get?
glad we're
What do
hearing that.
slaves
Hood
get? What
conservative.
do
I
slaves
think
get?
the best
There
way for
was
me
no
to
fair
answer you, hood
exchange in
wait,
slavery.
wait, conservative. I'm gonna answer your question with this. Do you know the history of the labor laws in America and why they were written and why they are in place and why you don't have 13-year-old and why you don't have wait.
Google. Just pull it up and put it on the screen, bro.
No, hey,
Like-
hey.
Right, you guys never put sources on the screen.
No,
unless
wait,
you
wait,
want
wait,
to
wait,
do
wait,
it.
wait,
wait,
Like, come on,
wait, please.
And then
Don't say-
honestly, listen, putting rules on capitalism doesn't make it not capitalism.
No, but
All you
that's what you're
describing is the
missing.
end of
Okay, you're
laissez-faire
missing.
capitalism.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point, and
is,
this is wait. The point is, if you want me to start off with the point, I was trying to allow you to get to it. All right, The point is, if you don't put these particular rules in place, you will have the slavery that one of y'all tied to capitalism anyway. That's what you would have. That's why those things are in place in the first place. That's why Charles brought up the child labor laws. If y'all missed it, which y'all did on purpose, being disingenuous, if you don't put these rules in place, then you will have those air quotes things of slavery that you guys yourselves already know, but you're pretending like you don't know. So there you go.
Can I
Which is why they
respond?
put them in place.
All right, you guys respond. I'll respond after you guys agree with each other.
Hold on. Here's the deal. Basically, y'all are slaves to Keisha, if you put it like that, because there's stream after stream.
Oh, here we go.
Keisha
and they're slave to the white man.
Here we go. Here we go. You are black. He is black. He's black.
Slaves to
He's
who?
black.
He's
in fact, he's a gynocrat.
Oh no! Don't run from
He's a gynocrat.
Oh, gynecological goon.
It sounds like just like a gynocrat.
Black gynocracy speaks.
Yeah.
Black gynocracy speaks.
Yeah, I sure do.
There it is. That's
sure
what
is.
the
Sure do.
GGS stands for.
Sure do. Yes, what it stands for. Exactly right. Exactly. Exactly.
And they say they're not trolls.
Hey, bro, if that
is.
Y'all brought it up from everything y'all described in the title of this stream and what y'all were discussing before. Keisha is y'all slave master. Y'all are getting no benefit or rewards from the gynocracy.
Then why don't you go?
Lay down your life.
Then why don't you go away?
So why are you here?
Art is my boy, and I came to support.
Because he really bullshit. Because he really.
Oh, yeah, echo.
I came to support Art.
AB, you got an echo.
I support his.
That's not me.
Because that's because one, he wants big butt Keisha, but he's too wrapped up that to get her. Because that's what it boils down to for a lot of these conservatives.
I'm married, bro.
Big butt Keisha.
And
I want no other woman.
Big butt Keisha.
Life, bro.
You married to big butt
Hey, look. Hey, I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
Cannot lie.
Yep, he's black.
You other brothers can't lie, man.
Happily married.
Now, whether it's white, whether it's black, whether it's white, whether it's
Trey, you can't keep talking, Trey. Trey, you can't keep talking, man. Somebody's trying to talk.
Go for it, black gynocracy.
Yeah, are we? We're not talking about
Trey, the non-black dick.
What the hell is up with y'all talking about?
Hey, you can make them up. I can make them up too. Non-black dick. Non-black dick. What can I say?
Oh wow. So the capitalism thing. Here's the thing. You got. So are we throwing free exchange out of the deal? Because even when you include slavery, right? Are you going to tell me that the man buying a slave isn't engaging in free exchange with the man selling a slave?
Ooh.
Not when you consider baby farms. I'm finally up here.
No. Listen, let's not get triggered. But the idea of good.
No. We need to. I want to dial this back. I want to dial this back to the. I want to dial this back. I want to dial this back to the original premise that the modern industrial complex, animated by capitalism, got its beginnings from the plantation model. That's what we're talking about, because that's what was refuted, and that's what we're proving right now.
You said animated by capitalism.
You guys can't talk at the same time. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
animated by
so
capitalism.
I'm going to begin here. He said the conquistadors, right? We know they showed up in around the 1500s and were there all the way up until essentially Mexico gets its founding. We understand that the concept of capitalism was a concept, and it began in the 16th to 17th centuries, period. That puts you in that exact same time period. Secondly, we understand that the Industrial Revolution was taking place in the mid-1800s and really got its full groundwork around the 1890s into the early 1900s. And it revolutionized everything. And we need to understand that the way in which that transition, especially when we start talking about how Asia gets involved, and in particular, Japan. I'm going to put this link again in the chat. This is a time period in Japan known as the Meiji era. There are two very popular animes, ironically, that cover this time period. So if people watched it, they'd see all about this. It took place in the 1860s, and it was literally Japan's modernization. And Emperor Meiji was literally looking at two possibilities, either having to modernize and move from an imperial power and go into a modern industrial power industrial power. And they were using the United States as a model to make that happen. The movie Last Samurai was predicated on Toshizo Hijikata.
Okay, bro. But
He
are
was
they
an
winning now?
individual.
Are they winning
Hold
now?
on,
I need
hold
to
on,
finish, man,
hold on.
because this is tying in
Winning,
directly into that. This is how you get
You
companies
explaining
like
capitalism like
Hold
this
on,
is
hold
how
on,
wow.
you
hold
Gosh,
get
let
on.
him finish.
Nissan and Mitsubishi,
Motherfuckers.
who are literally families, samurai
win, though.
families that formed Zaibatsu that ran that industry. And they
They're
still
winning.
do to this day.
What you
They
crying
were the
about?
first forms of capitalism we saw being executed that was again animated by the Meiji era.
So what, bro?
We're,
What is
we're
the
All
literally
false,
talking about
bro.
how that same model was rolling down from the
You know what?
plantation into the industrial era.
So
And
what?
that's how you get what you have now, which was the only point we were making. So if you want to
Yeah.
play
What is the
plausible
point, bro? You
deniability
made
and
no
say, so
point. What is
what,
the point?
then we just need to make that understanding that the model we're experiencing now, the ancestor of it was the plantation.
So
That's
what?
all
We
we're
winning.
saying.
So what? We winning. So
Okay,
what?
can I now disagree and explain why that is completely
Oh,
false?
hold
And
up,
it's
David.
really simple.
David, can
Really,
you give
hold,
me a
bro. It's
second?
real simple. It's real
Yeah.
simple, bro. Hold on. Free
God,
trade
dog.
is a simple concept. It's old as man. People have been trading forever. That is why gold and silver have always been a medium of trade. Capitalism is an extension of basic free trade. You guys are throwing slavery in there. Slavery is only a part of trade. Trade
That
networks
wasn't
are what create
capitalism.
That's
capitalism.
not
So
That's
what,
capitalism.
not
bro?
Give it to
capitalism.
him.
Let me
Give
Free
it to
ask you
him.
trade
something.
Give
is
it
not
Let
to
me
him.
ask you
capitalism.
So
something.
Free
what,
Let
trade is
me
not
ask you
David?
this
capitalism.
We
question.
winning
Let me
now.
ask
So
you
One
this
time.
what?
one
We
question.
winning.
Ooh,
Let
come
me
on,
ask you
Oh
this
y'all.
question.
God.
So what? Are you not
When
winning,
did people
nameless?
Come
start?
on, y'all.
When did
Hey,
people?
hey, hey, hey. Stop trolling, man.
When did
We're not
people start?
trolling.
You are
That's the
trolling.
When
question. Are
You
you
are
you
winning,
trolling.
are,
You
BPS?
are trolling. You're
you
trolling.
Man, I
are.
BPS,
gave those
get out of here.
timestamps
Stop
for a
You're
bullshitting.
reason.
trolling.
Now, can I say this? Remember, what's the one thing they started to do during the industrial age? They started to mass produce shit. Okay? In order for them to even get that, what's the first thing they had to do? They had to get the fucking slaves back on the damn farms.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you develop sharecropping, the robber
Mm-hmm.
barons and shit like this. But I don't get it. Like
Okay,
niggas
okay. So
like the
you talking cotton on the
Can
plantation?
he
The
finish his
dude, the
statement,
dude.
man?
I'm responding. The
can I
dude in my
finish?
avatar,
He
the
hasn't even
dude in my
finished.
avatar started mass producing cotton
He
gin.
hasn't even
A black
finished.
man
He
Can
started
you
hasn't
doing
shut the
that.
fuck
finished.
A
up,
black
please?
slave
Can he
owner.
haven't
Answer
finished?
Kindly,
that.
Can he haven't
Answer
kindly,
that.
finished?
No,
can you shut
when
up?
somebody says
Can you
something to go
shut up?
Can he
against you and you got
finish?
a
Can you
point,
shut up?
you want
Can
to
you shut
yap.
Can
up?
come on,
Now,
man.
explain William Ellison.
See,
No, no, no,
It's
we're not.
Explain
official.
William
He
Can
learned
he
Ellison.
how
can
to
he
debate
Talk
finish?
from
mass
a woman. He
production.
learned how to debate from a
Mass
woman.
production.
No,
yo,
Look,
no,
the
he
common
I
denominator
know, I
is
know the
either
white man taught you
slavery or
better manners than
feudalism.
that. I know the
The,
white man taught you better manners than
Oh
that.
my God.
Stop
Okay,
the
so
showing.
common
nameless.
Stop
denominator
William
acting
is
like a
Ellison.
hold
goddamn
on, hold
slavery
on, hold
caveman.
on,
and
hold on, hold on.
feudalism
Stop acting
remain
like a
as the
goddamn caveman. That's what you need to stop.
Oh my God. Okay, dude.
Just
Go get some
because you
pussy,
can't
dude. Go
figure
get
it
some
out,
pussy.
just
Go
because
buy
it's a
some pussy and come back.
man.
you gonna
Wait a
pull a
Yeah,
minute.
book out the
yeah,
But
Gynocratic
wait a
there
minute.
we
handbook,
go.
I
There,
don't
really?
have
yeah,
to.
yeah, I know. It's same
Wait
thing,
a
Gynocratic
minute.
man.
Wait
handbook
a minute.
play?
Hold
Yeah,
up.
okay.
Hold up.
Damon,
Hold
they
up.
don't read.
Hold
Come
up.
on, man. Stop that.
Hold up.
Really?
Hold up. Hold
They
up.
don't read.
I don't
Come on,
have.
man. You ain't gonna pull
Number
out no
one.
book.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me respond to that since he made that comment.
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
have to
Go buy
buy
some
what you.
COVID pussy,
Wait a
bro.
minute.
Put the
Wait a
What,
minute.
pants on and then come
Hold up.
back to the
hey,
panel.
well, give us
Hold
a
up.
list, man. Where do you buy it?
Hold up.
So,
Hold up. Hold up.
nameless.
Where do you
Explain
buy
Number
it?
William
one.
Where do
Hold
you
Ellison.
up.
buy
Hold
it?
up. No. 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 No.
Where
No.
do you
No.
buy your pussy
No.
from, man?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to respond to that. I
He's an
don't need to
expert.
buy. I
Okay.
don't need to buy
No,
what
no,
the
no,
white
Okay.
gives
no.
up for
I want to
free.
know where he
All right.
buys. I
Why
want to
would
know where he
you
buys
feel the
his
need to
pussy.
respond to that? You don't got to respond to that. Why would you feel that need?
Because one, I don't need to buy
He's in
whatever
the
his wife
feelings,
It
gives
man.
doesn't
him
He in
for
his
matter.
free.
We
feelings.
didn't,
Finish
we
your.
didn't think you
Just,
needed to. Like,
just
what
keep
the
going
fuck?
till
Yeah,
I'm done, bro.
in
Just
other
keep
Nobody
words,
thought
going
that
till
you
I'm
needed to
finished,
buy
in
that,
other
bro.
bro.
words, they can't win logic, so they start throwing mud. That's
I
what they
asked
normally
logic.
do.
I asked the
Well,
logical
well,
question.
here's
No,
the
no, you
logic.
Guess
didn't.
what? Now I
Here's
have
We
the
keep
logic.
logic.
answering. We keep
The
answering,
logic
and you keep
is he
backsliding.
thinks
But
Brought
he's
up
it's all
mass
right.
the logic
production.
is he
I
thinks
said,
he's the
okay,
new
William
nigga.
Ellison, the cotton gin. There you go. That wasn't up north.
Mass
That wasn't in
production
the gap.
existed before the cotton gin.
Okay, mass production of the cotton gin in the
The
slavery industry. A
cotton gin,
slave owner.
a
There
slave
wasn't
owner.
slave. There wasn't slave and mass production up north. No, you had Eastern and
Oh my
Western
God.
Europeans in those factories up north. Now down south,
They actually had to get rid of that in 1970 because those Europeans migrating over there couldn't get a job, and most of them that were there who were slaves ended up being in Nova Scotia and Jamaica because they sided with the British.
1970.
I said
Bro, that's
1790.
okay,
Sorry,
my bad. I thought you said
1790. That's my bad.
Okay,
It's tying it to the end of the American Revolution.
Okay,
That's all I'm saying.
we're talking this.
The original slaves in
slave
America
owners
were
on the top
indentured
right.
servants and were white. The original
You
ones
got
were.
2 black slave owners on the top right who freaking daggone we're like the Jesse Owens, not my bad, the Splash Brothers of the slave industry.
So what?
Modernizing the slave
So what?
industry in the
What is that?
United States. So why are y'all crying over
So
it?
what?
Get
What
over
does
it.
what does color have to? What does color have to do with slavery? What does color have to do with slavery? We didn't give slavery. We didn't give slavery a color. We didn't give slavery a color, did we?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this
The only point I wanted to make coming up here is that at the end of the day, capitalism was utilized as a modality into the modern era in places that had the plantation and feudalism prior to that. That is facts.
And still
and
do.
it's across the board. That's the only point I'm making.
It didn't work, Nameless.
What do you call working? It's not a matter of it working or failing.
Okay,
it's not saying that capitalism is greater than or lesser than.
You go to Walmart and buy some ribs right now.
I'm not calling capitalism greater than or lesser than, good or evil. I'm not attaching morality or function to it.
So in other words, cite a source, man.
He's an idiot. You gotta realize he's an idiot.
Cite a source. Cite a source. Cite a source. Cite a source. Cite a source, clown.
You're a fucking idiot.
That's
what you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, cite a source, clown.
Well,
Clown.
I guess just get against the idiot.
Cite a source, clown.
It depends. I mean, do you care about raising families?
He doesn't have it in him.
You know, this motherfucker. I wonder who sucks more dick, you or your wife.
If you come to my
channel, cite a source, idiot.
I don't mind chopping it up, fam, because I just want to get to the point that I'm trying to make just with regards to the origins of capitalism. I'm saying there are diminishing returns with that, which is why it was said earlier, what you see is a dual process system with regards to how capitalism is employed along with a lot of socialism policies that go along with that, which is why you see a lot of socialist policies on the bottom, socialist policies on the top, and capitalism aggressively enforced in the middle. You don't see a lot of congruency with that in the systems that have to use that. And it's why we called it diminishing returns. Because at the end of the day, the problem is, since it was rooted in the industrial era, we are seeing diminishing returns from industrialism from places that have been hyper-capitalist. It's like the tree that's too rigid and doesn't bend. It's that kind of principle. If you use metal and you don't apply a softer metal there, and you want to use it for something like constructing a building, and any weather or difficulty or earthquake happens, it snaps and it doesn't perform its function. Societies are built the same way. That's the only conversation I really would ever have with capitalism, and all I heard being presented.
Now, if I could respond to Nameless, when you have capitalist societies like that, and if you have a patriarchal type society like the United States was founded upon, men normally want to help out the lesser man. If somebody's less fortunate, we normally would like to help them out. That's where those social programs come from. We don't want to see people starve. But here's the deal. As those capitalist programs that fuel this industrial society begin to wane, and basically society shifts, such as from the taxi industry to the Uber industry, it's up to individuals to make a choice to adjust with that. Now, if you don't adjust, you get left behind. Now, if you're in one of those areas, now all of a sudden you have a choice to either move to a different industry or hold your hand out. Now, the point, those social programs become strained because you have a group of individuals who don't want to move with the times. They just want to perpetually have their hands out and basically suck off the government's teeth. Is what I was saying.
Well, Trey, can I rock with you on that for a second before we get any confusion? So I think we have already addressed that specific dynamic when we bring up things like the Moynihan report. And then we identify the existence, for example, of the gynocracy, when we identify it as a socioeconomic entity and how intersectionalism is the fuel that animates it. We already have that level of understanding. I think that we run into a lot of the problems when we oversimplify the impact that's had and the disproportionate application on different communities. Because I mean, ultimately, again, people know my family's history. We should have been exemplars of being success. but it was aspects of the culture that were bought into hook, line, and sinker, i.e., independent, don't need no man, that the family dynamic in my own family crumbled apart, even though we had no excuse economically for that to occur. And
But
we're still
nameless.
picking up the pieces.
And
So,
that's why I say it's all individual based, because you look at my family and
but
we went the other
okay, but let
route.
me just
We
finish the
chose
point
to
because
go
I
the
see where you're going.
patriarchal
Let me
route.
just finish the point. At a certain point, when this becomes the norm, it becomes not an individual thing, but a macro thing. And that's what we're talking about now. This is happening across the board, irrespective of individual choice. And when you zoom out and look at the global conversation with this, industrialism has led to ultimately the destruction of all these families. Now, either all men on planet Earth, with the exceptions of a few, are just weak and can't do nothing, or there's a systematic issue. And it doesn't involve getting a handout. It's looking at the way it's employed. Because
Well, every
ultimately, what
time.
we're talking about is the degradation of what you were trying to describe, which was the patriarchal system. And
Well,
we're saying
look, can I respond to that one
intersectionalism
point,
is interfering
nameless?
with that. Go ahead, fam.
Now,
Well,
every time.
before he
Okay.
goes, shout out to Stan Shelton for the super chat.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
He says, "Make no friendship with an angry man, and with a furious man, thou shall not go." Okay, continue.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
go ahead,
nameless.
fam. Yeah.
Every time a society, a country, has tried to address these social issues through the government hand, it's basically genocide is taking place, or communism seeped in, and those countries are freaking garbage now. Zimbabwe, Cuba,
Oh,
Venezuela, the list goes on.
oh,
All
really?
the failed states.
Wait a minute. Cuba.
Can I finish responding to nameless? Can I
FDR
finish
is
responding to nameless?
FDR is did
Now,
all that. We're still
we
here, huh?
never
Okay.
we never accepted communism. We never accepted full-blown socialism. We have not had a genocide in the United States,
So
minus the
let me get
genocide
in
on
here for a
young
minute.
black babies.
So,
Let, let,
what was the
so
New
let's
Deal?
Hold on, wait a
Wait,
minute.
What was
wait.
the
What
New
was
Deal?
the New
let's
Deal?
So we
let's
never had a
look.
Trail of Tears.
Here's the issue, guys. The identity politics and it's separating into individual groups is basically crushing the mindset of these guys. I can't deal. I can't rock with it. And just to name this,
And Republicans don't play identity
my
politics.
family and a lot of
Ah.
other families, bro, here in the United States chose to go a different
Okay.
route, the
So the
patriarchal route, and
Federalists
it
were not
worked.
identity
It
politics.
worked. So guess
Federalists were
what?
not identity politics.
They were ready to
Every
be pit. Man.
everything the
Wait,
left
let him
nameless
finish so we can hear what
Okay.
he's trying to
Okay.
say.
Okay.
Go ahead, fam. Go ahead, Trey.
nameless. Everything that you're saying, BGS, the officer Faulkner is saying means absolutely zero to me and my family. My
Good.
family went a
Okay.
different route.
And
So
I'm
you know what?
glad for that. But go
I
ahead.
can identify with Art coming up here talking about this whole quiche thing. I was married to a strag for 16 years. I know that
Oh.
struggle.
Oh,
Ooh.
So
Mm.
Go ahead. Where are you going
Oh,
with it?
so
We just
go
want to
ahead. Go
see.
ahead.
We just
bitter.
want to see where you're
that
going with
So
it, fam.
that's
Go
when
where
ahead.
the
when we come over here,
bitterness
when you
come
want to
from.
discuss socialism and all this handout victimhood and all this capitalism is bad, I can't rock with it.
Did we say
I'm gonna go
capitalism
hard
was
against it.
bad though? Because
Well, my
this is
bad.
my concern. I don't
How the
think we
system of
said that was
capitalism
bad.
was founded on something that was created by brothers, basically in the United
No, it
States.
wasn't.
No, it
Okay,
wasn't.
all right,
No,
my bad.
no.
Let me
Like
just
I'm serious. It's a good
let
idea
me
for you to
Read a
get
let
that
me.
book.
book, The Empire of Cotton. It
Bam! I
really
just
helps
changed it. My
contextualize a lot of
avatar.
that.
Good night, gentlemen. Look at my avatar. Good night, gentlemen.
Bye.
All
Good
right.
night,
Okay, bro.
idiot.
Again,
Read a book.
Peace out, Black
Read a
again,
book.
aristocracy.
none of
Read a
us were
book.
asking for handouts out here. And when we want
Buy
to
some
talk
And
about
pussy.
and
Read a book.
handouts,
you know
when we
what,
want to wait,
nameless?
wait, wait, wait,
Let
wait,
me ask you
Charles,
this
Charles,
question.
I gotta say this. When we talk about handouts, we have got to remember the New Deal. We
Mm-hmm.
can't escape the New Deal because almost every single policy that a lot of us are upset about, everything that led up to what's being weaponized against us now, has its political origination and its incubation from policies laid out by the New Deal. Either it was directly the New Deal or it was things that were updating the New Deal. And I
Yeah.
behoove anybody to go back and really look at the history of that piece of legislation, who did it and why, and how
And
it's
and
transmutated up to the present moment. Go ahead.
the reason that I paid Green Gorilla, who's a PhD in philosophy, right, is go back and actually look at what we call the social contract, right, the rights of men, right, okay, which is where socialism or social policy, socialism is actually the social contract, right? So
Yeah.
even your right to vote as a universal principle is a socialist or social contract policy, right? It didn't exist before. For every man to vote, for the common man to have individual rights, individual outlooks, individual say so in government is a socialist policy coming from 1792 with the French. It's a socialist policy. Okay,
Okay, how
that's
we doing, brothers?
socialism.
If I could just
Go
say
ahead.
this, if I could just say this. Now, as far as the capitalism thing, or what the last brother was talking about, as far as the New Deal, okay,
Mm-hmm.
in 2010, 2011, there were two very prominent researchers. I believe they were sociologists, or they were at UCLA,
Uh huh.
and they studied the New Deal, and the conclusion that they came to was
Mm-hmm.
that FDR's policies
Mm-hmm.
involving the New Deal actually prolonged the Great Depression, because what they did is it basically, you had all this collective bargaining by unions, where
Mm-hmm.
basically the unions were keeping the prices of goods high. So
Mm-hmm.
therefore, deflation was never able to occur, and prices stayed high, and wage and and the economy continued to stagnate because of that. And I thought that was very good research that they did. But
Hold on, let
anybody
me
can
ask,
go ahead
let,
and
let,
look
let, me-
that
let,
up.
me-
You
let,
can
me- let
go
me
ahead and research that.
let me ask you a question. When
Go
was
ahead,
the
brother.
let me ask you a question. When was the biggest American economic expansion? What period was that?
I don't, like I said, I don't do rhetorical questions, but you can go ahead and
Oh no, okay. I'm asking because you said something
no, I
that you.
don't. I don't do. No, no, I don't do
Hold on,
rhetorical
hold a second.
questions.
No, what I'm saying is that the biggest expansion of American economics was between 1945 and 1990. The biggest
What does that have to do with the
expansion,
Great
and
Depression, though?
that was after the New Deal.
Yeah,
See, the
yeah,
New
that was
Deal was
after.
a series
Now,
of
here's
programs.
the thing. After World War II and after the New Deal, the United States actually fell back into the Great Depression,
No, they
because you
didn't.
had all the,
No, they.
yes, no, what happened is,
You do know
hold
that's
on,
a
sir, let me
historical
finish.
lie,
You,
right?
you, you, you had all these soldiers, okay, all these demobilized soldiers coming back from Europe, coming back from Asia, okay, they all needed jobs. So guess what? We fell back into a depression because our
Where?
economy,
Where?
yeah, because no, because
Well,
what happened was our economy was slowing down because we weren't at war anymore, so
that's
we
not a
Where?
weren't producing.
depression.
That's not true.
Let me finish my statement.
Okay.
Make sense, please.
After the war, the economy slowed down. We weren't making tanks anymore. We weren't making all those airplanes anymore. We weren't making all those battleships and armaments and stuff
Yes, we
anymore.
were.
Okay, so the factories were empty. We didn't need.
We made more
Afterwards,
because
wow. Okay,
we
so
became the
am
policemen
I
of the
talking
world.
to BGS or am I talking to Officer
Oh no,
Charles?
no, no, no.
It doesn't mean a
Okay,
damn. You're
okay.
not
When the
talking.
thing,
You're not
the
making
thing,
fucking sense. Fucking idiot.
the thing is, if you are accurate, we will let you talk. But what you're saying is not accurate.
As anything, the military expanded.
Okay,
It is.
You
okay.
dumbass.
Now, because it doesn't work. Militaries don't
Now,
work like that.
it may
All right.
work.
After
It does.
major
It
conflicts,
does. It
after
Cite your
expands.
source.
major no no
Cite your
after
source.
It
major
Cite your
expanded.
conflicts,
source.
It
Cite your source.
you
expanded.
have demobilization after major
No, not.
conflicts.
We didn't demobilize.
And hold on, here's my source. All you got to do is type in America World War II military demobilization.
Did the United States
Millions of
stay? Did the
soldiers,
United States
millions
stay
of
in
soldiers
Okinawa?
left. Millions
Did
of
the
soldiers
United
left
did the United
because
States
they didn't
stay in
need them anymore because
Okinawa?
the war was over. If
Did
a
they
war is
stay in
over, you don't need all.
Okinawa?
Okay, they had
Did they
bases in
stay?
Okinawa.
So they
Yeah,
stayed,
In Europe,
dumbass.
in
yeah, but
Germany,
Yeah,
in
that
China,
doesn't. All right,
in
but all right. Let me
Vietnam.
finish. Now let me finish. Now let me finish. Now let me address the whole question about demobilization. Now,
Okay.
tell a
United
person
States
who's been through
military. Hold
Hold on,
demobilization.
on,
hold on.
sir. Let me
Let him
finish my statement.
let him finish.
United,
Wrap it
all
up,
right,
man. Wrap it up.
United
Wrap it up.
States. Okay. After the war in the Pacific, they built all types of air bases. All in the Philippines, all in those islands and stuff. Yes, they had military personnel on those bases, but they didn't need all the thousands and thousands of soldiers anymore, to take Iwo Jima and to take all those islands. Oh, you know what I mean? They didn't need all that anymore. All those guys were back home. They were demobilized. So what
What
happened
about
is
factories?
No, no,
after the
hold on. No, let
war,
him finish.
after the war, We demobilize. These guys go home. We fall right back into a depression. It
Okay,
wasn't
okay.
until
Show me.
it
Show me.
wasn't until the 50s, early 50s, Eisenhower, who was a Republican, by the way, he came in. He got us out of that.
How did we get into
He's the
depression?
one. He's the one
When,
because basically
when,
his economic policies were different from Harry Truman
How
so
because
how
Harry
what what
Truman
year
because
what year did the depression start? Because Harry Truman was actually president during
like I
World War
said,
II.
I don't do
Harry
rhetoricals. Now,
Harry
if you
Truman
wanna now
Harry
BGS,
no no
if
no
you
no
wanna
no no
talk about the
no
beginning
no
of the
no no no
depression,
no no
talk
no that's
about
not
it, but don't
hey
don't
hey hey
ask me
hey hey
about it.
hey 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 basically what we're saying is if you're going to make a statement we have a right to ask you where you got it from.
No, if you're
It's
gonna
not.
make a
It's not.
statement,
It's
make a
not. It's not. It's
statement
not. It's not a
and make
rhetorical.
make your
It's
point,
not.
and then
It's
I'll
not.
make a
It's not. It's
counterpoint.
not a
But I
rhetorical
don't
question.
do
It's.
rhetorical
It's not a.
questions. I'm
It's not
not.
a
you
rhetorical
did.
question.
You made an abstract statement and nobody can question it. When did the
So
when did the
Depression
fucking
start.
depression
Depression
start?
start.
God damn.
look, I just put a link in the chat. It breaks down everything I'm talking about with regards to the New Deal and the series of legislation that was born as a result of that. The original
Okay.
point of me bringing that up was to give you an opportunity to go back and trace the line of effect that the New Deal has had on shaping this conversation about social programs. Period. That's it. Because every model of reform has its roots in either the New Deal or the various series that came afterwards. People have been refining this New Deal and remixing it, essentially using the same instrumental, just remixing it over and over and over
Including
again.
Eisenhower.
And that's why I brought that up, just to show that in order for a capitalist system to work, it's just like trying to forge metal. You need to have a softer component that goes along with that. And what we see on a consistent basis when you follow the trail of legislation, you've got the socialism on the bottom, socialism at the extreme top, and capitalism aggressively enforced in the middle. And it's been like that ever since they started this rollout, going back to the beginning of the industrial period here in the United States pre-World War I. That's just how it is, and that
Okay.
really
All right. Now
began.
let me
It
address
began.
that.
In,
Let me address that.
it began in Reconstruction. But go ahead.
Okay. Now let me address that. As far as capitalism started, I think I heard BGS say that capitalism started with the
Conquistador.
conquista,
Yeah.
the going into
Yes.
Mexico,
Yes.
and I scratched my head. I was like, huh? What is he
Okay.
saying? Like,
Well, do you want me to explain it, or
okay,
you want me to explain it, or what?
because
No,
the fact of the matter is this, BGS, is that what we call capitalism, that's just a modern term,
Okay.
okay, for economic processes that have been going on for thousands of years. Even the Roman Empire had a stock exchange, okay, where you can buy and sell into different commercial ventures and stuff in Rome. That's
Mm-hmm.
documented. Okay.
that's not
So it
capitalism.
didn't
No. Let me
start. It
finish.
didn't just start with colonialism or the conquist, or Cortez and the conquistadors, or the
Okay. All right. Prove it. All right. Prove it.
1619. It didn't just
Prove it.
start with that.
Prove it. Prove it.
And Thomas Sowell,
I already
Thomas
just
Sowell,
proved
No,
it.
you
Thomas
didn't. No, you
Sowell,
didn't.
I
Thomas
just
Sowell,
proved it, and
Thomas
you can go ahead
Sowell
and look
has
it
a
up on
Thomas
Google.
No.
Sow-
No. 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 Prove
Thomas
it. I want you
Sowell
to give
has
me the
a
sink.
book. Thomas Sowell has a book called Basic Economics. It's a 26-hour read. Please get
Yeah,
it. I got it.
I've read
He
that
even
book,
breaks.
brother. No,
Okay,
I've
he
read that
breaks it
book,
down so we
and it's an
understand
excellent
what we're
book.
talking. What we're talking
It's an
about then is the
excellent book,
basic economics.
and
So
it's
Hold
an
we're
on.
excellent
talking
Hold
book.
about
on. Hold true. Hold on.
the spectrum that we're calling capitalism began 500 years ago, and that is the whole point we've been making up here from the beginning. No one's making an argument against free trade or denying the benefit of economics to human communication and civilization as a whole. I don't want this conflated.
And my thing is this is, and I love you brothers, I really do. I really like it when you guys come in here and we have the intellectual conversations. And I know, we on different sides of the aisle and stuff, we don't always agree, but that's fine. But sometimes I wish, like when we sit and having conversations like that, when we talk about capitalism and stuff like that, sometimes I wish if we actually talked about engaging in capitalism instead of just talking about
We
capitalism. So sometimes I wonder where we would be.
everybody engages in capitalism in this country, whether you like it or not.
I mean,
You're
I got
engaging in that.
stocks. I own property. I mean, I'm a citizen. Like, what are you trying to say about that?
You can't. There's no way you can engage outside of capitalism and being in the United States. It's impossible.
Anyway,
Impossible.
fam, I think I made the point I was trying to make. All I just want to do is make sure that was clear.
You made the point. The thing is, you made the
They
point.
don't
We're
want
trying
to
to get them
listen.
to actually
They don't want to
get them to
listen.
make the
That's all.
counterpoint, which they're
That's
not
all it
making.
is. They don't want to listen.
There really isn't one. I mean, it's just a subjective opinion that an individual can bring where they don't agree that capitalism is a spectrum of the economy. Okay, I don't know what to say to that.
I mean,
There's nothing to say to it.
You know what? When you tell people that modern capitalism or capitalism period started from slave labor, and the reason why we have all these labor laws in this country in the first fucking place that has to be posted at every job, including police districts, people don't understand what the fuck you talking about. For some odd reason, they don't.
Yeah.
They make it into this new
Hey,
argument.
Pookie, mute real quick. Pookie, mute real quick.
They make it into this new argument like, well, it's not because of slavery, it's because of these. No, it is because of slavery. You want you want to get as many profits you can get without paying people a fucking a day's wage.
Yeah.
If you could get away with it, that's what they would do.
Yeah.
Well, truth. Let me say this. Let me say this before I get ready to bounce. Cause I'm about to start my dinner and all of that. Damn, already. To put this in context,
he's in Texas.
Well, I eat. It's my day off, so I eat early on my days off. Okay. Oh God, Art. if we understand again, this functions in phases. What I think a good constructive conversation would be, which would be a good use of trying to meet you halfway of what you're talking about, City of Truth, would be considering the effect that the fourth industrial wave is about to have on the economy. And how there's about to be hyper stratification because the way in which income is going to be looked at and available is really going to start drying up, especially for folks that don't have that skilled labor under their belt and don't have the ability or don't have the resources right now of royalties and other intellectual property that's appreciating or real estate that's appreciating in value because of the onset of automation and AI.
Yeah.
So, I think understanding that what capitalism looks like is about to change again because there's global conversations about introducing.
All right, now let me address that. Let me address that. Let me address that. It's that first of all, there is no automation in AI without capitalism, and I'll explain why. First of all, the free market system, okay, which allows for competition between firms and between nations and stuff like that economically. Okay, that is what has created the demand for the AI in the first place. So as far as automation goes, there is no automation without people. Okay, automation is there to make people more efficient. It's not there to replace people. It can't replace people and the reason is because a machine doesn't think like a person. Okay, a person can solve problems. A person can move around problems and maneuver around problems in ways that computers can't. Now, computers can sit there and do calculations and hold data and transfer data and stuff like that and help a person navigate the data that they need to do their job. But you need to understand that the two work hand in hand. So as far as that's an old Marx argument that automation is going to change capital. But here's what Marx got wrong though. Hold on.
But we're not talking about Marx.
The reason I say that is that it's an old. What you said, Karl Marx said the same stuff. He said that by 19. No, he said it, and he wrote this in like 1850 during the American Civil War. He was boys with Abraham Lincoln. What did he say? But he said this in the Communist Manifesto. He said mechanization was going to eliminate human work by he said it was going to be by the year 1900. Well, he was wrong.
Well,
So you know
no,
what I mean.
it
And
here's
didn't.
it
but
did
what he
it did.
didn't
Wait,
take
wait.
into
There's a
It didn't
there's
account,
say that.
here's what he didn't. That's my last point. Here's what he didn't
Okay.
take into account. Where
Okay.
Marx
let me
messed
grab
up
that
at,
after that, BGS.
where he
Okay.
messed up at is he didn't take into account
Mm-hmm.
the ability of the free market system to innovate. He didn't take that into account. He thought it was all zero sum. That okay, once you make a machine and it can do a certain task,
Mm-hmm.
no one else is gonna ever try to make that same machine or need to make that same machine. Yeah, well, that is true until someone else comes along and makes a machine that's better or that can do the
Mm-hmm.
same job as that machine, but 10 times more efficient. Okay,
Hmm.
then that's when the argument falls on its
Okay.
face.
So
Okay,
if
so
we,
So
here's
go
the
ahead,
difference.
go ahead.
There's a couple things here. So, number one, there was a sharp movement, and this is why we state that the environment is a superposition of the civilization animated by technology and the culture, because the culture needed time to adapt to the changes in the civilization. And what ended up happening is that's why we moved from an agrarian society, the farm-based society,
mm-hmm.
into the cities to become industrialized, which create a cascade of problems. And the problems really originated in that transition period, which a lot of people were devastated in. And a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
like skipping over that, but there was a lot of aggressive government action that was
Mm-hmm.
done to help
Mm-hmm.
cushion and ease that transition. Because if that wasn't done, if the government didn't have the power to intervene and help ease into that, you wouldn't have gotten to the point that you were describing. Point number
Mm-hmm.
two, jobs are already being lost on the lower skill tier. And the issue goes back again to the transition period. That's the difficulty. Will we get to a point in homeostasis where automation creates jobs that didn't exist, and as a result, human beings can find other ways to employ themselves? Of course, no one's arguing that. It's just the question is, and the issue is, what do you do in the intermedium when you're training your population and you're waiting for the cost to do a lot of this stuff to go down by virtue of the employment of a lot of these things that are going to be introduced due to the fourth industrial wave? And that's what we're talking about as far as the stopgap measures that are going to be put in place that we already see happening right now in the form of
Okay.
things like hard and soft UBI. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. That's the
Let me
discussion I'm
address that. Let me
talking
address
about.
Hold
that.
on.
All
Hold
right.
on.
First off,
Mm-hmm.
is the as far as now he says okay, automation is going to devastate a lot of people. Well,
It did. It will.
they didn't even need automation. COVID devastated niggas enough. Look at how many businesses get closed in the U.S. and globally.
Well, it
Look at
just
how
pushed the
look
need.
at how
It
much
pushed the
that.
need
Hold
for
on.
it.
Look how that much that devastated the economy. Okay,
Right.
but I mean we survived that.
You know
I mean
why?
society
How many
didn't
trillions
collapse.
of dollars
Okay,
got dropped? How many
Yeah.
trillions of dollars? I
okay,
mean,
okay.
Yes. What
Now
exactly what
man,
he's
that
saying.
being
Oh, hold on.
said, is
Hold on.
that
Hold on.
no, don't
Hold
skip
on.
over that.
Don't skip
How
automation
over
many
that. Don't skip over
actually
that
no,
point.
don't
Don't skip
skip
over
over
that
that.
point.
How many trillions of dollars got spent just to try to autocorrect?
okay,
Some
now
of
are
that.
you talking about now the trillions of dollars? Are you're talking about things like
The COVID relief. It was
yeah,
literally
the
called
COVID
COVID
relief
relief.
and stuff like
And
that.
all
Come
the
on,
Okay,
man.
infrastructure plans that got
now
put
hold
into
on,
place to address that.
That's
Come on,
not a
man.
new thing because
He didn't
anytime
say
there's a
what he
Right,
was
because
national
we
saying.
hold
did
on,
that with the New Deal.
anytime there's a hold on, bro.
Truth. Truth. Truth.
National
Truth. You gotta listen
anytime
first.
there's a
Truth.
national
Truth. Truth.
disaster,
Truth. Truth. You
they
gotta
issue
listen.
money like that.
Listen. You just made his point, man. You just made his point.
No,
The
he said
New
what he's
Deal
saying
made that
is it's
possible.
not a new thing because
Yeah,
That's what we're
exactly.
saying.
Exactly.
that's a
That's
basic
what we're
function
saying.
that government
Exactly. So
perform,
put,
you know,
truth
Fam,
connect
I'll
regularly.
rest my
But you're
truth
case.
acting
truth
like
truth truth
this is
connect the
something
dots
new, and it's not.
I'll
connect the
rest my
dots
It's
case,
truth
not a
man.
truth
new
connect
thing.
truth connect the dots, man. Connect
I'm
the
about to
dots.
go eat, fam. Thanks for having me up. All right. You guys have a good
Yeah.
night.
Yeah, connect the
Can you guys
dots.
hear
All
me
right,
now?
Yeah, we
enjoy
got you,
your
Z.
meal, bro.
In other words, what he had just said previously about how the Industrial Revolution and how they dropped the money and actually put in programs to cushion the transition from the agrarian
Yeah.
society that we're in to the machine society, Industrial Revolution society, industrial society that we're in. Right? It took a whole bunch of money, a whole bunch of programs, a whole bunch of things being passed to actually cushion the people between that point and there. The reason they put that in is because people are actually going to burn down the society, right? Same thing with
Okay.
hold on a second. Same thing with FDR and the New Deal. Basically, the first thing that FDR said, the same thing Obama said. I'm on the thing between you and the pitchforks, okay? Because uh, uh, because you guys caused this depression, and basically people on their way to actually
Yep.
revolt and actually overturn this society, right? And the only way you can actually ameliorate this kind of thing is actually by implementing programs. And guess what? The bankers and the industrials did? They signed on to it. In other words, basically FDR said, "I'm going to tax you at a 90% rate, right? I'm going to have programs to put people back to work, uh, building infrastructure, doing all kind of jobs, and actually using your money to put people back to work, right? So we can actually put this country back together and actually put things in place so this does not happen again, right? Those are
Okay.
socialist policies, okay? Same thing.
Now
Same thing.
let me ask you,
Same.
BGS.
Same thing. People don't realize. Okay, your right to vote, which is universal basic suffrage, right, is a socialist policy. Your right to vote is a socialist policy. Okay, that didn't exist before
Especially if
1792.
you're not a landowner.
If you're not a land, but boy, it didn't matter whether you're a landowner or not. You had to be a royal to actually be a landowner, right? Under feudalism. Okay, you
Okay.
couldn't vote, and basically, uh, uh, until this socialist wave came about, you got to remember, the average everyday Joe didn't get the right to vote till 1850. All right. It wasn't 1790. It was 1776. You didn't get your right to vote till 1850 under universal suffrage. That's a socialist policy. Okay, your 8-hour work week. Okay, socialist policy. Like I said, child labor laws, a socialist policy, right? Because basically they were enslaving women and children, locking doors, and basically barring people up, working them 16, 17 hours a day, just like they did the slave in those
Okay.
factories, right? The socialist
All right,
policies actually passed
now
actually
hold on,
do this.
BGS. Let me respond
Uh-huh.
to what you said so far. Let me
Mm-hmm.
respond to what you said. So now, again, going back to unions, unions, and the New Deal.
Socialism.
Okay,
Socialism.
no, unions. What happened
Socialism. That's socialism.
was what happened was
Socialism.
FDR he negotiated with the unions and he said, okay, we're going to allow you guys to continue to collectively bargain. So they
Mm-hmm.
artificially kept the wages high. Artificially kept the wages high. They kept the prices high.
Why did they
So
do that?
no one
Why did
could
they do that?
afford anything.
Why did they do that?
Nobody was able to afford anything.
So how
So
do people buy
because
things?
nobody could afford anything, the economy continued to stagnate. You're putting all these goods on the market. Nobody's buying the shit. Okay, you
Okay.
can't sell it. You can't sell these Model T, cars and stuff, and these Chevrolets and stuff that they was, putting onto the market and stuff. You can't sell that stuff.
They,
So it's just sitting there.
so they were sitting there.
You know
Nobody
what I
was
mean?
buying it.
And the
Nobody.
market is stagnating, and
Nobody bought it.
this
So
happened year
so
after year after year.
no, it didn't. Your economy expanded. So in other words, let me ask you a question, right? Okay, if you have a revolution and the economy collapses, country collapses, who buys anything? What happens to the economy?
I can tell you one thing: you can't have a revolution if nobody has any money. You can't buy
You sure?
anything
Yes, you
because
can. That's
everything is kept artificially
no,
high.
no, no. You can't have a revolution without money. People don't need money to burn things down or destroy stuff, do they?
Yeah, you need gasoline costs money, kerosene costs money. Okay, beer bottles to make Molotov cocktails cost money.
No, we don't. They don't. You don't. They were torching
Uh,
down. They were burning down.
Can you?
matches
Let,
cost money.
let me
T-ball
ask you.
bats
Let me.
cost
Okay.
money.
They did not. Okay. When they were burned, when Rome sacked cities and burned them down, did they have gasoline? No, they
No,
didn't.
they had a bunch of barbarians come
No,
through
they
there
had torches. You don't need gasoline
and
to
burn
Molotov
every. Yeah,
cocktails.
yeah,
You don't.
but how do you light the torch? You need wood, right?
No,
Torches
wood.
don't light themselves.
So in other words, so basically you had to manufacture wood.
Yeah, you need fuel for the
Where?
fire, right?
Would you have to manufacture wood?
Yeah,
You do. Where?
yeah.
Where?
Mother Nature make you go in the
That's
forest and
not
cut
another one.
trees
That's not
down,
that's not
and you
manufacturing, sir.
bring out and you get it
That's not
that way.
that's not manufacturing.
Yes, it is.
Okay, man.
What do you mean?
All right. All right.
What do you mean?
All right.
But that was just the point I was trying to make. BGS is that great because I've done a lot of research on the Great Depression, and there were other countries who got out of the Great Depression so much faster. Like Germany got out fast, Denmark got out fast. There's a lot of other countries that got out of the Great Depression way faster than the U.S. And the reason was because the U.S. was playing all these games, keeping all the prices high, paying farmers to not grow food. You just gonna pay these farmers to, and then now you get all these dust bowls and stuff.
And they still do.
All of that was government created. BGS, come on, man.
So let me ask you from the beginning of this country, from the very beginning of this country, what was not government created? The expansion of
From
the
the
country.
beginning of this country,
Yeah, what's not government created?
to now, what was not government
Government
created?
created, yes.
There are many things that the government can. Can the government create air?
Okay, man.
Can the government create the air that you breathe?
Yeah, they manufacture just like they manufacture trees to grow wood.
No, that you cannot manufacture air. You can
Well, you
harness
can.
air.
You can if trees manufacture wood, then you can manufacture
Yeah,
air.
yeah. Trees make air. Government can't make
Never heard
air.
of TARP?
Huh? Say what?
So, see the truth. You never heard of TARP?
What do you mean tarp?
Well,
Wow.
What do you mean?
why wouldn't you be
The
able to
Turk
make
bill.
air? All you would have to do is take two hydrogen atoms and a fucking oxygen atom and make a combination and then
Even
evaporate.
Have they done that? Are they doing that?
Yes, they do.
in other
But
words, okay, go
even
ahead,
then,
man.
that's still just nature. That you're just combining molecules.
Oh.
The government's
What are
not
we
creating
talking
those
about?
molecules.
Nobody creates them, bro. They're
That's
just in the
that's the point I'm
universe.
trying to make. Is
No one
that
creates what? No one
And-
creates any
but
atoms or molecules.
I
dude.
feel
They're in the
I
universe.
feel
I
I've
feel
made
Why are
my
you
point
yelling?
though.
Okay, all right. You make your point.
I'm actually satisfied. I feel I've made my point. I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
You
there's a
have to
need to
yell though.
continue.
We're still trying to understand what point you tried to make, but you don't
No,
understand.
I'm satisfied.
Okay,
So
well
if you
you are.
guys want to move on to another subject, if you want to talk about something else, I'm down with whatever you all want to talk
I
about.
have. We're still trying to understand the point you tried to make in the first place.
Sounds like rape to
I,
me. I'm satisfied. I've
I,
made my point. What are you talking about?
what the
I don't
fuck?
understand. In other words, you're saying that after the Depression, okay, because of the policies they put in, it actually stagnated the United States for years, right? So at what
Yeah.
point did they? So at what point?
It was hard.
Even until Ronald Reagan, did they let go of the FDR's policies? And what policies did they actually get rid of?
No, I know once Truman got in office, he continued a lot of the same stuff FDR did because he was FDR's vice president and that was
Yeah.
his boy.
And so did
So
Eisenhower and
So what?
JFK
What did
and Edwin J.
Eisenhower
rid
was
of?
completely different.
What did he do?
Eisenhower was a Republican. What
What did he
happened with
do?
Eisenhower? I know what happened with I believe Eisenhower put up a lot of tariffs, and there was more. Hey, we're gonna buy our own American-made goods.
What would you call the expressway system?
It was called no. I'm not talking about that right now. Eisenhower came in and he put
did that not employ people? Was that not a government job?
Eisenhower came in and he put up tariffs, and that's what actually. That's why the
You're
50s were
ignoring
so
what I'm saying.
prosperous.
No,
No,
you're
it wasn't.
ignoring what I'm
That's
saying.
not
That's why the
really. Not
50s
You're
really.
ignoring what
were
I'm
so
saying.
prosperous.
No, not
You're
really.
ignoring
But
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying. What I'm saying is, what would you call the expressway system?
You mean the interstate system?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Now, are you Canadian?
I'm American.
He's in Florida.
Because we don't call it the expressway system. We call
And
it the
in the East
interstate
Coast,
system.
East Coast, they
we call
it
it. We call it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And highway
Yeah.
and interstate,
Okay,
like you said. Yeah.
now as far as
Nice
the
try.
interstate system,
Answer the question.
the interstate system, that was a much needed system to transport.
Well,
It had military
you're
application, but
you're
it
doing that on
also
purpose.
it also was good for
Under
transporting goods across state lines.
That was a federal. That was federal government doing what? Stop ignoring what I'm saying. You know where I'm going. Go ahead.
I mean, federal government.
That was government dollars.
That was a federal program, but it was a much needed program.
Wait. employing people, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
so
employ people when they
Eisenhower
built the interstates,
continued
but also on the
FDR
state
social
level too,
programs.
and
That's
that's
a
not the
yes.
same
No, no,
thing.
Thank
no.
you
Okay.
very
It's
much.
What?
Yeah,
not.
that's a yes.
What? No,
Yes, it is. Thank
Please
you. Thank you
trying
very
to.
much.
In
Talk
other words,
talk about
what?
being
Not the same
satisfying.
thing.
What you saying that Eisenhower actually eliminated all FDR's program, New Deal program? Is that what you're saying?
I said by the time Eisenhower got in the office, the New Deal was done. That was over.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the
What part?
the
What
the
part of the
uh
what part of the
the
New Deal did they
interstate
restrict? No,
system.
no, 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 no,
No,
no.
no.
What part? No. What I'm asking you, what part of the New Deal got taken back? What part of it?
Look, the New Deal was done by
What?
19.
No, it
They weren't
wasn't. No,
fucking with it anymore. They weren't
no,
fucking
it
with those
wasn't. No,
programs anymore.
we still have New Deal
It
policies
was
even today.
done. What
We
you
had no,
can't do
we
is you
still
can't
have
take
we still have New Deal
something
policies.
new.
Okay, we still have New
You
Deal
can't take
policies today.
something new that's coming and say, well, this previous guy responsible for it because that's
I'm
just not the
asking
case.
you.
What happened
I'm
was
asking you
the
what policies. What
that
policy?
was not the
Okay.
centerpiece
No, 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 no.
of
What?
that was not the centerpiece of Eisenhower's program. The centerpiece of his
What
program were the tariffs,
was
and
civil
that's what
rights?
matters with
Civil rights was the center
Eisenhower
of his program.
was the tariffs.
What?
No,
What?
tariffs.
Hey, City, do you listen to yourself when you talk?
Tariffs on foreign
welfare.
goods. That's how we boosted our economy in the 50s. We bought up buying all
City,
American made
BGS asked
goods.
you a question. What social policies got repealed or taken back since FDR? Name
I'm
them.
talking to
Answer the
BGS. I'm not
question.
talking to
Don't
you.
ramble. Answer the question. Y'all
I'm
killing me
talking to
with all these
BG. I'm talking
rambles.
to.
I'm asking you a
I'm
question.
talking to BGS. And like I said,
I'm
BGS,
asking you a question.
I don't do rhetorical. So
No,
you can just
no,
go
no,
ahead
no.
and
No,
say
you
what
don't
you
do
want
any
to say.
questions apparently because we're asking you
Because
a real
You don't
question.
do
do
nothing. You
rhetorical.
ain't answer shit. God damn it.
No, you said something. You actually said that the New Deal was done, right? Okay, if the New Deal was done, that means all the policies under the New Deal actually got stripped out and taken away, right? Okay, so I'm
Make
asking
your
you.
point.
So
Just make your point.
I'm making my point. In other words, so if the New Deal was actually done and taken away, all the programs and stuff ended. What programs actually ended? It was done.
No, why don't you tell me?
No. You said something because
If
I
you
disagree
know,
with you.
then you tell
No, we
me.
I
not doing
disagree
that.
with you.
We not doing
That's
You
that,
tell
my
rhetorical.
boy.
me.
That's a rhetorical question, man.
You tell me.
That's a rhetorical question. That's a rhetorical
You
question you
tell
just
me.
asked. It's a rhetorical question. In other words, you don't know. So
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right,
he definitely
BGS. When they
doesn't
So
know.
do that, they
so
go
no,
in
if I don't
no, you
circles
know,
because
don't
they
know.
don't
if
No,
I
have
don't
an
know,
answer.
if I
no.
don't know, then you
Yeah,
tell me.
that's the
No, no,
smartest
no, no,
thing
no.
you just said.
Here's
You just said you don't know. Thank you. You don't know. That's
I,
what you should have led with from the beginning.
remember in 1999 that actually caused the banking crash. Later on, 10 years later, repeal of the
Mhm.
Glass-Steagall. Remember that?
Yep.
Remember?
Wait, does he
I'm
even know what
asking. No.
Glass-Steagall is, BGS?
I'm asking him truth. Does he remember that? The Glass-Steagall Act.
Ooh, answer it. Go ahead.
Yes or no? It's not rhetorical.
And don't Google it.
Z, him and
Oh,
his
he left.
feelings. Him and his
He left.
feelings. Him just caught feelings.
He'll be
Yeah.
back.
Can I give him a hint, BGS?
Yeah, no, don't give him a hint. Let him look it up.
Okay.
The thing is with so-called conservatives, I don't mind them being conservative, but thing is, they give out talking points and they give out wrong information, and then when you actually give them the right information, they disagree with it. And first thing you said, okay, you disagree with a point, cite your source. Okay, where do you get it from? Well,
You know.
capitalism existed by free trade. That's not a system. Okay, it's a feudal system. Okay, we're talking about systems. Now, if you believe that capitalism existed a long time back, cite your source. Where'd you get that from? Well, I don't have to cite a source. Okay,
That's the funniest part. You
but
know.
man, I don't. We're different from you, man, because I'm not black. Okay, but thing is, you act black because you don't read.
You heard me say it.
Yeah.
I think the takeaway that I got, and I'm glad I had someone on the panel because, going with the topic of when you know a sister have your back.
Right.
Uh-oh.
On the Republican side, I mean, what do they have? You know what I'm saying?
Well, And this is going to the
Sh-
topic
Shirley's
also.
about the only logical Republican
Yeah,
female I've ever heard,
that's
and
it.
even though she has some stuff that's kind of outlandish, but at least she's reasonable. My goodness,
you,
Yeah,
you know
I can respect her.
what,
yeah.
and this is, I have no problem, and I've said this to everyone. I worked for the Florida Democratic Party in 2016. I did not vote for Hillary. I did not vote this election for Biden. I did not vote for Trump either election. I'm going to continue to vote down ballot until I see a candidate that I think is worthy. You know what that's telling you if you don't understand it? What it's saying is that there are certain things that the Democratic Party is on that I'm not on. I don't
Mm,
walk in lockstep with these people. I don't regurgitate their talking points. I'm a lefty as hell, but there are things that I do not agree with them on. And I have no problem telling anybody that gun rights, I'm with the right on gun rights. I'm from Florida. I want to be able to walk around with an AK-47. Right? I'm working on it. I'm about to buy one. But right, so I don't see the same um disagreement with black brothers and sisters on the right. I don't They walk in lockstep with white Republicans to the point where they're literally saying slavery was a choice. To the point where they're literally ignoring what Candace Owens is, what Ben Shapiro is, right? That to me is insane. Like I get it. You're angry at certain black people. You're angry at the Pookies for pulling the women. You're angry at the women for liking Pookies. I get it. But this regurgitation of white talking points and rhetoric to spite other black people, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that was a very important. That part was a very, very important discussion of the whole Candace Owens versus Megan Thee Stallion.
hmm
Which one has your? Which one would be the first one to throw you under the bus?
mm.
That's a man.
I mean,
I couldn't make
and
this
I'm happy,
over the other. I couldn't.
and
And
that's
that's
why,
what we're saying. That's why it's a tough choice.
and
Yeah,
that's so I agree with Art on that because Meg Thee Stallion is on some ratchet hood girl shit, but we can't ignore and like and the brother was right. She did try to sell out Tory and pretty much sell him down the river to white folks.
Mm.
But Candace Owens and so too Owens in her existence, the reason why we even know her name is because she sold out to the rich white boys also. So like this juxtaposition that the brothers was trying to do, where well at least she ain't throw no brothers under the bus. Her entire existence is trying to throw black people under the bus. What are you talking about? The reason why you even know her name is that like that's what I don't understand. We act like we don't know what these people are and what they represent. I
yeah.
don't know.
I'm failing to understand. The more you try to dig into understanding what they're talking about, then they want to keep jumping lanes. Okay, stand
Yeah,
on your square.
yeah. That's very, very interesting. I didn't think that I would gravitate. I mean, they would gravitate toward this discussion. I was surprised. I'm like, wow, what's the interest? Maybe you might want to say trolling, but they still, even through trolling, you still get some information out of a person.
Hmm.
So
I don't know. I think Nameless came in and did a good job in backing me up. And Nameless, is super articulate, and that's why I brought up China and Japan. Nameless came and just completely nuked it, and to see brothers trying to ignore what he was saying,
Hmm
like, wait a minute, you got BGS and Nameless, and y'all really try to ignore like if you're gonna vote for them regardless, if you're gonna stand on that political side regardless, okay. But do you really understand what you're standing on? Do you understand what you're standing on? Because it's one thing, and this goes back to what we understand. People literally are voting off of feeling, not off of fact. They try to construct a fact wall against around their feelings, but that's easy to blow away. You don't need a tornado to blow that way. You just need a light gust of wind, right? So I don't know. That was interesting. That was
Yeah, I've been trying to understand where they're coming from, man, for forever. And
I told you, BGS, man. It's the girl in high school that overlooked them. So they like, fuck Keisha forever. And I'm going to
mhm.
go vote. I'm going to go spite the entire black community by going against everything that's in the black community's interest and aligning over here with the white boys and telling y'all there's no such thing as race, even though my literal license says black on it.
Mm-mm.
Hysterical.
Well, hey, but that's what this is all about. The race thing again, BGS. Again,
Mm-hmm.
and in terms of the policies, like I don't understand. It's very, very obvious what they do. It seems like even like when I was watching what was I watching? The congressional hall, it would just be state legislators and stuff like that. I forget. That's Forbes News. I was watching some of that
Mm-hmm.
where it's the conservatives analyzing and kind of critiquing the other side, the
Mm-hmm.
left side. But even still, it just seems like it's like it's hard to describe. It's like it's like half of a pizza. It's like a half and half pizza.
Yeah.
And on one side, yeah, it's on one side you got like pepperoni, and we'll
Mm-hmm.
just leave it at that. We got
Yeah,
pepperoni,
pepperoni.
and on the
Outside, you
other
got sausage,
sausage, and you got
but
cheese or
underneath,
something like that.
underneath there's cheese and cheese and the sauce and the bread underneath.
It's
So
mixed, and they're all mixed.
the only difference is the topping on top. But
Exactly,
but their base is exactly the same. Mm-hmm.
exactly. That is exactly what I was trying to say. Like I don't, and it's so obvious. Like I kind of understand why a few of the conservatives were saying that Obama was a puppet show. I can get the perspective on that, but on the other
Yeah,
end,
he
it's like
was, but what president isn't?
Isn't yeah
exactly on
yeah.
the other end, like what president that the conservatives have had that wasn't like that, that didn't just
They're all
influence the
sir.
policy. They all do.
They all have masters. Okay,
They all
they all
do, and
have
it seems like
masters. The the,
he,
the only the only ones who are probably closest to be independent because they come from a banking family is probably the Bushes because they come
Mhm.
from an old fashioned banking family. But
Mm.
even they have their own agenda. Okay.
and it's the crazy
And
thing.
even Dick Cheney was running the presidency until 9/11.
That's what I'm saying.
Uh,
But about the presidency though,
everybody
like
has handlers. You know.
everybody has handlers, everybody has controls. It's like they write in the history books that the president has the power and he made these decisions. But if you look
Hmm.
at the actual structure, it seems president doesn't really have any power without Congress. So Congress really has the power
The,
because they're the one passing on this stuff, and that just depends on what the numbers say.
it
And
was actually built that way. It was built that way on purpose to keep from having a dictator because they
yeah,
didn't want a dictator.
Yep.
So that's why they split it into three separate branches like that. They did it for a reason.
mm.
Damn,
But it
BGS, you should
didn't
have asked them what's the different three branches to see. Damn, Art, that should have been the first question so that we could see who's even worthy of this conversation in the first
exactly why
place.
did
Some got quick
and by the
Google
way,
fingers, man. They got quick Google fingers, so they.
e-
Yeah, yeah.
executive, judicial, executive,
No, you got it.
judicial,
You right. You
and
right. Say it again.
legislative.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So, um, I mean, yeah, I mean, of course you got to know, and then you have in the legislative part of it, you got the House of Representatives, and then you
Hmm.
got Senate.
Which one is
So
Yeah,
the lower
yeah.
house and the upper house? Real quick, fast.
House of Representatives is the lower house, Senate is the
He
higher
right.
house.
He right. He
Yeah,
got it. He
and
got it. He got it.
that's how come they call it a republic because you have the two houses,
Mhm.
same structure as the Roman republic,
Mhm.
from the Senate and then the plebes, right? Basically,
Mhm.
the peoples or the plebes
The
is
commoners. Mhm.
the commoners, yeah, which is House of Representatives, the common. Even if you look at Britain, right?
Hmm.
You have the House of Commons,
Parliament. Mhm.
and then you have the House of not royals, what do they call it? House of
Lords.
Lords. Have
Mhm.
House of Lords, which is the same thing that happened in Rome, right? The
Mhm.
Senate was actually the rich people of the royalty, right?
Hmm.
The patricians, big landowners and stuff like that, right? A lot of
Hmm.
money, right? But the thing is, the plebes were actually the common people. So you had two houses, just like you have. In fact, uh, most countries they have a republic have two houses for that reason.
Hmm.
It's actually
Mhm.
A
modeled after the
republic,
Roman
yeah.
Republic. Yeah,
Roman Republic, yeah. The
yeah,
Roman had a republic, and then they pulled, they pulled the direct. Was the direct democracy from the Greeks,
yeah. The
or was that
demos from the Greeks and the
Mhm.
Romans. Yeah,
Yeah, but
They don't
we
even know
it's
what
our
demos
democracy
means.
is like passive, like extremely
yeah,
passive.
yeah.
It's like these guys think the president has more power than he actually does. Like you wake up and realize that it's like
He
you
has
realize actually who's making these decisions, and it starts to make a lot more sense.
for an individual person, he has way more power than most people think. But the thing is,
True.
True.
the reason that you have branches of government, they have to constrain him.
He's
That's the
still
whole
one
reason.
person.
Huh? So what?
He's still just one person in this system.
Right, right.
Mhm. For me, the conversation really started to go left when the example of what's going on in East Asia came about, because
Mm-hmm.
it was just supposed to be an example of these people have adopted capitalist economics, although they might claim communists in China. They said it themselves, like capitalism with the Chinese characteristics, like that.
Mm-hmm.
They literally said it themselves. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
getting over communism. They're actually using capitalism as the jet engine
Here's a system.
to get into the to communism. And I just found it
Get
interesting
communism
that
where it needs to be, so they don't end up like Russia.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's almost like they were ignoring that point. And even when Nameless came in to kind of hammer that point home
Yeah.
and to show what's going on in Japan and what's going on in these different nations,
Yeah.
like I said, Japan and South Korea are ahead of the West. They adopted capitalism, and in 5 decades, you already see where they are,
Yeah.
right?
The smaller.
And
Yeah. Smaller group. Yeah.
But this
Hey,
is
and go ahead. I'm sorry.
this
you know
kind of
what's
example what we
called?
were talking about earlier when I said we get it from all sides. If you
Mm-hmm.
notice, even other black men have issues with other black men having scholarship and information,
Yeah. They do.
even down to
Yeah,
when you're younger.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, I've been
True.
noticing that it's like, and
Don't give me a history lesson, Art.
They,
look at the hard pushback when Nameless came up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 exactly,
Because he
exactly.
agreed with me. That's the problem.
Well, that part, and he backed
Yeah.
me up.
Yeah.
They don't like that. They don't like that, man. They think. And the crazy thing about capitalism, like it appears to me, like with the whole system, it seems like capitalism was like a jet engine, if you can kind of get it, and like communism is where we need to be, like where it ideally needs to be, like the best system of communism or socialism, I guess, because it's only communism when it's authoritative. But
Before the industrial capitalism, there was no such thing as communism or socialism.
Hmm.
hmm
There's no
Socialism
such
was
thing.
an answer to capitalism,
Here's the answer to
actually.
capitalism. Yeah.
Hmm.
The abuses of
That's what Marx
capitalism.
said.
Yeah.
mm, there was
If
no
they want
such
to
thing.
bring up Marx, that's what Marx said.
Yeah.
And this is the
We
thing.
didn't.
No one in name real quick. I'm shoot because I'm gonna drop off after this. Nameless was right. No, and I'm gonna steal his quote. What does he say? A status report is not complaining, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we're not, and that's for everybody else. I am actually complaining about capitalism. I'm different than the rest of y'all. I'm super left, but describing what's going on and maybe some of the shortcomings of capitalism may
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily mean that everybody on the panel wants to destroy it, but it's okay to acknowledge the shortcomings because then you can actually try to mitigate for those shortcomings. The brothers that came in here didn't actually want to talk about none of that. It's like it's this beautiful, perfect system. No, there
Yeah.
is no such thing. So if there's
Uh,
shortcomings of this particular capitalist system, and especially the way it enacts itself on black people, black Americans specifically, then you for you to mitigate against that, you would actually have to acknowledge the negatives. And
Mm-hmm.
brothers don't want to acknowledge the unintended consequences or the negatives that come along with this economic system.
Mm-hmm.
Once again,
like
Like
hyper
black,
I mean,
individuality
black
means it's your
people in the
fault.
well,
environment.
like I'm saying, individuals could not have done anything against something like COVID, right? If you
Mm,
let COVID run
Exactly.
with, if you had to let COVID run without having the hospitals and the medical system and all the other restrictions that you had, man, you'd have killed half this population. Okay,
true.
if COVID happened in the earlier 20th century, just like the
Oh no,
Spanish flu.
don't do it,
like the
BDS. Don't
Spanish
do it.
flu. I
Don't
mean,
do it.
it'd have made the Spanish flu look like a cake, a walk in the park. Okay, that's how bad it was. But people, well, I don't believe in COVID. Nobody asked you to believe in COVID. That doesn't mean anything. Okay.
You
A
believe in
what do
dying,
PK
right?
say? Negative liberty, like PK like to say. Me and PK, they don't want. They just
Negative
want people out of
yeah,
the
Green
way.
Gorilla. Yeah, Green
Yeah,
Gorilla.
Green
Yeah,
Gorilla too.
negative
Yeah,
liberty. Yeah,
yeah.
negative
They
liberty.
just want people out the way. So it's I don't believe in it, even though you do, and you know it's real, because you just don't want the government to tell you, hey, maybe it's in your best interest to stay home. Maybe it's in your best and everybody else's best interest if you don't go here, if you be careful here, if you wear a mask, and if you just don't want to wear it, you could say
Yeah,
that. But trying to construct all of this other crap to
yeah.
justify why you shouldn't, you now you're being disingenuous. Just say I don't want to listen to you. Be
They
a
they
kid.
they think they want an individualist system, right? That's what
Hmm.
they think. They think that okay, if everybody can just do what they want and
Hmm.
without government interference, then what you have is chaos, right? Basically, look what's going on
Hmm.
with the breakdown of social order, right? People have been individuals,
Hmm.
just whole gangs walking and stealing what they want, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's just walk in, I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna walk out, right?
You
That
know,
is
you know
individualism.
what you know what I've been seeing based on these clips of people complaining about all these guidelines and stuff like that and these vaccinations. It seems like to a certain extent, um, that them having to follow these rules kind of like I would say in a way reminds them of like the system, reminds them of the structure they're actually living in. That hey, we still do
Mm-hmm.
have to follow rules. This is not just me at the expense of everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like you ever seen that Family Guy clip BGS where that Asian lady and she just cut
Hmm.
everybody off on the freeway? Like
Hmm.
And
that's
everybody
what everybody
crashes. Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly. That's what
Mm-hmm.
everybody imagine everybody in that scene doing that
I gotta
same
see
thing at the
that.
same time.
Yeah.
That's what that
Yeah.
is. But people don't even think about that picture.
Mhm. But I'm
But
about to drop. Thank you for having me up, Art. BGS, good convo. Nameless, if you're still listening from the clouds, thanks for coming in and kind of bringing in that support. And AL, and like AL was like, you ain't answer shit. Exactly.
He's
Um,
his name is eating his noodles in Dallas.
right.
He said, yes.
Nameless is in the Lone Star State. Nameless, you're supposed to be eating steak and
Ribs, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
ribs and shooting
yeah,
deer,
yeah. Okay, yep.
right? But I'm about to drop, man. Thanks for having me up, Art. This was a great conversation. I know we deviated a lot of bit, but
Oh,
it's still a
we
great
did, man.
conversation.
That's what the beauty of this space, you know. Get all kinds of different ideals, and it wasn't so bad. I hope you guys enjoyed the breakup.
It was good. It was good.
I mean, that was a lot. I
Yeah,
mean,
They
I
all came though. They all came, and
I like
it's
my
funny.
favorite.
Go ahead,
Go ahead. No, I said
because
my
because
favorite,
go
the
no.
Clarence Thomas. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. What I'm saying is that I've been over there on the white side. I was actually a content creator on the white side of the manosphere, right? And I've
mhm.
never seen them over there. Hood conservative, Trey, none of them. They're all clustered up over here. Why?
Yeah, I'm trying to
True.
figure that out too. But they never answer. At least
Let
when I asked
man,
my dad,
I don't want you over there.
I asked my dad, he got all these things to say about, how conservatives feel about black folks. He said, where your white conservative friends at?
Yeah.
He said,
Exactly.
why you around nothing but black folks? He said, I'd rather be around them to show how smart I am. I said, wow, thanks.
Show how smart you are. That's a lie. Come on now. Stop it.
I'm
Stop
like,
it.
oh
That was
my,
weak. Whoever said that, that was weak. Come
that was
on,
my
bro. You
dad.
around that was your dad said that?
Yeah, man.
Oh my god. Bro,
That's why I'm
stop
glad he
lying.
didn't bring any of that up on Bitter Truth Channel. I'm like, thank
Yeah.
God.
Man, he knows damn well the
Yeah.
moment he walked in that room, he gonna get called so many names, so many jigaboos and all type. Man, just don't do it. Just don't do it
I
to
mean, I
yourself,
mean,
man.
I go to his channel, man. Okay, you're not black. Okay, you're not a black man. Okay, you don't believe that you're black. Go to your channel. Guess what I see? It's all about the black community,
Community
Uh,
and all this stuff.
community, all that stuff. It's all about the black community. So in other words, if you don't see any color, how come everything over there is talking about black people?
Yeah, that was my
Whether it's
challenge.
plus or minus.
That was my
Where's the content for white people
yeah, that was
or
my
or,
True,
or non-black people?
true.
he gave me the British art new style, art of new style.
Well,
Says
you see, but
capitalism is destroying families. We need to reform capitalism or create a new economic system. Bring back patriarchal structures.
well,
Bro,
you already see
bring
what
back
my
what
oh,
bring back like you talking about that from our perspective, Hammer, but that never happened in our community. So what are we really talking about? We have to create that. So let's get real about that. Hold on.
I
Well, you
mean,
got to disagree
go
with
ahead,
you.
go ahead.
oh no, go ahead, BGS. I'll go after you.
No, I was gonna say basically what killed patriarchy, the patriarchal system. If you go back and look at it, is actually the Industrial Revolution. There was no such thing as feminism or anything like that. Any kind of matriarchy, especially
Because they
in
couldn't
the West.
afford it.
And, yeah, because women couldn't. There was nothing that actually supported. You actually needed men and men's labor and their strength to actually exist in that environment, right? When you got rid of it, okay, when you didn't need them anymore, guess what? That opened up the women's suffrage or women's feminism and all that other kind of stuff. You actually basically the 10 years doctrine. back off your mic a little bit, Pookie.
My bad.
10 years doctrine was actually in I think in 1800s, right? That was in
Mm-hmm.
at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. So basically, Industrial Revolution basically killed off patriarchy for the most part, and still killing it all over the world.
Hmm.
How you gonna bring back something that the environment won't grow? It's like saying, okay, I'm trying to grow grass in Alaska, during the wintertime. It's not gonna grow. You can't bring it back because it's not gonna grow. You have to have or put grass in the desert. Okay, it's not gonna
What you
grow
do, what
because the
you need
environment
to
won't
do,
handle it. Mm.
what fellas really need to do is let these chicks live up to what they say. You're independent. Be independent. Don't do shit for them. Don't. Oh, I'm in danger. Fight your way out of it.
Hold your own nuts.
Hold your
Hmm.
own nuts. I mean, hold your own nuts. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Hold your nuts. But this is hard. No, hold your own nuts.
Yeah, if it, people said maybe we can reform them, maybe we can change their minds, maybe we can change what they're doing, blah blah blah. Nobody's come up with an answer yet.
No, you can't. This is what you need to do. If those people don't like to accept what it is and what it ain't, you're never gonna change them. Especially the ones who've been saturated with feminism. They're done.
He said
Yeah,
it's back to chill mode.
is what?
Oh, he was saying, "Damn, it's back to chill mode." That's what Ray said.
It
Oh,
is, yeah. Yeah, that shit calmed down quickly.
yeah.
Nigga
Well,
conservative.
yeah.
Nigga sucked all the energy out there. Hey,
He-
motherfucker, you old motherfucker. BGS, you don't know what the fuck
No,
you
he doesn't.
talking
You know
about.
what? He doesn't go
Motherfucker.
there on that one.
He doesn't cuss. No, he doesn't cuss like that.
Well,
He doesn't talk about.
I see some
He's
old
just
footage when he got mad.
disingenuous. He's just disingenuous. He likes to call me a beater babe, but he calls these beater babes when the niggas from the community about to come up on his ass.
Hmm.
He's,
I never seen a bunch of people that say they're not a part of the community but want to be in community discussions.
that's what I asked Obsidian when he came to the Coliseum. I was like, I said, "Are you doing this for mockery's sake?" He's like, "Yeah."
Like
You would understand.
it just
That was
shows
funny.
that you don't have a life. Like maybe he would Obsidian be the same if he actually had a kid?
No, I don't think so. No,
I
No,
think he just. I think
Obsidian used to get a rough time when he came up in the Coliseum, man.
I say a good
He would
BGS. I
have
think
he got a rough time coming up in the Coliseum.
remember
So,
that classic that went into the early morning
oh yeah,
where he shot the bullet and deflected it himself. He a bad
yeah,
motherfucker for that one.
yeah, yep,
Oh,
yep,
you talking about with the Wonder Woman? You put the Wonder
yeah,
Woman on the BGS?
yeah,
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
seen that.
Oh,
That
well,
shit was
yeah, that
funny.
was funny as hell. He asked the question, and then shot the gun, asked the question, then ran to the other side to deflect the bullets.
It didn't deflect it. Literally deflected
I
two
said,
seconds
did you
later.
just deflect your own question?
Like, you a bad motherfucker. You
Yeah,
know
you
that?
bad motherfucker. Yeah, that
Up
was
there
funny.
playing merry-go-rounds with questions and shit. I'm just sitting back in the cut. I'm like, this is so fucking frustrating to listen to. It really is. But I digress, John.
It
What's the
really
deal?
is.
What's the deal, BGS? Why these
Well,
niggas keep doing this shit?
you know what? I don't think they're really heard, and I think that's the problem.
Because nobody wants to listen to that bullshit, man.
What
That shit's just not true.
they okay one is that they want to be intellectuals, but they're lazy, and that's the problem.
You can
Oh,
hear
so
all the
they
dissonance.
They're
they
lazy.
kind of like me. I mean, I could be an intellectual. I'm just lazy as fuck. They
Yeah,
want to be one.
yeah.
Really?
That's. I said I was. I said I was lazy.
I said,
I said I was lazy.
You
I said I
actually
was
have to
lazy.
you actually have to give him credit because he called himself out.
Damn.
Yeah.
But these
Damn,
guys, they're
man.
But
just
but,
so.
but Art's a teacher. So,
Shit. Not every moment for myself, brother. I was just
Got
drawing a parallel
15-year-old
because I can
on
see
the
that shit.
panel.
That's
Oh
like,
my God! Here we go.
yeah, what talking about Hammer?
Here we got 19. Well, actually, Hammer, aren't you 20 now?
I think he's 20.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, 19 and 20. Okay.
Jesus,
Hammer
I
be on
remember
that
when I was
bullshit sometimes, though.
I
What's the
remember I
name?
was god damn. Next year 20 will be 20 years. God damn.
Yeah,
For me too.
yeah, what's up, guys?
For
Yeah,
you?
I just, sorry.
20 years of
Yeah,
life.
I just came
Go ahead,
because I
Hammer.
wanted to talk. Yeah, I just came because like y'all saw in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I came by. I was kind of scrolling through YouTube and I saw about capitalism, and I've been torn lately because a couple of days ago I was sort of doing my research and I found that right now global debt has actually increased
Mm-hmm.
to unfold trillions, and so I'm
Mm.
already seeing signs how capitalism is starting to unwind itself. So my sort of worry right now is
Mm-hmm.
can and I know it's crazy, but can capitalism be reformed? And if no, can we create a new economic system that's going to sort of, incentivize the traditional social order? Now, I understand people are going to say that's blue pill, but still, I think you guys already know from me. I think what guys are struggling with in this space is that
Okay.
many of us, I think we deep inside kind of want to maintain or I think restore that sort of traditional social order, but the
Mm-hmm.
environment is telling us every single day that's not going to happen. I think for us, so
Mm-hmm.
because guys can accept that, they will
Mhm.
lash out. At dudes, copy your old ass nigga. It comes out in different ways in the space.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to the panel is, you know, is it possible that capitalism can be reformed? If not, can we create a new economic system, or is it just over, or is the family just over? That's what I'm
If it can't be reformed or replaced with something else, which they're trying to replace it with something else, a lot of people are going to die. It's going to reset itself in a ways that we don't want to even think about. So, uh,
drastically and over a few, probably what a few, would you say, BDS, a half a century, a decade, a couple decades?
the thing once things fall, a big system like this falls, we have no clue how long it's actually going to take it for it to get so up and running again. It could be a few decades. It could be half a millennium. Really, we have no clue because it's never happened before
So
on
I
this scale.
hope all these dudes ready to up the Draco, got their Draco med kits and fuel cells ready.
It won't
It,
matter. It won't
it wouldn't matter
if
because
it collapses like that, it doesn't
I
matter.
know it won't. Yeah, it'll be a bunch of people killing
if it's
each
a
other.
mass genocide, it's a mass genocide. There's not much you can do about it.
Wait,
No.
but here's the thing, right? If it does collapse, right, and
Oh,
fine,
okay.
okay, that's good. But that's probably what
No,
60% of
now go ahead.
population.
Yeah, about sixty
If it
percent at least.
Yeah,
At
50%. So
least.
okay, so this may sound crazy. Okay, so let's say 30 to 40% survival, right? Is it possible? And I know it's crazy, but is it possible now that maybe human beings are able to kind of sort of self-correct and we're able to kind of build back under a different economic system that brings back families, or am I just being hopeful? I don't know.
If it resets, it's going to reset back to its mean to where it was before. So families would come back because families will be necessary, right? It would come back because the environment will actually call for it. It would come back. But uh, do you really wish that would happen? Especially if
But
you're going
see,
to be alive when it does.
but that's what I'm. But yes, but that's the
I'm
struggle
asking.
I'm going through right now because if it
Okay.
does if it goes back to an agrarian society, right? The
Uh
fear
huh.
Mhm.
I have is that if it does go back to agrarian society, we'll just end up exactly where we are right now for the same sort of industrial revolution. That's the fear I
Eventually.
have.
Eventually. So
So
if
then, what's the
Eventually,
point then? If,
what's the point? Okay, what the point is, the only other way to actually do that is basically collapse and then wipe out all the previous knowledge. Is that what you want?
What's that? Some Men in
see,
Black shit,
uh,
BGS.
I mean,
Hmm?
let me ask you this
That's
question.
some Men in Black shit.
Let me ask you this question.
yeah,
Hmm.
go ahead, Charles.
Like, what other way would you have it? Does science go forward or does it go backwards?
But that's
Forward.
but see that's what I'm struggling with, right? Because if they do find if the global reset works and they find a new economic if we're able to evade this, right? What's
Hmm.
probably going to happen is artificial wombs. We're going to merge our technology. That's going
Hmm.
to definitely put an end to whatever sort of traditional society we have now.
Why do you? Here's a question. Here's a question.
Yeah.
Why do you want a traditional society?
Well, part of it is now you guys already know my background, right? I came from West
Hmm.
Africa, so that's part of it is that culture in the back of my mind. That's kind of what I grew up with, right? And I think
Okay.
even in the Mandela, I think a lot of dudes, they secretly, I think even deeply kind of wish for that sort of, because things
Mm-hmm.
for us, it's simple to just be able to view the world in simplistic terms, right? Mother, father, child. When you start going
Mm-hmm.
into transhumanism, it starts challenging the way you view yourself as a human being in the world. So I
I don't
think
get
Mm-hmm.
it. I don't get it
So
because
so 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 if I went to the if I could actually magically go over to the continent and poll
mhm.
every person and say that would you do you want modern technology, you want modern advancement, modern comforts and creature comforts, clean water, electricity, all that kind of stuff. What percentage of population would you say would say I don't want it, I'd rather stay the way I am?
Now, I would say, to be honest with you, I would say probably 90% would say they would want to have
yep.
modern infrastructure in their lives.
Okay,
That's,
so
but of
so they
course,
would.
but here's the problem, here's the caveat, right? And I've had this with
Mm-hmm.
my family. They believe that they can have the modern infrastructure separate from the sort of degenerate culture in America. That's
Okay.
what they want. And I'm
Well, what
trying,
if
and I'm trying to tell my family like, if you bring the technology, everything's gonna change. So for a
Okay.
lot of Africans, they believe that we want the technology, yes, but we don't want the LGBT. We don't want. But I
Yeah.
personally believe that when it starts
The,
seeing
Chi-
the
the
change,
yeah, the Chinese did too. But the thing is, they're wrestling with the same thing. Are they willing to give back the technology though?
nope. Here's the question: do we still fight wars the same way as we do in World War II?
no, we don't.
So why do we try to use relationships the same way?
You
I
know,
mean,
if
I can
this
hear
is
the smoke
culture,
coming out
man,
your
that's
ears
been
for that
well.
one.
Well, this is culture that's been passed on for thousands of years. And look, I get it. Everything changes, but it's
Mm-hmm.
very hard to let go of something that you've had, in your subconscious for such a long time as a
Mm-hmm.
society, right? That's the reason why they're fighting it. So
Mm-hmm.
for a lot of people, that's part of their identity in many
So,
ways,
so
So
how far should we go back? Because we can go always back to the beginning of people on the continent, back to hunters and gatherers, right?
True.
Back to
but that's
they
I
still
don't.
exist, like the Bushmen and the
Yeah,
pygmies of the Twa, the original people. They still do the same thing. Do you want to go back to that?
So
Honestly
nobody's
not,
perfect.
but I don't want to go back, but I don't want this degeneracy.
You
So
gotta
is it
you gotta
possible
pick.
to have both?
No,
Why is it
Yeah.
degeneracy?
Homosexuality, feminism, LGBT,
because
it
why is
it
it
goes
degenerate?
against it goes against the sort of cultural subconscious we've had for thousands of years.
Okay,
So
okay.
hold on, hold on.
Nigga,
What's the
no,
word?
no, no.
We're
So
gonna go by vocabulary. Define degenerate. What's the definition of degenerate?
What I would define as gender is something that is sort of
No, no,
outside
no, no,
of
no.
the.
What's the root word? What's the Webster's dictionary definition of degenerate?
Well, I don't have the Webster dictionary with me right now, so
We'll
I
get
can't
it,
give you.
nigga. Look it up.
hold on. Calm down. Hold on, calm down.
Well,
And
my go ahead.
give us your definition. Define it for us. What
Yeah,
do you think
my
it is?
definition, is, of course, is that degeneracy for me, in my own context, is something that is outside of traditional accepted norms or outside of the
Out of
mainstream.
the norm, right? In other words, a breakdown of the
Yeah.
norm, right? That's degenerate. Whether it's health, health is degenerating. Okay. In other words, there's an optimum level of being normal, right? And when you
Mhm.
degenerate from that, that's the same thing. So, in other words, the norm that we have, norm that we've established, the degeneration is from what we perceive as a norm.
Yes, yes. And people are not just going to give that up. I'm like, you're seeing how they're fighting this sort of cultural changes, especially in Asia.
Yeah.
So it's
No, no.
so
Yeah, yeah, they know how to stop it. The thing is, okay, what they're trying to do is adapt a model to a new environment. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
that's going to be tough, man. That's going to be tough.
I was talking to Jay Bones, right, about going to Ghana, and I have to learn. He said I have to learn tree, right? He said nah, because most of the people there speak perfect English. So in fact, a tree basic tree in Ghana is a dying language.
Yeah,
I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. If I went to wherever you came from, whatever traditional language you have is probably dying out.
yeah, because the more of them are going towards the urban areas, and as they're intermixing, that gets kind of washed away. So I
So,
definitely
so
agree with
why?
you on that.
So why are they leaving their traditional village and going to urban areas?
Well, we know why. I'm like, it's life.
I
It's
know what I'm saying because they know
technology.
because they know if they move from their traditional village and go to an urban area, okay, a lot of their practices, cultural practices, are going to have to change when they move, right?
Mhm.
Just like when you came to America, okay, the traditions that you had from the country that you came from are different.
They were,
Yeah. So
and
but the cultural things that we do here in the United States fit the environment. Even the way we date, right? I always go back to the iPhone, right? Dating was face to face, hand to hand, right? It
mhm,
wasn't swipe left, swipe right, right? How can we swipe right and swipe left now? We don't have to adopt it. Why do we do it?
the technology. I'm like, it changes.
Technology, because it makes it easier for us to engage like that, right?
That's what I see in BGS, and I'm gonna say this like that. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
see. Is that
Mm-hmm.
and this is why when I first came to the manosphere, right? I was had many theories as to what was happening in America. Because I wanted to just say, oh, maybe it's just a declining empire. But when you brought up the environmental theory, I was terrified because if that was true, then that would mean that inevitably, as Africa was industrialized, you
Mm-hmm.
know, a lot of the same problems I hate in the United States would be changed over there. And so that's
South
what
Africa, South Africa has a 60% out of wedlock birth rate. I
I
think
know.
Kenya right now. The last time I checked, is about 25 or 30%
It's
in
yeah, it's
Kenya.
almost
Okay.
it's almost 40% actually. And that's what
Yeah.
man, I spent, bro, BJs. I spent months trying to debunk that, man. It was I
Oh,
could
did you?
not accept reality. Yes, personally, I spent months. I was crunching numbers and everything. But
Mm-hmm.
really, what really I think made me forced me to accept it was when I saw I think in Ghana when they were starting to passing child support laws. That's when I knew it was over.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't fight anymore. So and it's painful. And I think for me, right, the reason why it bothers me is because I'm a younger dude. I'm a BJ. No
Mm-hmm.
offense, but you're older, so you won't have
Yeah.
to live. So
Yeah.
I
I
have to
agree.
live.
I agree. I mean, I
No,
agree.
it's like
I agree because to be honest with you, okay. Um, the reason I put Black Gnostic Speaks, because my whole uh, focus of being on here was not to talk about politics, not to talk about uh, economics or religion or something like that, but esoteric ways of doing things. Okay, I veered so far away from my original purpose because this is what people need to know. Okay, this people don't know this stuff, and people don't want to learn this stuff. And the only people that will actually bring this stuff up outside of Nameless, and Nameless probably wouldn't have done it if I hadn't done it first, right? Is because people need to know what they're getting into. That's how come I was asking. I
yeah.
was telling BMT, because BMT was BMT when I first got on, BMT was talking about do sisters have our backs, right? And he was saying certain things that said, okay, about how sisters get black boys and black men into certain spaces. I said, okay, tell me what has changed over the past 100 years. So in other words, if they're already doing it, and this is the process that we have to go through, we have to this is the way we have to negotiate with our women, then there's no reason for a gender war, right? There's no reason to actually speak up, okay? Because we're gonna just get folded back into the same thing that we've been doing. So what's the whole point?
And also I also sort of the ADOS piece, right? When the ADOS conflict came, I always support it because I do believe African Americans do deserve their own sort of tribal sort of tag. But at the same time, I used to not understand why a lot of idiot West men fight so hard to preserve, even though it's dying out. But I
Mm-hmm.
think what I'm after now I'm seeing what's happened to Africa, I understand now. Is that
Wait,
pain of
wait a
seeing what
wait,
die off, and
wait a minute.
Yeah.
I
What do
kind
you
of
mean?
what
And
I mean.
Oh, I pretty well. I think let me see if I got this right. I think what he's saying is that black people, AWS in America, or even though our culture is dysfunctional, right, has been since its very beginning, right. In other words, why are we fighting so hard to keep it in place instead of just letting it go? And he said he didn't
Yeah,
understand it until he still saw what was happening in Africa. In other words, this is what we know. This is who we define ourselves as. Okay, even though it's not
yeah.
perfect, do we want to let that go? He didn't understand that before. That's what he's saying. If I got it right.
And I think now that I'm seeing, it's one thing if it's happening to someone else, but when
Mm-hmm.
it happens to your own group, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
BGS,
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
now I
Yeah,
understand the pain. Now I actually understand why
yeah,
some
that
people
picture
will fight
frame
for
and
that.
that
I get
weave and that white Jesus, brother. Now you know.
it. Yeah, I get. It's painful, man. It hurts. It really does. Because once that identity is gone, what do you have left? And I think that's
Yeah.
what I'm really struggling with. So
Yeah, and yeah, that's the that's why black people fight so hard. Even any other reason probably would have let it go. In fact, for the most part, if you go back to the beginning of this country, right, black people really didn't want this identity. It's got forged over a period of like 150 years, where this was our black culture, our black identity, and so we've gotten so wedded to it, um, we don't want to let it go. And I can see why, and because that forms our identity, and most people can't understand it. Said, okay, you got uh, out of wedlock birth rates, you got dysfunctional families, you got a topsy-turvy relationship with your women as opposed to the broader society. You got poverty, all this stuff that goes along with being black. You basically you're persecuted. You're the permanent underclass. All the stuff that is negative that goes along with being this group of people having this identity. And why do people fight so hard to keep it? And that's why.
And you know what's crazy on the flip side?
Uh huh.
And I've been saying this for a while. A lot of people identify with us and try to connect with us based on the things that we consider negative, like hip hop,
yeah,
ratchetness, uh, you name it. It's like not like hip hop, but the stuff that they
Mm-hmm.
portray in hip hop. They they you would see more murals of Tupac in Africa than Obama, stuff like
yeah.
that,
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
or in other parts of the global society. It's like they embrace that, even though some of us are trying to let it go. Like, come on, man, it's not us.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, hey, man, I remember, I forgot what country this person was from, but they really wanted me to have that hip hop vernacular, the
Mm-hmm.
whole yo this, yo that.
Mm-hmm.
And when I said, we don't all speak like that. You should have saw the big disappointment on his face. Like, what?
Like I thought you all were like this. Like I thought it was like a whole village full of Wu Tang.
It's like you saying Santa Claus exists. That's how sad it is. It's like, okay, we're trying to, either some of us are trying to refine the identity, or we just like, hey, I'm trying to get away from that, but other people are trying to keep that on you. Like, no, this is you. This is you. It's kind of interesting though. And I say this
yeah,
around a lot of Latinos. That's why I'm gonna have that interview with the males,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of the males, BGS definitely know out here. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
males be on this yo-yo stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
and
It's like they
It's a,
got this fake masculinity. Just
yeah,
trying to.
yeah, that's true.
It's
mm-hmm.
You're
like
like,
this fake masculinity. They trying to blend it in and say, "Hey, I want to be as masculine as the Negro,
yeah, by being hip hop
thug,
black.
like ruggish, thuggish."
That's why I was hoping that the Latinas in my interview wanted to go, I wanted them to go deep into it as far as that, but they just talked about hair and cool, so that they didn't know how to go into detail. But
So what did they say in detail about why they're getting picked by black guys?
they said they got their stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said it again.
Yeah.
And I looked, and the girl was like nodding her head. I said, "Oh, she's agreeing with you."
Mm-hmm.
And did you ask them what they meant by that?
I didn't go deep into it because I try to make them feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So just let them flow. But
Mm,
what I'll do is I'll play the interview back for them and then ask them to expound on some of these things. And
Mm-hmm.
do a part two, and I'm gonna have the sisters too. I'm gonna ask the sisters and just more general questions, but I'll include the whole thing
Yeah.
about seeing black males with other women.
Yeah, in other words, the as far as the feminine part, they have it down because they've been trained, whereas black girls don't. Because I think they talked about their style and their hair and the clothes and how they carry themselves, and that's what I think they meant by them having their stuff together, and that's attractive to black men.
Yeah.
Yeah, how long would that last? It's so funny because personally, where I live, I don't see myself getting married or even having kids because the way the society is going, there's no point even. But I have come across, some Hispanic Latinos. I just say, look, they do come from, these lower income backgrounds, so they're going to be more sort of, humble in many ways. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to see is that even the environment is affecting them. So, my when I tell guys, if you want to date out, these young, I tell them all the time, you want to date out, that's fine, but understand something, right? You're still operating under the same laws, right? She can still put you on child support like the girl in the hood. So I personally, I understand why God Gen Z is going to do it. But my view is that how long is it going to take before the environment just grinds to a halt? All that sort of leftover culture they have inside them. So
Nobody knows. That's a good question.
Remember the question I asked too about the parents?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely want them to go into that because one said that the father, had bad experience with a black male or whatever, and was very worried about her being with black men, and she had to like try to talk him into accepting it, that kind of thing. Because you already know, that I mean, anyone in any other culture when they marrying somebody else or whatever, they put that on the line.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you this, Art, because you're out here. Um, do you ever see this, man, with Hispanic male friends where they have black girlfriends that they date and have sex with, but they marry his Latinas?
Yes, I know exactly that scenario. This is we'll just say the administration went through that. So it was on that. He went through. He dated this other like sister, what have you, and it's some happened in between them. He just wind up going, marrying a Latina.
Because I know I had but several Latino friends, right?
Hmm.
Mexican, and they would cheat on their wives, right? But they wouldn't cheat on their wives with another Latina. It'd be a black woman.
Yeah. So it goes to show you that's the whole thing. Where
Hmm
I hope sisters are listening to this.
Is it because they just look down upon them, or the
Ah,
sisters are or
I
the
think it's the
sisters
sis.
are
way
that desperate?
America. Think about it, America, how they do us, and they
Hmm
see us in a certain light. That's how they see the sisters in a certain light
hmm
too. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we just say whatever they like, and we can get them to fight their own men for us.
hmm
We can sleep with them, but we don't have to
Yeah,
marry
we can
them.
sleep with them. They for whatever reason they love to white men and other groups of men. Sisters are jump offs. Okay, they're there for sex,
And
free
that's
But you
why a
sex.
don't
lot of
think that.
sisters are so proud just to get just to wife up. I mean,
Yeah,
to be a wife of a
Mhm.
white dude. They're like,
yeah,
man, I
yeah.
made it.
And what you guys are saying is so true because it brings me the story I have, and it's so painful to say. I'm not an
hmm
idiot. What this was actually happened to me. You know,
hmm
a couple of years ago, I was working at a warehouse, right? And and I was talking with this Hispanic dude. There was this black female. She was 80 years old. She was skinny, right? And the way she was, the way she was behaving towards this guy, it's almost like any guy could have seen she wanted to fuck her.
hmm
And she was just hell he's over. And this Latin dude, he said, "Bro, I don't fuck black girls." What the fuck? But one thing I know that like non-black men, right? Even
hmm
they love talking to you about how they can run through black women. But as
hmm
soon as you talk about how you're dating, their women, they feel a certain way. And I've
They
noticed
get
that a
mad.
lot.
Yeah, oh yeah, it happens all the
They get
time.
I,
mad,
I,
man.
I don't understand where that comes from, but I don't know. It's crazy.
I mean, I mean,
Uh,
that's part of the slave mentality, It's we haven't been attached to it. So, I mean, back then there probably was a little. Maybe BGS can speak on that.
Hmm
I think there was a little bit of, hey, watch what you say about the sisters back then. I don't know if it was like that,
Yeah,
but now it's like, hey, have at it. A lot of guys are like, okay.
Yeah.
You know, there might be a few that say she's the queen of my soul, man. Don't talk about the sister like that.
She is the milk of magnesia.
But not too many guys. No, I haven't heard too many. Maybe I guess older guys. I guess pretty much like, hey man, watch what you say. You know,
I
kind of
just look
weird.
at it like I'm not really into that interracial dating. Maybe because I'm from the
Yeah.
East Coast.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. It happens, but it's just not. Whatever. I don't see anything special about Typhoid Mary or
What gets me is
Hispanics.
that aging process. Oh my god.
Wow, that and Indian women, they age like fucking milk.
Damn.
Like, yeah,
White
like,
people.
Yeah, I had to look at my wife's mother. I said, okay, she like Angela Bassett at 70. All right, we cool. We good.
and I'm just like, I just look at this shit and I be like listening to people on these panels like, oh, they're better than black women. Okay, now you just showing how blue pill you are. Okay.
Yeah, they're different. Yeah.
And what did Lisa say? She said, I haven't even ever turned my back against our own.
Who?
I
Okay.
don't get it. What's the context?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe some stuff we said earlier. Man, these shows are heavy. What are we saying that's getting them to stick around?
Nah, they could be they could have been sent here.
Oh, like bots or something? Some bots?
Yeah, bots. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not what I don't know about you. Is someone talking?
No, I said go ahead, Hammer. I was telling you go ahead.
Oh yeah. All I'm gonna say is this. Well, I don't know about you guys, man, but I have never really been on the interracial dating piece. Maybe that's because I'm West African, so I just don't. I feel so about. But goddamn, man, these biracial kids are just popping up everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
getting to a
So.
point.
Yeah.
It's
What do you?
getting to a point in which I have no problem with it, but I'm like, you can already see how it's so obvious now they're trying to kind of get rid of the idiot farm, trying to absorb them.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
And and I see the biological kids. I have no problem with it, but man, it's a lot, man. Dark skinned brothers are gonna be a minority soon. I can see it already.
Well, shout out to Aqua Techie for the Cash App.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
And shout out to Fitness Mom for the Cash App. Appreciate you, sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, she once again she helped me pass my $20 quota.
Okay. All right. Hey, how many people are on? Okay, 70 people watching. Go ahead and hit the BGS tag. So if y'all in here.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was laughing last night. I was like, okay, well, I mean, but I don't what do you call it? I don't take it personally.
Well, I don't know what happened last night that I missed.
No, I'm talking about as far as holding back their wallets,
Oh, okay.
But mine is at night after everybody else went on before me. So
Oh, okay. Okay.
Gave everything else to everybody else first, so it's all good.
Yeah.
But it is funny just looking at it. It's like,
yeah,
what's my quota? Ooh.
You gotta get a quota. You gotta do a couple of tickets or something.
They're not even. I don't think she's listening. She said, "I'm not a bot. I never turn against my people over any other."
In other words, she never dated out. I think that's what she's trying to say.
She thought that we called her a bot. Sister, there's some Russian people that keep coming up here, and then we have to block them.
Oh yeah, you're blocking. You're not. Yeah.
So we're not calling you a bot.
A bot.
Sister. But that last name, that doesn't sounds Irish.
Kilpatrick.
Kilpatrick
well, hell,
is
you can't. You can't tell, man. Black, because we all have. None of us have native African names.
Well, I haven't met a black person named McGillicuddy yet.
So. Well, I had to legally.
McGillicuddy, you serious?
Yes.
I've seen it.
Wow.
I've seen it. Well, you see my new last name, There you go, right there.
Mr. White
White
Folks.
folks? Oh my
White
god.
Oh,
AF.
hey, was you know,
I just
wasn't
switched to
Mr.
my
White
phone.
wasn't Mr. White Folks a pimp in what pimps up hoes
Yeah,
down? Yeah,
yeah.
American pimp pimp called Mr.
Mr.
White
White
Folks.
folks.
Yep.
Right.
Mr. White folks.
Yeah.
Mr. White
So we
folks.
got
We
meats in the
actually call
building.
we actually called that guy called that a white officer, Mr. White folks.
Mr. White Folks.
Yeah, he's calling Mr.
I
White
can see you
folks.
guys being partners and showing up to the scene and saying, "Oh, we got the we
Mr. White
got the
folks. Officer
Mr.
White
White
folks here.
Folks, Officer White Folks, and Black Dynamite." Okay, he ain't dynamite no more, but he's still black.
Oh yeah. I'm still dynamite. Dynamite. What
Thanks,
was
cream
my
corn. That's
oh man, that shit
hilarious.
was that was like in order to be in my squad, you must watch that movie. Oh
Black
man.
Dynamite.
Black Dynamite. We would not talk to you until you watch Black Dynamite.
You talking about the waffles? Was
Oh
that
man.
bullhorn? That's the favorite part, man.
Yeah. I remember it was like I remember I just threw my hat on the table and instead of sliding off, it just perfectly just was right there in my chair. And I just yelled, "Ha ha, I threw that shit before I entered the room." And everybody in my squad just was on the floor.
She said, "Freeze, you moon cricket."
Crickets.
Moon crickets. Ooh, I
Moon
heard a moon cricket in a long time, man.
That shit was so funny, man.
Yeah.
You know what? Like, I would just be looking at white people when they had their little racial slurs and be like, you know what? That's creative. I got to shake your hand for that one. God damn, moon cricket.
Moon
Shit,
cricket, yeah.
goddamn.
God damn. I said that's a good one.
Oh man, what
Like
happened to me?
freeze turkeys.
I know.
Yeah.
Dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Buddy
Yeah. So,
Lewis. Buddy Lewis wrote for that. The guy that I brought up here before.
Yeah, basically, what's his name? Complex Design. He can actually tell you the story how they put all that together from the script and actually developed it. So he
Oh
was
yeah,
actually in on that. Yeah.
he's linked.
Oh, yeah. What's
Yeah.
that?
Oh, how they
Black Dynamite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to call people. Did you ever call anybody a job turkey?
Oh hell yeah.
Job
Yeah,
ass turkey.
yeah, jive ass turkey. Remember, I'm a child of the '70s, man. You
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, I was a single
Job
digits
turkey.
then, but I'm like, I think
Yeah.
it was somebody brought it back to say, "You going down, sucker."
Sucker. Yeah. And was that Christy Love? Get Christy Love?
Christy
You
Love,
going down, sucker? Yeah.
going down, sucker.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
got the fingers pointing at you with the little rings.
Hmm.
like for some reason you can't walk without a bass guitar just illustrating your stride.
Oh, you know what? I tell you, man, what changed the walk, where the guys really got the swag from, was Richard Roundtree in the opening of Shaft. Everybody
Oh
wanted to
wow.
walk just like Shaft, man. That's where
Okay.
that stride comes from.
Okay.
If
I remember that vividly.
go back and look at the opening walk of Richard Roundtree and Shaft. And everybody wanted to walk just like him.
They showed a big part of New York, and then they scrolled down,
Yeah, yeah.
and they had
And
the
saw him.
letters,
Yeah, have him walking down the street. Everybody wanted to walk just like Shaft.
and he had his hands in his leather
Yeah,
jacket.
yeah.
That was man. Then later on, you got the pretty boy with
And the fro and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, you
chocolate
boy,
tape.
you talk about
Everybody wanted to be Richard Roundtree.
unapologetically. You
Yeah,
talk about unapologetically black.
yeah.
And he had a white woman in there too, man.
Hmm.
How's
I know
everybody
white
doing?
folks are like,
What's
damn.
up, Beach?
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
said with me on three. 1, 2, 3. Pass the white women.
Where the
Yeah,
white women at?
yeah. That's
Where the
funny to
white
see how
women at?
it's funny to see how these terms and actually actually propagate like the walk and that kind of stuff came from black exploitation, but especially from Shaft, and then swagger, right? Came from actually came from Reggie Jackson in the
Mr. October.
Mr. October, right? He said what kind of players do you want? He said want men with the swagger. That means guys with confidence, right? They actually elite confidence. That's where the swagger came from.
What
Swagger
about
is just,
Clyde? What about
huh?
Clyde? What's that dude's name?
The glide.
From New York Knicks.
Oh, talking about
Oh,
Clyde. Okay.
God.
Yeah.
Walt
The way
Frazier.
they,
Walt
yeah,
Frazier.
Walt Frazier. Yeah, the way he
What about
dressed.
him? How did he do any contribution to as far as style and swag?
Yeah, the basically he was the one that actually made the pimp clothes
Okay.
famous, right? Because the suits and stuff that he was wearing, right, the fur coats and all that kind of stuff. Him and Joe Namath made it cool.
Man, because he got like some wild clothing. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
damn.
Mm-hmm.
You said Joe Namath.
Yeah, Look at Joe Namath. Joe Namath
Yeah,
Wasn't
with
Joe
Jets,
Namath a
right?
white dude?
He
yeah,
was
the
a white dude,
quarterback.
Yeah.
but look at his clothes when he had the press conference. You know, he had the fur, he had the shades. You know, he had
Why you think they call him Joe
Oh,
Cool?
he was.
bell cut. They did call him Joe Cool. Well, him and yeah, he was the first Joe Cool,
Yeah,
and then
Flacco was the second.
no, it was actually
Well, actually, name.
what's his
So
name?
You talking about Montana?
Montana
so
was actually the second Joe Cool, and
So
you
we
know,
got the
so
third.
but you
so
know,
he was
but
football's goddamn, he was football's what's your man from wrestling? Ric Flair.
Yeah, he's
That's
original
Ric
Ric Flair.
Flair.
Basically, it came with Joe Namath, and then it came with, and then after that, it was Joe Cool was actually Snoopy. Remember Snoopy and Joe
Oh
Cool after
yeah, Joe
school? Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Montana got named Joe Cool after Snoopy.
Mm.
Dang.
Okay.
just cool, just cool
Yeah,
with you.
but the original Joe Cool was was Joe Willie Namath.
God damn.
Yeah, Joe Namath. That's and he had, talking about commercials.
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of commercials. I didn't know that. I just
Mm-hmm.
remember the shampoo commercial, but they said he had one with shoes.
Yeah.
It was an alcoholic beverage.
Mm-hmm.
You
You
know,
said
I wanna.
everybody. If that's crazy, you say that BDS because if you go back to the era that the Shaft movie was released,
Mm-hmm.
you see in the '70s that everybody was wearing trench coats with their
Yeah.
hands in their pockets.
Yep.
You
Yep.
see that matching the attire. It's like crazy how people follow that trend. Like
It
I
just,
never
it,
knew.
I
I
mean,
never.
basically wearing a leather coat was it got adopted and akin to wearing Nikes, man, in the '80s, right? People wanted to steal them. Okay, so you
Now,
wear a leather coat like
Mm.
Shaft, something like that. You get beat up and get it taken from you.
now, how much damage did Superfly do to, if there was any damage, as far as taking away the shaft effect?
Hmm.
Because everybody wanted long hair and all
Yeah, oh
that
yeah.
stuff.
But what damage it did is because Superfly was a drug dealer, so
Ah,
basically it made drug dealers
Cool.
cool.
right.
Doom, doom, doom,
Yeah,
doom,
because I think it was either Bastards of the Party where they were showing how a lot of the guys from Slauson's and
Yeah.
whatever they were kind of on that militant stuff, and then later
Hmm.
on they were like, "Hey man, you don't have to worry about that no more. Take that natural down and get you a perm.
Hmm.
The
Oh yeah.
ladies." You
Yeah.
know, I said,
But
"Damn."
that happened later on with the perm,
Oh, give
and
me
th- and
some
then it then went into the
slide.
'70s.
So yeah,
But the, but
Barry
the per-
White.
but the perm hadn't been gone that long though, man. You got to remember the conch and the perm was in the '50s and in
50s.
'60s.
Give me some
Oh, yeah.
pound on the side that's brown.
That
Yeah.
Hmm.
burns, boy. That stuff burns.
Hmm.
Take your skin off.
And then it turned into the Jerry curl and all that kind of stuff.
Oh
The
man.
big loose coil
Yeah,
fro and all that kind
did
of
you
stuff.
ever see that? Did you ever see that clip from A Living Color where they said how the Jerry curl was invented?
Oh, your hair is all the way
Under the
live.
car and shit.
Yeah.
He said, "Man, your hair is all the way live."
Hmm.
A lot of people don't know where they got that from. That's Lakeside, y'all.
I ain't gonna lie.
All
Oh,
the
is
way
it? Is it?
live.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. I
Okay.
Lakeside.
used to
Yeah.
have one, man.
It's all the way live.
I had a curl and a perm before.
Really? Are you?
Jesus.
I didn't think you were old enough, man.
Oh hell yeah.
He probably had a
Perms
little.
and
He probably
curls
was doing
didn't
a little more curl.
they didn't go out until the late '90s.
Okay.
Late '90s, people still
Absolutely.
had curl in the late '90s.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I'm
carefree
wondering.
curl and shit. Fucking
Okay.
carefree curl, S curl, the Duke joints.
I remember
Hmm.
Troop, the
Absolutely.
new Troop. They tried to like revolutionize it by
Yeah.
shaving the side of the hair. Still had the curl up top.
Yeah, my man
Yeah.
had
Full
I mean,
force.
people was getting fingerwaves in the fucking '90s.
It was full force. They were doing that.
Yeah.
My man was playing some. I want to get paid. You know.
Yeah, they were holding on that Jerry curl. I'm like, let it go, just let it go.
Man,
Yeah, because Jericho was in the mid 70s
Yeah,
when he
yeah,
yeah.
first started. Yeah.
it was
What that?
around a long
Niggas,
time.
Because from what I
niggas
gather,
dating some crusty curls.
I just remember what how it was explained to me that when you first got the curl, that was like a status symbol, like you made
Hmm.
it,
Yeah.
like because it was expensive too to get a curl. It
Yeah, it
wasn't cheap.
was, and to maintain it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
you,
later on when the gangsters came across it, it was like, oh shit.
yeah. In fact, the bonnet was more popular amongst the guys. Yeah, with during the Jerry curls.
Yeah, with the cap over it, the golf
Yeah,
cap.
yeah. The
Uh huh.
golf cap. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, before the golf cap, you had to go to sleep in the bonnet. Remember that?
Yeah,
The little
I'm saying,
pink
did they
plastic
put the
bag.
cap over the
Yeah, yeah. To keep
bonnet too?
keep the oil from off your sheets and pillows. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Uh huh.
DJ Quick took a pic. I think DJ Quick took a picture like that.
Hmm.
You know the secret was I figured out though with the curl is not to wear the actual curls. Is to just put the kit in your head and then pick out your afro because then it'd be real soft.
Hmm.
You
Oh,
know
the
what I
curly
mean?
kid.
Yeah, you put you don't wear the curls. You just put the curl kit in your head and then
Hmm.
you pick it. You pick your afro out like that because then it'd be real soft. Girls like real soft hair and shit.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is, you still had to wear the bonnet on your head.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you still
because
have to wear it. Absolutely.
Yeah,
yeah,
overnight. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people instead of getting the perm to make the curl, that's what they actually did. They kept the oil up and they actually wore the bonnet. So
and you had Stay Soft Fro. You had
Uh huh.
Good Fred
What your man
oil.
say to Eddie Murphy? That ain't nothing but an ultra perm. Like man, look, hey, sometimes you got to cheat, man. Sometimes you got to cheat. Cause I have what did the old girl say? She said she hated her type of hair. Was it 3C? She called it
I
the
don't
chick
even know.
that got caught up. The entertainer. No, the
hmm
entertainer. Light skinned chick, and she was on some white dude fucking like
hmm
for rapper chick
hmm
saying I hate my hair and shit like that. And then people when they y'all know as soon as I say the name, y'all gonna know who I'm talking about. Not Saweetie. Something doll.
One of these younger chicks, I would not know, man.
Yeah, a
Ch-
light skinned younger chick and shit, man.
China doll or whatever the fuck. I don't know the fuck.
Not China. If I say the name, y'all gonna know it because we've
Was it
discussed
Doja
it
Cat?
before.
Doja
Doja Cat.
Oh,
Doja
Doja
Cat.
Cat.
Wow, I
Yeah,
got
yeah,
Yeah,
lucky
about her.
today. I wish
yeah.
I
Doja
wish some
Cat, right?
money
What the
from
fuck?
Pride.
Yeah,
She said
every
she
time I
hated
see
her.
Doja Cat, every time I see Doja Cat, she reminds me of my ex, man. Built just like
What
her.
what the
Yep.
It's
fuck
a
is a Doja
goddamn.
Cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Look her up
I know
on
that's the
Doja.
new
YouTube.
Cardi B, supposedly.
Yeah.
You
She's
know,
mixed. Yeah, she's a mixed chick from
yeah,
L.A.
my hair was absolutely
Uh,
fucking
I
the
won't tell you
three
what I've
C.
been
I had the
thinking about a
nappiest of the
Doja Cat.
nappy hair.
Every time I think of Doja Cat, I think of some Jamaican coming around giving everybody spliffs.
There you go.
I don't even know where she got her name from because her mother's Jewish.
Oh, they just make up any old
Yeah.
fucking name nowadays, man. Like you look at some of the damn names out there, you like, God damn, is
It's
that
some
name anyway?
some it's some like cam girl internet shit. Like
Yeah.
don't even
Yeah.
read who do
And
into that.
but if you like a little mixed chick with a fat ass, that's her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she don't like black dudes. She was talking
Yeah,
that shit. She was
she was
fucking
talking
with
the
what's
shit.
the
She
boy?
That's what she
showing up.
says. Yeah.
That's what she
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
Everything
that's
she
I
says
mean,
different.
There's no way she can carry herself like that and not been with with black dudes. It's impossible.
I think of some people caught on. I mean, some people have caught on. The more you talk derogatory towards black men, that
Yep,
brings money in your pocket.
yep,
Mm-hmm.
I
absolutely,
mean, it's a no-brainer.
absolutely.
Even other black men against other black men in these spaces, they getting lots of cash apps and
You know,
super
dude.
chats.
You know though, that BGs. I gotta tell you, old Doja
Mm-hmm.
Cat. These chicks, like when you really look at them straight on, without all the magazine and Instagram special
Mm-hmm.
posing, you see
Mm-hmm.
that these fake asses they're not even shaped right. They don't even look like real. They literally look like sacks of Jello or some shit like
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
right?
but I can tell you hers is real because I dated a chick just looked just like her. And I see the way her legs are built. Her ass is real. They're not fake. Okay.
I don't
Her,
think it is. I
Uh,
saw that. I seen
oh,
it.
oh no, no,
I
no,
don't
no.
think
Her
it
ass
is.
is real down to the titties because she says she doesn't have any implants. But thing is, her problem is keeping her weight down. That's her problem because
But this
she'll
Doja
get
Cat,
fat
she
if she's
gained
not
some
careful.
weight.
She was thicker, okay, but
Oh, she
she had to
lost
lose some.
weight.
Yeah, she lost a little weight. If
Oh,
you want to appeal to white boys, you got to
Mm.
be smaller because she was a
Yeah.
little too hefty at the bottom.
well, my hats off go to Lizzo. Good luck.
Oh, good lord.
Hey,
Uh,
Captain
They'll
America
have some
want
fun
that,
with you
and
though.
so does Truth.
mm-hmm.
They'll have some fun with you though.
Truth, you
Ask
caught
Bria
that
Miles.
truth?
Yeah,
What you were
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Nothing, man.
But you
Nothing.
can tell by her legs that that's that's her butt. You know.
Hmm.
Uh-oh. He said, shout out to Lionel. Said Doja Cat looks like smells like ketchup.
Mm.
Okay.
She look
I don't
like
know what that
she look like
means.
she
I
smells
have
like
no idea what
ketchup.
that means.
Okay,
I'm
well,
just wondering. I
Said she look
gotta
like
ask
she
this
smells like
question.
ketchup.
I gotta ask this question to everybody. Do black men know what beautiful women look like?
No.
I'm shy.
uh,
I admit it. I'm
Uh,
part of the shallow club. Yes, I
uh-huh.
do.
Okay.
But black men, I don't know.
Like I tell
we're
you,
talking about
like
in general. You mean in general?
there's a yeah.
I am hella
I,
shallow. I made
I
peace with that like 20 or 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I had to tell my friends like I don't. They be like, she looks good. Don't ask me if your girlfriend looks good because I'm not gonna. I don't know if I can lie.
Right.
Well,
They
they
be
can
like,
see it on
what?
my facial expression.
Well,
I would tell dudes. I'd be like, yo, your girlfriend looks like your sparring partner, man. Like no, like I said it yesterday.
the one that gets beat
I
up all
had
the time.
yeah, look like they give a little back too.
Ernie
Like I
Schaefer.
mean,
No, I'm joking.
yeah, they look just like Ernie Shavers.
Damn.
Like
This is
one,
Ernest
like
Schaefer.
I told my homeboy
Ron
Josh.
Lyle.
I told my
Ugh.
boy Josh. I said, yo, watch this. Notice how my homeboy always tries to like he wants to bait me into shit. Sometimes I
Mm-hmm.
feel like it, sometimes I don't. And he puts up this girl who's thick, but she's like one cheeseburger away from obesity.
Mm-hmm.
And I said,
Mm-hmm.
watch. He's gonna try to debate me that she's this, she's that. Well, no, man. She's a 10. She's a 9 or 8, 9. I said, no, she isn't. Her face looked broader than mine.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, she's really fat. She's just lucky all her shit sits the right places. And I
For
don't know what you
now.
There
talking
you
about.
go.
Yeah, for now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
for
said
now.
you gotta. I don't think firesides are
One
shallow.
baby and all that'll change.
One hot dog and all that'll change. And then I'd be like my other homeboy.
You know, dude.
He kind of scared to go to girls who look nicer than shit. He thinks
Yeah.
he's gonna get turned down like a collar, so he's gonna go with the hefties.
Hey, well, as long as you know yourself.
Well,
I was like,
damn,
man,
the thing is
I
though,
just
man,
couldn't
is
live in
like
that mind
they can
space.
smell the fear on you, so you gotta learn to fucking just don't be fucking. You know what? It's a lot of dudes just need to just go ahead and get
A,
turned
a
down.
lot of
I mean,
a
you
lot
grow,
of
you
dudes, a
eventually
lot of
everybody
dudes.
gets turned down.
It reminds me of this speech. A lot of dudes in this space remind me of dudes that I grew up with. There's some dudes who can't get over certain trauma.
Yeah, like we
Yeah,
said last night, they're
yeah.
gonna. I think they gotta go to a psychiatrist just for YouTube.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really see it, and the thing is, they're probably too ashamed to even admit it.
Like I just want to ask this question to somebody. Have you ever spoken to an 8, 9, or 10?
Oh,
And a lot
please,
of these guys would.
yeah.
A lot of these guys will be like, well, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't
I
know what an
think
8 or 9 or 10 is.
But
So.
see, Charles, a lot of these dudes ain't even had any real interaction with even a 7, man. And to be honest with you, some of them probably ain't even had an interaction with a 6, to tell you the truth.
I don't think some of them had an interaction with a 5.
I mean, it's
Well,
just but you got to build up your
yeah.
skin. There's nobody out there that has never been rejected. That's just not the way the world works. Not for men. It's just not how it
That,
goes.
that's
That
that's
rejection could have really said. I mean, that could have been something that saved you from a lot of stuff that could go down the
Yep,
pike. The fact that she said no,
absolutely, absolutely.
Because she
flash
could have used
tires.
it.
Or open up the
She
door.
could have used and abused you.
So no, I
yeah.
mean,
Well, see, here's the thing
don't be
too is
afraid
that
of.
shit. You might pull a better bitch if you fucking get rejected by this motherfucker over here. And you turn around, it's a better bitch over there, better looking bitch that want to fucking holler at you and shit, man.
You better
Sometimes
go
you
to
just ain't
you
a
bet
chick. You ain't her flavor. That's all it is, man.
That's what it is. I mean, sometimes you go around the corner and shit, you be singing, "You will keep on loving me." Shit, get that.
Yeah, that's that's true. But the thing is that a lot of young guys coming up, more and more. I sort of
Or
experienced it. A
pussy.
lot of more and more of young men coming up now,
I'm
virgins
gonna
actually.
drop off. I'll be back later.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. So I was crunching
Take
some
your
numbers a
time.
couple of days ago. A growing number of really young dudes coming up are just being virgins. Like a lot of dudes are coming up now. They're not wanting to be in relationships. They're not even trying because because a lot of these guys when they're growing up, they're seeing what's happening, with the child support, the divorce laws. I'm like, when I was
Hmm.
on a warehouse job, the amount of young guys I ran across who said, "Man, I ain't never getting married, bro. I never." And these were Spanish dudes, by the way. These weren't even
Mm.
black guys. Because a lot of
Okay.
these dudes who are growing up, they can see young people are not dumb. Young people can see the environment, right? Because
Mm.
a lot of you guys who grew up, old generation, like you kind of grew up where you sort of had the girl next door being portrayed to you. They're growing up with Cardi
Yep.
B. They're growing up being shown hold them in their face. So there isn't
Yep.
even a hope to believe of the girl next door. That doesn't exist anymore. That's so. My thing is yes. Is it true that some guys are not approaching? Yes, it's true that some guys, may not have the skills, but a lot of guys just don't give a fuck. And I'm gonna say right now, I just don't care. Like,
Okay.
what's the point? If the environment is gonna push out Cardi B chicks, what's the point of even trying? So you
Who
have
said they're
two
not
things
getting?
happening.
Who said those same guys will say they're not gonna try? But if
Hmm.
them bitches were throwing pussy that way, they would
They
they
would
would
try.
they would
Yeah.
Yeah, I
catch
But
mean,
that
Sure
bitch like
would.
dry rice.
it's
but
built
Yeah,
They
they.
okay,
into
yeah.
us, man.
Mhm.
they
It's built
say
If
into
one
us.
a young
thing to tell you tough tone. People say some tough tony shit when the bitches they want not around.
Uh-huh.
yeah,
There
but
you go.
Real.
That's
but the
bullshit. I'm damn near literally twice your age. Them motherfuckers are full of shit, and I would tell them
but
to their
the
face.
Yeah,
yeah,
Guess what?
but the point is
but
the
The
that's
hold them.
environment never stopped
Let's keep it
niggas. I'm
real.
gonna tell you one thing about the environment,
uh,
Hammer. The
mm,
environment never stopped niggas fucking.
Yeah, yes,
True.
yes, but the thing is this, right, dude? Most
mm.
men don't have that kind of sexual access, right? I'm like, Charles, you
Bullshit.
love something that
Hold on. Let him finish, Charles.
They got them soft
comes first.
hands though. I'm
Or
just.
are you trying to tell me the vast majority of guys out there are just Charles Faulkners walking in the street? That's not
So
what's
no,
happening.
no.
And
What I'm saying is the one
Hold
thing.
on. Let me handle this, BGS, because I'm
Yeah,
gonna
just,
digress.
I just want to ask him a question. All right. Why do you
but
think that your sexual access is different from mine, even though I'm 40 years older, even back then?
obviously,
Why do you think I had more sexual access back then?
well, obviously, I mean, I personally say experience. I mean, you're older, you have more experience. So that's kind
No,
of
no,
how
no.
what I would say.
What I'm saying is, when I was your age, I had the same amount of sexual access that you do. What changed? In fact, you have more sexual access than I had.
Well,
Internet.
no, there is the illusion. Well, come on, man. You have
No.
more young men who are virgins now than really
No,
ever
you don't.
before.
No, you don't.
Okay, well let's
You
entertain
do.
Well,
that. Why
Okay.
why is that the case
Why
then?
is that the case? Yeah.
well, personally, and this is my personal opinion. I personally believe that number one, right, because women, because of the technology with on the iPhone and day apps, women just
Hmm.
have more options now. So they can live in this illusion where I can always hold out. Where in the past that may not have been the case. You could have had the quote unquote girl next door. That doesn't exist anymore, right? She can
I
hop
like
They're
on the
This,
they're
phone
addicted
I
to
like the
soft hands.
no, no,
I
no.
like to
Go
answer
ahead,
that.
Charles. Hmm.
go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
See, let's dissect the bullshit of that statement. Pussy nowadays is more abundant than rainwater. In BGS's day, it actually took skill to get a girl to drop her drawers.
Hmm.
When I was about 20, not so much because she was the one initiating.
Hmm.
And here's the crazy part. My wrestlers who are like a generation below me, I don't think there's a virgin who's coming going into eighth and ninth grade. I don't think there's too many virgins coming into high school, if any.
But but
Hell,
but that
middle school, man.
Yeah, that's what it
but
is.
that
Yeah.
The thing is, why do you think so many? So you think it's because of the women that so many virgins exist?
Well, it's not. That's what it is. Point. Like, it's when it comes to Gen Z is going to be weird because on one hand, yes, a lot of black boys are going to be dating out more, but it's also going to be, I will say, I call it the mixed out generation, where you're going to see a lot. I will say not half, but a lot of it's just going to be guys who are just virgins, never had a girl. That's going to be the norm by the time these guys take over.
Okay.
And what I'm
So,
saying is that what's
No, it
happening
isn't.
is the sort of greater sexual act of women. 'Cause it's not the men, right? They can
hmm
okay for Charles to be able to run through 8'5" chicks, there's 8'5" dudes who are not getting that sexual access. It's
That's
you know
bullshit.
it's another thing.
Let
And
me let
and,
me
and
tell you
but,
why.
I know,
Let me
but
let
you
me tell you
can
why.
have a growing number of virgins in Gen Z. That's not what's happening.
Let me tell you why.
But
Sexual
go ahead.
access is sexual access. It's like playing cards. Sometimes you're gonna get the cards you want. Sometimes you don't. It's up to
So let
you.
me ask you this though. So are you
hmm
telling me that you are the average male in the United States? That the average guy out here is Charles Faulkner, just females just dropping draws when they see him. Because this is what I understand
What
that
do
there's
what do
some
you what do
guys.
you call? Well, hold up. What do you call average? What do you
Well,
call average? What's the
I'm
average?
like I would say
What makes me not average?
the amount of sexual. Come on, first of all, you're a police
no,
officer. But number
no,
two,
he's a cop. That's true. He's a cop. Okay, what else?
You got a
yeah,
lot of
and
you
I'm
got
like,
a lot of
he's a
you got a
former
lot.
sort of. He has this sort of body that like to the military, but he has a body that most women are gonna find attractive. I'm like,
You
he's
say
Okay.
that to
not
all the boys, don't you?
Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. Okay. The thing is that let me ask you a question, right? Okay,
Mhm.
back when I was your age, right? If I wanted to meet a girl, what would I have to do?
You would have to go and call her phone and talk to her.
No, I
Like,
have to go out and meet her. I can't call
yeah,
her if I don't
yeah,
know her phone number, right?
yeah, talk to her like
Yeah. In other
basically.
words, I have to approach a bunch of different women to get one, right?
Mhm.
So let me ask you this: are the guys that are virgins out there approaching women on a regular basis?
Are they approaching? I would say no. I think that not to be, yeah, to be honest,
That's
because based on what I've gathered, most of them, they personally, they told me, right? I've seen that a lot of men now they believe that because of social media, women have more great sexual acts because of
They believe, but is it a fact?
because
That's what I'm asking.
yeah, but that's what they see. So the fear of rejection. Okay, this
Fear of rejection.
Goes.
Now you're
yeah,
getting to it. Now keep going,
the
keep going.
fear of rejection is what causes guys to sort of go towards
Yes.
DM her in the Instagram because the fear is, she has all these guys approaching her. That's
Yes, she believes that.
Well,
So,
why should
so,
you?
so,
Why should
so,
you?
so,
Why
so,
should
so,
those
so
men
what?
give a fuck?
So what does it have to do with the women not given access?
well, okay, if you have technology, right, that
Mm-hmm.
essentially allows men to see a female on Instagram with 30, 40, 50,000 subscribers on Instagram.
Okay.
Now,
All
that
right.
may be, now, she may be getting no approach in real life, but you understand perception is everything. So a lot of guys who are not Charles Fowler, who are average looking,
Perception is not everything, right?
well, a lot of guys are going to,
Only real life is everything. All right? Perception is
Uh,
what you make it.
let me
Okay,
put it to you
but,
this
you
but,
have
way,
to
but
act
Hammer.
most
upon it.
guys
Like
are doing
Hammer.
it
Okay.
Like Hammer.
on the phone.
Like
Go
Hammer.
ahead.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
What's the? How tall are you?
5'9".
5'9". How much you weigh?
100 and I think last was 150, but I think it's 140 pounds.
How
Okay.
much?
Skinny.
140 pounds.
100
140
and yeah,
pounds.
yeah.
Okay, average guy, not in shape, not out of shape. Okay, you meet an average woman. What's the difference of her and her output? She knows she can look at all the guys she want on social media. She knows where she stands. She knows who she's gonna screw with.
But here's the problem, though, okay? Because a lot of you
Mm-hmm.
guys are not taking into consideration the ability of women to live in delusion. I mean, we've met chicks in this space
They
who
live in the.
would
No,
tell
let me
you
finish.
that I have dude, look. Well, when I was in doing my junior year of college, right, I saw this female, right. This girl was almost 200 pounds.
Okay.
She told me that even though she gets zero approaches in real life, she still believes that she's
Okay.
an eight.
Okay.
And she just now
She,
I know
she,
she's
she,
lying, but
she,
a lot of
Yes.
chicks out here are just the front. So
So so
if you
so you,
achieve
you
that,
let me ask you this. Yeah, we just
yeah, go
a
ahead.
random thing, right? A random thing, right? You're in junior in
Mm-hmm.
college, basically. Say in the average week, how many women did you actually approach to talk to?
Be honest.
I was, I'm like, look, you guys are ready to know for me. I'm talking about other guys. For me, I'm ready to
No,
know.
no, 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 no. I'm talking. We'll talk about you because I
Zero.
don't have the other. I don't have the other guy.
Yeah, I have not
Okay.
approached any woman at all.
Okay,
I'm
so let me ask you this: all the guys, because you had said all the guys that you talk to, that are virgins and they're afraid of rejection. On a average week, how many women do they approach?
I would say maximum one. I would say the only person I know is like one. So most of them they use quote unquote indirect, try to do go to Instagram. Most of them don't want to post them in real life because the fear is rejection. But I'm like, this is a growing trend amongst
So,
Gen Z males.
so in
I'm
other
saying,
words,
so what? So in other words, basically, if you're not approaching and you're not actually doing what people in previous generations did to actually go out and meet and address women, right?
Mhm.
So how do you expect things to happen if you're not doing what worked for thousands of
But
years?
But here's the thing, right? But the reason why I'm gonna give you my position, right? The
Hmm.
reason why a lot of these guys because they have seen how for certain guys they don't have to do that. I'm gonna give you an example, right? During my time when I was in my freshman year, right, man.
Hmm.
Now this is before I came into management. Before I
Okay.
realized about the environmental changes, I still believe that what happens in America was just an American problem, and America's gonna die off, and Africa's gonna come, and we're gonna. But that, of course, all that's gone. But anyway, that was when I still had hope. When I was approaching females in that time, it was working out. But I remember a situation when I was in my classroom, right? I had this dude. This guy did not have to do any of that. He would just
Hmm.
walk, and the females would approach him, and like they would be all.
Okay.
And
He's
I'm
lucky.
like,
why
if
not?
that
Why
could be
not?
true,
He's lucky. So
Why
what?
not?
He's
I'm
lucky.
like,
Why did
the
he?
guy was just
Why did
he,
females
he was
approach him
six
like that?
four. He was in the basketball team. So I'm
Okay.
like, obviously, he hit
So in other words, here's the question, nobody. Why were these guys so cowardly over rejection? Something that men went through for thousands of years.
and
What
so
made what
I
made
told
the
you
what
why
made the
is because
princesses hold up? What
So,
made
is
the
because
princesses so special that they were scared of a little rejection, which is part of masculinity and manhood itself?
it's number
Well,
one
before I ask that,
the
let me
girl
get this
go ahead and get
yeah,
us
let me get the super chat out.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
I appreciate Lionel for the super chat. It says a lot of dudes are getting tripped up on the word salad from females when they interact with them.
That's
Go
true.
ahead.
That is true. That is very true.
but to answer Charles' question he asked me, and I'm be honest with you, and I've talked to them, they've told me this, right? It's the idea of the girl next door no longer exists. All they see now is females being able to, on command, just
That's what they imagine
They
that.
they
Are they in the bedroom with these guys and see how these females interact with the guy?
Social media.
so it's to get a thousands of
Oh,
Well, what? Okay, let me ask you this, Hammer, because I'm hearing the women.
guys in the
Steph.
past, you didn't have
Uh,
social media, you didn't have the phone, so there was
yes,
that
you did.
concept of the
Wait a
girl
minute.
next.
The guys in the past didn't have to do what?
They did not have Instagram, Facebook,
we had
social media,
magazines.
right?
So so
Okay,
so
that
so
is the first.
so what do we have to do?
So yes, you guys had to approach, but the idea of the girl next door still existed. And
No,
I
it
think
didn't.
there
No, it
was
didn't. No,
never there was
no.
never
A
the
girl.
girl next door was some movie shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, well,
that's
okay,
some white people stuff, man.
That's
but
a
but
movie.
but
See,
my thing is,
it goes back into y'all grew up as the fucking TGIF generation, man. Like yeah. Like y'all believing in this fucking Hollywood bullshit they fed you. If you wanted a girl,
yeah,
you had to go to whatever fucking social area you were
Yeah.
in,
Yeah.
talk to her,
Yeah.
and guess what? You had a 50-50 chance she's gonna say yay or nay.
And
Yeah.
check
If
it out.
not,
It was
and then
parts, games, dances.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because what I'm
But
hearing from, well, let's go back to the guy that's 6'4", because that's really interesting, right?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, and you saying that he doesn't have to do anything, right? Okay,
Any of that,
I
yeah.
He
heard,
should.
heard Stefco said the exact same thing about her good-looking friend, right? Oh, she's light-skinned, she's got good hair, and I had to dress up, and nobody noticed me. As soon as she came, all the eyes turned on her, right? Okay,
Hmm.
that's a pretty girl argument, right? So what you're saying is that
Yeah.
Z's have the same kind of argument that the Z women have, right? In other words, you think that because you're not that 6'4" guy that has swag and plays basketball as an athlete that
Tony.
gets chicks coming to him like Pretty Tony, right? You're not Pretty Tony, so in other words, since you're not Pretty Tony, the rest of your life is shit. You're destined to become a virgin for the rest of your life.
Yes
Wait a
and no,
minute.
right? That's
Wait a
one
minute.
piece of it.
Oh,
Are you
oh,
a
oh,
virgin now?
he
Uh
said he
oh.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no big deal.
So let me ask you this question:
Mhm.
how many girls were checking you out in college?
I would say zero. I wasn't really getting to
Dang.
that much.
That's
But then
okay.
again, I
Let me
He's
tell
wasn't.
you why.
suspicious.
Let me tell you why that's bullshit. Because you didn't notice the ones that were checking you out.
Are you an introvert,
Oh,
Hammond?
I am mixed. In other words, I am introverted only when I'm around people I don't know. People I do know, I become very extroverted. Right?
That's an introvert. All introverts are talkative around people that they know.
Because you have the same
Oh,
issue as my son.
introvert.
He's
Yeah.
But
17.
but 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 to answer what BGS was asking, look,
Okay.
I would say yes and no. Yes, that is true. But I think another part of it is that no, yes, you do have the sort of other guys who have to do it. But also number two, these dudes are growing up with Cardi. They're growing up with a Cardi B, the whole culture. So it
Okay.
completely disrupts the female.
Okay, okay.
That means that means
When I was coming up, right, and this is an average, so no way to prove this, right? When I was coming up, right, women at black women especially, had, for the most part, the average black woman only had maybe 5 sexual partners in her whole entire lifetime, right?
Yeah, less bodies.
Whole lot less bodies, whole lot less opportunities to have sex with, for a man to have sex with her, right? Okay. Now, jump forward, 40 years, basically, 40, 50 years, the average woman has about 35 or 40 partners in her lifetime, a lot more opportunities. So they're spreading out a lot more sex. The thing is, how do you have all these male virgins if women are giving up a lot more, having a lot more
I mean,
partners?
pussy's more
It's very
better than
obvious because
rainwater.
the assumption we have, and this is why you're having these sort of growing demographics, but yet this counter, right? It's very
Uh-huh.
simple, right? The assumption people have is that they're giving sex to Charles the same way they're giving to a guy in the library. That's not what's
No.
going on, right?
No, no, no,
They're
no, no,
having
no. No, no. We already know. Okay, let's get it. Don't get it twisted. Nowhere in history, there's always guys that had positions and looks and all that kind of stuff. They got way
Hmm.
more sex than anybody else, man. Look at we had Charles got interviewed by cousin T-Tar, right? Talking about they're in the male what we call thought positions, right? You can't even compare to the access that they have, right? But that's always been the case. There's always been badge bunnies and always been chicks to chase after celebrities and stuff like that, or guys that are really good looking. It's always been the case. Okay, that's never stopped. Guys with money, all the kinds of have way more access than everybody else. The thing is, I'm wondering why, I'm wondering why that Z's, especially male Z's, because they're looking at this, all of a sudden have a refusal to try. I'm just wondering.
yeah, and
Look,
I've talked to guys, man, and it's a multiple factor, right? Because number one, right,
Hmm.
back then women were under economic. So, a guy could not have to that's it, but he could at least, go out there, work, get some decent money, at least have a chance, right? Now
Uh huh.
women don't need men financially, so they can afford to it longer, right? Number two, social media, technology, the perception is changed. A lot of chicks now think I can with the 30, I have all these other options. So a lot of guys they think, well, because we
They
have to,
think they hold on a second. They think
yeah, that's true.
have hold on a second. Have you guys as a group? I'm saying as a group, gone out to actually really test that theory that they're actually not doing it. You can actually perceive that because they have all this social media and have all these high standards that you have no chance. Have you guys actually gone out there approaching women and actually proven this kind of stuff?
To be honest with you, I'll say no. I will say that the
So
So in
perception.
other
Hold on
words,
a second. Hold on,
right?
hold on a second, because
Oh,
this
deep
really is
voice coming
simple.
through.
This is real simple, man. This is real simple, right? It's really this simple. They haven't come up like we did, having to exercise that social muscle.
yeah.
That's all it is. They haven't had to do it. We've
Yeah,
had to do it, right? Like I told you, he probably don't even know what a rotary phone is. They barely even have payphones around anymore, right? We came up in a time where you have to walk to your friends, because most of us before we didn't have phones. You have to just walk to your friend's house to find out if he has a phone or if he's away or something like that, right? And so with women, and that's the way we understood it to be, right? You just had to go shoot your shot, but that wasn't just with women. That was with anything social. You had to get out there and do it. They're coming up in an era, especially the babies, where since they were 10 years old, they've been able to socialize through a social media.
Through an app, yeah. Through an app, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
these people got friends that are on other continents because they game with them, right? They talk about their families and everything else, but they don't actually physically go out and make friends. So they haven't had to develop that muscle, right? It's almost like they say with a baby that, hey, if you don't, the reason you paint the rooms right is so that the vision can develop, right? But if you don't do that, then their vision never develops, right? They didn't lose vision; it never developed in the first place. And the same with them; they
Yeah.
never developed that skill set.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Hammer. What kind of guys you think that women actually really want, that are attracted to, the kind of pretty Tony that they really want?
Well, are you asking what I think, or what the Gen Z guys?
The women aren't here. I'm asking, what do you think they want?
Well, based on I think that is me, but a lot of the guys, the
No, no,
perception is
no. I'm asking you, what do you
Right.
they
think they want?
my
Yes.
perception based on just what I've been told is that they want these sort of hood Tyrone dudes, right? They want the guys who have a sort of urban sort of look to them, and I see that with the Hispanic females now. Since either it's like because the Latino guys are trying to copy the urban style because that's what's in,
Uh
so
huh.
they just go
Uh
black.
huh.
So I'm about to go black entirely. So that's what I think that's what's in. Right? I think that the urban style, the sort of hood, that's what's popping. So that's what women are
So,
going to, right?
oh,
So the
so
young ones.
so have you? So in other words, if that's what, because women do the exact same thing. Whatever the guys are leaning towards will actually get them caught. They'll start actually trying to mimic that. So in other words, if the urban style is what's popping and that's what the women are actually going for, how come you guys haven't tried to emulate that since it's successful?
And this right here is the issue that is going into that a lot of it's the same thing with these Spanish guys trying to emulate 80 or West black men with the hood thing. They
Mm-hmm.
can see through. If you're a guy and you're a computer, you're nerdy type of dude, you can't
Mm-hmm.
fake being a guy who's good. You cannot.
Let
And
me
I've
let me
seen
let me
guys
put it
kind of.
to let me put it to
Go
you
ahead.
this way, Hammer. I'm a comic book. I've been collecting comic books before you were born. That's wild to say that to somebody, but I've been
How old
playing
is it?
video games. It's 20. I've been playing video games when they weren't even fun and popular to play. I've been reading comic books before Marvel movies were even thought of. I've been doing all this nerdy and fun shit for years, even in high school. Guess what? If a girl likes you, she likes you. If
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna ask this question because, like I said again, pussy's more abundant than rainwater, and they're given access to their cooch like never before.
Like before here.
The
What
problem
y'all
is that hold on. The problem is this because I see a lot of young men who could get chicks regardless. One, y'all act just a lot of people in the generation alphas. They act like they're acting the same. They act like the girls. They see the social media, but they know what they can fuck. Okay, if they say they want to fuck an 8 and they'll settle for a 4 or 5, they're gonna do it. A lot of the dudes you went to college with, was it a predominantly black school?
It was mixed. It was mixed.
And that's the problem. That's the problem because a lot of those, there's a difference between a black nerd and a white nerd. We already know.
But
So
it's
a
black
lot of
men.
trust me, I've never seen one black man that no woman on earth try to fuck is not trying
I'm
to fuck.
I'm trying to tell you
Now,
right now, man, these young brothers coming up, man. Y'all think I'm playing?
now were they
These-
were they socially were they socially awkward? Were they able to tell?
Actually, no. Actually, no. Many of them were actually more socially adapted than me. Actually,
So
um,
in other words, what type of they wanted the same girls that the captain of the basketball team got, which means, are you able to physically compare to what that guy has?
well, I'm like,
If
most of these guys have lowered their standards so much, it's horrible. But one thing I will say to the users, right, is that this is not the racial issue because they're all, once again, the men are growing up in the same gynocentric environment. It's just being exposed to the white community now.
So
Once again, right?
what standards did they have before? What kind of women were they shooting for?
Well, but before they were of course kind of shoot for the stars. So you know how Hollywood, right? In Hollywood, they
They
show
were
you the
shooting
best
for eight nines and tens, and they
guy.
had to
That
settle for their
that
own level,
that
right?
but even that's not working because they're going lower and lower and lower. But the lower and lower they go to the point of was not this guy's thinking about how the fat guy said, no, do it, brother. These chicks,
Okay.
once again, is the perception, right? It's not just the men. These women, these young girls believe that they can go and land Charles. They believe that, oh, if I just, put enough makeup, if I just, do this, I can go and do that, right? So
So so
the
so
men
so
are
so in other words, are these guys going out on a daily basis approaching these girls?
on a daily basis, no, but
So
they
so how
are.
so how are they meeting these girls?
It's not on a daily basis. But I was like 2, 3 times a week they're going and trying either on campus, either they're going to the mall, either the typical areas of social conversation, right? Mall,
Mm-hmm.
park, anywhere they can meet a random female. They try
Mm-hmm.
to avoid social media at all costs because they personally
They,
believe that as soon as they hop online, they're gonna lose.
so even though they're not getting eights, nines, and tens, are they getting some kind of sexual access?
No, and that's
They're
the
not.
thing.
So in other words, they're not getting anything, even though they're approaching.
Not getting anything, and that's
No,
So
why
the
it's
the
so the ver
virgin
so they the
men.
ver and so in other words, they're getting shot down so much as just virgins.
I I don't want to say that's how it means, but yeah.
Well, hold on a second here. The thing,
That's hard to believe, but go ahead.
the thing here, BJS, is that they might be approaching every once in a while. They're not approaching consistently. You're not going to be out here. If you approach one chick every
But
other
how much
day,
did you
in three
approach
months
me?
you
I'm
gonna
like,
if
1,000 times a
you
week.
approach
Uh,
you can't just talk over me, man. If you
Oh,
approach
sorry.
at least one chick every other day, there's
mm-hmm.
no way you're gonna go 3 months without fucking at least one.
Yeah.
It's just a law of numbers, man. Y'all not
even a
approaching enough
mercy,
in Texas.
even just a
South.
fucking mercy fuck.
Yeah.
Here's the thing too, though,
yeah.
right? Because we're talking about whether they're fucking eights and nines and tens. Look, here's a little fucking trick of the trade for you, right? This confidence. Here's a way to build your confidence. Let's say you approach you. Let's say you just get you 3 4s, right? 3 4s will give you the confidence to approach a 5. If you get 3 5s, it'll give you the confidence to get a 6. 3 6s get you 7, 3 7s will get you an 8, so on and so on, right? Y'all got to get your feet wet though, man. You got to give it a try because I don't believe y'all making any consistent approaches. Let me ask y'all something. Are y'all
And you're
what?
right.
Are you? Hold on a second.
Not
Are y'all what you would consider? Are y'all what would be considered classically good-looking men?
well, actually,
Uh-oh.
What? Yeah,
no,
you
right?
would know. You would know.
No,
Okay.
no.
Now,
I would say no.
how
Now,
about your
there
build?
are some guys that I know
Are you tall?
who are decent looking.
How tall are you? Are these
I'm
guys we're talking about? Are they fairly tall dudes?
No, these are averages. These are guys who are averages. Average height, average weight.
Okay, average height,
Now,
average weight. Okay,
mhm.
your body type. Are y'all muscular? Do y'all work out or go run or what is it?
I would say the vast majority of us we are in the middle. Like we're not skinny, but we're not buff. We're like just
You can't.
how can I explain it?
So y'all just some regular
Bruce
non-working out,
Lee. Think of it
just
like Bruce
basic
Lee. That was
average
Bruce Lee.
gamer-looking dudes.
No, not okay. Think of Bruce Lee, like that kind of body type. Like not super
Bruce Lee
skinny,
was
not
fit as shit.
yeah. I'm not
He
like
was very fit.
we
You
are
can look at.
okay. We're slim. That's what I say. We're slim dudes. Most of the guys I know who are like slim. That's kind of what I would say, right? The slim.
So you don't work
They're
out.
not buff. Do they work out?
Okay, you
Um,
don't work out.
I mean,
You would know if you. Okay, that means no. If you got to
Do you
guess,
have
then you don't work
defined?
out.
Do you have defined
Right.
striations of muscle?
So
no,
here's
no.
what it comes down to, man.
Define, no. Not define.
Do y'all? Let me ask
But
y'all.
they're
Let
not
me ask you something.
overweight.
Do these dudes want girls? Do they want to get girls?
Come on. Yeah.
Man, this
Yes,
reminds me
Simple
of
they
question. Do
Japan.
they want to get girls?
they
Yes or no?
did want to get girls, but now they're kind of giving
No,
up.
no, no.
So they're kind of
I
just
didn't ask. I didn't ask if they wanted to avoid the headache. We get that. Everybody wants to avoid the headache, right? Everybody
yeah.
wants to avoid the headache. We
They're
get that.
straight males. They want yes. They very much would love
Okay,
to
then.
have.
So here's what they need to do. Then first off, you're gonna have to get your feet wet. You got to be willing to step out there and try it, right? And then you're gonna have to be willing to make certain adjustments when you're approaching the girl. So y'all are really young, right? You can still you're gonna make mistakes, right? There's a lot of mistakes you're gonna make, but there's a lot of learning you're gonna have to do as well, right? And here's the thing too: are you limiting yourself to black girls only?
No, I just approaching Hispanic many Hispanic girls.
Oh man, dude. Well, there's a whole world for you to damn approach out there, then, man. I mean, y'all just got to make some approaches, dude. Just give it a try. And if
Well,
she says no,
this reminds
okay,
me
try
of
another one. And if she says no, try another one.
this reminds me
But
of
see
when I
this.
took my son to GameStop. I took him there on a Saturday night, and I was like, I told my son, go pick something out, and I was just saying to myself, like, unbelievable. And when I said that, the reason why I said it is because I just saw two guys on a Saturday night. They had to be in their 20s. Both of them looking for games on a Saturday night. And I said,
Yes,
man, and well, let me finish. I said to myself, I'm talking to myself, literally talking to myself. I said, I don't believe what I'm seeing. And then the lady, I didn't know the lady, the cashier was near me. It was a lady, and she said, I see this every time. She knew exactly what I was talking about because it's like
Yeah.
they put more interest in the video games than having a social life.
It's
Now,
not.
don't get it
Look,
wrong.
it's
It's there's a lot. There is obviously a whole hell of because we weren't having to deal with women that grew up on social media and all of that shit. I mean, I get it. I get where there's a lot of them that's not wanting to even take the risk. The problem though is that it's one thing there's a lot of shit you don't want to do. There's a lot of shit I don't want to fucking do, but you do it because it helps to round you out. You get what I mean? And the sooner you get started, because you're not gonna go for man, let me tell you something. Y'all not gonna go forever without fucking something. You might as well get started working on it now, man. You get what I
Yeah,
mean?
leave that
You're
hand
not gonna go the
alone.
rest of your life without it. Hey man, you gotta. I ain't even saying that, but just at both, man. You gotta. You don't want to go to. You don't want to go to. You don't want to think about this. You don't want to be. You don't want to be jaded. You don't want to be a jaded virgin. That'd be a hell of a life, right? That'd be a hell of a way to live your life, man.
well, I mean, here's what I have to tell you, okay, right? The couple of things happening right now. Yes, one, there's a perception that women have more access because of social media, but also another is that a lot of guys, once again, these dudes tell me how the parents got divorced, how the grandfather got divorced, how
Well,
they're
tell these
seeing how
guys.
even
Well,
if
tell
you
these
do get
guys.
over that line, even if you do get over that line, you get the laws are in a way in which you're gonna get fucked. So what's the point of even trying to get married in this environment? So I'm better off just getting video games.
What's the
Go
point
to
of even
school.
trying to get what you gotta speak more slowly because I didn't understand what you just said. What's the point in trying to what?
A lot of these guys, right, are growing up, right, and they're seeing grandfather being divorced, father being divorced, uncle being divorced. So, and they see how the
Well,
laws
we're just
are in
talking
the.
about fucking right now, not marriage. People talking
No,
about fucking right now.
but this is why it matters. What they tell me is that even if I do go out there and I'm able to secure a female, it doesn't even matter because if I do, get married to the chick and have kids, the law is in the way in which I'll get fucked anyway. So what's the point of me?
You way too far ahead. You way too far ahead.
You're putting apples with oranges. They're both fruit, but they're not the same.
Exactly.
And here's the problem. What I'm seeing, you motherfuckers yesterday. Because
it's possible, buddy.
Y'all, you're breaking up real bad, Charles. I don't know if it's me or I don't know if it's you or me.
What about now?
Okay.
What about now?
Yeah, way better. Way better.
In other words, you gotta look at it like this. If you're looking for just sex, just say sex, because what it sounds like, y'all looking for relationships. That's what y'all really looking for is relationships.
And you shouldn't be looking for relationships right now.
At 20, you shouldn't be looking for relationships. One, I hate to say this, but you need to get your sex game together. You need to, in other words, it's the same thing as wrestling. You can't go to the championship round without practice. Y'all can't even talk. Y'all can't even talk.
I would support him. I would support him on the relationship part. I just think that they would have to have their stuff together, and then be more and then be more aware of who you putting in your space. Because I think they're kind of going back old school. So if that's what you want, go ahead, y'all.
Here's the thing though. Hold on a second. Here's the thing though. They don't even know what they want. They're not talking to girls at all. They don't know what they like about a girl. Do you get what I mean? So they
I think
you got to get out there and you got to get out there and get into whatever. I mean, y'all don't. I'm assuming y'all probably ain't even got female friends, dude. You got to you got to know what girls are like before you even know what you like in a girl to talk about relationships and shit like that.
I think the thing is that they have an ideal, according to what I'm hearing. It's just that it's not aligned with the people that they're sharing space with. So if they can create their own reality with the people that they're looking for, then that might be half the battle. But the problem is, like the brothers are saying on this panel, you got to talk to people. You got to find out if whatever's on your mind matches reality.
Here's the thing, though, Art. So check this out, right? So you're married, right? You're married, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are certain basics that your wife has, right? I'm assuming she probably cooks and cleans, and she's a nice personality and everything like that, right? Okay.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that every woman who cooks and cleans and has a nice personality y'all would vibe the same. You get what I mean? Even if she's cute, it doesn't mean that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that everybody
who cooks, cleans.
I'm saying that everybody that you meet, you don't have to necessarily screw. I think half the time you gotta consider it more of an audition or an interview when you're around these people. Because these little brothers are facing the Me Too movement too. So that's their generation. So they have to navigate through that. So I think they're probably I'm hearing more caution as well as protecting their heart from being rejected. I think
you got to get that heart a few scars on it.
I just think that I think they have to stick to business. I think they have to stick to business when they have these interactions rather than just trying to score. Because sometimes, as you notice, a lot of people when they either lose their virginity or get in bed, some of these guys be on some blue pill stuff. So
that's true too. Well, here's the thing though is that if you just interact with girls, interaction with girls. Here's the thing: if you interact with girls enough, it's gonna lead to sex. That's more so what I'm getting to. It's not, hey, going up and go mode one the chicks. That's not what I'm promoting.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is that if you're interacting with chicks enough, look, chicks will offer you. Here's the thing, y'all need to understand something, man. Chicks want to fuck too. They will offer you pussy. Girls offered me pussy. It wasn't
Yeah.
just me going after them. I did go after them. Don't get it wrong, but they threw it to me as well. Do you get what I mean? And some of them were very straightforward about it, dude. You know what I mean? So it's when you approach. I put it like this: when you approach a chick, don't approach her with the intention on fucking her. Just talk to her.
Right.
Have a conversation. Use it like exercise, right? Here's the thing. I'll tell you this: what we weren't told when we were younger. Treat it more like a social experiment for yourself, a test for yourself, right? Go to see which chicks give you attention, how much attention they give to you, how much effort you have to put in to get the attention, and poking pride. It's like those old time movies where they got this giant machine and they're flipping switches and pulling levers. Just give it a try, man.
Hold on, I'm gonna just say this. Thank you once again. I'm about to start my show.
Okay.
And get off your high horse and go talk to some girls, man. You'd be surprised what comes about it.
You'd be surprised.
All you gotta do is strike up a good conversation, and you'll be surprised. That's all I'm saying. Trust me. If they need coaching, I got a cash app, and you can bring all the friends you want with money.
Well, if you strike up a decent conversation, it ain't even got to be all that good.
Well, I'm gonna say this, right? Yes, is the relationship and sort of the perception piece, but another part is this. I think the biggest part is the environmental piece, right? They're growing up with nature, so even going and approaching a female is going to be hard. Number two, they're growing up with child support. They're growing up seeing the men before them being fucked over. So even if I do go and have sex out there, right? If I get caught up, I'm fucked. Right? Number three, even if I am locked down a female or get married, I'm not protected. So it's like it's layers stacked on top of each other.
You're talking about marriage. You're talking about marriage, man.
But
you can go the rest of your life.
Even if you
can go the rest of your life without marriage. You can go the rest of your life without marriage, man. Y'all are thinking too far down the line. Worry about the problem in front of you first.
That's not marriage, right? Even if I cut the marriage out, just engaging in such is dangerous already. Because once again, if you knock this chick up, you're fucked. Right?
Well,
why would you be knocking her up instead of using condoms?
Let me ask you a question.
There's a bunch of guys who've used condoms and knock you in. So go ahead, bro.
So let me ask you a question. When you walk past people, do you avoid eye contact, or do you engage in eye contact?
Obviously, I engage with random.
So you engage in eye contact when you're walking past people.
Yeah, say hi, smiling. Be open, be happy about life. I'm like, these guys are not. See, here's the problem. These dudes, okay, these guys are STEM students, okay. Like these are not guys who are these guys are STEM students. They're going to graduate. They're happy with life, man. Their goal is to graduate, with the STEM degrees, get their high paying jobs, just live life. They have no intentions of. They can see that marriage, family is going away. They can see that even engaging with a female now is dangerous because of the environment. But they know I don't care. I'm just gonna go.
Then don't approach girls at your school. Approach them somewhere else if you're worried about the girls at your school.
You're missing the point. It's deeper than just it's the environment in general. Right? Because you
not every dude is getting me too, correct? Not every dude is getting me too.
Come on, man.
Not every dude. Are you serious? You know how many dudes?
Not every guy is getting me too, right?
Nowhere near. Let me ask you something. Do you personally know at least two dudes that have been me too?
Personally, no. Yes.
Okay, actually, there you go. You do. You personally know two dudes that were falsely accused of rape and police called on them and everything.
In fact, they had to move. He actually had to move to another campus in Georgia, right? And then when they proved that the girl was actually wrong, right? They had to pay him off to keep quiet because he was going to sue them. And I remember when it happened to him, because you know he was a guy, he was an administrator, right? And essentially for some reason people were not
Hey
talking
man,
to him. Like, what's going on with you, man? And apparently
hey,
somebody had, okay, somebody had accused him of sexual misconduct, right? And so, people were treating him differently, right? So they told him, look, go to this other campus in Georgia and while we sort this out, right? They found out it wasn't true. I was worried about him. I later on called him. He told me, yeah, they paid me out. They want me to kind of sue them, right? But obviously, yes, the majority of guys are report, but see, that's not even that's the approaching part. But what guys are looking at are the laws, okay? The laws that govern everybody. You're not going to alpha your
so
way through feminism. You're not going to
so
alpha
let me
your
ask
way
you
through
something.
feminism. You're not going to
Is
alpha
y'all
your
plan?
way.
Is
Go
your
ahead.
plan? Is your plan just to never talk to girls? Then
Never talk about it. It's impossible.
is
No,
that your plan? Is that your
no,
plan?
that's not the plan.
Okay then.
The
Okay then. Okay then. Okay then. So what's the difference between talking to a girl now and talking to a girl 5 years from now, or whenever you plan on starting? What's the difference
it,
gonna be?
it, it's you're not trying to have sex with her. That's the difference, right? You're just talking to her as another human being. So
Well,
essentially,
you could
what's
just
going
talk
on?
to her as a regular human being right now, right?
But if you're approaching a female looking for sexual access, your approach is going to be different compared to random female on the
Hey,
street
look,
say hi.
then you
Different.
gotta run the long game. That's what you gotta do. You gotta play the long game. Then,
You cannot run the long game in a feminist society. You're going to lose. This
hey,
is what's
bro,
supposed
look,
to.
look, understand
You can
something.
run the
Understand
long
something.
game all you
Feminism did not start with YouTube. Feminism didn't start with YouTube. Let's get
want.
that
Yes,
straight.
but what
All
it
right.
did not
I
start
was born.
YouTube.
I was born in '78. My high school years were in the '90s. My youngest adult years were in the '90s. All right.
Great.
I turned 23 on 9/11. You get me? So this isn't. You're not saying anything new to me, right? This whole feminism, everything. I get that. What I'm saying to you is either you want girls or you don't. And if you can't get them the fast way, look, there's a whole right now. There's dudes on your campus fucking, and not all of them are gonna get
Yes,
laid too.
these are the
The
bachelor schools. You
problem,
get that.
the issue, and you ain't gotta be the hood tattooed up dreadlock dude either. There are nerds on your
Yes
campus
and
fucking
no.
right now.
That is what's in right
No,
now.
hold
And
on. There are nerds on your campus fucking right now.
no, I
There
can
are
promise
nerds fucking, and you know what? You know who they're fucking.
you.
Oh, hold on, bro. Look. Understand something. People
You're
are
telling me
people. It
nerds
is
who
what
are
it
playing
is.
Minecraft or for fucking in my campus. Is that what you're telling me?
You're telling me. Hold on.
But guys,
I want you to hear yourself say this. I want you to hear yourself say this. So I'm
yes.
going to ask you this question. I want you to hear yourself. I want you to hear yourself answer this. You're telling me that at your school, it's a school where you got room and board on campus, right?
Yeah.
And you're telling me that in that school, you think none of the nerds are fucking? They're all all the nerds are virgins? They may not be fucking
I was
at this moment. They may
look,
not be fucking at this moment, but they fuck.
okay, obviously you're never gonna have all of something, right? But I can guarantee you a large majority of them are not no, a large majority of us, I can
That's
promise you that.
always been the case. That's always been the case. It's
But that's what
always
I'm
been the
saying.
case.
This
Nerds always lose their virginity last.
nerd.
It's just
It's an environmental issue. This is what you're facing with him. It's really the go.
dude. Let me tell you. You're 20 years old, right? You're 20 years old. That means
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
over the last 10 years, when this stuff has really been big, the Me Too and all this stuff, you were 10 years old, man. I was 33. Who do you think knows more about this? What I'm telling you, man, is that y'all are gonna have to go out there and dip your toe in the water. That's what I'm saying to you. Just talking to girls, and there is a risk. You could come across one like that, man. You could come across one. Here's the issue, though, is that younger girls have far more confidence in their future. You're not dealing with women my age where they're angry, bitter, they got kids all over the place. They're not going to be able to. They see now that they're hooked up on getting the man they got. These girls are still young. Y'all got to approach these chicks before they start getting too bitter.
Look, essentially what you're, I told you that the way things are going now, the majority of Gen Z, by the time you guys retire and get 50, when we become the majority of males in America, which is coming, the most, I would say, if not half, are going to be virgins. Or just living the MGTOW life on default. Because what guys are seeing is that we've seen the previous generation try to alpha the way, if we just use game, if we just, talk to a thing, it did not change the fact that the laws were going to fuck you up in the end. It didn't change that.
Wait, the previous generation tried to alpha their way through what?
They tried to ignore the changing environment and say, I can keep this institution of marriage going. Right? I can, talk her out of putting me on child support.
Leave marriage alone. We're not talking about marriage right now. The marriage ain't on it.
Okay, I can talk her out of child support. I can talk her out of not.
Okay, so it goes right back to this. Most of these dudes let me ask you this. Would you agree that most people who have children were not using condoms when that child was conceived?
If we see that something is not working,
it's a yes or no. Would you agree that most of these dudes that have children were not using condoms when the child was conceived?
No, I would say no, because I'm like we have plenty of.
You wouldn't agree with that. Hold on, because don't go out on the dot. Don't go out on the dot, man. I'm asking you questions. So you're telling me that you believe that at least half of the children that are born
no.
Wait a minute. Stop. Were conceived when people were using condoms?
No. I missed the question, right? Yes.
Okay.
The majority.
But that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to start listening to the question, right? So, you gotta start listening, dude. You're gonna have to start listening. You're going off on a dot. You gotta have to start listening, dude. You have to start listening, right? You're young. You're 20 years old, man. Let me tell you something. I get it. I was 20 years old once upon a time too. I thought I knew a whole hell of a lot, and then you turn 30 and realize you didn't know shit at 20. All right. So
look,
somebody trying to give you some game.
Unless the laws change, nothing is going to change.
Why you keep on talking about laws? And we talk
because the laws govern all of us. Okay, the laws govern all of us. See, guys in this space.
Let me tell you what's going to happen, man. Let me tell you what's going to happen, there, man. I'm gonna tell you this. You're gonna have the dudes that are out there making approaches, and you're gonna have the dudes that are not out there making approaches. And y'all are young, right? And that's gonna affect you over your whole life. Believe me here. Kevin Samuels. Everybody heard of Kevin. Everybody heard of Kevin Samuels. Yes, it will. Everybody heard of Kevin Samuels. You heard of Kevin Samuels, right?
Yeah, I heard Kevin Samuels.
Okay, and one of the biggest things he was talking about is having guys that he's a consultant, right? Having to give guys that are STEM majors, working corporate, white collar guys, make a lot of money, have great careers and all of this stuff, right? But he has to help them with getting women because they didn't make the approaches. They didn't do that. And now they can barely talk. Understand something. You're not going to turn 25 and then it's all just going to come together for you. This takes practice.
I don't plan to. And I've told you this before, right? Once again, right? If those guys want to go and take a risk with the family court system, that's fine. My thing is that when you get divorce rate, don't be on a black male still crying that you're getting alimony.
Why is he still talking about marriage and divorce, dude? Let me tell y'all something, y'all young cats, something.
Because hold on.
Y'all gotta quit talking about. Hold on. You gotta quit talking about question 40 on the paper, and you haven't even done question 1. And y'all talking about what's question 40 and 45. Y'all haven't even started on question 1.
It doesn't matter because the reason why you brought up Kevin Samuels, right? Right. The mix are mainly what? Them white collar men who are looking for marriage. That's what they're looking for. They want women who can be qualified to be married to a high value man. That's what's about.
They want for women, period.
Let me ask this, Hammer. So what do you want within the next 2 years?
Well, what do you mean in terms of like life of women?
What kind of experiences do you want to have within the next 2 years when it comes to opposite sex? How would you paint? How would you paint?
Nothing. There is no opportunity. Nothing. The only thing you're gonna see with Gen Z, messing with the majority. I have accepted that the environment is over. That marriage is over. Religion is over. The great reset that women are gonna slowly be pushed into prostitution. So I already accept that. My goal right now.
Amber, I'm asking you again. What do you want?
What do you mean? What I want is to graduate with my STEM degree, land a high paying job, and live a bachelor lifestyle. That's what I want. Me, if you ask me,
within the next 2 years. Within the next 2 years.
I'm a junior, so yes, I'm gonna graduate soon. So yeah, I want to make sure I'm graduate. I have.
So if you're a junior now, within the next 2 years, you'll be out of school, right?
Yeah. So my goal is that by the time I reach that point, I would have already been able to put my STEM degree to use, gotten the high paying job, living the life, and just live on my own. That's really.
We're just trying to figure out, like, because I know you keep talking about what you accept. I mean, that's all well and good. But if you had a magic wand or whatever, if you had just that power to snap your fingers, how what would you have? Would you be able to, what do you want? As far as experiences with the opposite sex.
If you had a genie right now and you could make your 3 wishes, what would you wish for?
He's probably not gonna answer that. What do you want? That's what the thing is. Like, what do you want? With all, if like, are you like, for example, you say, I would like to, have a steady.
We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my internet. Go ahead. Sorry, it cut off. Go ahead.
I said, for example, I'm gonna give you an example. That's probably what I should have done. Are would you say that, okay, well, if in a perfect world, I get with somebody and then later on go bowling, watch the movies, do all kinds of stuff as a couple, or would you? I mean, I'm just giving you examples like that. I mean, what would you want if you didn't have to worry about all this BS about Me Too and crazy?
Oh, you're meaning if I could control the environment? If I had the power to command the environment, I would create a patriarchal society top bottom. I would create a top bottom. I would create a top to bottom patriarchal society, top to bottom, where productivity.
I don't think that's what he's asking you. That's not what he's asking you. That's not what he's asking you. He's asking you personally. You listen what I'm saying to you. He's asking you, not what you're going to do for society. Not what you're going to do for society. Let's say you got a house, right? Let's say you have a house in your room right now. Personally, for you, what would?
Okay, Artemis, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah, tell me the question again, because maybe he misunderstood.
If you're able to, because in a way, controlling the environment around you, that is that. But
control the environment, right? Go to the question, right?
Like, how would you want your interactions to be with the opposite sex?
Yes. Okay. If I had the ability to control the environment, just to get the question clear, I would.
Around you. Go ahead.
Around me. But
your immediate environment.
My immediate. For me to control my immediate environment, I need to control the environment of society. Because the way I interface with my immediate environment is based on the overall societal environment. They're not separate. So that question doesn't make any sense. Do you live in the United States? Yes, I live in the United States.
You were born and raised here?
I wasn't born, but I was raised here, yeah.
Are you planning on staying, or what's the plan after
I'm
college?
probably staying. Probably going to stay tonight, probably.
You plan on staying? Okay, so.
Okay, but clarify the question from
let me put it this way then. Let me, and I'm sure this is Art. You correct me if I'm wrong. Let me put it this way for you, right? I want to go back to Art's question, but let me phrase it this way. If somebody were to just be looking at you, you didn't say anything to them, they don't know anything about you or anything, right? And let's say you're out in the school parking lot, right? If that person, what things would you have where that person could identify what it is you want, right? So, for instance, it might be an expensive car. They see you standing next to an expensive car, right? They can see that. You ain't explaining it to them. Where they can see what you want. They can look at you and tell what it is you want, what it is you like, right? If you were to name those things, let's say name 3 of them, name 5 of them, what would they see if they were looking at you?
Wait, hold up. Can you say that again? Sorry. I'm talking to somebody. Go ahead. Say it.
All right. If somebody were looking at you, if we're talking about what you want, right? So let's say you name 5 things, right? 5 things you want. But it's no descriptive. You're not writing it on paper. We're not talking about society. We're talking about somebody that looks at you and can see these things. They are visible things, or they're actions that you're taking. They can see you doing certain things, right? Like one of them might be getting your health in order. Okay, they see that because they see you going to the gym, right? You're not explaining to somebody. They're seeing you do this. What are the 5 things that you want where if somebody just looked at you and didn't even know you, but they can look at you and tell these are the 5 things you want? What would those 5 things be?
Okay, I don't want to. Okay, here's what I'll say. I don't answer the question, but I'm gonna try. Okay, what I want is to be able to be in a high income earner. So I'm going to school to essentially get a semester, and I want to be in shape. So I typically exercise once a week. That's essentially what I want. That's I can name 5 things, but that's essentially what I want. Those 2 things. Economically safe, to be economically in the top 20% of North America, and to be in shape. That's really it. Nothing else.
So you don't even want women?
No. Okay. Yes, I am attracted to females and I am straight, but
well, that's what he's asking you, man. You're not answering the question. You're delving out into other stuff. We're not talking about we're talking about if the environment was perfect for you to have what you want. What would 5 things be that you wanted? Oh, it's a hypothetical, man. You're in college. It's a hypothetical.
I didn't hear that part. You're telling me if the environment was exactly the way I wanted, what would I want?
If the environment was safe for you, let's put it that way. If the environment was safe for you to pursue your endeavors,
if the environment was safe for me, I would traditionally want high income earners go to the gym every single day, and I would probably try to secure a woman who I believe could be a wife. But yes, the woman piece will come into the piece if the environment was a patriarchal society, right? But that's not what it is. So the third piece falls off. So
but here's the power of being a man. The power of being a man is to say be, and it is. That's the part that you're missing, man. And you folks are from Nigeria. Come on, man. They didn't teach you this.
An individual cannot change a societal structure.
Oh, it's not about societal structure. It's how you navigate through it, right?
Okay, it's like somebody telling me, well, you know what? You need to forget the fact that the family court system is built in a way in which each state receives essentially money for every money they extract from you. You need to go and get married and just ignore the risk.
Why do you keep talking about marriage? This dude's still talking about marriage, man.
You need to go and have unprotected sex and ignore the possible.
Why you have an unprotected sex? How many times have I say have protected sex? How many times have I say that?
You need to go out here and just have sex out here with females, even if it's protected, with the possible risk of.
Nobody said that either. Nobody said that either.
Christ. He ain't been listening. You know, you're let me tell you something, man. You're listening through a response. Hold on. Don't do that. You're listening through an automatic response filter. Dude,
no, you cut him in the top.
You're listening through
that a guy.
You know what, man? Look, let me tell you something I've learned. I'm done. I'm not gonna keep this up with you. Here's what I'm gonna say this to you, so you can think back when you're 30, 35 years old, and say them old niggas tried to tell us. Right? The old nigga tried to tell me, and I didn't listen. There's a lot. First off, I don't pay any fucking child support.
Not you, brother. But let's keep it real.
Okay.
Let's keep it real.
So
y'all don't consider females.
So wait, hold on. If a 40-year-old pays child support, all 40-year-olds don't know what the fuck they talking about? If
If
any
a
40-year-old is
40-year-old
paying child
plays child
support,
support, that
then
means they were dumb enough to
what
fall
the
into the
fuck?
family court system.
First
And,
off,
and, and
dude,
I said,
being on child support doesn't make you stupid.
No.
Are you saying
If
everybody
you
on child support is dumb?
no, if you were unless you like Judge Dre, where the girl woke up and just was on you and she took it from you.
No,
hold
on.
For the
So
most part,
you're telling me that okay? So hold on. You're saying that unless that man was raped, that him paying child support means he's dumb?
I don't want to say dumb, but if you knew the laws in the country, if you knew you were under a guidance system and you went out there knowing the risk, I don't want to hear you complain.
Who's even talking about 40-year-olds complaining? Where are you going, man?
Dude, the entire manosphere is mostly men.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that right now.
Wow. Oh my. We're talking about child support, right?
Oh no. You don't just look. If I'm talking to you about the size of a tire, if I'm talking to you about the size of a tire, we're talking about the size of a tire, not everything else about the tire.
Now we're talking about tires. Okay, go ahead.
So you know what, man? That's where I was getting ready to go. I'm glad you said that because it reminded me. You got to go figure that. You gonna find out on your own, bro.
It's like, dude, look. I understand.
Hey, look, that's your life.
You're literally in the space of men who have been ran through the family court system. You have people talking about this. You're telling me that's not what's happening.
He's trying to tell me now about the experience of grown ass men and child support. Do you realize I was fucking before you were born?
Okay.
You talking to me
and have you stopped these females? Did you stop? All these guys of the older generation, did they stop this environment, or has it gotten worse? They love talking about.
So here's the question then.
Did you stop LGBT?
If we didn't stop the environment, then why would you be talking to us at all about it? Why would you be talking to us at all about it then?
Because this space, right, is essentially men your age and older who are trying to share their experience about how they've been ran through by the society, essentially by the
But apparently we don't know what we're talking about because we didn't stop the environment.
Well,
that's what you just implied, right? So why are you talking to us about it then?
No. It's that a lot of you guys acknowledge that you got run by violence, but you try to pretend as if somehow the young is going to change it, right? It's yes, I was ran through.
Who said anything about that? Nobody said it. We're talking about you. You keep talking about everybody else in the whole environment. We're talking to you about you.
Come on, bro. You literally brought up child support and how you need to get. Come on, man.
All I'm going to say is, we didn't bring up. I didn't bring up child support. You did.
Come on, man. I brought it up within the conversation as to why
a lot of child support just now. I wasn't talking about child support.
Yes, I brought it up
just now. You brought up child support.
Yes, I brought. Okay, why did I bring it up? You know why?
You know what? Because you just bringing up shit. We're not talking about it, dude. But look, man, that's all I got to say. Maybe Art can get through to you. I'm not gonna talk to you. Hey, look, I'm done talking to you about it because it's your life.
It always comes back
do what you want to do. Do what you want to do with your life. That's what I'll leave it at.
Yes. And it's not going to be me, okay? It's going to be the Gen Z guys. Look, I'm not going to blame the older because I understand that, look,
there's Gen Zers on here fucking with girls. What are you talking about? The
19-year-old
that just got off of here, he fucks with girls.
Yeah,
so what do you mean?
Yes. And the guys who are married, but that's not a majority. Look, you're going to have your expenses here and there, but the trend and what you're seeing now is that these young, especially the alphas, dude, they're going to mid-time life. They're by default. They're not even entertaining, having sex with a female. As far as we're concerned,
I'll put it this way. Okay, that's fine. That's y'all life. However y'all choose to live it is on you. I'll leave it at that. I'm good. I'm leaving it at that. The conversation over as far as I'm concerned. You and Art, I'm sure Art might be able to say something.
It's possible. I'm not even fighting with you guys. I'm just letting you guys understand why it's happening, right? Because it's not even your fault. And I get it. Look, because of market capitalism, right? There was an active way to essentially change the environment to redirect resources towards the women, right? That's the easier way to kind of absorb from the society, right? That's why capitalism is going to die in the end, because fundamentally that's not going to last. But by doing so, the traditional paternal structure has been destroyed. So a lot of guys have been trying to kind of alpha the way through it, and we're saying we're just not going to do that. It's very apparent that this society is no longer built just for sexual encounters, let alone just marriage, just sexual encounters alone. So what dudes are saying is they're gonna focus on their money, focus on being productive individuals, not being creeping in the streets, not quote unquote fucking bitches. We're not doing that. Go out here, get all the degrees, get our money, and live our life peacefully as men. It is what it is, right?
So this,
And we can have our communities online talking about the artificial womb and
yeah,
shit like that. That's
Mike.
what's going on.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been really tuned in a lot of things that brothers been saying on panels, and you formed your opinions based on what.
It's not even a look. The reason why I even got a lot of these ideas I already knew for guys else, because I was already seeing on the ground how a lot of these guys were essentially being virtues, right? In other words, it's like Midtown, right? Most people are going to live Midtown without knowing what it is. I was seeing this before I even knew what the word Midtown was. I was seeing the environment the way it was. It's just that the males here just gave me a word to describe it, but it was already there. Man, I knew about marketing capitalism before I even met BBBGS. The only thing is that I just didn't think that it would change the environment as bad as it did. Of course, he was right about that. That's all I didn't know about. But for them, I already knew what's going on. It's just that the marriage was it was just like, oh, I've had these ideas, I've had observations. I'm just not the only one seeing it. That's all it was. So that's why I came when I talked on the panel. I told Jesus about how look, I can see already how capitalism is telling and we had a whole conversation about these violence. But unless we have a radical change in this environment, guys are starting to realize that look, there's no point even trying. And that sounds fucked up, but that's a reality. There's no point in even trying to interact with the effect. You're better off just focusing on your money, getting your degree, and living your life peacefully. Because at this point, it's getting to a point in which where anywhere you look at it, whether it's just sexual interaction, anywhere you look at it, the entire family course, the entire environment is built to extract money from you. So I wish it wasn't like that, but that's how it is. And a lot of these older dudes don't want to see that. It's what it is. That's all I'm saying. And personally, I already came to the conclusion a long time ago that marriage is not going to happen for me. Kids are not going to happen. First of all, I thank God because they're talking about LGBT for young kids. Oh, hey, I can't even imagine having a kid in this environment. It's bad enough being married in this environment. Imagine a kid in this environment having to go and fight the school with LGBT stuff. I'm not doing for that struggle. As far as I'm concerned, it is what it is. Anyway, go ahead. Oh, just stop.
Mike, can I go? I'm sorry. Art, may I step in? Okay. Good evening, Art panel and everyone. I hope my sound is okay. I was listening to this and I'm flummoxed. I don't know what to say. If I may ask Hammer, myself, I'm a middle-aged female, never been married, professionally educated, not with the BS. But just listening to some of the views that you have as a female, I find it very saddening and disheartening. To each his own. Let me finish my statement, if I may. Whatever views you have, you're entitled to, and I'm not trying to change your perspective, but I do think that you're being very, I don't want to say the word biased, but you're being very limited in your view. Not every female that's out here, Black, white, Hispanic, whatever, is out to get you and to railroad men or to Me Too men. I don't believe that because I know it doesn't exist. Now, are females a problem in American society as well as spreading throughout the world as far as our image and how we carry ourselves? Absolutely. But not every woman is out to get a man. What I've repetitively heard you say, being that you're 20, is that you're concerned about the family court system. And there's nothing wrong with that. But again, I'm 41. I don't have kids. I've never been married. I've never tried to trap a dude because I don't believe in it. So to hear a young brother like yourself espouse that view, what about the women that are not about the bullshit?
Yeah, but and this is what I say, right? Yes, you're going to have exceptions, but like the vast majority of what we've seen this happen. If they're given the opportunity, there's very few women who are gonna just leave military. That's not what's gonna happen. Most of them are gonna go for it. So men are these young. I'm not gonna most guys of these Gen Z alpha dudes. They're not gonna be out here saying, "Well, because there's a possible 20% chance." I'm just not doing that because the consequences are dire, and it's deeper than just even really the time before some right. The environment in general is fucked up. When you add a BQ, when you add a feminism, LGBT, it just nothing about this environment says coupling up with a female. Everything is telling you everything for himself survive. That's what it's about in this song. So it's deeper than just even the fact of course. But even in that realm, we have already established how the vast majority will take that route. That's the reason I was there, right? To redirect resources towards women to further benefit this capitalism, right? Because sort of extract benefit of men. So it is what it is. As long as it's in a market-based economy, it's gonna benefit them to keep them power out of the main point. So it is what it is.
What the only issue I take with your view, and again, you're entitled to have it. I'm not trying to change your perspective. I personally don't like it, but if that's how you feel, you're entitled to have it. But what I see and what you're saying, and I'm a guest in this space. I would never consider myself a part of the Black manosphere because I'm not a man. I'm a guest in this space. Is that you're focusing on the problem instead of the solution. Again, not every woman is like that. That's like if I were to say, well, all black men are potential criminals and they just have kids all over the place. We know that's a damn lie because that's not the case. So I would just challenge you to try to expand your view just a little bit more because you sound like an intelligent brother in other aspects, but it just bothers me that you would want to limit yourself as far as what life could potentially offer you, whether you want to get married or not, to have somebody in your life who could be a benefit to you because you're so focused on the problematic women. It's a lot of women out here that are around my age, that are younger, that don't roll that way, but you're not looking for that because you're so focused on the ones that are, ratchet and dropping it like it's hot. Just like if you were to, let me finish because I'll let you finish. If you were to engage a woman, I'm pretty sure with you being in STEM or whatever university that you go to, there's women all around you because in the US, most women are enrolled in college compared to men and in the percentage aspect, at least from the African American standpoint. It doesn't take much. You say you change eye contact with females. I'm not going to question whether you're interested in women or not. That's not why I came up here. But I don't think it's as hard as you're making it out to be, because in your job, you're going to encounter females. If you're looking to buy a home, you're going to encounter females. So what I'm hearing, and I can be interpreting wrong, is that once you get your degree, you're just going to isolate yourself off and just go make your bread. What kind of life is that to look forward to?
Look, women, because of market capitalism, women are for the workforce. So obviously, you're going to be interacting with it today, right? You're going to have to learn how to do that. What I'm saying, I'm just not going to pursue a female, right? I'll be nice because look, when I was in, before I even knew about market capitalism, when I was middle school, middle school, most of these dudes grew up with that dream, right? The guy who was going to get the girl. They realize that's not true. The environment is not built that way. That's over with, right? Traditional family's gone. The traditional is gone. So you have either you're gonna accept that or you're gonna get burnt. And so most of these dudes who I know, look, the majority of Gen Z and alpha men are going to be virgins by the time I become 30, 40 years old. That's gonna be the norm. So it's not even about whether or not if you have guys are already starting to see that it's no point even trying to even try to pursue a relationship, even try to be in a sexual sort of a sexual intercourse, because fundamentally most of these girls are essentially being turned out by this whole culture that's taken over. So even if you are trying to push a female, I'm like, at this point they're essentially all copycats of Cardi B. Not every single one, but women, a lot of these young girls taking a hive mindset. So they're gonna even the girls who were the girls in the library who were nerdy, you be catching them trying to twerk. It's that bad. Number two, even if you do find that special female who's the opposite, at the end of the day, the environment is based in a way to redirect resources from you towards her. So if you say, you know, I found this chick, we're gonna live together. Okay, fine. Well, guess what? In some states, right? They do have some commonwealth law, right? Where if you live wrong with a female, they can actually declare you married, right? And if you live in separate, if you decide, okay, you know, fine, I'm just gonna ignore the laws, just rush right into this. Guess what? Just because, before the wedding, before the sort of fake contract, she behaved a certain way, that doesn't mean she'll behave that way when things go left. Now she has all the advantages. And of course, look, to be fair, now you have folks like Mr. Fantastic where the women chose lead attorney where they didn't choose to do that, but that's because they chose not to. And I'm not, and look, these dudes are not going to be into a solution where everything's based on the quote unquote goodwill of the woman. I'm not going to do that. If we're not going to have rules that hold her to the, if the penalty is not the same on the other side, I'm not even going to try. There's no point. And to be honest, the way things are going now with the great reset, the officer room, there's no point even trying at this point. Because by the time I enter 40 and 50, we're going to be buying babies, designer babies. So it is what it is, man. So by the time, for example, I have a younger brother, right? He's like, what, like 6, 7? By the time he becomes 30 years old, he will have access to the artificial womb. He'll be able to buy a child if he wants. So he won't even need to quote unquote engage in support. So the way the environment is going is changing everything. And all I'm hearing from people is, well, ignore the environment, ignore the laws, ignore everything, just this potential hope. I don't work on hope. I'm a STEM major. If the math shows me you have a larger percent of being fucked over, I'm not going to engage. And you know what's so funny is that, most of these dudes who are growing up, they had this dream they watch Disney Channel, Nickelodeon, the quote unquote nerdy guy who was getting to go. They dreamed of that. But that's not a reality, and they have to accept it. It is what. Go ahead, Bart.
If I may, and I'm not gonna stay up here long. Again, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't have to like it, but you're entitled to your opinion. But being as young as you are, you sound like somebody who's older than me. I would receive that differently if I heard someone that's, middle age, 50, 60, that's experienced life, that's been burned by the system, that's tried it, and they didn't get the outcome that they were looking forward to. Shit happens. Excuse me, Art, for cussing on your panel. We're not going to always get what we want. But to hear someone 20 say that, that's very disheartening because you've already thrown in the towel before you've even tested it.
Oh, okay, sure.
And for you to be an intelligent Black man, that's really that really hurts to hear a young educated man say that. I'm not saying you got to get married. I'm not saying you have to, get with a female. You have the right to choose whoever you want. But it sounds like you have been wrongly influenced or inundated by the thought process of men who have taking the dodge at life, didn't get the outcome that they wanted, and now they're putting that doctrine and that BS in younger men. It's like, well, you know what, it didn't work out for me. All these chicks is ratchet and they hoes and they, this is that or whatever. So let me become MGTOW. I'm sorry, but I call that BS because there's plenty of women out here that aren't on that. And whether you want to wife them up or whether you want to start a family with them, don't count them out. At least try. Now, if you tried and you didn't have that outcome, then that's different. But to say that you're not going to even try, you've already thrown in the towel before even getting in the fight.
Well, I already told you. By the way, all I'm doing is put into words the sort of phenomenon that's going to happen. You're already seeing it happen with the Gen Z and the Alpha generation. I mean, most of these guys are going. They're not going to say MGTOW because they don't know the manosphere, but that's the lifestyle they're going to live. And I'm just giving words why. It's bigger than just quote unquote, because most of these guys will never interface in manosphere in their lives. But once again, the laws interface with everybody. You could be a guy who's never heard the manosphere. Guess what? You're still seeing what happened with Brittany Renner. You're still seeing what happened with. You had Jeff Bezos' wife become the wisdom to go just for divorce. So it's even if these guys never entered this before I even entered this space, I already knew this.
So my thing is what, and I am gonna cut you off on this. Excuse me for cutting you off. Everybody that you've referenced the names is a trifling female. So why keep referencing them? Brittany Renner makes no excuse that she's out to gank guys. So but she's already displayed that she's about the foolishness. Why continue to focus on her? Focus on the people that is about your mission. I'm pretty sure you can find that if you wanted to, but it doesn't even sound like you're looking for that.
What's going on, Art? How you doing, bro?
Let me ask you, what's a BC? But the focus is not even on the women. It's the fact that the system even allows them to do that.
The system allows everybody to do that. There's a system for everybody. Like I don't get what's this conversation about?
You're telling me the family court system benefits men the way it benefits. That's what I'm talking right now.
Okay, so you want to use the family? Oh my God! Like, I never understood men that use the family court but don't run a family or have a family. But they speak on the family so much. Like, I don't get it. Like, you haven't even tried to dip your toe into it, but yet
I'm not.
Hold on, wait. I listened. I sat quietly and listened to a lot.
Sorry.
When I hear people saying Brittany Renner, like there's a lot of Brittany Renners. Then I can say there's a lot of Pookies. There's a lot of deadbeats. So I can put out a lot. So understand, like when you're using the social media, what they put out there, understand she's now in a bad situation. And so I don't know why people say fools are winning, and I'd be like, where are they winning at? Like, who's like this is the nuances versus the average day working black man or woman that's out here busting their behind trying to get gifts to take home to their family. Like, y'all don't. That's the thing. I never hear that so much talked about, but everybody wants to talk about the IG girls. Like, they're not checking for you. Why are you checking for them? Why are y'all worried about them? Worrying about what's on your plate?
Because they simply are a metaphor of the ability that the average woman has.
Wait. Okay, so let's look at it. They have the ability.
Every female can do what she did. All they have to do is show in the court system.
This is where we
get pregnant. All she has to do is say, "This is a dude," and they'll go and say, "Oh." The system is built to do that. I'm like, oh, come on, Beatrice. You already know how the system works. A lot of these states actually get money from the federal government based on the amount of money they collect on child support alimony. Okay. And
what's the average man paying child support? What's the average man paying child support?
I don't know.
Right, you don't know that, do you? You don't know that.
Okay. Yeah.
So but y'all talking like y'all all are the NBA players out there that are getting hit.
Yes, but here's the thing.
You use the Brittany Renner situation, but you're not an NBA player.
I'm using the Brittany Renner. That's an example everyone can see with their open eyes, right? Because I try to talk everything. But that's most guys already know that the way the course themselves.
No, but see, why do I hear so much? Okay, let me hit you with this one, Hammer. Why do I hear so much defeatism coming or sound like it's coming from your direction of energy?
Well, if I can interject, hold on. For people that are listening, it's pretty much the same stuff that we've been hearing from a lot of people that hear a lot of things in this space and they gravitate to certain things.
Right.
And so based on what he has observed and what he has heard, he made his decision not to even engage because he doesn't want to face the problems that he's heard. So that's his main premise. And basically the whole thing also is that the way that the environment is, he had to accept the way it is. I guess he's calling that black pill. He had to accept the way it is and just move on with his life. Is that what you're saying, Hammer?
First part, no. Second part, yes. The environmental thing. Yes. Before I even entered this space, I already knew this. All this space was a confirmation that other men were seeing it too. That's what it was. Because I already, when I entered high school.
So hold on, Hammer. Hold on. So you're a man, correct? You're a man, right? I know you're a man. Art's a man. Is that not your job to conquer the environment as a man?
Thank you.
Is that not your job as a man to conquer the environment? Because see, when you
He's Nigerian too, so he got no excuse.
see, but that's the main
He got
function of a
culture.
man. That is the main function as a man. The environment's not supposed to be in your favor. That's why they take the African boy and say, okay, you're getting close to manhood. I'm going to give you this rock. I'm going to give you a satchel, and I'm going to give you this stick of a spear. Good luck. You can't come back in the village for so long.
Yes, but once again, right? Why does this environment exist? Look at that.
Hold on, wait. So you're asking
because this environment itself is man-made, right?
Okay,
because this entire sort of is man-made. So
how
it's
did
not
I come to the environment?
You're fighting a group of men who have essentially put in place an environment for their own selfish needs. Because
let me ask you, Hammer. Do you want handouts? Do you want handouts? Do you want to be coddled? Do you want somebody to pamper you?
How is acknowledging the family talking about handouts?
No. Hold on, wait. So do you want to be treated like those women? Or do you want to forge your way as a man?
No, I want an environment that essentially fosters a chosen environment, right?
So
I don't want a situation in which women's freedom is at a price of men, where we have to carry
the women to flock to you. So you want the women to flock to you and come to you?
I don't want the women to flock to me. I want the women to have the same burden of performance that men do. If they're going to have the same,
so you want to be equal as a woman. So you want the same level of a feel as a woman.
Okay. What I want is a patriarchal society. But if we're going to operate under this sort of idea of feminism, women need to have the same responsibility. What has happened is...
I'm sorry, I'm confused because I heard three different things. So can some clarity
that was three different things. Okay, I know I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I'm flummoxed because it can't be feminism and then patriarchal and then we equal. So what is?
Okay, he's interjecting. That's why I'm answering him like multiple times. Once again, what I personally want, if I had control, to create a patriarchal society top to the bottom. But I don't control the environment. So I have to accept the fact that because of market capitalism, we live in a galaxy environment. My thing is, if the society is going to create this galaxy environment, what they have essentially done is we're going to give women equal power to men and equal.
So why don't you work on
building?
But
they're not going to have equal responsibility. That's what I don't.
So I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you, and I'm not stunning you. I'm not doing anything. Now I'm asking you, and I'm looking to you as one man to another man. Mm-hmm. What is stopping you from just going out there and forging your way in the environment?
Well, why don't you just acknowledge that you're just not ready?
If he would say that, I would have the respect for him. Say, okay, if you just say I'm not trying or I'm not ready for what this environment is to bring, then say that. Then put down your
I already told you guys. Okay, I have accepted the environment the way it is. I'm not going to try. I am not going to try to overcome an environment that's beyond me. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try. Because I understand the forces that create this environment are beyond my control. Unless you're able to change, unless you're able to move beyond as long as capitalism is a part of society, you're going to end up where you are now. So unless
hold on now, Hammer, I'm listening to you, and it seems like you're more on the woman's side than your own side of you building your own goddamn village. Now, I don't know how I was. Now, hold on, Hammer. I don't know how I was able to pull it off and get my education, get me a woman, build a family, get my stuff. Now, hold on. No, there wasn't no luck of the draw. Oh, there wasn't no luck of the draw, 4-leaf clover. Oh, I had my struggles. But how was I able to conquer my environment? But you're saying you can't do it. And there's more things accessible now to you than before.
Once again, brother, I'm like, yes, you're going to have guys, but that's not the majority. Okay? You still live
with the white man.
Okay.
So what do I? So you're saying that only the black man? You're saying that you? Now, listen, I'm not trying to jump on no.
This is
I'm
the
saying
problem
why
always.
can't you do
I
it?
was talking about the white man. White men are going through this shit too. They're being
Okay,
raped. That's what the
so
white men are the biggest supposed to make
so
that.
tell me. So hold on. Wait, so tell me this: why is every group forging and fighting to make their traditional family or what their nuance of reality? But you're saying you as a young black man. Hold on, wait. I listen to you. So why aren't you trying to fight? Why ain't you trying to make your own reality? You rather accept that of the nuance of other men's reality, but you don't want to make your own reality.
Every single demographic of man is going through the same transformation. They're going through
And they're out there forging and fighting. They're out there fighting.
They
for
have
what,
it. You go to the white men. They have already accepted the environment. In fact, it's mainly non-black men who are leading this new bachelor movement. To be honest, with you, because they have the numbers one. It's really mainly been black men who've been holding on.
I got
They're the ones who really accept the environment.
So
That's
hold on,
really
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question that my dad asked me. What makes you think you should have access to a girl or a woman? My father asked
That's
me
the
that
thing.
question.
He doesn't think that. He doesn't think that. He doesn't think that though.
But why Art? Why does he not think? Why does him, a young man that hasn't done nothing impressionable in life, why does he think he should
nothing
have
impressive.
access?
Okay.
Excellent
He
question.
said.
Why does he
He's
think he
saying the
should have
environment doesn't. He's saying the environment doesn't allow him to think that way, so he has to accept the way it is.
So he
That's
doesn't.
what he's saying. I mean, I
First
hope
of
I'm not. I'm not. I hope I'm not
I've told you
misquoting
this
you.
many times. Okay, I am a STEM major. Okay, computer science. My goal. I've had to do. I literally have had to let go of six-figure offers a couple of months because I have to keep my education.
You had to let go of
So
6-figure offers.
I've had to let it go because they've offered me a job, but they want me to work in the day shift. I can't work
So
that.
wait. So you've had all these blessings come across your lap, and you're still complaining.
Oh my! That has nothing to do with females. What I'm
Hold on. Wait. You're missing what I'm saying. So if I had a 6-figure deal come across my lap, you think I'm going to be recreating my environment? I'm going to be going buy me some property and definitely put my house down, put some property around it, put a fence up. I'm going to make my own stuff around I'm going to make my own little miniature Wakanda. You telling me you couldn't have gone to do that?
I'm gonna be gone for 30 minutes if y'all can hold it down if y'all want.
Oh, I can't. I got you.
In the United States, I'm still living under U.S. law. Like I don't know what it's like, dude. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
I definitely know. We're on 2 levels of power.
Yes. That's the reason I even brought that over. Is that financially I'm fine. I'll very well be in the top 20% of men when I graduate. That's not even a problem.
You'll be in the top 20% of what?
20% of men in America economics when I graduate. I'm not even worried about money. Right? That's already set to me. But when it comes to the industry,
so let me get this straight.
I'm not. Look, I have accepted that the environment is the way it is. In fact, the way it's going, we're going to go through a great reset anyway. So it's not going to last anyway. But I'm not going to try to fight an environment that's beyond my control.
So hold on, wait. You're doing a lot of talking. I'm listening. I'm trying to pick apart. You're saying you're going to be in the top. You're going to be in the top 20%. That's what you told me. Yeah. That's what you told Art, and that's what you told Shonda. And then you said that you had 6-figure deals brought before you. But then you're saying the woe is me. The woman is so mighty and powerful. Why bother even trying? So you're fighting to be in the top 20%.
Okay.
Hold on now. Calm down. You told us that. I'm only reiterating to you what you told us. That when I said, do you think you deserve? You started saying, well, I'm going to be in the top 20%. But then you said, I don't want to be bothered with this and that. And I'm like, okay, so how are you saying you fighting to compete with other men, but yet you literally...
Let me answer your question. Yes, I think I deserve the highest quality female, right? But number two, do I think that's possible in this environment? No.
Okay, so
that environment is not built for that. Now, if I wasn't,
just say you're not built for that. Just say you're not built for
that. Okay. So, that's fine.
Hey, that's fine. No, I'm just being honest. Just say you're not built for that.
No, this is why I try to personalize it, because if it's just me, right? It's easy for a lot of guys who don't want to accept the environment to say just you. By the time I get 40 years old, that's going to be the majority of men.
How old are you?
All races. 20 years old.
How old are you?
20.
So
So by the time,
you're 20 years old.
yeah.
So you ain't even 21. You can't even buy a beer or a pack of cigarettes. You didn't do nothing.
That does not matter.
Wait. So you're trying to talk with me on like you're seasoned, yet you haven't done a doggone thing yet to even say.
Yeah,
But you know what it is, BMT?
I don't have to be ran through the family court system to say I'm not going to do that. I'm like, see, essentially what you got to say is you have seen other men before you get fucked up. What you need to do is you need to go to the same. No, I'm not doing it. And look, it's easy. Look, all I am doing is giving a voice to a phenomenon.
Now, hold on, Hammer.
Even if I never
let Shonda talk. Let Shonda talk.
He can finish his statement. I already know what I'm going to say. He can finish his statement.
Go ahead, Hammer.
Because even if I decide to never speak again on YouTube, it's not going to change the environment. It's not going to change the trends. It's not going to stop the Bachelor her movie. It's not going to change that. See, folks don't want to actually address the environment. So what they want to do is, well, it's because you're, you know, fine, attack me. Okay, say yes. Say that I am not a man. I'm not fine. But that's not going to change. That's not going to change the fact that dudes are just the sort of a bachelor that's coming up. By the time, and what's so funny, the technology that's coming is going to change anyway. My younger brother, he's like, what, 7 now? By the time he gets 30 years old, he will have access to the artificial womb. He'll be able to buy a child. He won't even have to have intercourse with a female. So at that point, it won't even matter. So it's not just the environment, the technology that's coming is going to eliminate that entirely. So if folks want to attack me, that's fine. But unless y'all are going to go and start changing...
No, there's no point. I'm not going to attack a young kid. I'm not going to attack a young man. I'm not. That's just not my play. Okay, go ahead, Shonda. Go ahead.
And I'm not with that either, but I'm probably going to say something that's not going to be received very well. So let me put that out right now. What I'm hearing Hammer reiterate is talking points from various content creators. I'm not going to name names. Y'all know who these people are. And I don't listen to a lot of channels, but I'm hearing him reiterate various talking points from various content creators who, one, have just completely isolated themselves from women. And again, if you don't want to mess with us, that's fine, to each his own. But to hear a young man say that at 20 that has not lived life and is about, I think you're a STEM grad, so either you may be in engineering or some type of science, technology field, this is that or whatever. You can put all your efforts into that and adapt to get to that goal, but you don't want to adapt to try to get with a woman who could be of a benefit to you. Again, to each his own, but don't put all of us into a box as we're something that we're not. No, it's not a lot of us out here, but there are some good females out here who are down for brothers. But if you want to isolate yourself off at 20, again, you have the rest of your life to live. What you don't hear these men say, and you don't hear women say this, is that we're all going to get older, hopefully at some point. And just how you have a lot of women that are going to die alone because of the foolishness that they do, you got a lot of men that's going to die alone too, that operate with that premise, but they don't talk about it.
And they'll die with the money and the property tax. Look, here's what I'll tell you, okay? The reason why I keep saying the environment, because I don't want to make it a race issue. Because this is happening across all races. It's not just black. It's not black women. It's really not. It's all women now. It's white. It's all the females are going. They're going to the same trend. All that happened is that black women were hit first because they were the minority. Now it's going to everybody. They're all going through. This is the reason why black men are leading the males here. Why, these whites are coming after, because, the white females are doing the same thing to them too. They don't know what to do.
They see you you know why white women come after you? You want to know why white women coming after most of y'all black men like that talk like you? Because they see you as an easy lick. I'm just being honest. No.
An easy lick with potential resources, BMT. He's going to be a 1600 Negro.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not coddling you. I'm telling
No,
you.
I'm not. No, I'm not talking about me. You misunderstood what I said.
Listen.
What they say is the women.
I know some of y'all believe that somehow these white women all of a sudden taking interest in you as
No,
a
that's not
woman with
what I
money.
said.
Listen,
That's not what I
without that money, that white woman wouldn't even be looking at you.
Okay, that's
The only
yeah,
reason
you're
why
right.
she's looking at you is she see you as an
What I
easy lick.
said was that the white men are starting to say how the women are starting to extract resources from them too. They're doing it to white men. That's what I say. I didn't bring up
But
black.
here's the thing. Hold on. Hammer. Do the white men include you in their fight for what they want?
I'm what?
No. Answer my question. Do the white men
Are
include
you
you
talking
in their
about
fight for
the
what they want?
manosphere, or are you talking about just in society? Because two different things.
Let's talk about society.
Society. No, the manosphere.
No, we're talking about
society.
society. We're talking about society.
They're essentially going through the same process. They're going through the same bachelor mixed house information.
They're not going. They don't include you in that. They do not include you in that.
I mean, they're going through that on their own. Okay.
Okay, but no. I asked you. Do those white men that you include in your thesis, do they include you in their forward movement of thought of their fight for their home? Does the white man talk about you?
They're not fighting for the home.
How do you know the white man? Wait, hold on, wait, pause. If the white man's not fighting for his home, why did he put a stop on white women getting abortions?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you can call on God, call on Jesus, call on Christian.
No, I'm not
why did white men all of a sudden, if y'all said that the black woman getting so many abortions, why did he put a big hope on only white women getting abortions?
The reason why you're just seeing the state that's because of state interest, right? The reason why they even allow
that's national interest. Yeah. That's national.
No, it's state interest.
That's a state. What state interest was it? What state was it?
Is that the women are not having enough children to the point where they have to import kids from across the border, right?
What state interest?
Okay, nation states need population. They need kids as a tax base. The less and less kids that are born, the less and less habits you have to take up the old generation. Now, before the plan was, we're going to let these females run free, and when the artificial woman gets, we won't need them anymore. The problem is, the artificial woman is getting here, but the effects are going too fast. So we have to run, roll stuff back to slow shit down. But once the artificial woman gets here, they won't need women to have children anymore. So it's not even going to matter what they do at that point. Y'all can be hoes and do whatever you want to. The state will be able to command the birth rate at will.
What's your
in place?
All right, so let me ask you this. So,
they care less what the men think. As if the state
what's your game plan? Like, okay, so what's your game plan, man? Like, I'm hearing a lot of doom and gloom.
My game plan, never get married or kids, and the only
never get married or kids. Thank you, God. We got one more. We got one more black man out of the race. Thank you, Jesus. One less one. The fuck. Thank God. That's the best plausible thing I've heard you say on this panel yet. I'm not gonna have no kids. Now, hold on. In saying that, Hammer, I'm just saying this. In saying that, I don't really give a fuck to hear you talk about anything about the family model no more. If you're out, I'm dead ass serious. Like, if you're BMC, I don't really want to care to hear you. No, Hammer, you're out. You said
Agree.
When you cast out, you don't get. There's no need for you to talk. Get away from the fire. Get away from the fire pit. Go over there in the fucking trees. No, Hammer, you can't. You can't.
I don't agree with your premise. I'm right because you're framing it as if this is just a black.
Why do you want it?
All males are going through this. Okay.
But
all men are going through this.
There's no we. There's no we. There's no we in this. There's no we.
Listen, you're right. No, you're right. That's not what you're right. You want to outdo it to it.
Hammer, at the end of the day,
guys just throwing themselves in the fire. That's not what's going to happen. I'm sorry.
No, I got a question. Are you planning on building anything amongst men or amongst in your community? Are you planning on doing any of that?
What does that even mean?
No. It wasn't a hard question. It wasn't a hard question. I don't know why you think this is a hard question. For somebody that's in the top 20 of your class,
The only thing I know, no. I said the top 20% of men into the economics. I'm the top
you're
5.
the top 20. So
Get that right. And number
okay,
two.
So you're the
and
top
number
20.
two.
Okay.
I will
So
be
you're
the
the
top
top
20
20.
economically of men in America. I am
So
the top 5% in my
oh,
university.
Lord.
Get that right.
Wait,
Now, number two.
Okay. So let me get it
Number
straight. So you're a 20-year-old that's already in the top 20% of men.
I said when I graduate, I will be in the top 2 men economically, and when it comes to my school, I'm the top 5% of students.
Oh God.
So
okay.
So my education is fully equal. But but number two, what you fail to understand is this. Okay.
Trust me. I'm way more seasoned than you. So I don't know what you can teach me.
And look, I respect you. I really do. But I'm just telling you, all I am doing is putting words to what's going to be the phenomenon. Because this is going to be the majority of men, Gen Z, and Alpha when they go. You're already seeing it happen. And most of these guys, they're not even gonna talk. They're just gonna go, get a degree, get a job, live life. Just live life.
Work and die. Yep. Work and die. Work and die and live your life. Yep. No. I'm simplifying for you. I'm a Gen Z. I wanted to work and die and live my life. But then I'm also like, I'm like, okay, so when I have my family discussion, I should never have to ever hear a guy like you in my family discussion. But I'm like, hold up, bro. What are you doing again? Oh, you're working and living your life. Okay, then get the fuck on. Go over there. Like my conversation, hold on, no, because my forward thinking of how I'm building and where you're at, we're in two different places. I get the nuance of the world.
Let me ask you a question.
No, hammer. I let you talk.
Okay, stop. Go ahead. Stop.
Okay. Right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I apologize.
Go ahead. There's nothing you want to get out of the system?
Go ahead. Finish it, man.
So, I can respect and understand you're going in a different direction in life. You accepted your fate. Okay, cool. Then there's nothing I can use or need of you. There's nothing I need of you because you're not doing anything that is conducive towards me and my war effort. So I don't need that. I rather work with the men that are the men and women that are conducive to what I'm doing. It's no slight to you, but they're not doing anything conducive to what I'm building. If I'm a man that's working with schools and building stuff amongst young men and women and children, why do I need to talk to a man that doesn't even plan on stepping in that field? Like, it's nothing disrespectful to you, but you already said that you are opting out. So the best thing I can tell you is, hey, best of luck and push. Because you already, you know what I'm saying? Just push. Do your best of life.
Let me ask you, okay?
What?
And what do you think the society is going to look like by the time I'm 40 years old? Because everything you're saying sounds right. Let's look into the future, right?
Okay.
So 20 years from now, right? When we are probably seeing the artificial womb coming in, we're probably seeing we're seeing the environment change, technologically, right? We're seeing 3% of men of all races, virgins, come unmarried, bachelors. What do you think that's going to look like? Do you think most black men are going to be doing what you're doing? Even the ones who are educated? Or do you think most black men are going to be doing like me, living their lives, getting education? What do you think the future is going to look like? Let's start with that. Because people want to, all I am simply doing is giving word to what's coming. So in 20 years, when I become 40 years old, what do you think the majority of men in America will be doing? Alpha generation, Gen Z. Are they going to be out here trying to get married? Are they going to be out here trying to quote unquote save the system? What are they going to be doing at BMT?
So it's saying that first off, we already know that a lot of young people are definitely mixing and mingling together. One of the big things why a lot of people are coming to the U.S. because they want to have options to fight. Now, and you saying, well, what is it going to be like? Well, people are going to still be out there moving forward. This is a minute. Wait, Hammer. You keep talking.
Sorry. I'll let you
See,
finish.
so we're definitely starting to see a spur of emotional men, and we're definitely starting to see a growth of women who are starting to definitely think that they could become masculine, but they're not going to become the over dominant. That's like everybody saying that, and I always wonder about that because then I mean, like I don't know if I had to keep I keep camming up these things and showing y'all, hey, this is outside, but then I get it in the underdwelling basement. You know, this is what people talk about. But I'm like, dude, if you're not out here doing this stuff, like just like when they got all these people, these Caribbeans and people coming in, they're not stopping making families. They're not stopping growing and building a lifestyle.
Why? Whoa.
Hammer, dude, I don't talk when you fucking talk. I be quiet for you. Come on, man. So if they're out there doing that now, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. That's no different than a rich man when he gets divorced or he breaks up from his wife. Guess what? He remarries. That don't stop him, and damn sure ain't gonna stop me. Damn sure ain't gonna stop my children and people around me. So I mean, yeah, I get it. You saying that, but people are gonna still be out there doing this shit. Like life is gonna go on. Like you can't stop it. So I mean, yeah, you can say 40 years and go give me your doom patrol algorithm. But at the end of the day, last time I was told that 2000 the end of the world was gonna happen and shit, and that there's gonna be flying cars and hoverboards and Sean and me, we done heard it all about the end of the world kind of shit. Guess what happened? We still here.
Nothing. It didn't occur.
Nothing happened. We heard flying cars, Back to the Future, and all kind of crazy shit. Here we are. Oh wait, ain't nothing, not a goddamn thing happened.
Exactly. People were going batshit crazy over Y2K and nothing happened.
And right, and we like, what the hell? We just wasted our time in church for nothing. We should have been outside at the day of festival. I keep hearing these things, but I definitely said, well, until it performs. That's like when you talk about that robotic stuff. Yeah, the robotic thing about the military, it's out there. But guess what? They're not going to pass it because guess what? The liabilities of somebody getting hurt. They already tried to put a mechanical wound inside of a man. Guess what? It didn't work. It actually did damage to him. I'm just saying, like these nice little inventions, like in the 80s that we were seeing with all these inventors, and they just kept flopping and flopping. There used to be a network channel for that stuff. It didn't work. That's why everybody said, okay, this is boring. Let's actually get back to work. Like I'm saying, like I get what you're hoping for. I get it because you're banking it all on that. But I'm like, dude, life is going to go on, man. Life is going to definitely go on. You hear about everybody telling you, oh, doom, 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 gloom, gloom, gloom. That's you, bro. That's not going to stop me from going out making babies. That's not going to stop me from going out making money. They're not going to do it. Tough. I don't care. I don't care for y'all men that don't want to do it. Step to the side for the men and women that are going to do it. We're not going to try to force y'all. You know what I'm saying? Nobody going to try to. I don't care if you make money. You can go make money. Make your money. I watch plenty of men make money. At the end of the day, guess what? They always be at that hookah lounge and at that bar complaining. I want somebody to love me. Nigga, go find somebody then.
Can I respond? Number one, what's going on is this. The United States, as well as other post-industrial countries, are going through what are called facility crisis.
Which industrial countries? Which ones?
In Japan, South Korea, Singapore, countries out poor, even in Western Europe, right? Countries out post who are essentially the Muslim countries, right? They're going to facility crisis. In other words, they're having less. In other words, more people are dying than are being born. Right? That's number one. Number two, the reason why they're rolling this kind of rollback is because to slow that down. So really, when it comes to the rules, they're gonna have to bring this out because if they don't, you're gonna go through a demographic collapse. So they thought, okay, we can just let the women wild out because what's not coming. It's not gonna matter. We're not gonna need for kids, right? Well, guess what? The fertility rate dropped so fast, so you know what? We have to start. Yes, the technology comes, we have to switch it down. That's the real reason why to do it, right? Next thing, right?
Okay, that's a lie right there. That's a lie. You just said
Really?
they're going. Wait. You said they're going to let the woman wild out, correct?
The reason why they're allowing LGBT, they're allowing artists, because they're no longer going to need you to reproduce in the future. So it doesn't matter.
They're going to have the LGBT reproduce in the future.
Oh, if once the artificial womb gets here, they'll be able to genetically engineer children. So if they don't, it's not going to matter anymore who you fuck. That's the reason why they're allowing this to happen in the first place. That's and so that's the reason why they even allow this to happen, right? But
do you know how much it costs? Do you know how much it costs for a medical treatment for artificial womb, or literally to help a woman get fertile? Do you know how much that costs?
The artificial womb is going to allow them to genetically engineer children.
How much it costs right now? Do you know how much it costs to help a woman get pregnant?
Oh, that has nothing to do with the womb. Like what?
At least 20K. I could tell you because I work in healthcare. It's at least 20K.
I knew the answer, Shauna. You knew the answer. Of course, the 20-year-old did not know the answer. We knew the answer.
And that is not, and it's at least a 50% fail rate. It's not guaranteed.
Oh
right.
My! They will be able to genetically engineer children outside of woman's womb. It's not that the woman has to be involved.
I don't think he's getting that it costs money.
To be able to control okay.
So I got to hold on, Hammer. Let me ask you a question. Who's paying to do all this?
Scientists, researchers. I'm like, they literally
Scientists are now paying for people.
I don't know exactly where the funds are coming from. Okay.
No. You can't be saying you know these answers, but you don't know where the money comes from, because nobody's going to be working for free to make artificial wombs and people can barely afford. Hammer. I'm letting you throw it out, and I'm asking. You can't call us about 20K. We knew that. I knew that. Hell, you got people that can barely get pregnant now, and they say, "Yo, it costs too much money," so they just have to go get foster kids or different stuff. It costs 20K, bro. I was going to. So if it costs that much, and people can barely afford that, now how much do you think it's going to cost for the artificial womb? How much do you think that's going to run you? Come on, man.
It's going to be a whole lot. I don't know how much it's going to cost to make it, but one thing is this: they have already created living robots that can reproduce.
Oh, living robot. How much that robot going to cost?
Oh my! I don't know what the price of that thing is. But
come on, you want to be part of the 20%.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When it comes to technology, right? Whenever something costs, it gets cheaper over time. So,
like the PlayStation 5?
When it first started out, right, it may cost a lot, but over time as it gets better, it will be very cheap. It won't even be a cost.
I can tell you right now that's a fallacy. That's not.
That's a big fallacy. As much as what's crazy about that, and here's the thing why we know that's wrong. As much as medicine is getting better, why is it that people can barely afford the medication just to stay alive? But they're gonna make sex bots cheaper.
It's a pharmaceutical industry behind it. It's the same thing with the PS5 thing, right? The reason why because why? Because of chip shortage. Come on, man. A lot of these are artificially inflated, even with the pharmaceutical industry. So
let me get straight to you.
BTS's time and now, a computer back then to now, it's not even the same.
Okay, so let's look at it. So let me ask you a question. So as far as computers and technologies come, why is it still that very much so most of the U.S. still does not have viable internet? But computers.
Can you say again?
Why is it majority of the U.S. still doesn't have viable internet or decent education? But everybody's focused on sex bots now?
I'm like, middle America, you're right. They don't have the infrastructure. That's it. That's the reason why Joe Biden is passing this sort of, build
So
build back better.
is
All
that
you
why
have
is that robot going to provide Wi-Fi also? The sex bot going to provide Wi-Fi?
The reason why I bring up the demographic issue is to say why they're gonna have to do it. Because unless they're willing to just arrest females in the street and force them to be traditional, they're gonna have to listen it out. And the fact that they've already been able to create robots that can reproduce now, they're not the living organisms, right? But they're called robots because they don't have any free will. Fundamentally, the fact they can already do that, they can already 3D print organs. Come on, man. All they need is will. That's really it. And whenever something is in the interest of the state, you bet and believe they will get it done. Don't even get it twisted. If it comes down to that, they will do. That's what's cool anyway. Especially with this great reset that's coming. This entire market-based capitalism, this entire global civilization is coming to an end anyway. So if folks can sit here and deny they want to. The only thing separating me is that I've accepted I'm ready to deal with it. Other generations, that's what it is. But I don't care because it's not going to stop the artificial coming. It's not going to stop.
I hope you find a sex bot that fits you. I hope you find it. I hope you find. Shonda, we wish the best for him to get his sex bot. We now know
we do. But I have a question for Hammer, if I may.
All right. Nothing I don't know about. It's like nothing I'm saying is even controversial. You look at it's whether even if I never talk again, it's not going to change our room. It's not going to change our men becoming bachelor. It's not going to change. It's not going to change what's coming. So what folks want to do because they can accept the environment, they want to just go,
No. Hammer. I will take my chances. Me and my real woman versus you and your sex bots. I will take my chances out there.
It's not even the only thing I will accept, okay, is not even a sex bot. If I'm even gonna go, if the artificial, if the designer baby is available by the time I'm 40 years old, yeah, I may think about purchasing one. But when it comes to the people, the only thing I am going to purchase in sort of a companion could be what I call a genetically engineered female. She has to be flesh and blood.
Jesus Christ.
But outside of that, if I can buy a genetically engineered female who's flesh and blood, who's going to follow my commands, buy another baby, I'll do that. But outside of that, I'm not even entertaining being with this out here. Either unless I can buy them already made, it is what it is.
Shonda, let him have it. Once he said he already come to the sex box.
I'm not changing it. I just have a question based on what he just said. And Hammer, this is no shade. No shade. I'm not trying to stir the pot. If that's what you want to do, why would you buy something that has to be created?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
That's what most men my generation are gonna do. So
okay,
because
I'm talking to you, so I'm directing the question to you because I'm not talking to most men in your age group. I'm talking directly to you. And again, you don't have to answer my question. If that's what you see yourself doing, what is leading you to buy something that's genetically made when you already have the real thing here?
Because when you're buying an artificially genetic woman, right? She is there's certain guarantees you're not going to get with actual female. See, the reason we even got to this point is because women essentially took advantage of the environment and essentially weaponized this mess. With the artificial womb, she is genetically engineered to tailor you and follow your commands. So you never have to worry about her going out of control. She's always going to be there. If I go to work, come out of work, she's going to be exactly what I left her. Right? So, that's really
and you know that how? Because is this wound just gonna manifest from the side? Somebody has to create it.
Engineered organism. So the will is tied to you. There's no free will. What? That's why.
Listen, I got the free will not to lay with a real woman in a sex bot. I got that free will. I don't know about you, buddy. But I got free will to choose a real woman.
There's not going to be.
You don't close your side of where you going to lay down at.
When I say genetically engineered, I'm not saying like robots.
You said that you want. Hold on, now Hammer. You literally did, and everybody in the chat is kind of now side-eyeing. You said you want a mechanically engineered baby, so that way you can raise it.
You missed a genetically engineered child, design, which is what's
genetically engineered child.
That's what's
Okay,
coming.
now I'm gonna tell you right now. Now I'm gonna tell you right now. That right there breaks so many Geneva laws. It's just
it does not matter. Technology that's coming.
Hold on, wait.
No, somebody it does matter because it becomes a ethical argument. It becomes a moral argument. Somebody has to approve it. Insurance is likely not going to cover it. And I would love to see, being that I've worked in healthcare almost 20 years, how many people can afford it?
You know what's crazy about that? When I was in the service, there were some things I'm like, hey, how come we can't use that? Or how come we can't? Dude, we have Geneva codes for humans that we don't cross. So I'm trying to figure out about this baby thing. And people can barely deal with a real person, but you're telling me that y'all going to engineer a baby. And I'm just saying that's when y'all can go down this dark path that y'all because first of all, listen, bro. I'm just trying to. I know you've been watching too much Ghost in the Shell, and I'm trying to bring you back, hopefully, to something like. Hold on. It's weird. Now, here's the thing that's weird about it. Because you saying that you want something to listen to you. So and I listen to you saying you want somebody to listen to you and hear you. Now, do you have problems talking to a woman or to a human? Like, I'm serious, man. Like, you can tell me right now, man. Like, do you have problems talking to a woman?
I am perfectly fine talking to a biological female.
Man, have you ever bothered telling a woman that
if I can purchase a genetically engineered, meaning flesh and blood, not flesh and blood, genetically engineered and grown female that looks the way I want, acts the way I want, and does what I want without me having to quote unquote power through the environment, yes, I will pay money to buy that.
So okay. So would you say that out loud?
I will do that, and design a baby put on top. Because I will be fully in control of what's going on. I don't have to rely on her good nature.
So if I may, and BMT, I hate to, but I would like to ask this while I'm thinking about it. So if that's what you want to do, Hammer, how do you see that working out, being that you don't engage women now?
What do you mean?
He gonna be devastated if that robot jumps him. He gonna be devastated if that robot jumps him.
Based on what you said earlier in the chat, and again, I'm not. I don't want it to come off like I'm riding you or I'm trying to shade you. I'm asking for clarity. You don't engage women now. You're not in a relationship, and you don't have to be, but you don't date. Is that correct? Did I hear that right? At least an hour ago, or close to an hour ago.
I don't date. My relationship with women is strictly friend, not even friendship. It's just professional. That it is what it is. Say hi, I'm hi. What's up? That is what it is. That's my situation.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So how do you because I'm looking at the practicality of it. A lot of stuff sound good, but it has to make sense. And I'm questioning the logic of what you're saying. I'm not questioning your intelligence. I'm questioning the logic of what you're saying. Because I hear people have these conversations and it's like, okay, well, I hadn't done this, but I see myself doing this and it's going to work out great, but I ain't never done it before. And I'm not trying to learn because of the environment. I'm sorry. That makes absolutely no sense to me. That's the definition of insanity.
Well, essentially what I'm saying is that I have accepted that the environment is no longer built to have a traditional sort of arrangement with male and female. It's not built for that anymore. And also I also understand that the technology that's coming is going to give you an alternative. So what's the point of even me taking those risks? If by the time I'm 50 years old, I have the ability to purchase a genetically engineered, meaning flesh and blood, human made, right? Child, I'm able to purchase a genetically engineered, meaning flesh and blood, human made, women who can, in other words, instead of me having to do all this stupid ass approaches, why not wait? Why do that when in the future I'll have able to buy, essentially order a perfectly engineered female that looks the way I want, acts the way I want? I don't have to wait for that.
But and that's the reason why I asked the question that I did. So if that's what you want, how do you plan on engaging with it when you only engage with women professionally now? Like, what type of conversations are y'all going to
It
have?
doesn't matter how I engage with her. I purchased this genetic and she belongs to me. If I don't want to talk to this, genetic and female, I don't want to talk to her. As far as I'm concerned, she's going to be where I need her to be, right next to me and doing what I want. In other words, I wouldn't need games to get cooperation. That comes out the gate once she's engineered. There is no I have to use there is no catering to the feelings of no. You were genetically engineered to serve me, and that's gonna be it. It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna drop off. Thank you, Hammer. I wish you the best. Because no functional breathing woman is gonna put up with that. I don't see it. To
You're
each
right.
his own. I wish you the best. Thank you for engaging and answering my questions. My only caveat before I step down is whatever you choose to do, you have the right to do it. I just would like for you to consider opening your view just a little bit more. You don't have to act on it, but women have been this way since the beginning of time. Women have good nature in us, and men, and we also have a chaotic nature in us. That's just how we were created. So the environment can change, but you have to learn how to vet women. I did not hear that that's something that you're even interested in trying to pursue. But again, to each his own. I wish you the best with your studies, your career, and the future. Thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to step down and listen in the chat.
And this is why technology is changing that. Because you'll be able to essentially genetically purchase a woman who's genetically engineered, perfectly looking, never gets old, never talks back, without any of the liabilities of a child. She'll do whatever she wants to do. Now here's the thing. She's right.
You don't have to wait on that. I mean, that sounds like an animal. Go get a freaking monkey.
Now you're right. For most of human history, women were that way. But the reason why it was because they were under very tight patriarchal control. I'm like, there was a time in China where women were essentially property to the husband. They would essentially lay down on the couch waiting for them to come home. That's the amount of societal pressure that has to be employed just to make that work. And what we're starting to realize is when you don't have that sort of pressure to control the destructive nature, this is what happens. So unless Shonda is willing to put herself under a Taliban-like situation, no, it's not going to work out. Unless she's willing, because all of these people talking about, none of these women are willing to sacrifice the benefits they have in the 21st century.
Hammer, please slow down. Oh my God, I've been wanting to get up here so long. Holy crap. Hammer,
what's up?
Wow. Okay, listen. Good God. There's two completely different conversations happening right now, and they're all getting conflated with one another. One, what I don't want to see is people use what's happening in the fourth industrial wave to, one, attack a social issue, and two, be attacked by a social issue, which is really what I see happening here, straight up. Hammer, when you're trying to articulate your points, all they're going to say is because of your age and because of the money you make, you're too young to be making certain decisions, to say you're just opting out of society effectively. Even though what you're saying is, I'm preparing for the future. Here's what you need to understand. People do not realize the only thing keeping most of these technologies from being mainstream right now is the ethics conversation. And that's why you need to, I really wish you'd refine how you'd have this conversation, because when you present it like this, you really cheapen the real depth behind a lot of these things. The level that you're talking about with regards to this technology is really at its lowest expression. What we're talking about is a fundamental change in the way human beings look at the definition of what it means to be human, starting with implants, starting with the way we address medicine. It's why when we had the transhumanism conversation, I posited the question, and you'll see how visceral people respond to this, and I'll ask it again in the chat. Do you believe that aging is a natural process that occurs in nature that human beings adhere to, or do you think aging is something that should be classified as a sickness, much like getting the flu or something to that degree?
Okay, I'm back. Okay, so you're
Did you
talking
hear
about
the
aging?
question, BMT?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we can start there. Yeah, go ahead and give me your answer, and you can give me yours too, Hammer.
Okay, yeah. Aging. So aging technically is actually a part of life. It's not a sickness. And it's actually something. It's a viable thing. In development, cells will grow and then cells break down. Everything part of life does it. Everything does it in life, has a life cycle, and they all have to go through that transition. Um, they do have things where they try to, where you see these aging creams and all this other stuff, or they do these blood platelet stuff, but ultimately you can't. That's not something that you could technically cheat. They've even done movies or theories on how to stop the aging process, but it's actually been more disastrous in what it does to the breaking down at the molecular level. So
Okay, so you're saying that aging is a natural process that is inevitable and not something that could be, quote, treated like a disease can, correct?
correct.
Okay, so I'm saying there's no wrong or right answer to this, but I want people to notice the posturing on a philosophical and fundamentally cultural level. Now, Hammer, what's your response to that?
So
Not to what BMT said, but to the question I asked about whether or not aging is a natural process or it's something that can be treated like a disease can. Go ahead.
I would say that human beings have accepted aging as a natural process because we haven't had any ways to address it. But I think if people are given the opportunity to escape aging, they will take it.
Okay, so
So
you think it's something that can be treated?
yeah, and if I
Okay.
had,
So
I
I'm
would
gonna
do it.
pause you there, and I'm not trying to talk over. I really just am directing this to a fundamental question. Why I say the culture has to come up with the solution, because you're gonna find that there's people split down the middle with what was just said, and a lot of it is generational. There's a lot of people who really look at aging as something that can be treated, and it's not just people like Hammer saying it. There are bioengineers that are saying this. There's people who are already working on the field addressing this. And there's a lot of treatments and modalities they can use to address a lot of these issues. But the question fundamentally comes up of how far does this go? And it's the culture that sets the guardrails on really how far that goes. And if you don't have these conversations, you run into social problems in the social environment, like what Hammer's talking about with regards to this whole dealing with social issues by virtue of relying on technology to solve it. If you don't think that there's technologies right now that are in place that can tremendously increase your lifespan, that is just literally being held back because of the conversation with regards to how society is going to accept it, I need people to do more research on this, please, and ask yourself these very serious questions. Where do you stand on that? And what would you do, and what are you willing to do to enforce your philosophy on the children that you have? And I mean, go ahead, BNT, because I'll go ahead and follow up after that.
Now, okay, so now let's actually get into a conversation I actually can whimsically actually take note. So you've all seen the movie Highlander. And I think I can make it more simplistic. One of the things about that, the rules of being a Highlander is you can't have kids. You can't. There's a lot of things that naturally most people would normally do. They lose that ability because of their longevity of living forever. Mm-hmm. One of the big issues of immortality is you lose your humanity, and that was all. That's also been. I read up on it. I said, "Well, dang, this is some pretty strong technology," but in the end, you have to give up that key component of technology, of that morality of your humanity.
In other words, you eventually stop being human at some point.
There we go. So, and that was something that was brought up at there's been seminars, there's been talks.
You're breaking up a little bit, BMT. Say it again.
Okay. So, and speaking about that, and that's always been, they've done movies, they've done books, they've even done a TV show, Highlander, different stuff. They always say, yo, the longer you live, when you start, you lose the reasoning to want to connect to people, because to them, their life is more meaningful. You live forever. So, in other words, this is why they're like, you know what? Would you want to have the same king forever? Would you want to have the same person like this forever? No, I'd rather enjoy the moment, live for the moment. That means nothing to immortality. That means nothing to somebody that hours a day. And think of somebody who is a disabled veteran. I don't have to work. I don't have to do nothing. But there's a reason why they say idle hands is the devil's plaything. Somebody that lives forever or literally is replaced robotically or animatronically, their meaning of time or existing around people starts to become annoying because after a while, I don't need to keep track of the days. I don't need to keep track of the time because it has no meaning to me. Regardless of whatever happens around me, it has no meaning. And I'm not saying that to bolster, but that was something that I was in. I get paid regardless whether I work or not. I choose to participate in society because
Right.
guess what? Right. Yeah. Go ahead.
So let me say this because he's getting into again why philosophy is important and why orienting that philosophy to your cultural belief is critical so that you can have a locus of navigation around these things, because it's not a matter of if it shows up. It's really a question of when. This is going to be in the domain of generation alpha and beta. These will be the conversations they have. Another way of posturing this, understanding now that they have a lot of these technologies like Neuralink, and they're already employing metaverse. And to go in conjunction with the social environment, we are now creating a meta or a cyber environment. We're already experiencing an extension of the social environment across time, space, not just with the telephones, but with the internet. So with the internet and as people are able to integrate with things like metaverse and cyber real estate, I guess I'll call it, it's going to create an alternate means by which people can experience reality, which is going to create an augmented reality, which is going to also create more opportunities for jobs potentially within the virtual world. That may be a real thing. And if you have kids, you're going to have to ask a very serious question. There are going to be opportunities for children to be born with certain implants, which may make them neurologically predisposed to be able to interface with these technologies and have an advantage. Do you, as a parent, see yourself wanting to give your children, potentially, however you have them, these technologies that would be permanent implants and upgrades and neurological adjustments, which would give them a predisposition to have an advantage there? Or do you not give them that and see them potentially fall behind because they don't have that? We'll start with BMT and then we'll go to Hammer's opinion.
No, because I've already seen what technology has done for kids for just staying at home doing virtual. And yeah, there are different technologies like, hey, your kid, just in case if you want to make sure they don't have any birth defects or this and that, we can do this, we can do that. Now, however God put them on this planet, I'll deal with that.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you, BMT. I'm gonna pause you, BMT, because am I getting feedback? Yeah, I'm getting feedback.
No, go ahead, man.
Okay, so yeah, so you're standing on the natural disposition of being human. Hammer, what's your opinion on that? If you were in the position of being a parent and you had the option of giving your child potential implants and upgrades, whether it be through genetic modification or through potential implants so they can interface with different technology, what's your solution? Do you provide that for your child, or do you believe you shouldn't do that?
I accept the environment, so of course I would say yes. But also, and to answer the previous question you did about the agency, look, you talked about, are we willing to accept to not be human? My question is, if I am given the opportunity to become an eternal being, but I have to give up being a normal human,
Right, lineage is redundant, right? But yeah, I see where you're going. I mean, when I said that you'd accept it, I'm just wanted to show that there are two completely different philosophical postures about that, and it's going to play an effect in the way people address not just society but other people. Because the issue I see with this is that there is no line at when you begin being a non-human and when you are. I mean, Elon Musk made the argument about we became cyborgs the moment we started using the internet and portable cell phones.
Yep, that's true.
I mean, it's a question people have to seriously look within themselves and ask: how far are they going to be willing to participate in this, and how much of an advantage do people need to have with these technologies to no longer be considered human? And then what does that mean from the way we've run things? Because now we're talking about voting rights. We're talking about opportunities for scholarships in the government. We're talking about people getting genetic modifications to perform in sports. Do they have to compete in their own classification, or do you keep a non-altered classification with regards to that? I mean, these are questions people have to answer. Then you've got to look at the bigger question. What does the government want in all of this? Because there's going to be a marked advantage in them having that. And if a country has a group of people who are engaging in this technology, and then a group of people who are choosing not to because of social and cultural beliefs, how far behind are they going to be left? I mean, these are real issues I want people to think about. I don't want to cheapen this to, oh, you can go get a robotic girlfriend and go fuck Siri. This is a deeper issue than that. And it's doing a disservice to really having some plans for the future and laying some groundwork on what to do. BMT, one of the things that you've said is the whole reason why lately I've been focusing aggressively on studying natural mechanisms within the body that perform the things that people are using technology to do now, and trying to find ways that technology can augment the natural human body by being able to address some of the problems that the industrial period has left behind, such as emissions, such as the problems with food and food quality, being able to use our mitochondrial energy sources rather than depending on the cytoplasm and glucose, seeing as diabetes is a big issue for our demographic in particular, looking at ways to grow more nutritious food so that we can not have to deal with a lot of the problems that comes with growing, having animal byproducts and all of these other things that have been tainted essentially because of profit, that are probably just going to get swept under the rug, ignored, and offered a fourth industrial solution to it all in the form of injections. The 2 vaccines you have from COVID, particularly Pfizer and Moderna, these are the results of what we're talking about, using mRNA and genetically modifying it with CRISPR to create something that would have normally been impossible with a process that didn't exist before. I mean, these are things that are already impeding in someone's life right now, and it's going to continue. So I want to provide a better framework to have these conversations about, and not just cheapen them to the sex conversation, because these are really 3 different conversations happening at the same time. And I don't want to run the risk of missing out on a good opportunity to provide serious conversation for you and families and anybody you take this out to actually help solve some of these problems, because the agency of solving it does rest in the people who are going to be subject to it. Because if we don't make a decision about it, the decision is going to be made for you. And the longer you wait, the quicker this is going to escalate, because the actual speed that the civilization is moving is outpacing the culture so fast that the level of stratification that we're about to experience is night and day. Like, I don't think we're ready for the kind of hyper stratification we're about to see. And it's gonna be things are normal one day, and then you blink 5 years later and things are totally different, and no one's gonna have a real answer to it. So that's what I want you guys to kind of consider right now. Go ahead, BMT.
So I don't know how many people have ever had to pull the trigger on a human being, right? And I don't push that to nobody to have to be in that line. Versus, I remember there was a drone pilot that was bolstering about his kills. And when he did that, I got angry. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
He's not the guy having to stand there to pull the trigger and actually psychologically analyze what he just did. To him, it's just numbers. It's just beeps on a radar. Versus when you send a droid out, and see, this is why some people have a problem with drone strikes, because at least, and I think you can look it up. There was I got to look up the story. Whereas to the protocol was if certain contingencies had happened, that they were to fire nukes. But however, the human that was there at the time, it was a person that had to turn the keys with the commander wouldn't do it. But he's like, hold up now, we need to think about this. What is the end game of our humanity of what this is going to cause? At
But
one
that's
point,
just go ahead.
and at one point, the slave was not looked at as a human. We forget that the slave was looked at as a human. Oh, don't worry, it's a slave. It don't feel. It don't cry. It don't bleed. It just works. They don't feel pain. You were the first robot. Was a slave. So understand when you get to that level and they trying to make it where, well, we want the robot to be more realistic. How far does realistic go? Do you want it to feel? Do you want it to start think? Do you want it to have its type of AI where it can start to learn? But see, when they start learning, that's a different other spell that you.
BMT, did you know that there's a whole new form of psychology forming around what you just said?
I know about that. Listen, bro, I know about this very well. Some stuff that are just not coming out, I'm very surprised that they're releasing to the populace of the actual normal public what they used to have in the military. So when I see it actually with people using it, whoa, y'all can actually tell. Like, people don't even like knowing on social media where other people are at, or can be doxxed, or can put up your personal information. To me, that's too much power. But however, certain people say, well, it is what it is. No, because like you just said, you'd be surprised when you type into the source or the system, you're in. They know everything about you. You are now connected to what anybody, whether you like it or not, can see you, can watch you. Like I tell people, read the book Big Brother's Always Watching. And that's why I say, hey man, watch how far you want to take it with technology. Because when you start going that far, man, you'd be surprised who's the ones that literally, hey, I don't want that on me.
But here's the thing, BMT. When you've got generation alpha and beta,
right,
and their value system is being tied not to the family, but to the social peer group that they're born to. Because we need to be honest, they're going to be learning how to use technology before they learn actual vocal language. And you've got a lot of children right now who can type, they can manipulate an iPad better than they can a conversation with the human being. And a lot of this has to do with the upbringing and their neurology and the communication centers and the modeling of what communication is like. There's a whole new branch of neurology that is beginning to study what social media has done to the neurology of children who've grown up with it. And they're already seeing that people are beginning to form the same level of social bonds and get the same levels of not just dopamine, but it can serve, because we need to understand that the neurological path to motivation and to go out and get things done, to have your needs met, follows the same wiring. It's just going on a different octave. It's the same chemicals. It's just repurposed at a different scale. In other words, the patterns you learn as a child are the patterns that stay with you for the rest of your life as far as how you go about and receiving that. What I'm saying, BMT, is you're having children who are being calibrated now, and they're getting an epigenetic pattern that's going to continue to get passed down from person to person, to where people are going to already be acclimated to functioning in a way that looks totally alien to us, because their ability to have those nonverbal forms of communication and recognize them are atrophying. It's already happening. And by the time these kids come along and this technology is available and it becomes a very strict, I'm going to say, for lack of a better word, material-based metric of your success, you'd almost be seen as irresponsible for not providing those things to your children. And that's how it's going to be framed. And even though there'll be some people who resist and fight back, there's going to be people at the very bottom who do that. And then there's going to be people at the extreme top who do that. And their quality of life and what they get done as a result of that is going to be completely different. you're going to have people who are living like gods and people who are living like literal slaves all over again. And it does bring about the ethics conversation again with regards to classification of, I'm going to have to say, entities, because I promise you very soon the language at which people are being described as, you're going to stop hearing things like persons, and they're going to defer back to the legal jargon of entity and intelligence and intelligent entity, because we're getting into a whole algorithm where the whole conversation on civil rights, I promise you, is going to start to get applied to individuals who have been heavily augmented by a lot of these technologies. And if they're not, at a certain percentage of it all, you may start having the whole culture shift and start identifying things like AIs as being quasi-sentient and all of these other conversations we're not even prepared for. That's going to be their normal reality for alpha and beta and beyond. And if you don't have some sort of cultural grounding to say, it's not a matter of if this happens, it's a matter of when this occurs, what am I going to respond with? What is our game plan? If you're not asking those questions now to get ahead of that, get your input in, to interject with these ideas, to present the moral conundrums, to really enforce a philosophy and set a standard on a social level that you're willing and able to reinforce, not just within yourself, but within other groups of people around you, and to alter your upbringing process to make sure they can at least become bilingual in the sense of being able to interface with the augmented reality and the real reality, which is, and I'm digressing slightly, I think there is a solution, and I think it goes back to our original culture and having a culture that's initiation based and treating getting into the non or the virtual world the same way our ancestors treated the spiritual world. And I think we can find a format to navigate this mess and still maintain our humanity at the same time. But I think these are things that have to be discussed amongst each other, amongst ourselves, and it's not just on a intimate relation dynamic. It's on a, how do you classify someone as human being and where does that line cross? And I don't think it's as easy as a lot of people think it is.
It's not now. It's okay. So when people talk about a lot of different countries, like and their cultures, and I would ask them, tell me where those countries, how far are they in technology? You understand? Like when they ask about certain countries with cultures and their dependence on the women, or how they are with the men and how they are. And I grew up when the internet, you know what I'm saying, you had to get permission slip to get signed to the internet. I grew up watching that. The IBM computers, the big block computers, the typewriter. I grew up with all that. And I got to watch technology evolve before me. I'm very blessed in that. Like right now, I'm sitting playing the PS5 in a room full of technology. However, I also understand that I see that I tell a lot of people, like, listen, man, like, you got to have a cap level on some of these things. And again, just like how you brought up Elon Musk. Elon Musk even said, I was going out. He said, listen, man, we need to slow down with this technology.
Yeah.
Because at some point, who corrects, like, who's going to be running who? You have it where the simple things we used to be able to do, we can't do, because guess what? We depend on hold up, waiting, load time. Wait, I thought you were getting smarter. If you was getting smarter, why do you need that of the tool to tell you how to do this or how to do that? Granted, it's a tool, but now the tool is correct. Like it's to the point where people need autocorrect to write a sentence.
It's the Google problem. It's like it's how, because people, well, few things with the Google problem. The first one, it's a bottleneck for information, because if that's your only source, then you're not really getting knowledge. You're just getting someone's subjective opinion. But it also bottlenecks people to a single source, and it leaves you dependent on an external thing rather than being able to develop it the way we're designed to, which is through anecdotal experience and utilizing a network of information, not just a single source. And the scary part is, this is why I say that the inevitability of all of this, if it's left to its conclusion, and what I think is the answer to the problem Dr. Calhoun was running into, is the hive dynamic. And this is where we get into now the interpersonal relationships with people, how you get into eugenics style deciding who reproduces and how, and the population being more focused on themselves and their social group and being involved into this alternate reality rather than with reality and really experiencing it from the external perspective and the internal. These are deep right there, philosophical and cultural answers and questions that people need to consider. But go ahead, fam.
But see, now right there, that's when I brought that question to Hammer, and I believe you was in the chat. And I asked her the question that my father asked me: do you think you deserve a woman? Now, if y'all want to go into the algorithm of calculation, most villages, right, you have to prove you deserve that type of authorization. If you want to go by certain types of metric systems, so let's say like we have a social metric system like China or one of those places, right? Mm-hmm. That you go before them and say, well, I would like to start a family. Well, Mr. Nameless, please hold your hand under there. Let us read your DNA and your diagram. Whoa, you have some diabetes in your family. You have this and that. So now you have a computer computing together. Are you viable for a family? Are you healthy for a family? And are you socially, economically? See, now you have a system that tells you, can you have a family or not, by that of the program that somebody's writing, if you are allowed to have access.
Right, that's exactly what eugenics is.
We'll see, and see, that's the thing where we're going to have the bump. That's where we're going to have the bump. And see, that's why I say it's a good conversation with me and you. We can have this. Because I understand, like, see, everybody was depending on hereditary eugenics to take over for the C word. So that way, the weaker DNA would die off. The weaker DNA. Let me tell y'all what was actually, if y'all ever got to read the paper, they wanted the weaker class DNAs to die off so that the stronger, more fit DNAs will live and go on. And they be allowed.
In other words, population tailoring.
But see, now if it goes to transhumanism, who becomes the weaker class at that point?
Well, whoever decides, really whoever has access to the technology, which is back to the state, which is why, again, we're talking about the authority paradigm being predicated on the hive, which is what you get by definition. Because the only males that exist in a hive are the few that are chosen to procreate. The rest are females that effectively can't reproduce. And what you get are these clusters that form these little cluster groups, and these cluster groups have a hierarchy within them, but they pretty much follow orders from the queen. And it's pheromones that run a lot of that stuff. But if you look at the way social media works, it's no different. And you just observe. I really want people to take some time and do a little bit of research on hives that occur naturally in the world. I mean, look at bees, look at ants, look at their similarities, look at the structure. And I want you to look at the way society is becoming right now and what the fourth industrial wave promises access to. And keep eugenics in mind, because when you look at a eugenics-based system, it's no different than what the hive does, because the hive creates more eggs. The things that are born in these clusters are born with specific purposes in mind for them to perform within the colony. And with genetic engineering, that's exactly what you have the ability to do at that point. You can, if you've got a working class you need to create, you can genetically engineer a working class of people that becomes your worker drones. Like, I mean, if you need a more intellectual class, you can select for certain gene types and have a particular program to set them through, and you now have a class of individuals that are designated to perform that role. I mean, I think they like using the term self-directed evolution, But these are things that are already being talked about in general. Again, the only thing they're waiting for is the social green light and the ethical green light to start pushing a lot of these things. And in real talk, a lot of this stuff is already being pushed through the media, and it's already being dry run on a lot of the children now, especially when you get into the universities. I mean, we're past science fiction at this point. I really wish people would take a real serious look at the broad picture. Go ahead, BMT.
Now, the reason why I know people are hesitant of technology or trans technology of, and the reason I call it trans, but it's going to be doing some stuff to you. Because look how much afraid they are of the shot. Now,
you know what that is, right?
We're not going to do that on art. I love you too much, and I know nameless me. We don't mind going down that hole, but see, that's why when I say, "Oh yeah, y'all afraid of technology," then I always ask them, "Well, did you go get your shot yet?" "Oh hell no, I ain't getting that." Oh, hold up, bro. So you ain't wanting to go get you ain't ready for that one shot, but you telling me that so you're ready for them to augment your eyes? I got my eyes augmented. I got 2 glasses in them. I got different augments in my eyes. I have different things in my skull. See, I know what it's like to get augmented. Start losing different things, but you gain different other stuff. Now, if y'all are telling me that society is fighting against that of a needle, listen. Right now, you got a bigger than see that, and that's why your conversation is very much welcome, because let that get out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had the first baby that was made from the needle. The world will be in an uproar.
Well, here, BMT, hold up, here. Did you see any of the links I put in the chat?
I didn't get. I'm busy up here with Hammer. I ain't get. I'm on my phone.
Look. Let me rock with you, BMT. Let me rock with you, because I think you'll appreciate this. Did I cut out? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was in the wrong chat. Yeah, so I put one of those in the chat. It's the Lulu and Nana twins. They were born in, I want to say, 2018. So when you get time, save this for your archives. This has already happened. They've already genetically modified those twins, and they're out there. And here's a few articles that was spawned as a result of that, because now, the doctor responsible for that is still in jail, obviously. But they've been talking about this when Cas9 first was realized back in 2016, because they didn't realize it was going to be a big deal. And in 2017, they perfected it. And it only took them this long to use that same technology to actually create the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines. So this is the same CRISPR-Cas9 technology. And Dr. Nicole Ali actually uses this technology on an everyday basis for a lot of her issues addressing prostate cancer. So that's why I liked having some of those conversations with her, where we sat down and really broke down genetic engineering and got into the reality of how it's used now, because people, I don't think, understand that this technology is already here and it's already being used for things, and people are already interfacing with it. In fact, because they use that technology, and I can get into what that vaccine actually does, because it doesn't do what I think a lot of people understand. I went for the J&J. I had to for my job. I was going to get kicked out otherwise.
It's fine. Like, understand.
But I just wanted to show that, because like what you just said, a lot of people don't know this is an old issue already, and it's been done. Like the Lala and Lulu twins they're 2 baby girls. They're 3 years old now in China.
now understand. And see, I heard something of a child born, and that, like, listen, I'm in some pretty dark back chats. So, in that same, the question that came up, well, how many other kids are out there? Who else is human? And what is the cellular lifespan of that human?
Well, we gonna find out.
Yeah.
We definitely gonna find out.
I am pretty sure because see, there's different talks. There's different kind of conversations. We always heard the nuance of if we took Walt Disney brain out and we put it in a robot, would that be fear? And a lot of people are like, no. Well, hold up. And then that's why you heard what me and Shauna was saying. Well, I'll tell you what. Who can afford those surgeries? Who can afford those types of procedures? Shout out to Cyberpunk and literally the Cyberpunk comics and stuff, because it amazes me as much as modern medicine is advancing. Only certain diatribes of people or in certain groups can afford that type of medication.
Currently, and here's the thing that happens, because it's kind of multifaceted, because there's more than one agenda on the table. And I think this is why people need to get involved with the science. There's two pressures here. One, the pressure that, and really the real race is for artificial intelligence. Because when you get artificial intelligence and you get that deep learning AI, it's so cheap and the bar to entry is so low. You've got people in North Korea that are competitive with that right now. And when South Korea merges with them, they've already talked about pretty much drafting the conversation. A lot of people think it's inevitable. North Korea is about to become one of the main centers for potentially where AI gets green lighted because China already has its back. If you get AI and get it on the quantum level, there are things you can start making, like synthetic drugs that normally would take decades to figure out and make. Like the amount of revolutionary things you can start doing because you've got quantum computing behind your back places you on a completely different scale because of the amount of things that you can do at once. And that entity, that nation, instantly gets to out multitask whoever else is doing what. That gives you the new competitive advantage, especially since even things like warfare, they're not being done on the ground anymore like that. They've got warfare models where all they're doing is just creating drone swarms and just decimating things with laser precision. It's ridiculous. Like the entire playing field has completely gone night and day. So what I'm saying is when you get AI, the cost for almost everything else falls down into the floor. I was just looking at another article today also about how lately they've been able to get the gigawatts of energy, of renewable energy, down from what it was 10 years ago at about $348 per gigawatt, now to 100 and something. And recently they found other renewable sources like being able to use wind, water, and solar. Like the advances that they're making in it just in these last couple months, they've been able to cut that down to $56 per gigawatt. The amount of things that become more readily available as energy gets easier and cheaper is profound. And it has to be, it ends up being gatewayed and gatekept by entities that already have initiative that are trying to find a way to flip that into profit and artificially raise those prices. So you've got the private interest being balanced off by the political interest to get ahead, and the two are kind of clashing, because if they keep playing around with it, they delay the national interest. But if they let it go out of hand too much, then a lot of the companies that have a stranglehold on all of this stuff, the price begins to plummet because of the sheer availability of it, and they've got to find another way to try to bottleneck it. So it's this weird tug of war going on with what you're talking about. So a lot of the current situation right now in the medical field is really the byproduct of a lot of these things, because many of those industries that do have an agency over the way the med field plays a lot of this out, the money for the grants that make this research possible, the money that gets these corporations in the positions that they're in, and the favorable grants that they can use to continue to stay up on competitors that are coming in to compete against them, all of that has a measure of interplay. So I don't know how this is going to play out, but what it looks like is the corporations are beginning to invest even more so in political power as more governments begin to outsource their power to do so to these corporations. So you're getting what people are calling a technocracy not in the way the Black Brain Trust uses, but a technocracy that really uses the corporate model to govern. And it's going to be using those pillars of transhumanism as a means of staying ahead. And that's where you get the real scariness we're talking about with the eugenic style hive dynamic. But go ahead, BMT.
No, and see, that's where I worry. That's where I'm like, that's where I'm trying to touch a guy like Hammer and saying, listen, dude, take it for somebody you don't want to go down that path so easily. You want to fight for somewhat of your humanity. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you right now, the powers that be, they're not gonna take that shit. They're not gonna be like, it's already hard enough as it is for us as the modern man. I get things are bad, and that's why I said you gotta have someone. I don't want to be on that right wing talk point, but there's some things you have to fight for. You have to push against. I'm not for putting my information so easily into the metaverse, not knowing already. Well, we're already seeing the ramifications of goddamn girls want to commit suicide. You got it where the kids that look how their brains work now, or adults work functioning just off of cyberspace, where literally you go to a table and people that you get judged predestinately off of that of social media. Social media has more potential clout and power rather than that people just saying, hey, like, get to know me from me. Like the skewed narratives that are pushed onto that of Black people rather than actually saying, hey, man, that's not how we actually get down. That's not how we actually are.
My only issue with what you're saying is this. Like, I understand and I agree with you, but there's also the reality behind what we're looking at. Hammer.
No, I get you. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is Hammer is the new norm. And I think it's uncomfortable for people, but there is let's take 99, right? 99, there's one out of every 99 people who think like Hammer does. That's going to be generation beta and alpha. There is already a market for everything he's talking about. And what happens when you multiply that by millions of people? It scales more and more. That market creates more of a market. And even if you don't agree with it, it's going to happen anyway because a market's there for it. And then it creates a whole new social niche. And it's, again, the responsibility of the culture to come up with the response for that. But whereas before in the past, human beings had time to adjust to learning how to use fire, learning how to use metal tools, learning how to use even firearms. But we're only getting a moment's notice to deal with the changes that occurred when the cell phone gained the internet. Like, we're still reeling. All of this happened because of cell phones, basically, that we're dealing with right now. And it exposed a lot of predispositions that was in people's DNA. And the environment played out the way it is because the balancing mechanisms of any environment is a system. And in the social environment, it's the society. So if there's a particular need not being met and people are going to use technology to fill that, it's going to have an effect in the environment. And as long as that environment remains the same, you're going to continue to get this. And even if it changes, the pattern that we're seeing and the trend that we're seeing is that there's an even greater dissonance between the technology, specifically the civilization, and the culture. And there is no response. Like, it's just not keeping up fast enough and being able to provide tangible answers to get people's needs met. And it's resulting in people falling into what I call the demon gate. You can go look at Maslow's pyramid of hierarchy of needs. If you aren't having those baseline needs met and the society isn't providing it for you, you go out and take it. And, ultimately, it enters into a very uncomfortable area for people, because I don't know if people would have the same sort of discomfort if women could have robots that provided for them the same things men did. But when you say the same thing for women, for men, it has a completely different tone to it, and people have a completely different perspective on it, even though we're saying the same thing. It's literally on the way and inevitable. And I think people need to have a serious look at what would be in the environment to cause Hammer to look at what he's looking at as a viable option rather than a real breathing flesh and blood person. And I think that's a better conversation to start with so that we can prevent something like what Hammer's talking about being the norm if that's what you want. But I think at the end of the day, Hammer is literally a glimpse into the future. And if you don't think that, I really need you to look at some of the other more developed first world countries where you've got people who are marrying not just themselves, but programs. I think that movie Her that came out a few years ago.
Yeah, I saw that. Where the guy, that was pretty.
I think people really need to look at that and pull a notepad out, because a lot of that started with Facebook and MySpace. And when people were getting on Java chats back in the day on GeoCities, Yahoo, and stuff like that. I mean, it's really already here. And you got people in Japan, for example, marrying freaking waifus that are a computer-generated algorithm. I mean, what's going on with the society that people would rather relate to an algorithm than a human being? I got a lot of answers for that. But I mean, it's not an anomaly. Go ahead, fam.
No. See, like again, like I think that's why I asked Hammer, are you willing to fight or try? Or at least try. And he was like, no, the environment. And so he already told me, and that's why I told him, like, there's no need for me respectfully to have the conversation anymore. You know, and I know that I saw you typing like, yo, I need to get up there. Because I'm like, there's no need for me to push for a conversation that I know that's not holistically there anymore. And I say that not to slight him, but I get like, hey man, like, but I got a guy who wants to do a robot talk with me about sex androids. Yeah, like, and I was there when the Manosphere had that conversation where they were like, hey, like, you know, we rather be with sex bots than black women. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, do y'all know what y'all signed on to? And I'm like, if that's the case, then it's fair to say that a lot of y'all have just co-signed with the LGBTQ. And some people are like, no, we didn't.
But isn't that disgendering, like I was saying? I said there's a disgender agenda. Go ahead.
No, it is. Like, I literally, and it is actually disgendering. It is actually, and see, you get it. I'm getting, that's not me disrespecting them, but I'm telling them, like, you literally just co-signed their agenda. That is the whole point of when they talk about pansexualism. I identify with what I like. And what I like, that's what I want to be with, or whatever, however it may be. Whenever a man says, hey, I can have a baby just like a woman, and you're like, what the hell? Like, where's he going at with this? But I'm
the thing is, it's a different frequency and a different thought pattern. I don't know if I came in too late.
Did you what did you hear? Did you hear most of what we were saying?
The last 5 minutes because I was stuck in a meeting.
Oh man. Yeah,
but I remember. I mean, if you're referencing the whole Hammer and the generation part, I think that's where the commentary is coming from. Correct?
Well, we were just BMT has an issue because he thinks Hammer gave up, and
he's old school. BMT is old school.
Well, we get that. I'm just saying that at a certain point, it's funny because I think I'm actually older than BMT.
I'm talking about the way that he operates.
No, I understand. I understand completely. But I think the issue at the end of the day is that when enough people have that mindset, it's inevitable. And it's not just here in the United States. It's not just the ADOS tribe. It's global. It's really all over the first world. And what's crazy about this is it's why I defer back to John Calhoun's experiments, because this was classic behavioral sync behavior. Classic by the book. And I don't know if this is some sacred geometry, deep unconscious or collective unconscious mind thing going on with social entities and creatures with how neurology works. But this pattern occurs every time you get to a point like this. I really behoove people, if you can't, look at some of these videos on the mouse utopia experiments, man. Look up the conversations. I think Dr. Nicole Ali and myself went over the mouse utopia experiments 3 different times.
Yeah, all
Fam, people.
I thoroughly read over that, and I'm just saying. But I'll pull up something for the Romans. Look what happened when the Romans start saying, "Well, love what you love."
Well, shout out to the Isle of Lesbos.
And what happened to that?
God damn.
What happened to that? Like I said,
classic case in point.
History
carpet cleaning.
Exactly. History proves itself every time. As I said, y'all sure y'all want that kind of smoke? Y'all want to go down that path? Okay, we'll see. I guess I'll be talking to cockroaches at the end of time. But I guess we'll see who's there. It's going to be another. That's why sometimes I'm like, yo, man, like I get it, I understand, but right now we're doing the Roman playbook right now, and it's not going to be pretty. Only thing different is now we're now going to be having private robots going to be on the panel, be leading the arch panel, and we'll be gone.
Right.
But
speaking in binary,
my chat.
The boss already
cursing people out in C+ and Python and shit. God damn.
Getting all their feelings over a machine.
Right.
But that's what I was getting at, though. Yeah, because I went too far off, but it's a different thought pattern that these young folks are. And I know if anybody understood the prayer of serenity, that's what Hammer was talking about in so many ways. You know, what is it? Lord, help me accept the things I cannot change, and the wisdom to know the difference. You know, that was in his delivery. And what I was trying to do earlier, and what BMT was trying to do earlier, BMT was a little bit more harder. But my whole thing is that everything starts with a vision. Everything starts with an ideal. If you don't have an idea, if you don't have a vision, then you have no choice but to conform. You know, because you have to start off with something so you can set a goal to make it what it's supposed to be, and it is. And I was surprised. I was surprised for him to have a coach. You know, he's born in a culture. But even when even when he's born in the culture, it still has that effect on him, and I'm quite sure he ain't the only one. But go ahead, fam.
Right, and that's what I mean. Like, and here's where it boils down to. The reality is this. Let's say all these dudes do try. They try and they fail. I think Edward Anderson asked this question. I think it's a good question. Is it better to have to be divorced or to never marry in the first place?
I'll take my chances with that divorce. I'll take my chances.
And everyone doesn't answer that the same way. You see what I mean? Like, there's no answer to that. So, like, if you're someone that doesn't think it's worth it, and you do something that you think is going to make you happy, who is anybody to say they can't do that?
Yeah, I don't think
that's the crux of it.
Better to love than not love at all. That's what they always say. Better to love than not love at all.
But you see how that's a cultural axiom, right? Like, these are conversations people need to seriously start having, because the incel rate is about to skyrocket, even more so than what it is now. Like, if you think it's bad now,
I'm ready, y'all.
But what's a trip though is that everything. I mean, the way that things are understood, it was more like, if you can just not think with the norm, then that's considered fighting the powers that be. And I'm like, that's not always the case as far as fighting. The whole ideal is to make sure that you keep agency and make sure you hold on to your masculinity. The true fight is making sure that nobody takes that away from you. That's what you're supposed to be working on. Whatever happens around the environment is going to happen, but what can you do to navigate around it? I mean, this is
where are they getting that flame from? Honestly, I'm just being straight up with you. Where are they getting that flame from?
The flame that I'm giving.
No, where are these dudes? Where does Hammer get a flame to do that after he's done everything he was told he was supposed to do, which was go to school, get economically independent, and be able to provide? Where does he get this additional flame? Because apparently he needs something more than that.
Flame. I'm a little bit. I mean,
when I say
flame,
I mean you're talking about someone having the impetus to go out and quote try.
Well, it's not even trying. I'm trying to say that it's not about even trying. The whole thing is that you got to discover who you are, regardless of if you're making mistakes or you're perfect about it. The thing is that you have to know that the air is out. You have to breathe the air to know that it's air. That's the thing, and it's not necessarily being set up for failure or all that kind of stuff. It's about knowing your way in this environment. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're set up to fail.
Okay, so kind of look at it from his perspective. What do you think Hammer saw while he was in school working on his graduation, getting his credentials? What do you think he saw in that college? Keep it 100. What do you think he saw? Yeah, in college.
I think he, based on, because then again, I teach college too.
Okay.
So what
I mean, you know what he's seeing, right?
The thing that I'm looking at is they're living in a social media environment to where the social media is dictating how their reality.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying, Art. What do you think he's seeing when he goes to his dorm room? What do you think he's seeing when he's going in between classes?
Let me continue.
Go ahead.
Is that basically whatever they took in from social media, they made that their reality. And sometimes you got some people on one side trying to prove that whatever is in social media is true, and you got the other side of the people just saying, "Forget it. I'm just gonna go along with it because that's my reality." I think, we were on the same panel when we talked about low electromagnetic waves versus high electromagnetic waves.
Yeah.
So your sense of reality, if you're looking at a fireplace on the computer versus a real fireplace, the computer and whatever comes out of it, I'm just giving an example. The computer that whatever that comes out of it is your reality. So when that constantly happens, not only the person that's looking, but you have a whole flock of people his age that is on that. So when somebody says something different, it's like, wait a minute, why are you telling me all this when all I'm used to seeing is that? And that's what I think that's what he's seeing, to where if somebody constantly tells him that, hey, whatever was on the computer is not real, whatever, it's kind of hard because other people that are with him are trying to relive the same thing that he's witnessing.
So are you
how do you
saying that
break
he
the
needs to
spell?
get out of the college? Are you saying he needed to get out of the college environment and quote be outside of that environment to get a feel for what's going on? Okay.
Balance.
So I want to really make another point. When you were going to school, Art, how many people were getting together and getting married while they were in college or in their graduation year?
I couldn't give a number, but I didn't see that many.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing that many to where I could put a.
Can I put something in? Can I put something in? I remember growing up and watching what I thought was the family on TV and different other nuances, like of the '90s. And when I got on that bus and traveled out of my environment, right, and started to see the world and the interaction of different stuff, that inspired me. Like, yo, bro, like This is a lot different. This is not what I saw in those National Geographic books. This is not what I saw when I watched that Channel One News or what they shows at the library. Like this is not. This is a lot different. Like I got pictures of the Holy Land. I got pictures of a lot of stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, I cried. But I'm like, yo, bro, everything I thought I did know, I really am off. Like, yo, like that's why I don't have a problem with men saying, hey, I want to go see the world. Yes, go see the world. Not just for a woman, but go see the world and learn some truth. Like there should be no reason why a man in a desolate third world country, war torn, is willing to fight and die to have the privileges of a family, but you're saying that a man in a first world country that does not have to pick up an AK, does not have nothing of no kind of harshness on him too much. Well, like that other guy does. No, I'm not gonna try. I give up. I'm like, what the hell? That dude literally had to be forced to join the whole regime. You didn't have to do that.
But you've got to remember what standard of success is being handed to him. He's already made it according to his upbringing. And this is where we go back to the culture. Sure, he was adjacent to folks from the continent, but what was their goal coming over here? To make it to where their children didn't have to work as hard as they did. You know what likely doesn't get in pass, especially to the sons, which is the most important thing? That understanding and that understanding and that connection back to why they were there in the first place, that purpose. There are too many kids born right now and they don't have a purpose at all. They're not given one, they're not provided for one. They literally are born and they're here for literally no reason outside of the parents trying to be responsible with regards to what occurred to them. And 9 times out of 10, they were not planned. They were a liability that was addressed. And agreed. This is a big issue that's going on in generally the first world, but in the West in particular. I can talk to people from the diaspora right now, and I'm remembering Jay Bones, and I bring this up with him. Most of them, they form some sort of connection back home. They get a mission, a name, an identity, an initiation into the tribe, and they're sent back. And they have a sense of purpose and who they are at the end of the day. And that is such a critical thing that goes missing in the Eidos tribe for the most part. BMT, you already know your camp is a big asterisk and exception mark to a lot of this stuff, along with some folks that are in Florida that were former Maroons. That's about it. That's all we get. And so we're forced to try to forge an identity and a purpose. And the only thing we get told is to focus on those 2 bottom rungs of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is the provide and protect. And if you can do one of those 2 or both of those 2 things to a great extent, you've quote succeeded. And so your whole value system and measure of who you are is based on how well you can do those 2 things. And we all know that in reality, actual human beings and the way the real world works, you need much more than just that. And you need to have something that you're bringing with regards to your value other than those 2 tangible dynamics. And if your indicator of happiness is based on your ability to provide that, and the current environment sees those 2 things as something that doesn't belong to you, but something that you're supposed to funnel into either another person or the state, of course, it's going to be defensive on that and form a worldview of everyone's trying to take what's mine. So I'm going to go to the best option to protect what I got, because that's what I identify with as being human and a man. And he's not the only one that thinks that way.
But here's the thing, man, and I think you said this a long time ago. Hell, everybody on this panel said something a long time ago. How far do you go to make sure that you maintain and secure your masculinity in this society right now, as a growing young boy? Do you just let it go? Because eventually, like what and how do you define it?
Well, again, if you've got a trajectory you're set on, okay, I'm gonna get the bag. It's no different than where a lot of women get thrown on a trajectory from. A lot of reason why they get in relationships in the same way so that they can procure that bag. I mean, they identify their measure of safety with regards of gaining access to that. And there's so many other things that get thrown under the bus. I mean, it's not just like everybody's doing it. It's just being played out in a different way, depending on if they're a dude or a chick and what was going on with their upbringing. I mean, ultimately, this is still the result of people's needs not being met and human beings not being meant to be born in mass with no purpose. That's just the reality of it. And this is the way it's fanning out. People, it's like eating junk food. I mean, you eat not because you want to eat the food, you eat because you need the nutrition. And so people are overfed and undernourished. You know, they've got all of this money and this security, but they don't have any context or purpose for it all. So they don't even know how to actually solve a lot of their issues. I think people traveling would help, but it doesn't help that the value system that travel is going to be animated on is going to be based on the value system that they had, which is causing them to need to leave in the first place. It's kind of like a need ID to get ID scenario. You see what I mean?
Now let me say this, and I want to ask you how you feel about this as a man. You can be a man and still wear a dress and makeup and heels. How do you feel about that?
I'm not with that.
Whoa.
I mean, you can have a Y chromosome, yeah. I mean, are we going into the alphabet conversation?
No.
No,
I'm
hip hop.
showing you.
No, I'm joking.
No. See, that the thing about it is, and I'm not saying I'm going into that alphabet, but literally when looking at how the diatribe of how the world is changing, you're not going to agree with that. Though we know it's bad right now for men, though we know society has its nuances, I'm not going to put on that dress. I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna hold on to this old way of what I believe as a man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're gonna hold on to that. And so, though I know it seems dire and it seems easier, like some guys when they get money, well, bro, just put on this dress. It don't make you any less of a man. You'll be the latest fast food. Nah, I'm good.
Oh, the David Chappelle argument.
Right, there we go.
Right.
And so you could take the money. You can agree with them. You can go along with go along. Don't buckle against that of society. Just apologize. But that goes against your nature of who you are, Nameless. That goes against Arsonage. That goes against my nature. And I know it sucks. And that's why I asked some men, are you going to fight? Like when they ask you and they pressure you to say, hey man, yeah, you can be in the get along club, but put on this dress first. Put on this dress.
A lot of them give in.
The thing is, this is where we go into with the culture changing, or rather the environment changing so radically. You've got people who are being in these environments now where that statement you just said, they would without hesitation say, hell yes, they can. And why couldn't they? And when you get enough people that are on that, you having that disposition automatically places you in the opposite dynamic. Like I can tell you, even with people I have to work with now, I couldn't raise that question at work. I couldn't.
I get you.
And you understand where I work at. Like I'm not at no, entry level like this is like, I see your point, but what I'm saying is, and this is tying back to my original statement about transhumanism, we may have that disposition, but the value system has changed so much already that I don't think people are recognizing the new generation that are coming out. They are looking at reality so fundamentally different that we might as well be talking about another alien species at this point. Because the level of empathy we're used to, the level of compassion, the level of resistance to authority that is intrinsic and was already starting to fail for the last 100 years is being almost completely replaced by this hive dynamic and what looks to be just a total transmutation in a lower vibration of things that used to be really important, that were really worth fighting for, that almost on an autistic level are being overexpressed in a negative way, sort of like diabetes. But when you got enough people with that, it becomes normalized, you don't realize it's something to resist against. And even if you present a new stimulus, when that's your beginning pattern, when that is your orthodox, you get what happens in the art of war, where it says the orthodox becomes the unorthodox and the unorthodox becomes the orthodox. In other words, you engage through the orthodox and you win through deception. I mean, they flip the script effectively. And this is how society has been led in this direction. And because the environment, and I think, and I'll be real, I don't think they intended for it to happen this quickly. I don't think they meant for it to go down this way. And I think COVID was a giant monkey wrench that sped certain things up. I think they're kind of on, rolling out a plan that was already there a little prematurely now. And that's why we're seeing a lot of this messiness, where there's a lot more aggressive push towards the alphabetization. There's a lot more push on the disgendering agenda, starting with the education and starting with the encouraging of the destruction of the nuclear family model and placing more emphasis on the mother-child dynamic rather than having the extended social network with the family. And this doesn't look like a coincidence to me. And people are going to have to come up with a social response to this all. Otherwise, you're going to get this free for all that you see going on currently. And people, again, like Hammer, there's so many more people who think like he does. And what I don't think people understand is the majority of the people who are thinking like Hammer aren't even the dudes. It's a lot of the women too.
I think what his thinking is, based on his background, I think it's going to morph in time. Because right now he's barely 20, and he doesn't have like a lot of people that's on his panel that are in their 20s. They have a few, but for the most part, he's around most of us. And sometimes it's a good quality, and sometimes it could be a little bit of an issue. The good quality is that eventually he's going to catch up, because right now, the loudest voice in these spaces is our bad experiences. And that's all I kept hearing when he was making his explanation.
Well, his needs aren't being met.
Yeah, but he's young, and the thing is, the easy part that he will overcome, not he should, but I think he will, is when he start putting out in the universe what he wants versus what will be done. Is more like what he wants. I think once he's able to spell that out, I think he have more of a purpose. I think most of these kids, or I call them kids. Shit, everybody on these. Hell, you guys could have been my students in high school.
Fair.
Yeah, that's
fair enough.
And I've seen all these different generations, man. I've seen them grow and all that. And one thing that they all have in common, once they understand what their nature is, you can't stop them.
Well, that's a big reason why I've been focusing on, again, what I said earlier. And I think initiation solves a lot of those problems, because what I see happening is, as technology gets more sophisticated and civilization as a result advances more aggressively, the general population seems like they're going on a social level and a cultural level back to the Stone Age. So technology, I think, is becoming the new spirituality. And I think people need to take initiative and go back to a system of initiation, really delve into those mysteries and understand who in the world you actually are before you replace it with something. And I think they'll find, and be able to really appreciate what we already have, because I don't think we fully realized what it means to be human yet. And there's already a replacement being offered in the very near future that a lot of people are going to definitely acquiesce to.
Damn it, Nameless. That reminded me of the Time Machine movie.
The what? Oh, the Time Machine?
Yeah. Yeah, the Time Machine movie. Yeah.
Was it the hot tub time machine or the time machine?
No, the Time Machine. It had
the one with the weird scuba diver.
No, it starred the same dude in there that played in as the villain in one of the third Iron Man movie. Yeah,
Okay.
he started that movie, and basically it was that the civilization. Yeah, went through like its phases of technology and all that. Then it showed where he went further, way past the point of where he wanted to go into the future and stuff, because he was trying to save his fiance, that he just proposed to, because the night that he proposed to her, she got killed. So he created a time machine, to try to stop that from happening, and a mistake happened, so he went further, and he went further in the future, and in the
Oh, I
future it
think
was
I saw a
nothing.
review of that.
It was
Yeah.
nothing but cave. It was nothing but just like caveman like people. So yeah,
Yeah, with the part because we were talking about this in the meeting, my meeting today, about so many kids are going through their whole school career being socially promoted, and no matter how much you fail, you still pass to the next level. And think about how many years or decades that took place. So when you constantly go through that kind of culture and learning, it makes more sense on how these panels are taking place and how people are responding and understanding is that social promotion does not allow you to learn or to grow. And the thing is, how would they know? I'm not making excuses for them, but how would they know if they've been doing something wrong or right when they're used to doing things like in a certain manner anyway?
Well,
How would they
I
know?
mean, I think that's the question for modern society and this new generation coming up. And it really boils back down to parenting, upbringing, and just being more engaged with the kids you do have. But here's the truth. I mean, 53% of black men don't even have kids, and among those, 60% are the main ones making money. I mean, what are you telling these dudes? I mean, a lot of them are making the same statements that Hammer's making. And the best case scenario for a lot of these dudes is just going overseas. So,
yeah,
I
pretty
mean,
much.
I don't know how to have the conversation anymore. I mean, I'm looking at a very similar prospect myself. I mean, I've sat down and I've done the whole thing. I mean, I've followed that gambit. I've gone out and done the getting compound rejected. I've done the trying the dating pool and the dealing with everything that goes along with that. But at the end of the day, black men have to decide what it is that's going to make them happy. What it is that's more specifically, I shouldn't even use that word happy because that's a feeling. What's going to make them fulfilled? And
But
I
that's the
know what
thing,
I'm
though.
doing. I know what I'm doing. And a lot of it has nothing to do with what I initially had hoped could happen, what I had originally set out, which was the whole plan most X's and millennials got, which was get your finances right, get the ability to provide, and once you have all of that in line, make sure you look decent, get a sense of dress and style, and find someone reasonable, and Kerry Washington is right there waiting for you. And it just didn't happen. it
I
That's your
didn't
mean,
happen.
choice.
I would think.
Okay, Gary
Yeah,
Washington. All right.
I'm just saying,
Give me
she's
some
like the
annihilate. I'm joking.
quintessential. She's the Would you see what I'm saying? She's like the
I would,
quintessential black
with
chick
your mindset name,
everybody's
I
waiting
would
for. Go ahead, bro.
with your
Yeah, them lips,
mindset
boy,
name,
them
I
lips.
would I would imagine, man. Hey, it would be hard for you to get all the chicks, dude. Hey, sure, you
But
should be
there's a
having like
difference.
10, 20 on your roster.
There's a difference between having a rotation and getting access to women, and
Right.
finding a quality woman that's going to be on your program to raise a family with, so you can start a true legacy and aggregate and compound power. I find
I,
tons of women that are willing to be my partner. Tons. I find
I
a lot of
understood
women.
what. Go ahead, fam.
Oh, I was just finishing Ray's statement. And I'm just speaking because I don't talk a lot about. I try not to talk a lot about what's going on my end with dating, but
Just
I
don't say
Yeah.
do think
Dallas.
it's Well, even in Dallas, oh my God. Man, shout out
Let
to
me
Oak
leave you
Cliff.
alone.
Holy
I'm
shit.
sorry, man.
I be trying to forget I'm down here, Art. You be reminding me.
I know.
You be reminding me, man.
Oh
God
wow, that's
damn.
That shit
funny.
is so
Man, I
funny.
missed the DMV, man.
He said
I'm
I
gonna
was
do a
trying to
DMV
forget.
panel. I'm gonna probably do it on Saturday. I'm gonna do a DMV panel. So I'm
Oh,
gonna
that's
do
funny.
it.
I never heard that one. The man said, "Boy, he's
Maybe
like, I'm
that'll
trying
give
to
you a good
forget
pick
where
me
I'm
up.
at."
But go ahead, man. I didn't want to break your stride. Go ahead, fam.
Nah, you good. But I mean, it's a serious difference, and I can compartmentalize and create schism when I'm dealing with a woman and recognize what she's on. And honestly, I'm calibrated to be a husband, and if I'm not going to have a wife, I'm not really interested in trying to build a family like that. I need to build one
Right.
with the wife, and it's not a matter of me having issues with women. I'm at the point now where it's like all I got to do is go on an app, drop a profile, machine gun swipe, and check it back in about 3 or 4 days, and I'm something's lined up. I mean, that's just how superficial and simple it is. And you've got a roster within a month rotating. I mean, you can do that and get access and meet some reasonable people. I have very good conversations with a lot of the women I deal with. My food usually draws them in because they're interested in what I cook. I mean, it's not an issue. The issue.
I was just joking with you, bro. I was just
Oh
joking
no,
with you.
you seen what I look like on IG, so you already know. But a lot of people who are hearing on the playback have no idea what I look like. They don't know.
Hey, I was trying to get you to mention, man, while you was talking, because I didn't know if you seen the private chat, because you went into talking about the food and stuff where you was talking to BMT, and I
Oh
was
yeah.
like, hey man, mention to him, man, about you know, what I mean, your dieting, you know, what I mean, your meals, you know, what I mean,
Well, I'm
what
gonna
your meals
actually.
consist of.
I've been thinking about doing a separate YouTube channel where I get into that because I'm starting a whole lifestyle conversation that I'm calling the Nameless Path, and I get into everything that I was talking about, including the food and discipline and lifestyle, to help people, get in alignment with what they want. I mean, just personally, it just looks like, I see the direction I want to go. I'm definitely going to be traveling. I'm going to finish working on getting this holistic medicine credential, and that's what I want to do to help people, on the global level. And hopefully, my success can be scaled high enough to where I can help improve the environment, and through that way help our demographic. At least I'll be helping my immediate family, and whatever woman I come across that is willing to be a force multiplier for what I'm doing, I'm definitely calibrated and open to working with that. But that's the context under which I'd make that happen. And I'm sure it's some people out there that wouldn't have an issue with that. I'm certain I'm not gonna have a problem with that, especially with how my DMs look. But
Yeah, what I was
I
trying to
mean,
get to with brother what's his name Hammer was if he can be very specific on what he wants, depending on the energy you put in, that would definitely overpower the environment that he complains about, that he has no choice but to accept in this mind. The whole thing. And I can't expect people to operate like me. I love people I love when people tell me what I can't do. I'm like, oh, really? Okay.
Right.
you're also a Leo. Keep in mind.
Yeah, that's true. But I prove them wrong damn near every time.
You're also a
And
Leo.
but I think that's supposed to be part of our nature as black men, because usually there's all kinds of historical referencing when it comes to black men being discouraged from they still
Oh,
can
you
do
cut
it.
out. Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
I can
Yeah, I
hear
can
you
hear you.
now. You DC
Okay.
for a second. You're
I
back.
said it was is plenty of history out there that displays how black men in general are able to prove their worthiness of being great in history. And the thing is that I talked about this on Complex's I'm sorry, the Black Brain Trust uh, panel. And remember I asked that question, somebody taps you on the shoulder and they say, hey, We've been looking at you and watching you grow. We want you to be the president of the United States. Would you take it? And remember, a lot of brothers in the panel, like, oh, I don't know. That's a big step. I don't. I'm like, nigga, please, I'll take that in a heartbeat. Now, the reason being I would take it is because I don't necessarily have to be the president that's running things. You know, I'm the one that's going to have people to make sure that I'm prepared until it's time for me to take the seat. You know, and usually the president always has some kind of staff to take care of things, and you have advisors. But I think people, oh man, this is stuff I said a while ago. I'm just saying that we're lacking the capacity to think big. I think
And
that's
I'm
one of our
saying I don't think
failures.
that's a coincidence. And I
Oh
think
Yeah,
man.
at a
the fix
certain
is in.
point, I think at a certain point when there's so many people who are thinking that way, the issue is systematic and not just the individual. And you know, when someone's worldview, even though he's younger, I mean, maybe he'll come to that conclusion.
Oh, he's changing. He's gonna change.
But there's gonna be a lot of kids that are gonna grow up, and that is gonna be their reality, and their opportunities are gonna end up shifting with regards to that, unless the society decides not to do that as a whole. And it's gonna take intervention now and social change now. Because the reality is Hammer should have never got that old without feeling like he was part of the community in the first place. Not somebody like that. And in other cultures, they wouldn't have allowed that to happen.
Oh well, like I mentioned on my stream, man. That remind me, yeah, because both of you brothers are right. Yeah, it's very systematic. So much so to where if anything comes on TV, music wise, you know, or movie wise, they'll automatically become influenced because that's what they're used to. They go to it like, you know, what's on TV and the music, you know, they go to all that like it's like as if it's
That's
their
all of
god.
us. We thought we were GI Joe. We thought we were the kid with the golden arms. Hell, we
Yeah.
thought we were He-Man. You know,
Yeah.
we you know, but eventually you
But you know,
grow.
those are archetypes, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are still archetypes you're playing out. You're still getting that measure of initiation, even if it was vicarious. Like that matters. I mean, I think I'm saying this because I think it plays into part of the solution to some of this, at least a means of combating this. Because I promise you, what Hammer's truly dealing with and what you're identifying is he hasn't learned who he is fully. And
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it comes with what's going on in the first world now. And human beings are not designed to walk around not knowing who they are and not having a purpose. Which is not.
And I'm gonna give him some good news. Once he discovered who he is, you can't stop him.
Oh
You
man.
can't stop him. You know, for what he's doing right now, and he's a junior in college, and he pretty much doing it the right way, and he has a culture behind there. That motherfucker gonna be Chisala, dude. So prepare, Hammer. It's coming.
Well, I hope the best for him, man.
I shouldn't have
I,
told him that early, but it's coming, fam.
I hope the
Hey
best
I've
for him,
seen it.
man.
hey, y'all two men some good brothers though, man. Real talk, man. I like hearing good stuff like that, man.
Yeah, I've seen these kind of different. I've seen these patterns. Excuse my alarm. Sorry about that. But I've seen these patterns before, man. Usually, if you're not in college and you have these ideals, then you have a long road. But he only got like a year and a half left,
Mm.
and he got plans to, you know, he got financial plans. Put it that way. He has it already in the universe. You know, because the women will come. He doesn't have to really solicit them like people are talking about. They will be there. The key thing is, has he been paying attention to looking for the signs don't get overtaken? That's the
Right.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's one thing, you know, talk about avoiding it or whatever, but but it's one thing, to tell them what to expect when it does come, because some of them can come with some powerful seduction.
Yeah, because you know, I mean, the stuff that let me see, Xers, the stuff that we supposed to learn at 18, we learn at what, 24, 25. Millennials, it have been what, 31, 32. Their generation, uh, it's still jury's still out, but
Man, it's gonna be the biggest mixed bag you've ever seen. And
Oh man, you
generation
think the gap
alpha
gonna be
and beta,
wider? You think the gap's gonna be
man,
wider?
it's gonna get. I mean, I'm saying there's some people who are over experienced and then just woefully under experienced. And I
Man.
think the stratification starts there, and that's gonna set the tone for alpha and beta. And it's really gonna depend
Oh.
on what flavor of Z did you get as a parent. Did you get the
Ooh.
overstimulated or the understimulated?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, because they are seeking answers. They are seeking pathways. I'm looking at them, searching. People are telling them that you're asking too many questions. I'm never discouraged from that. I'm like, hey, keep asking. I don't care how stupid the questions are, because you're going to keep asking until you get the right answer. That's the goal.
Right.
You know, it's going to be a rough ride. Like people like you guys, Nameless and Ray. I'm quite sure you're going to give the answers to the Z's to where you guys going to be, working together. But it's going to be some, you would think Xers, but it's going to be some millennials because they're more in closer proximity. When they're not getting solid answers and they're getting Wikipedia stuff, that's going to be a hard battle. And you would think, oh, well, I could just walk away. It's one thing to be disappointed, but it's another thing to become, when they become your enemy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
And the
part I
whole
keep saying.
and the whole thing with them, like being afraid to ask questions and stuff like that. I think that's totally due to because they're of society teaching them to be that way. To be
Yeah,
fearful of
right,
asking
right.
questions, stuff like that. To worry about out of like be in this fear of worrying about what others would think of you. Based off of your question, instead of just coming into it with a mentality, acting like when you're about ready to answer your question. Just act like
Yeah,
nobody else is. Just act like nobody else is in the room except for you and that teacher when
because
you
if
ask
you
them
don't
that
give me the
question.
answer, then I'm just going to get it from society. And
Yep.
society says, hey, Ray and Nameless is the enemy. Really? You know, and the fix is in.
And that's that fill in the blanks crap that people get
Yeah,
set on a trajectory for. But
yeah,
that's what
like
I mean
special
about.
ed.
But that's what I mean about the system. When enough people do that, man, it's no longer an individual issue and it becomes a macro issue, and that has effects on the environment. And the stabilizing mechanism is the dysfunctional behavior. I mean, it's the same way your body responds when your internal environment has a problem. You get a symptom, which is a result of the system reacting, trying to create homeostasis, and it alerts your body that something's wrong and you got to do something about it. Also, Art, man, you've been getting bots in here, just
Yeah, I don't know
crazy,
where he
man.
came from,
I
man.
don't
I
know,
don't.
man. I've been cutting them, but god damn.
Yeah, I've been getting them all day,
Yeah.
and they're Russian or something. I'm like, what did I have?
Right.
What have I done? What I've done to Russian people?
I don't know, comrade. You likely
I
need to
mean, yeah, I was
apologize.
saying, bro. I came back and I seen. I mean, I came back, bro. I was looking, from the clouds. I'm like, damn, man. I'm like, it was just me and Art and old school there, man. And I came back and BGS is there too, and y'all was cussing some dude out. You know what I mean? And
Oh, that goofy shit earlier.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that whole thing, man. I'm still trying not to call it what it looks like, but they keep coming
Nah,
back.
I
So
mean, I may do a video. I may do a video breaking down how capitalism is probably the leading cause of death in Japan right now,
hmm
and and I'll bring some words of people in Japan now who break the history down and talk about, because what capitalism does, man, it takes the pre-existing condition and it applies a financial template to how you handle economics, and it
hmm
feeds into the infrastructure and it terraforms your politics. So it's a template and it just becomes a whole way that your society operates. And the downsides to that are being realized. For Japan, they had a feudalism system that they grafted it onto. And in the United States, it was the plantation system. So as they enter into their industrial age, capitalism formed along with it. And what it does is it brings out all the positive and the negative qualities that your culture has.
hmm
And they're literally suffering the consequences of every bit of that. They got the benefits of it all the way up until they had their crash. And when that crash went down, I mean, they're still struggling from it all. I mean, it's why the suicide rates are skyrocketing now. It's why you've got the younger generation refusing to go and do the work that their fathers did and their mothers did. And actually the mothers, the women are going to work more now because the dudes don't make enough money, even if they go in to the previous jobs their dads had, because the corporations, they're just not paying out as much. And these
Don't forget the
corporations
pressure.
are the same. Yeah, these corporations are the same Zaibatsu. Well, they operate off of the feudal lord system that was done back when the samurai and the daimyo were still in power. So your lord did everything for you. You know,
Oh yeah.
they translated that to their boss, and so their boss is supposed to be responsible for them for everything. So if they had a
There's some
situation at home, or if they needed medical coverage for something, if they needed to retire, all of that was handled by the upper echelons of who ran them. And that's how things ran until 97, when that economic bomb hit Asia, and everybody's still been playing catch up ever since then. And they've been getting cheaper and cheaper, which is why you don't see as many things coming out of Japan the way you used to. You know, their economy is still crawling now, and it's getting worse by the year. And the kids are seeing they've got to go and follow all of those same customs, still work 6 hour 6 days out of the week with only one day off, and they're still expected to drink every night when they get off with a lot of the bosses and stuff like that. I mean, the work culture is just absolutely toxic. And
yeah, that's what I was going to get into. Yeah,
it's also that they can keep squeezing that last bit of money, and the government realizes it's bad, but it's stuck with a catch-22, because that overworking is how they got ahead of everybody else in the world in the first place. And so now they're having right. And so there's still.
I was trying to find a point to come in to before
go
you
ahead.
before you go to another segment. I was about to say, do you think because of all that hard working and strain that they put on their minds and body, do you think that's one of the big leading causes to why I was
They're not
told
having
about
kids?
Well, this is
about
what I was going to get into.
the suicide rate?
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
going to get
And
into
it's why
all
they're
of
not
that.
having kids. But go ahead, Art. What were you saying?
I found out about this 2015, but it was much much older than that.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line, people are wondering how come Japanese women are the leading women that date out and are on these websites, right?
Because go ahead.
All right, let me finish. And so the key thing is a lot of the guys there are not interested in the women. What was that, from the age of 15 to 30 something? And that was some old news. I'm quite sure it's worse. And then some of the reasoning behind some of these guys when they're not interested, because like I think Ray was talking about, they don't want to be able to go through the pressures of being responsible for a family or follow in the footsteps of tradition or the father. So their only option they feel they have is video games,
Okay.
and they tried to ban. Remember, they tried to ban them for a long time, and then later on they try to come up with adult video games and bruh.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
So
especially
look,
with GTA. They definitely try to cancel GTA, man, because of that. Because a kid or whatever was trying to imitate what was going on in GTA, and so there was talks about them trying to cancel it or whatever and all that because of that.
So I did 2 videos on this. One with, let's see, the first one I did was on the hikikomori, those who shut themselves in, and it's touching on what you were speaking about a second ago, Art. That was the first video I linked, and then the second video I did.
Hikikomori.
Hikikomori. It's in the thumbnail.
Hikikomori.
I'll type it in the chat again. And
Okay.
the second one I did was the herbivore men and the dry fish women, and I covered both of those topics pretty thoroughly on everything that was going on that you just finished talking about, Art. If you get time, I definitely think you guys would probably enjoy those 2 videos. I broke down a lot of what was going on there and why, and it sort of feeds into what we were talking about earlier about some of the downsides of what happens when you don't provide that pliability that capitalism requires. You know, it needs to be offset with a pressure release. It's like trying to forge a metal and you don't add a softer metal so that, you know, you can give it that flexibility to perform the function that you need. Like even when they're making a katana, it's not just the iron, it's the iron, and it's the iron that gets melded with that coal so
And I
that,
was told it's like 9 layers of it too, or something like that, or no,
well,
a hundred times, a hundred
what it
times folded.
what it is you've got the softer metal behind the harder metal. So the cutting edge is hard, but the body of the blade is soft. So that's how when you cut, you don't bend and warp the blade as easily. It's able to be flexible. That's the concept. Like in reality, and the same thing with social systems, you can't have just solid rigidity. Even when you're dealing with trees, if the tree doesn't bend to the wind, it falls over. So that was the metaphor I was trying to utilize, and it's showing in the way people are maladapting to the inevitability of what capitalism does, which is deduce people to numbers essentially and profit margins, and it ends up causing more harm than good to the people it was designed to assist, all in the spirit of trying to over optimize profits at the very, very top, especially if it stagnates there and it doesn't cycle back again.
Yeah,
but yeah,
Good.
but yeah, I was thinking. Go ahead.
Every time I see you, Nameless, bro, I keep getting reminded, man, to check out your videos that you be coming out with on your channel. Because I mean, there's so many channels and also a bunch of other stuff I got going on in my background too. You know, things I gotta get caught up on and all that stuff. A few things that I need to stop procrastinating on. But yeah, but I'm gonna get around to it, man. Especially you about to create another video.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be addressing this specific topic about capitalism and in Japan, because the whole process, and that's what brought me up on the panel earlier. The Meiji era was literally all about Japan modernizing. Like that was the entire point of the Meiji era. Like that movie Last Samurai was Japan resisting modernization. I mean,
yeah, which was the
they put the
1600s.
white boy as a samurai though. I was like, come on, y'all.
I mean, but it
I
happened.
knew I was gonna say something about that.
It happened though. Like it was a thing. Like that was based on a real story. Now the better question is, why don't they talk about your boy Oda Nobunaga and the role Yasuke played with regard to that? But that's another conversation.
Yes. Oh my God. One that I would love to have with you too, man. Oh man.
And then
Because
maybe we can get
I'm
into
like,
the Black Dragon Society and my conspiracy theory about the Nation of Islam's founders. But
oh wow.
Oh, you mean the actual what do you call it? The BKF people?
yeah, the ones that had that Moore River agreement. Yeah, no pun
Oh, you
intended
mean
on
the
the word
fish?
Moore. No, I mean the actual Moore River and their agreement to blockade Russia out of Japan being invaded by them, and the contract they made with the original goal of having Black America work as a conglomerate with Japan, given the situation that they were going through in Reconstruction. Yeah, like
Intriguing.
you got to look at
Yeah,
what happened with Japan and the United Nations and why they were fighting so hard for African Americans at the time.
because Elijah Muhammad was working with them to bring fish
Yep.
to the United States, and that's what
That was the
put a lot
front.
of money
That was the
in a
front.
lot of people's pocket. There was
Yep.
a lot of money behind that called it was H.G. Whiting and Blue Seas Fish.
Man,
And
I would love to read that.
they were making money hand over fist. And then
Yeah,
all of a sudden
fam.
he passed away.
I mean, the connections are there with the Yakuza, but that's another conversation.
Do you since you're on the panel, brother protagonist, do you believe that the Bushido Code is implemented through all out of life, throughout a man's life?
I think you're gonna like. I think you're gonna like when I get to precept 20 in the Dokudo. I answer that question specifically. If you want a prequel to that, you can look on my IG. Let me grab my phone real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to your channel. We already connected on IG. So yeah, the information. But what's funny though, the first time I got exposed to those, Meiji era and old samurais and all that, and their whole styles was through actually an anime, Kenshin Himura.
Yeah, that wasn't Kenshin. I'm back. I forgot I turned my phone off. It was blowing up.
Did you ever get to see that video at the 50 mark?
Which video?
That I sent you on.
Remind me, because there's a couple things you sent me. I watched
a video. The lady talked about how they were utilizing Wi-Fi in the future.
Oh,
you gotta hit, man. If you get a chance, I had a feeling that's like he didn't hear because he would have sent me something.
Right, I must have missed that, fam. My fault.
Man, that was so deep. I can't even share it on this channel. I'm like, no,
oh wow.
You gotta watch this stuff behind the scenes. But
yeah, I'll go peep that. Did you send it to my my gaming channel or my personal one?
You responded, so I don't.
Is it Nanashi Monogatari or The Nameless Path?
I think. Let me see.
I'm ticked off now. What the hell, bro? You got a gaming channel?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I play MMOs and all of that, fam.
Oh, dude, well, drop that, man.
You got terrain looking like 103,000. Let me see.
No, I think I see it. Was it the new microchip implant you sent me?
No, that's an
article. No, that wasn't.
But there's a video
microchip
above that, and then
okay.
At the 50-minute
I see it from talking about transhumanism, right?
Yeah, check that out. As far as because I might want to
yeah, I got that saved now.
Based on what you see, let me know if that's something that you want to go over.
Okay, yeah, I'll go peep that in a little bit.
Because that stuff is not normally what she said. You don't hear that, that much in these spaces. Let's just say that.
So I think Ray, you'll like some of the shit I got on my gaming channel because a lot of the philosophy I break down. Because I do fictional writing, and a lot of my fictional writing I put in captions on my gaming channel. Okay. It is Nanashi Monogatari. Put it in the back chat for you.
Hey, in the videos too, I think I've seen like a couple of your first 3 videos.
Let me see if y'all can hear me.
I cannot hear you now. It's a little.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Meg the Stallion. Shonda was trying to let people know that Meg the Stallion's horse reference is supposed to be a male horse.
Oh wow!
It was something to think about. I said, never thought of that. This is.
I
PK.
thought that was implied.
PK, were you trying to come up, PK? Let me see.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he had said something earlier.
I wasn't even reading.
I got sidetracked.
But now, dude, man, and going back to the swords though, and I really believe that too, man. Like when on the last samurai when he said they were the most sophisticated.
They got him.
I don't know. Maybe
I heard sophisticated. They snagged him. Hoi! Yeah. Yeah, that's let me see. But yeah, I can't believe I did 2 long ass streams, 2 in a row, but this is one of these streams where I just go on the road, take my phone with me, cook, do all kinds of stuff, let it flow. Have some diverse stuff coming through. We got I like PK's laugh. He goes tight. Let me see if he's gonna do it. He thought he was gonna do it. Damn, PK. It would have been tight if he came through. So I heard that.
But he's muted. He may have been laughing. You just didn't know he was muted.
I know. I hear it in spirit, PK. I hear it
Right.
in spirit. You know.
That's funny.
But yeah, I like these last two panels, man. I sometimes I play this stuff back and listen for myself. People don't understand how much they offer on these panels. They just hear to, some people are just here to talk, but they don't understand a lot of wisdom come out of what they're saying. You know, some people, of course, I try to avoid coming up here. You know, I
For good
dodged a
reason.
few bullets today, so I was blessed.
Indeed.
Come on, PK, what's going on? He's probably driving. He's probably listening to the Gambler. Or what's the other one? Willie Nelson, On the Road Again. I guess not. Got Dollar Will in here, Harold George, Stan Shelton. Who is AMI Cadet?
I don't know. I haven't seen them before, but they've been talking a lot today.
I know. Sean Unreasonable Man. Ray sound like Optimus Prime. Speak, Ray. Say something.
Yo, how you would?
Yeah,
Autobots.
You got the right icon now. You had his son up there earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ray, is Ray saying something?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, can you hear me,
But his
Art?
voice is, because I can't hear him talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Ray.
Uh-oh. Okay. Let me see if I try something.
Yeah, it may be you.
How about, okay, say something, Ray.
Yo.
That means I got to get out and come back in. Hold on. Jeez.
Yeah.
Nah, but I can hear you, fam. You good.
But bro, like what I was saying was that, dude, like my first exposure to Rurouni Kenshin, it basically just took me in such a great shock and awe, man. I'm like, oh my God. I became like immersed with the whole Japanese culture, and just learning more about it as I go along. Okay. Can you hear me now, Art?
Let's see. Can y'all
Can
hear
you hear
me
me
now?
now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
We got AL in here.
Yeah.
I can imagine him spanking his children. Look what you made me do.
I just
Shut
had
your
to
ass
come up
up.
here. I just had to come up here and give the master of artistry his flowers for trying to pull a Guinness Book of World Records and stream time. I don't know what he thought he was doing. I was like, he trying to pull a rabbit at his ass or something. But hey, my man.
Man, I
Peace and
went to a
heavens.
meeting, went to the store a few times, still had this stream up.
Now you know what I realized on. I said, God damn it, he on winter break. I forgot the kids that he had. Shit, he got too much time to kill.
Oh yeah,
Hell,
man.
he only had 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I put that. I was so knocked out. Our last voice I heard was
What
Jay
you
Shine and
on extra
PK.
strength Jericho right now, son?
Nah, just actually, I'm doing things. I get the multitask more because I carry my phone around. I'm not on the computer, so I'm all. I cleaned the house today while I was on the live stream.
Yeah. My phone
I don't
died.
sound
That's
better.
what
I
I had
don't
to.
sound better, or I got a new phone.
Yeah, you sound better, man. You don't sound like you
Oh my
far
God, you
away.
sound way better, AM.
Yeah,
Shots fired.
Hey, yeah,
I'm just
you
waiting
sound
on.
way
I'm just
better.
waiting on the
No
recording him
homo.
whipping his kids.
Who?
Look what you made me do. Shut up. You should have took that shit out there. Take that damn trash out. I
No, you
can't.
don't get that good.
I can't get the
My
AL
my
voice, man.
my
My
baby,
my.
she 16. She not whoopable no more. Hell, I ain't never
Oh,
laid a hand on her day in my life. I
it's
told
probably.
her the other day when we was in the driverless, I said, girl, I treat you like a prize jewel. I said, boy, when I was growing up, I got a beating in the morning, I got a beating at noon, and I got a beating in the evening.
You didn't have no nephews. You put hands on.
We're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that.
Oh man.
I'll put some slugs in the 12 gauge and go hunting. We're not gonna talk about it.
What you staring at? You want it again? They like, oh shit. I remember that my aunt. You know how your aunt like or a mother or a grown woman that give you a little slap on the arm. And I remember one of mine said, "What you got your lip poked out for?" That shit's so funny. It was
I give
serious
you a
back
reason
then
to look
though.
like that.
Man. Well, my
The
aunties,
South, man. You can't beat the South.
yeah, my uncles and aunties
Yeah,
used to
you doing all
my
these
ass
East Coast streams and West Coast stream. When you go do a stream for the brothers in the South, you said you was gonna do it. Still ain't done the weed
Well,
stream.
well,
Come on, man. You been behind
I was
schedule.
gonna do Texas by itself because there's a lot of brothers in this space from Texas.
Yeah,
Yeah, that surprised me, man.
I refuse to let you put all them other states and wrap them up with us. No,
One
they
of them I despise.
they South light. We the South.
Oh my god. Oh my
Oh, with an
god.
F? It's the South with an F?
with the South.
South.
Man, I don't know, fam.
South.
I live in my own little bubble, man. I'm a whole monk out here. I'm keeping it 100.
He said, I'm
I'm
a whole
probably
monk out here.
I really am.
Like I'll do my
Hence your
DMV on
thumbnail.
Saturday. Oh, wait a minute, that's Christmas, huh? I don't know
Right.
if anybody's gonna go, come up here on
Yeah, I'm gonna
Christmas.
be at work. I'm gonna be at work, funnily.
All right. He gonna say he in monk mode. Look at his thumbnail. Of course he in monk mode.
I'm just keeping it 100 all day. But Hanma, that playlist I put out to you, that's the playlist I did for the Dokudo. I'm up to 17 right now, so you might like those. Yeah, I don't think people know my channel's organized by playlists, so I've got a lot of different bits of content, but I don't think people see it. Maybe YouTube doesn't show it all.
Ooh, we might lose William Shatner,
Nameless,
y'all.
I'm gonna have to get a high strand of weed to sit there and listen to you on your stream.
You hear me,
I'm
you
like,
hear me,
bro. I'm like, you so on point with it, but you so cerebral, bro. I'm gonna need a high strand of weed just to keep up.
Well, yeah,
But that's a compliment, bro. That's a compliment.
Amen. There you go.
I just
I
call
got
it like
another
I say
one.
it,
I got another one that I do. One of my my fight breakups. I give y'all a sneak preview. Here it is. Let me find it. How about this one right here?
Hilarious.
I thought you told me you were going bowling.
I was gonna go bowling, really.
I don't know no bowling alley stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing here? Quite obviously, honey, you just came to pick up that spare. But let me tell you one thing. I don't see how you could pull that little thing out in front of a stranger anyway. You know every time you go to pull it out, you got to get the tweezers. Baby, I seen more meat on the neck bone. I see you.
Why they had to go in on my dude like that? I was disrespectful as hell.
She emasculated the hell out of him.
Right.
We see them green eyes. I was hoping that Charles was here because he said he liked green eyes. I said, "That you like them kind of green eyes?"
Oh my god!
I said, "Baby, I see more meat on the neck bone." That shit was hilarious.
She almost looked like that one chick that y'all was showing that y'all did a meme of Darth Vader meme. You know, the one chick, she had the like evil look on her face.
Oh, he talking about the mayor.
the mayor of Chicago.
Bring the mayor up. Bring the mayor up.
Let me find her.
Yeah, that chick in that video clip looked just like her.
But say y'all didn't hear though. You know when you pull that thing out, you got to use some tweezers. I'm like, ooh,
oh my god, that's fucked up. Oh my goodness, what they call her, wholesome? Yeah, she. Wholesome.
I don't know. I'm like, man, look how she looked like she about to jump over the podium and kick some major ass MMA style.
Exorcist
shit. All right, check it out. I got one that's gonna make you laugh. I want you later on. I want you to pull up a picture of Nate Thurman, former center for the Golden State Warriors, and I want you to compare his 9 head to her 9 head, because she ain't got a 4 head, she ain't got a 5 head. Salute, she got a 9 head.
That dude put the Darth. I'm done.
No, look at
I'm
her forehead.
done.
Look at her forehead. Look at it. Stop. She got a 9 head. She got a salute way up in the top right corner by her ear.
With the fucking Palpatine lightsaber, bro.
And
Like,
that's your hey, we almost had Caitlyn Jenner as the governor. Shit,
oh my
in
God.
California.
Nameless,
Could
you
you
ain't never seen
imagine?
that's
I
an
haven't
art.
seen. I've seen her before. I forgot she was the mayor.
Oh,
Lori
brother.
Lightfoot. Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
Oh my God.
And she
How
got
you
a
gonna
white partner. Oh man, it gets better.
have a last name Lightfoot, but you look like a mean dragon?
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
that,
She
that
just
look
looked like
bad.
she
Look
looked
like
like
an
the
old ass demon just dropped in her ass and shit. And
No. Look at that picture. Just imagine her with snakes crawling around her head. Don't she look like Medusa?
no. She just looks like the physical embodiment of the color purple.
No,
That
no,
look
I
like
got
you
no,
went to look
no,
like she's a
look.
restaurant owner and you said you didn't put my fries in the bag. She like, what?
Art, no, I got it. Look at her. Don't she look like a black Mr. Burns?
She sure do. Excellent.
I
Mr.
just
Burns.
found out my husband was cheating on me for 30 years, face.
You told Harpo to beat me 2.0.
Look at the jacket she got on. Look how her neck is away from the jacket, just like Mr. Burns. Look.
Excellent, Smithers.
Yeah.
I will prosecute all of them. You'll never see the light of day.
We're gonna get Juicy Smollett. Juicy, he's gonna go.
He's very juicy.
You don't like Juicy. But I thought
I would chew
Juicy
him
was
out.
elemental P community. I don't care. I don't like Juicy.
I keep reminding people you put juicy next to Don Lemon. It's lemon juice.
Oh, you ain't.
That was some dad joke shit of the day. Okay.
Or juicy lemon.
And the he ain't shit of the water that goes to Art Nasta.
Congratulations.
Oh, who else was there? It was somebody else. It was 3 of them.
Lemon juice, juicy lemon.
The chat said an evil Care Bear.
The evil Snuggles.
Right.
Struggles.
Right. All my
The
life.
Struggles Bear.
All my life. Struggle bears.
The Struggle Bear.
I can't with y'all, man. Like for real. I'm gonna have to go roll up a split for real.
We gonna kill your high staying over here.
Right.
Yeah.
You gonna cough a few times, like, damn, where'd it go?
Yeah.
That's funny.
As I'm about to finish smoking my stogie. Shit.
But on that, I need to cut out because it's almost 12. I got to get up and train.
Yeah, it's time for me to end it. So this is would be a 10-hour-and-a-half stream.
I thought you was gonna go for the world record and run it around the clock.
Well, it stops at the end of 11 hours.
Nah, it was on 12 hours, bro.
Yeah, it stops though. Like if you go back and look at the playback.
Well, restart a remix, god dang it.
I'm good.
He said he good. Concoction. He finna whip up that brouhaha.
I'm gonna write on some of this paper stuff where, get this stuff out of the way so I don't have to wait till the last minute.
Yeah. Hey, Nameless, I'm a because I know you probably done talked up a storm, bro, today, man. So I'll just hit you up tomorrow on IG and shit.
All right, fam. Yeah, and let me know what you think about the Dokudo series if you haven't seen it.
Did you send it to me in IG or is it in your?
No, it's right here in the chat. Right here in the chat. The link to the playlist that I have on my channel for it. Yeah, the next series I'm gonna cover is probably gonna be the Book of Five Rings, but
yes,
right now I'm doing the Dokudo. It's done by Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi did both of those. It's just this was the I want to call it a preface. I really think it should be a preface to the Book of Five Rings that he sent to his original student, and it was never intended to be released to the public, but they felt it was they felt it was such an important thing to kind of preserve that it got handed down to form the Niten Nichiryu Kenjutsu style, and that's what I train in.
The Niten Ichiryu?
Yeah.
Oh my
That's
god, dude! Oh man, like, 'cause I thought about doing real quick. I thought about doing something like that or whatever, but
man.
man, like,
I co-sign, man. All you gotta do, like, even if you don't train in the DU formally, man, just get you a suburito. Like, that's what I have on my IG. That is a wooden sword that's 5 times heavier than a regular one.
well, yeah. No, I'm talking about the book, but the Book of the Five Rings. Because I was told that it's very similar to Sun Tzu's Art of War.
Right, the Art of War. Right. I mean, so the Art of War covers strategy, and then Miyamoto Musashi's Gorin no Sho covers tactics, and they kind of feed back and forth.
They
So
complement each other.
yeah, because they come from the same schools, but there's so many other good books that came from that era, like Yamamoto Tsunetori's from the Yagyu clan, his The Life-Giving Sword. Like that book, as soon as I'm done with Dokudo, man, it's in the air whether I'm doing Book of Five Rings or Yagyu Tsunetomo's book, The Life-Giving Sword, because it's just so applicable. And
Ain't that a ninja clan?
well, the Yagyu clan was in the Iga province, and so there were a lot of ninja clans associated with the Yagyu, and the Yagyu did hire Shinobi no Mono to put in a lot of work, especially in the Tokugawa era, where basically Ieyasu Tokugawa was the one that pretty much took the Shinobi no Mono that were left over after Oda Nobunaga ran through and pretty much wiped out a lot of them. He hired them to go work for the federal government as his secret police. And the Japanese intelligence agency is pretty much a lot of them that was left over from that era, going all the way back to the Tokugawa period. So, it's interesting.
Damn, I read a little bit about Oda Nobunaga, in which there's depictions of him through anime, through video games like Onimusha.
Well, he's the one that took in. He's the one that took in Yasuke.
Yasuke, yeah.
The Black Samurai, the dude that.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. He was his Ichiban Yari, which is a big deal. He was not only a retainer, he was one of his most trusted retainers and was on the battlefield whooping ass during his campaigns. And that's important because Oda Nobunaga is one of the 3 major leaders in Japanese history to help Japan become what Japan was. And lo and behold, you had a dude who was from the Bantu speaking portions of the continent, because his name phonetically was Yasuke, but it was actually Yasufe or Yasuf. I'll spell it. They call it Yasuke.
I've seen a
but
picture,
it's actually Yasuf, which is Yesuf or Yesuf. But when you spell it out, I spelled that wrong.
Okay.
When you spell it out,
Black Samurai.
Yeah. When you spell it out in katakana, it ends up being Yasuke instead of
wait a minute.
Yasuf.
He had to be katakana. He couldn't be hiragana.
No, because that's not a Japanese
He's
name.
a foreigner.
Like if someone's name is Michael, for example, that doesn't exist. You'd have to say Maikuru.
So
and it would
Yasuke.
totally be
So
right.
there's no K or a Su or a Ya in hiragana.
No. You the way it would be pronounced ended up being Yasuke because it's the closest phonetically to Yasufe.
So he came in with that name, right?
Yes, he came in with the name Yasuf, but they had to pronounce it Yasufe when they pronounced it out, and that turned into Yasuke or Yasuke.
So what was the meaning of the name that they gave him, the Yasuke?
Well, it's just the closest that they could get phonetically to actually pronouncing it.
Oh, they didn't like.
No, he didn't have a kanji for his name, or no. Yeah, because there's 3 different languages. I said languages, scripts that they'll use. They'll use the old school Chinese characters, which are the kanji. Then you've got the hiragana, which is used for everyday grammar and writing. And then for words that are imported, they'll use the katakana. So his name had to be done in a katakana like form. I mean, you can spell it in hiragana, but there was no kanji for it. So they had to phonetically spell out his name, and that was the closest phonetic way they could spell that. Like, there is no way to say elevator in Japanese the way we do, so they say ereveta, because they have to break it down phonetically to the way Japanese actually works.
See, watch this.
Hence,
Tell him,
which is
tell him
why.
ice cream, nameless. Tell him ice cream.
Oh, they'll say ice or ice cream.
Which
Usually
is why a
ice.
lot of people think that the anime songs, which is why a lot of people find them to sound a little, or not to
Off.
sound weird, but the just reading it, they say it just sounds weird and it's confusing and stuff like that. It's because, like you said, they don't have certain names for it.
Yeah, the way you speak it phonetically is very different. But
Yeah,
but
those
yeah,
principles you got to keep it within
grammar
those
rules,
structures.
right?
Yeah, because they
And so that's I'm
I
just saying
took
that's
I
how
took
you get Yasuke. Go ahead, go ahead.
I took Japanese and failed, but I remember something.
Hey, kept it real, bro.
I was out to lunch when it came to kanji. I said I give up. That shit was hard, the motherfucker.
Well, you know
But
what helped me? I started looking at it the same way I look at hieroglyphs, because they're without if you take away the facing order, it's just like learning the Metunetter or even learning Sanskrit, which is why I think there's a connection there. But that's another conversation. Yogami in the chat probably knows exactly where I'm going with that.
yeah, but as far as hiragana, I was a beast.
It's
And
just memorization.
katakana, I was good, but kanji, after I got past the days of the week, everything the only thing I remember how to make was man. That's it. But as far as kanji, but
Kanji is the writing, right? Or what they
it's Chinese. It's Chinese.
what do they call calligraphy?
Yeah, I
What's
mean
called
it's the
kanji?
ideogram. Yeah, it is calligraphy. It's the ideograms they use, the pictograms. Right.
Yeah, you gotta do it in a certain manner, and
it needs a stroke order and all of that. Like, it's a whole
yeah.
process. Stroke order is what killed me. I could memorize the kanji, but I would get the stroke order wrong, and so the brush patterns would be anyway. That's a whole other dynamic. I'm learning how to kind of master that, because I want to start using some of that for the designs on my channel, and really
That's
start
kind of
getting
odd.
into that.
That's kind of odd, because wouldn't the kanji be more harder than to learn the strokes?
No, that's what it is. It's you have to use the strokes to make kanji.
I mean, duh, I'm tripping. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was thinking it was totally separate.
No, the stroke order sometimes changes the whole meaning, man.
Yep. They very particular on that, but I was like, that class started off like 34, and it ended up to be 15 of us. I stuck it out. I said I ain't leaving, because I had to go to Japan the following, the month after the semester.
Oh, you stuck it at and still flunked?
Say it again.
So
you stuck it at and still flunked?
Yeah, that wasn't a good teacher.
yeah.
Because I got an A in Spanish, and I speak well with the Spanish speakers. But this guy here, it was something about it. A lot of people didn't learn much from him, but I don't know. I think I do better if I learned it from probably a non-native Japanese speaker.
Yeah, that's hit or miss sometimes.
And then later on, take part 2 to get the native Japanese speaker. Just to get an in between, because that's what happened with the Spanish class. This dude was like a surfer and shit, teaching Spanish. And I said to myself, I said, he sound like a white dude trying to speak Spanish. I said, oh, he is.
Oh, that's funny.
But I practice with my students. You know, the ninth graders, they have very low vocabulary in Spanish. You know, so you got the advantage if you're taking the class. So you just have to practice the sentence structure with the Spanish speaking kids. Now, like the seniors and them older kids, they say something to respond about. I say, hey man, that's Spanish too. I can't get down with that. That's Spanish too. No,
They
it's
said
easy. I'm like to you.
they said Spanish is easier to learn than Japanese.
Oh hell yeah, I think so.
I don't know, man. I I actually had an easier time with Japanese and Spanish.
But didn't you
I mean,
stay
Uh,
because
there
if
in
you think
Japan?
about it, ain't there different? Ain't there like two different versions, but they still relate.
I think
Like you got the
Japanese is much
Spanish,
more fun.
well, here's
like
the
you got
thing. It's
in
easier.
Colombia and in Mexico.
Well, here's the thing. Japanese just has a lot of you don't deal with conjugation in Japanese, but you do have the social
Sentence
order.
structure.
So you have to deal with it. It's not as much contextually based, but it does take into account the social dynamic. So where you stand socially to who you're talking about changes the way you interact with it. So
Right.
there are a lot of nuances that you really only get by being there. And what makes Japanese a little bit more difficult is its tonal. So like you can say you can say things a particular way and your pacing and your tonality change the context of the sentence even though you're using the same words a lot of times.
And
And
we
like
and we
those little subtleties I think are difficult to get, but I notice I see more of that in African speaking language. I don't
huh.
see that in European languages. I don't see that in a lot of other Asian languages even. I really see that pattern in a lot of African languages, especially a lot of the Bantu languages. And maybe some of the maybe Gogami can speak for Kikongo, but
Congo.
tonality and pace makes a big deal in
I mean,
Well,
well,
Japanese.
yeah,
especially in
I believe
Chinese.
that. What you say? All right.
I said, especially in Chinese, man, this is way out there. That tonality.
Oh man, yeah, they gotta use their whole mouth to.
Yeah, it's way up. The voice pitch is everything. If your
Well, I
voice
mean,
pitch is off, it's a whole different meaning.
just the pacing of what you're saying, changes the whole concept. Like, and you can really see it in the way people speak English. That's when it comes out because those patterns I think are ingrained. You hear the rhythm of the original language they speak and the way people will utilize and manipulate English.
Yeah, but I'm gonna learn those. I'm gonna get back into my Japanese. Definitely learn some German. I got to get that German down.
German,
Um,
man.
yeah, that'll tighten up your English if you learn German. And shout out to J Bones for the super sticker. Appreciate you, fam. And we have origami in the building.
Yogami, mbute,
Us.
But
os.
us. I had to leave for maybe about 15 minutes. The last part what I was listening was Nameless discussing the impact of transhumanism and on the future society and how come we had to go to the initiatic society. Then I come back and I hear people talk about linguistics. So naturally, as a fan of linguistics, I had to jump in. And then I heard people talking about how come they entered the world of manga, Japanese speaking, and I said, I'm home.
Manga.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, with the tonality and all that, yeah, I mean, I think the big factor would be is a person's level of modesty they can exude. Because
But as Nameless was speaking in especially in the Bantu speaking Bantu languages, we also have the different tonalities, which changes the context in which the context to who you're talking to, and the inflection you use in the voice to pronounce even syllables of the words, will change the meaning of the word in different. And also, as Brother Nameless mentioned, African languages, especially in the adult centers, the notion of hierarchy, depending on who you are talking to, the suffixes you would use, the prefixes you would use to address people, is heavily implied. There's a the way you talk to your father, to an uncle, to the chief of the village, is very hierarchical. Even the older sisters, the older brother, there's a way to address people. You cannot, for example, the same way in Japanese that you cannot directly address someone that you don't know directly by the first name. You have to use, for example, you say senpai at the end of the word. We have the same, for example.
You have to use the last name first.
Yeah, that's why, for example, when I on different panels, when there's Elder BGS or Elder Black Uwu, I don't address them directly by the name BGS or Black Uwu, even when I speak in English, because in my head, it's ingrained since childhood. You don't address people who are so much older than you by
is
their first name.
BGS on?
Well,
Yeah,
that's just it, right? Like the suffix terms, like the honorifics. That's the word I was looking for. I mean, you would generally use san, but like there's appropriate environments for chan, for dono, for sama, all of these different suffix terms, and, you know, and they're all related to your social standing with that individual. And you know, there's a deeper element of that I just don't see in European languages, for example, you know, like English and Spanish, etc. But go ahead, Gyogami.
Well, the good thing about was it French, Spanish, Italian, and then Portuguese, they have that feminine masculine dynamic in there,
In conjugation,
and that really helps, especially when it comes to in relationships. Even I mean definitely the Asian languages too, but English, it keeps people separated. Y'all notice that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't see it. Well, there's no masculine, feminine words in Japanese, but there are words that men and women typically use, especially when you get into the pronouns. Like you wouldn't see a lot of women using this term boku, which is generally, for example, it's saying like I. They normally say, you know, watashi, or.
But my understanding, from what I was told, the women have their own Japanese and the men have their own Japanese.
Right,
And,
but it's not that it's not the same way where you've got masculine and feminine words like a lot of the Latin languages. It's just that certain words are designated patterns that women typically speak, but it's more so like there's certain words that would be unsightly for women to use. That's more probably a better posture to explain that, you know, to really separate that it's not a true dichotomy of words. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it keeps people in their, I'm trying to avoid place, but it keeps them in their positions versus people being all over the place and trying to, I mean, the English.
Yeah, I agree. You're talking about the whole vibe of masculine and feminine, and there's a definite match of yin to yang. Yeah, that's absolutely there. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because they even in the English language right now, they adding extra pronouns to make sure that y'all seen that before. You got your name, they putting her and she
and they.
Oh, like God damn!
It's a.
Are you serious?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
And they're making you put pronouns on everything. Oh, they've been started this, fam.
It's a bad situation too, because these kids can barely read. And now you want these motherfuckers to learn new words. They haven't even grasped the old words yet. Like I'm saying, you go into some of these schools, man. I'm telling you, they giving these kids a headache. You want me to learn new words? I don't even know what the old ones.
Yeah, like was it non-binary and shit?
Non-binary. What do you call it? What's the other one? They got
non-conforming shit.
Non-conforming. I just learned a new one today too. I just learned a new one. Queer legend. There's one called queer legend.
Oh, they're mermaids and shit now too, man. You know that, right? No. I mean, they're mermaids. Yeah, they're mermaids. You got mermaids. You got fairies. You got furries now. I'm trying to. You think I'm playing? Nah, I'm being dead ass.
Nah, Nameless actually right. Listen to me. The best place, if y'all think anybody's crazy, the best place y'all should be. I'm around the students all the time at I counsel some of the students at Rutgers, and trust me, if you walk on a college campus, you're gonna see some shit. They got a whole bunch of new words. They got a whole bunch. They speak in a different lingo after a while. It's like a different language.
Fam, you put your pronouns in front like you're introducing yourself,
Exactly.
like your name. Like that's the new cultural social order that's being put in place now, and it's almost offensive if you don't present quote your pronouns when you talk to somebody.
I was in a psychology class because I sit usually in the back of the classes. I miss going to school. I mean, I'm just a huge educational nerd. You know, I love I love everything about being back on a college campus. So I sat in the back of
Nobody put that in these spaces. Go ahead.
I sat in the back of one of these psychology classes, and chick got up and she literally said, "Hi, my name is Sarah and I'm cisgendered." And I was like, "What? What'd she just say?" So I for a second I was like, maybe that's her last name. So I'm like, so I'm to the class. I'm like, what did you say? So I reached over and I was glad too, because one of the students there, he's from Ghana. So we started speaking the language, and I'm like, yo, I was like,
what the fuck is they talking about?
I was looking at him like, Kwesi, what is he? I was talking about language. So I'm like, Osering, which means in our language, it means, what is he saying? I was like, Osering. And she was like, oh, that's her pronoun. I said, what? What'd you just say? That's her what? He said, and Nameless, I thought, you know what's funny too?
Oh my God.
I thought I was in a safe space by talking to another brother. People don't know how quickly this thing is affecting.
They got him out.
Too.
They got him overseas.
He reached over. He was looking at me. He goes, yo, Jay, I'm cisgender too. I said, nigga, boy,
you thought you was in a cult. You thought you was in a cult, didn't you?
You
should have told us you lesbian.
Remember
I'm lesbian. I like women.
Yeah, there was a stand-up comedy with what's his name, Aries Spears. He said when he was in Denver and he was walking around the whole city trying to find another brother, and he couldn't find a black man. When he finally ran into him, he goes, "Brother, we got to stick together." And he goes, and the brother said, "Dude, get your hands off me, bro. What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, they got him. It's too late. I can't save him." That's how I felt. That's exactly how I felt. I was looking at him and I was like, Kwesi, what'd you just say? He goes, "I'm cisgendered." I said, "No, you're not, nigga. You from Ghana. Don't be saying you ain't no cisgendered Negro. You from Newark, New Jersey. Stop with that bullshit. You ain't no damn cisgendered. You from Ghana.
Jay, you know how you address that, Jay?
I'm gonna tell your parents when I see them too. We're gonna see how cisgendered you are.
Jay, you know how you handle that?
Out your ass.
Whip the cis out your ass.
I'm going to tell your mother and she will beat you.
I will tell your mother she will beat you with a slipper upside your head. Talking about some cisgender.
Jay,
go ahead.
The way you answer that, anytime somebody asks your pronouns, you say, "I identify as God," and walk away.
Yes.
And just let them deal with that fuckery all day long and decide.
That's what they doing. A lot of because that's what happened during the classroom or over there in I think might have been in Colorado actually. There was a white boy and his parents are more on the conservative side. So they asked him, they're like, "Yo, so Josh, what are your pronouns?" And he said, "I identify as a King of England legend." And they were like, "What?" He said, "Since we all up here saying stupid shit, that's what I'm doing."
Look, just say God and call it a day, fam. Because now they got to dealing with define your religious beliefs now and all this other goofy shit.
So I'm making up shit.
Right.
We all gonna be looking. We all gonna be standing around looking stupid.
That's how you answer that, and then people stop asking you goofy questions, and then we can go on with life. That's funny.
It's a different time, brothers. It's a different time right now, man. It's a different time.
Actually, we're complaining about what we were going through, but man, these young folks, shit.
What is this? What is this? Can you show me what this is?
Mom,
where do you find this? I'm telling you.
Wait, no, you know how
since when?
You know how you answer that shit? Your African mom would look at you in the face and say, "Wait till your father gets home." That's when you really gonna be cis, nigga. We gonna find out what the fuck is going on with your daddy. With that Nigerian.
Tell me your father what you told me about this cis. Tell him about this cis.
When that Nigerian, when your Nigerian father walks through the door and he takes off that dashiki, it's gonna be like when Gandalf took off his robe, and the king was like, "Oh shit, this
Get
nigga
that
got
damn
hella
paddle.
this nigga got hella powers."
And get that damn paddle.
You
I
got
was
hella
listening
powers.
to I was
Then
listening
they
to
bring
Layla,
on
Dr. Layla Africa talking about, well, you know, back in Africa, the children don't get spanked or whatever. And I
Bullshit.
told this brother from Nigeria, he said, I don't know what part of Africa he talking about.
He said, hell no. Hell no. You get
That
spanked
shit
back
was
home
funny.
in Africa. You get spanked physically and mentally. Shit. I was telling Roger the other day, like, I still, you know, having an African father is very, and Gio got me, I don't know if you were close with your dad, but my father died years ago. I tell you, Nameless, I'm still scared of him. I be having a dream that this dude is coming.
What they know about them ancestral ass whoopings?
What?
No,
What?
no, you're gonna be doomed in the other world. Because say no. All right, if you do something wrong, then you leave your house. Just as you leave the house, you hear your mom or your dad say, "Where do you live?" And then they close the door, and then you stop in the middle of the street and you say, "Shit."
No, not Mrs. Lightfoot. Not Mrs.
Yeah, man.
Lightfoot.
She put one on you, man.
We have been waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you.
Tell me about this you are talking about. Who taught you this is?
Let me tell you something, Nameless. I remember ass whippings from 1997 back home in the village. I remember those ass whippings.
Them round robin ass whippings, fam.
You ain't never been in real trouble when you trying to run around a coconut tree and your daddy's running around with a damn belt trying to whip you so you can get back to the village just in time before the jollof rice get cooked up. You don't know nothing about that.
Jay, when my mom, so we had for a while, me and my brother were living with a family from Ghana. Do I need to say anything else?
My ancestry is Haitian by the way of Ghana. That's my mother on my mother's side.
I'm just saying we got that.
You saw them things.
We got all of that. We saw the paddle.
Yeah.
We saw the
just how
we saw the auntie tag team ass whoopings.
Just think how normal it is that they find it even here. It was normal for your mom to walk outside, pull the branch off the tree. Like, hey, what you doing?
No. They're gonna ask you to go pull up the branch. Go pick me the branch.
The worst
we
part.
had to do that. Go get
it.
That's an old
that was
ritual.
The worst part. And I think for Yado in the Ados community, I heard that brothers in the South, I heard that y'all used to get beat with switches.
Yeah, we had to get the switch.
You had to go out and pick the switchy one. You better not get a small one either.
A small one.
Or a dead one.
Oh, you try to say
make sure some green in it.
You better find a real big one and hope you got some
mercy. What about
mercy.
the stitching cords, damn it?
The stitching cords. Hit you with that. I'm telling you, man. We can't even find power. It hit you in the head with a cable box. That shit was rough.
The belt with the rings on them.
Man, they be using them slippers like Shrukin, bro. Like,
so
the accuracy.
Nameless, then you did live with some Ghanaians then, because
I'm trying to tell you, she had 50 million fucking sisters.
Exactly.
I don't know where they come from.
Like Tom and Jerry, around the table.
And they be in the house every other day. Like, it just be new family members you be meeting for no reason. Oh, that is your auntie. That is your other auntie.
You want to whoop my ass? You gotta earn it. You can chase me around the table.
Shit.
Again, we stayed over there while she was at work. So like she dropped us off at her house and we'd stay there and we pretty much had the part-time Ghanaian experience growing up. So we were familiar with all that. That's how I learned how to cook jollof rice, fufu, and all of that. But yeah, fam.
I had jollof a long time ago and I forgot the flavor. What's the flavor compared to?
Depends on who's cooking it.
It depends on who's cooking it. I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater, Nameless, but I'm gonna tell you, brother, something weird. I had some Nigerian jollof the other day. That was my first time, Nameless. I was surprised. Giyogami, you ever had Nigerian jollof before?
Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. And you know why you not shit. Look, y'all damn near eat the same thing but starfish. I'm gonna
tell you, brothers, real quick about something strange too. You could tell the real bully culture. a lot of people don't know these jollof wars that's going on between Ghanaians and Nigerians.
Fam, it
The
is
whole
a cold
thing,
war.
the
Who
whole
started
thing.
it?
No, that's the thing. The whole thing is crazy because here's the thing, Nameless. People actually don't know. We got Ghanaians and Nigerians fighting over something
I
that
call
none
it
of
the
us
Abuja. I call it the Abuja
Senegalese.
conflict.
that none of us even invented. People don't know that jollof
From
rice is not
Senegal.
even. Yeah, it's not even from Ghana. People don't even know that. But you know what happened? It was surprise people. Jollof rice was actually invented at the time when Senegal and Gambia were together doing colonization. So it's
Indeed.
either a Senegalese invention or a Gambian invention.
It's
But
even
what
more,
happens?
it wasn't that. The
Yeah,
Jollof is the name of the people. They are the
is it
Jollof. For example,
exactly? Exactly. People didn't know
the
that
kingdom of
too.
Jollof. Sheikh Anta Diop is a part of the Jollof people.
The
So
Jollof
that's the
people
thing.
themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the crazy part is that what happened is that we took it and we ran with it. So their Jollof is like not so good. But when you look at the Ghanaian and Nigerian Jollof, since we're more of the dominant West African culture, we just said, "Yo, I invented it." But truth be told, here's what happened. We
Just
did it.
gonna throw them pot shots
I'm
out there,
telling
man.
you, we did it. We did it. We did it.
Said dominant. Okay.
We did
I
it
mean,
the Eidos
see
way,
this Yogami? You see this Yogami?
which is the
Yeah, yeah.
which is the Eidos way. Let me tell you which is the Eidos way. Basically, the Jollof
Oh
thing
my
comes down to one thing. The Senegalese might have invented it, but here's how we did it. Basically, how Eidos describes it. They made it a hot line, but we made it a hot song. That's pretty
Okay.
much. Rest in peace.
can't.
Is it B.I.G. or Jay-Z? Who said that?
Oh my god.
I don't
think it was
remember,
Jay.
man.
Made it a
I
hot
left,
line, but made
I
it a
left
hot
hip
song.
hop after
Probably
'93.
Jay. I
Probably
think
Jay.
it was Jay.
I think Jay said that, yeah. But yeah, that's the whole Jollof thing. We didn't invent it. We just hijacked it and just pretended it was ours.
I'm
Yeah, we
telling you,
got
fam, you just threw a whole Molotov cocktail. If we have these Abuja wars starting because of your ass, Jay, you taking full
we got
responsibility.
Nigerians listening.
Oh, I know they listening. I know they listening, and we're gonna have to.
Move is out there
What is
somewhere.
this?
What is this? What is this
What
man
is this?
talking about? Oh, they're gonna be like, it's gonna be a whole lot of hating going on tomorrow.
Oh
They're gonna be
my
like, damn, what
god!
happened? Yeah,
Look,
man,
just start a poll and get it over with, man, so we can.
But
move on.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not. I had some. Gil got me. I was surprised. I had some Nigerian jollof the other day. I was like, man, this is actually pretty good, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
What's his name? I have my brother-in-law is actually Yoruba.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have the opportunity to taste a lot of the stuff from West Africa, and another brother-in-law is also from Ivory Coast. He's Ani. The Ani people are part of the Akan, so they basically your cousin, J Bones. So.
Oh, you're a Khan, J Bones?
Yeah, have pretty much more Khan than I would say. Yeah, Khan more than Shanti, definitely.
But they are part of the Akan, no?
They are part of them, but technically, there's a little bit of you know how Africa works.
Yeah. Y'all part of the same village of Konoha, but you and the Uchiha. And
let me tell you what it is. Let's just say the Akan and Ashanti is more like let's just say if the Akatsuki attack, I'm gonna leave them boys by themselves. I'm telling you right now.
Compound shots fired just now,
right now. If the boys,
how you finna start shit with the Ashanti, man?
If
Madara, bust your ass with a golden stool,
bro. If Madara,
keep talking.
If Madara Uchiha attacks, I'm leaving them boys by themselves. You by yourself. I'm on the next flight to Miami. I don't even see nothing.
We'll welcome you. We'll welcome you with open arms down here. The weather's nice.
Mr. Z picked me up. Mr. Z picked me up at the airport, big bro.
I got you. Go to Fort Lauderdale Airport though, not MIA. It's too busy.
Yeah, you gonna go from jollof rice to Spanish rice, bro. I can't.
And fried cheese, because that's what the Latinos
what's
do.
That dish on your IG?
You said what?
What's that dish on your IG? That food.
The dish? Oh, most of that's East African. So the more recent thing I did, you saw how I did the red lentil flatbread, right?
Yeah,
I made that out of lentils. All I used was the lentils and coconut water. And you go through with the process that you would with bread. I took the lentils, I soaked them for about 4 hours with 1 part beans, 2 parts liquid. And so I let it sit there in the coconut water. Then I put it in a blender, blended it, added my seasonings to it, which was the onion powder and all the spices I like using. And then I let that sit for 2 hours in the fridge. And then I turn around and I just treated it just like I would any kind of baking batter. And, you know, if you add baking powder to it, you can treat it like a loaf, man. It came out amazing. But underneath that dish, that's actually injera. And I go into a lot of detail about how to cook with that teff grain that only grows in Ethiopia. I really love doing with that. I've linked up with the Habesha population down here in Dallas. I didn't know there was one here. So I linked up with them and they gave me the connect with where I can get all my Ethiopian spices and the injera and the beriberi and shiro and all of that. So in there is a Ethiopian dish I made that's called misir. It's basically a lentil stew, but I did it with chickpeas instead of lentil. But it wasn't shiro, which is what that is, because I didn't grind it into flour. But I cooked it the same way with the beriberi and the mitmita and all the different spices you use for all of that. And then the salad is just my version of their tomato salad they like doing. And on the other side of that, I've got a mix of red and brown quinoa, just mixed. I cooked it all together in the same bowl. And I just threw that on top of some injera and call it a day. Like I make a lot of these dishes. So I'll be doing vegan versions of a lot of y'all home style cooking.
So namely, I'm guessing you don't, my bad, you don't eat meat at all, right?
No, I don't. I haven't in 10 years.
Oh, that's pretty dope. Just do you eat fish or no?
Nothing. No animal products.
No animal products.
I eat once a day. I eat at a calorie deficit. And I only eat plant-based products.
What do you feel? On that plate, it seemed like it was bread, rice, and some beans. Some kind of beans.
That's the red lentil bread I was telling you about that I made from the red lentils. I gave that recipe just now. That's how I made it.
Yeah.
What do you feel, Nameless? How do you feel about eating one meal a day? But I'm trying to do this thing. I'm trying to. What do you feel about just eating one meal a day, but you know, just whether it's beef, chicken, or fish, just one meal a day? What do you feel about that?
I mean, I'll be honest. Like, if I lived on the continent, and you know, I knew where the meat was coming from, I probably wouldn't be vegan. I probably wouldn't, and I probably wouldn't be eating a ton of red meat. I'd probably be eating, you know, a lot of the food that is from that area indigenously where I'm living at.
Be eating zebra and giraffe and shit.
Well, no, like chicken, because you see the free range chicken there. I mean, you see the fish where they come from. I mean, like primary source meat like that, like primary game like that.
Yeah, like rabbit. People forget how incredibly people forget how incredibly healthy rabbit is. It's no cholesterol.
Right, but I don't live out there. And oh God, did something happen with the Matrix? You know what? Don't tell me. I'm gonna find out.
I don't know yet. But, I don't know yet neither. I just put that comment there.
Everybody's going around saying don't say nothing, don't say nothing, because it just came out today.
I don't know yet neither. I just that's why I put it in the back chat. I didn't want to disturb the commentary yet. So
are y'all talking about going to the theaters and see it, or
I'm not going to the theaters. Not for that. I'm gonna go for Spider-Man. I don't want to get us too far off of what Nameless was saying. I really wanted to throw in a joke and say
if
I don't know how Nameless do it.
Yeah, if I were you guys, basically, I don't know. We're all excited about Matrix, but I'm gonna tell you boys one simple thing. If I were you guys, man, trust me when I tell you, 100%. See Spider-Man before you see Matrix, because, well, you'll see. Make sure you see Spider-Man before you watch Matrix. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, that's a done deal.
Well, goddamn.
But
anyway, back to the food. Back to the food.
Yeah, but I was saying the only reason why I'm vegan here, you know, I just don't trust the process of what went down here in the United States, and you know, I guess I haven't really shared my quote fitness journey. But I got diagnosed at 25 with pre-diabetes, and so I didn't know what was going on. And
were you eating a lot of sugar or something?
Well, I was eating quote healthier, but what I ended up doing is doing my research and figuring out what I was doing wrong. And basically I eliminated any foods that had that RBST growth hormone in it, which was a lot of the meat and dairy. I started replacing that with organic versions. Then I got rid of the artificial sugars, the refined sugars I was having. And if it wasn't something like honey or something that was natural, that wasn't refined, I didn't eat it. And then lastly, I got rid of any of the refined grains, which means any grain that's not a whole grain. And I had to do a lot of research on what that was. And I found out a lot of stuff was bogus. And that's what taught me to start reading labels. And when I got rid of those three things, man, I dropped damn near, it was like 35 pounds in 3 months, and all signs of it disappeared. And, you know, from that point forward, it was just a process of dropping one food group, you know, after another, because I just found I didn't really need it anymore. And it just got to the point where I was basically a vegan, with the exception of eating fish, dairy, and eggs. And, you know, I decided I was going to try it out, you know, for about 6 months, since everybody was talking about going vegan and all of that stuff. I don't like talking about things I don't have a personal experience with. So my mindset was, let me try this for 6 months to see how I felt. So I got rid of the meat. I got rid of the fish, the dairy, and the eggs. And after 6 months, I liked how much I felt with it and realized it was so sustainable. I just never had an inclination to go back to it, and I stuck with it. And it's been 10 years now. So, but last year, I started doing 1 meal a day, you know, for the exact same reason. And I did it at a calorie deficit, fully expecting to go backwards on everything. But I was teaming this up with the research I was doing on mitochondrial DNA, the way you can generate energy using oxygen, supplementing that with the sun, and supplementing that with chlorophyll. And the reason being, chlorophyll uses that carbon dioxide as a energy source and produces oxygen as a byproduct, as well as our bodies using oxygen as an energy source and carbon dioxide as a byproduct. I thought there'd be a form of synergy. And my proof of concept was what happened on the plantations, meaning the work hours were from sun up to sundown. And as a result, the only energy source that they were really having wasn't truly coming from the food, which was only bacon fat, collard greens, and some cornmeal. It had to have been from the sun, and it had to have been from the mitochondrial DNA converting that oxygen into energy. And man, come to find out, man, I've been at a 1,500 to 1,750 max calorie range with my food intake, going once a day. And after a year so far, my lifts haven't changed. My lifts are still going up. My weight dropped a little bit, but my strength didn't decline. And I'm still well within where I can be at for my BMI and be perfectly fine. My energy level shot through the roof. I've got so many additional, I call them upgrades at this point. Like, I'm dumbfounded, and I can't wait to start sharing a lot of the research that I've uncovered from a lot of this stuff. And, you know, I think it's just in time with all of this goofiness going down with COVID. But I know you're about to say something, Z. I just wanted to add that because this just been blowing my mind what I've been discovering.
First, I want to say no tacos. I don't know about anything that involves no tacos. I don't know about this nameless.
You can. You've got meat replacements. I know folks want to fight. Don't knock it till you try it. I live around Mexicans, man. I live around Mexicans. I've had to deal with it. Do you know how many Spanish chicks I've had come up here and think I just spoke sorcery?
That was a humble brag, by the way.
No meat.
Wait, that was a humble brag. Did you hear what Nameless said? I'm gonna leave that alone, because that's not even your angle. I heard that. You know how many chicks? What? Okay, all right. We just gonna let that one slide. We just gonna let that one slide.
Arguing over food with them. They're like, if it's no meat, it's not Mexican. I'm like, okay, try this.
Right? There's other things that be happening over them too. But anyway, moving along.
I ain't say shit.
Right. That's number one. But you know, going to the diet thing, like I told you, that's probably my number one struggle. And damn, I lost the train of thought because this was that. I lost the important part. Come back to me, yo. Keep moving, yo. I lost the
fasting is probably the easiest thing somebody can do, man. If you just decide an 8-hour window to eat, and stick to it, man, that alone will help you. Like
What
a lot.
what is but Nameless, what is your your recommendation as far as what 8-hour window from what time and what time?
I think it should coincide with number one, your work schedule, and number two, your family life.
Yeah.
So
I was trying to explain intermittent fast to my cousin the other day, and he looked at me dead in the face. You know what he said? He said, "I'm fasting when I'm sleeping."
He's not wrong.
I said, "What
He's
the
not
fuck?"
wrong.
He said,
he got you on a technicality.
Exactly. He said, "James, I'm about to go to sleep right now. When I wake up, I fasted for 8 hours." I said, "No, that's not how it works. You fucking stupid." It's like,
well, actually, if you look at the word breakfast,
break fast, right?
Yep.
That dude got me.
I remember what it was now, Nameless. So you said that you lost 30-something pounds at one point. How tall are you? And how much did you weigh before then? Before you lost the 30-something pounds?
I was 5'6".
Okay.
Well, I am 5'6", but I was weighing close to 180.
Oh man, you look taller than that, dude.
Yeah. Oh, that mean you really can't fight Nameless. I mean, you couldn't fight him before, but like you really can't fight him. He's one of those smaller, fast dudes. Oh fuck. Where'd he go?
I mean, you didn't hear me when I gave my whole story about how conceited I used to be in martial arts.
No.
Dude, you look like a black dude from you look like you could play a black dude from Bleach.
And I know exactly who you're talking about too. And yes, he does. I know exactly who you're talking about. And he's laughing because he knows too, and he could.
The blind one.
Yep. The one that turned on their ass.
Shit.
Exactly. I know exactly.
Oh shit, that's Tosin.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Man.
And with the glasses,
telling me to
if you had the shades on, you need to wear. You need to start wearing shades. Exactly.
I do wear glasses, but
you see, but you're not really blind though. Tosin was blind.
While we on that, real quick, what do y'all think about this 1,000-year blood war that everybody's been waiting for?
I refuse to watch it to the very end. I'm gonna wait it to the very end, and I'm gonna binge watch it.
Yeah, fuck cliffhangers. Like
exactly,
for real.
exactly.
I learned that with Walking Dead. Y'all not setting my life up.
Wait a second. I'm gonna be the one. You people do not read the manga? You're on the anime only? Shameful. Shameful.
Hey, look, at least it's not the dub. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Oh, I'm even double shameful then because I can't do it, man. I eat when I watch anime when I eat, so I rather have I sit it. I rather have
one of
this.
them?
Yeah, I'm
Z,
one of those
you
guys.
need to lead the conversation now for you.
Right.
Take whatever dignity you have, man.
Right.
Look,
sorry,
Yogami, it's all about the action scenes, man. Like, unless you're watching Berserk, nobody does the manga the same way. And as long as they leave that 3D BS alone that they've been doing lately, man, it's good seeing.
Sit down. No, you did not just say that.
No, the manga beats the bricks off the anime for Berserk. Are you serious? I mean,
yeah, of course, because it's like
I'm talking about the action scenes. I'm talking about the action scenes. Like the way he draws the action scenes, they don't even capture it in animation the same way. Like, dude is just a genius. I don't know what man, rest in peace to that man. But the way he did action scenes in manga, I don't think I know anybody that can do action fights the way he did. Not drawing them out on paper. Like, that's crazy.
So did they put a stop to the manga totally, or are they going to have other artists work on it? And do you believe that they're going to come out?
I don't know. Did he finish the story? I don't know.
No, he never. Did. No, he didn't. He did not finish. Actually, it was a big thing on Reddit. Everyone was talking about, maybe the next. The old joke when the next chapter of verse 6 is going to come out, and then we learned that the author passed away. So basically, they cannot.
The biggest
without the author
ever.
Doesn't count. Yeah.
Talking about spirituality and all that other good stuff too. Harry Potter. Wait, before I go off. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, before you go into that, that just reminded me. I think dude is going to be taking over what he's supposed to, David. But as I look at my watch, it's been about damn near 2 years now.
Damn back. Good God.
I mean, dude, it's the dude from it's the dude that basically the long slick hair dude that created I think he created or written or whatever. Castlevania. He's supposed to be working on the project.
Castlevania was great. I liked it.
He's not bad. I mean, it's just this dude is one of a kind, man. Like
I know, bro. I know what you mean, bro. I know.
Because the thing is, the way he was doing this, like, people need to go read Nietzsche's work and then go back and watch the Berserk series again. Read the Berserk series again, and you'll have a complete understanding as to where he's going. He's going with a lot of that. Like when you get into the idea of evil, and you get into Nietzsche talking about Zarathustra and how God is dead, and you know, the idea of evil and all of that stuff like that. The concepts that make the God hand, like what the real nature of the Baelits are. It is just a deep
That's what I'm about
dive.
to ask you. Does it go deep into that about the Baelits, the egg of the king?
I mean, if you understand what Nietzsche's talking about, and you understand how he's the primordial backdrop for what Freud and Carl Jung bring up, you'll have your answers to your question. That whole thing is nothing more than a psychoanalyst, a psychoanalytic experience of the mind. That whole series. And it's exploring human nature as a whole.
About Berserk. That's the best way.
Right. So like there's no real ending to it is what I'm saying. And I think that was the whole point of the story. Like, you know, he represents the struggle of the human being. Literally the human being.
So
go ahead.
going into that, because now that we're talking about anime and human beings and going into the struggle of being a human being, the anime that did that for me is more of a recent anime, and it was Iron-Blooded Orphans, Gundam Wing.
Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Iron-Blooded Orphans, Gundam Wing. If you follow that, if you really follow that story, you will. And I don't want to ruin it for anyone, but you see these kids fighting to be seen as human beings and not just space trash, right? So I mean, that's somewhat of the premise of the story, and you watch it. I would implore everyone to watch it, so you can understand maybe what the future of humanity is going to be when we colonize Mars, right? The
Gundam series are actually the good ones.
It's really good.
I began with the Gundam Seeds, and then I went back.
Yeah, me too.
And then the coordinators, the clash between the coordinators and the natural. It's literally in the name: natural versus coordinators. It's bioengineering versus the old style of humans. But then it's basically when you also see the same conflict between the so-called X-Men and the regular Homo sapiens. And there is going to be a clash between the old style and the new version, the 2.0. But naturally, there might be a 3.0, which Nameless is alluded quite often.
Does this not sound like a recurring conversation? We're literally this. Like, if you bring this into the real world, me and Nameless and you, Gyogami, we have this conversation. It seems like we have this conversation like once a month. But yeah, no, it's serious shit. But I never get tired of it.
This conversation more than once a month, and I'll be here.
You're right.
I mean, new people keep showing up, man, and I think it's good to get people thinking about it. You missed it earlier, Z. We basically had Gyogami. Were you here for that?
Yeah, I was listening. That's why, but I couldn't jump in.
Yeah, man. Hammer came up, and Hammer came up, and so like we had to really get into the transhumanism / fourth industrial wave combo. Like we really had
I love
to
that combo.
Look, rewind this one, man. Rewind this one, man. I think you'll appreciate it. But we had to go in, and I don't think people really consider those questions. And you saw very quickly how divided the chat got, and people are they're not going to be ready for this change. But I still think, and shout out to you, Gyogami, for offering some sort of vernacular for it, man. I think a society predicated on being the initiate and going through that initiation process into mastery is the solution. Like, especially for the Eidos tribe, and in particular for anybody trying to link back up with the continent that's interested in not following that paradigm the way they are. And
because everybody else is going full steam ahead.
They really are, but we haven't fully realized what the human potential even is as it is. And
was that Was that when BGS was up here before? Or?
No.
That was after.
Long after that. Yeah, I mean, I had to come up earlier and deal with this conservative argument. Oh
yeah,
my god!
I heard BJ. I never seen BGS out of character like that before. He kept on.
No, it happened.
He said, "Yeah, he was like BGS was like, cite a source, you clown. Cite a source, you clown." What's funny too? I was having dinner with my girl, so I had it on like I put it on speakerphone. She was like, "Who are you talking to?"
Police sound wild as hell, man.
She was like, "Who are you yelling at over there?"
You spoiling dinner with a conversation with a black left versus black right conversation.
I was like, "Yo," it was like, what's going on? And I'm like, "Nah, that's not me. That's BGS. That ain't got nothing to do with me." But that was pretty interesting. I got to go back and watch that.
It was.
Yeah, man, I almost did a video. I probably got to do this video. Breaking down the Meiji era, what it was, and that's what Ray Hanma came up on me talking about. About how capitalism is nothing more than a cultural template that you apply to what already exists. And for Japan, it was their feudal system. And how what it does is it highlights all your positives, but it also highlights all your negatives. And ultimately, what they're experiencing now, they got to experience the high side of that, but now the low end side. Also, man, make sure you
feudal era part is screwing them.
Yeah, well, yeah. Make sure you peep that the videos I did on the hikikomori and the dry fish women / herbivore men.
That one I did watch. That one I watched.
No, I mean Ray. Whenever he gets
okay.
He didn't know.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, bro.
Yeah. So
because man,
and I wanted to thank Nameless too because he backed me up because I brought up the Japanese example, but I didn't remember it was the Meiji era. So I'm telling because they brought it up, and I'm like, nigga, do you even know like what really happened? What's really going on in Japan? So when I go ahead.
I shared the video in my community tab just now. You should look at it when you get a second.
I'm going to right now.
It's literally a minute long. It's the I got a little caption of it. And it's a Japanese salaryman basically saying exactly what I said on the panel. This is an interview that was done 4 years ago when they talk about how pretty much Japan is falling apart because of capitalism.
So
I saw it. I've seen it.
And so it's not going to help much too because if you've heard Nameless, but their gender situation is bad. The men and the women they don't get along anymore.
Well, did you see the video I did on that?
No, I haven't seen it, but I've heard that they don't get along at all. And
I'll link it.
I'll link it because men aren't even having sex.
Well, I brought that up in the hikikomori and the herbivore men and dry fish women video, but that's the one I got in my tab, and I'll send you the link in the back chat.
Also, this is
J Bones. I'll send you the link.
Give me a second, yo. Background.
Gotcha.
Oh well, now basically, so back in when Meiji era or whatever, the imperialists basically were the capitalists.
Well, yeah, because here's what the issue was. They basically got left with an ultimatum. They said two things. They said, look, we're trying to trade. We want to use your land as an opportunity for us to improve our ability to trade with other parts of Asia on top of all of that. So you can open up trade or we can have a conflict. And they saw those firearms and they were like, man, we ain't really trying to fight them like that. But then but let me finish though. And then the established clans that were fighting for the daimyo were like, okay, but you gonna let these foreigners show up and just debo us like this without no kind of pushback? And the government was like, yeah. But then the royal family was like, I don't like how this looks. And that's how you got the whole situation with the Seishingumi. So enter the Kenshin manga. And
the Shinsengumi. Okay.
Yeah, the Seishingumi. And you've got Hijikata, what's his name? Toshizo, I think. Hijikata. Hijikata is the name of the dude. Yeah, he was the main dude that helped lead that. And after they had abolished the feudal system, they started a resurrection of the samurai culture, and they were supposed to be protecting the emperor. But the actual military was like, nah, we're going to take over this and start a modern government and side with the foreigners. And so what ended up happening is it looked like it was going to be inevitable that the Western powers were going to be a big influence. And they decided, look, let's just modernize and see if we can beat the West to the punch. But the old samurai regime didn't want to give over, that control, because at the end of the day, they just saw that as going against the way of Bushido and the way of their culture. And they said, look, we need to resist this all the way to the end, because if we give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, which, is what happened ultimately.
Exactly. I was just about Yep.
But what ends up happening is the actual government betrayed them. And so the individuals that were there lined up to actually protect the shogunate, they ended up basically getting slaughtered. And that's what you see at the end of the last samurai movie.
Yep.
So Hijikata and all of them got wiped out. But it was because of that they were able to go from being a what they were before as a feudal power, they became an imperial power. And so they've started to rapidly modernize, and that's how you
war
get
with
Mitsubishi.
Russia, war with China.
Well, that's how you get Mitsubishi. It's how you get Nissan. It's how you get all of those major corporations that ended up being called Zaibatsu. They were former samurai families that came together, added their power together, and started in shipping, which is, the way they cut their teeth at first. And then they started getting into rice production and then weapons and arms manufacturing. And they became the engine that turned them into one of the world's biggest imperial powers. That's actually how they got, and a lot of people don't understand this, they got so big, they were able to get a seat in the original League of Nations.
Yep.
There was only 8 people that could be there, and Japan had one of those seats.
Oh,
they were bigger than everybody in Asia. Like, that's how rapidly they gained power as a result of embracing capitalism on top of industrialism simultaneously, because they kept that same work ethic that they were using during that feudal era with the samurai families. And those same Zaibatsu are running shit to this day. You can look that term up if you want to, so you can get an idea of what some of them look like.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard that term.
Well, shout out.
It's the same as
Zaibatsu.
Wait, namely, I was about to say, Art's trying to go. Go ahead, yo. Go ahead, Art.
Shout out to Harold George for the super chat. Says, I would challenge the panel to watch Serial Experiments. Lane. It got scarily, or was it? Yeah, scarily accurate predictions into internet culture trends. I think it's 90s gold, classic anime, kind of psychedelic experience.
I'll check it out.
That kind of sounds like a couple of other older animes.
Sword Art Online got really good.
You said Sword Art Online?
Yeah.
I got to do something on the isekai. Yeah, I got to do something on the isekais because I think there's a connection. That J Bones, I got the 2 videos in the back chat for you, so you can bookmark those when you get time.
Yeah, Mr. Going talking about Soul's translation.
Thank you.
Right. Go into what name was, people don't. So when the ship where all the planes flew off of to bomb Pearl Harbor, the Yamamoto, I think it was called, that was the biggest, baddest ship on the planet, army ship on the planet at that time, obviously, but it didn't last that long. That actually that shit got bombed to shit. But right, like, everybody feared that ship when the Japanese fucking built that shit. And I was watching something on this. Everybody's like, "Oh shit!"
Was it that or was it the Yukikaze? It might have been the Yukikaze. I think it was Yukikaze.
The bigger, badder one. It was the biggest. It was the biggest. It was the Yamamoto.
Yukikaze. The destroyer Imperial Navy during World War II. She was the member.
Because I'm talking about the aircraft carrier.
No, the Yukikaze was the only one that actually survived without suffering major damage.
No, the Yamamoto was done. It got bombed to smithereens. I think within the first day of the U.S. Retaliating, if I'm not mistaken.
Because their whole thing when they were imperializing is they needed a culture to galvanize themselves around. So at the time, what a lot of people don't know is you kind of had three branches of religion there. You had the indigenous Shinto, you had Buddhism, and general folk belief. And Shinto had been kind of just so buried in the background that, you know, a lot of people didn't think too much of it like that. It just was a pattern of behavior. And if you look at it objectively, prior to industrialization, it looked a lot like traditional African religion, like almost copy and paste. If you take aspects of what the kami represent and the way they operate and the logic behind the kami, you know, you can go to anywhere in Africa and the whole concept of what God is literally copy and paste the same thing. Like even down to the traditions and the way ancestors are venerated and all of that. You had all of that baked into the culture. Their creation myth was almost copy and paste what you saw in Kemet. The only difference was you had the genders reversed for the sun and moon gods. That was pretty much it. You could get into some of the semantics between, you know, how they address their afterlife and a lot of these other things, but they got a lot of their cosmology from, you know, Buddhism and the Tao. But when industrialism came, they decided to take the Shinto myth and link it to the royalty in the imperial family. And so Amaterasu became the bloodline of the imperial family. And that's how they decided to organize their imperial power.
Did you just say Amaterasu, bro? My bad.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought the same thing, though. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought about Naruto. I thought the same thing. Oh, wait a minute, what?
wait. Nameless, go back again. So you did say Materasu?
I said Amaterasu.
Yeah, Amaterasu. So you did say that then.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't that the same sword that Shitsu had from Kenshin?
Yeah, but it's literally the sun god. It's literally the god of the sun. Like it is the sun god. Like that's what that comic. Go ahead.
My bad, Nameless. I thought Ray was gonna say that that's basically what's his name's move, Sasuke's move.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, thank you.
Because that's Sasuke's. Well, that's what's the big brother's name? Yeah, Itachi's move.
I mean, they've got some of the
everything is all linked together. Like literally everything is all linked together within Japanese culture, man. It's crazy.
But if you go,
well, they're referring to the same myths, though. Is
the
what
same
I'm saying.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but the key thing I want to say is that Shinto became part of the fascist system, the fascist imperial power. So it became kind of a justification to say that Japanese people are superior because they have the blood of Amaterasu in their bloodline. So they're related to the sun god, and the emperor is the embodiment of that god. That's why they had to come back, and when World War II was over, basically renege on that and say, no, the emperor is not actually
it's just a normal human being.
They're just a person, etc. And it's also why the Shinto as a religion and philosophy, as well as a lot of other martial arts, got suppressed. And then they had to be pretty much locked away in a vault or repurposed in a way that was acceptable to the West, which is how you get a lot of modern day Budo. And the problem with a lot of Japanese, what's termed koryu or traditional arts, a lot of that stuff got sealed away. But the religion aspect is starting to make a little bit of a comeback. But now that we know so much more, you can dissect the stuff that was added on and fabricated during their industrial period, and then the actual traditional stuff from before that era. When you investigate that information, you start seeing all those connections back to the continent and how, you know, a lot of their beliefs, because they've been in isolation so long, man, almost are undisturbed from what you saw going on the continent. But I just thought that was a little bit of interesting information for people to consider, man. Like you should look into Shinto.
No doubt.
Yeah, look into Shinto, look into the Tao, look into actual Buddhism. It's interesting.
I heard of Shinto before. That sounds familiar. Shinto.
Yeah,
I heard
that's
Shinto
the religion. That's
Yeah.
the indigenous religion in Japan, and that's what they use to become an imperial power with, which is why it's such a taboo term. Like to
So
this
when
day,
did
It's
Nameless?
the
So when did
esoteric. It's the esoteric version of Buddhism.
Buddhism? Okay. So when did Buddhism get there, Nameless?
Buddhism. There's a person named not Shoten Doji. That's the first Oni. Dogen. I forget his last name, but
Dogen. Dogen Dharma.
Maybe it's Daruma, but it's Dogen. I've got his book. I can look it up. But
I got it. I'm sorry, guys. I got to break this off. Hold on for a second. Did anybody, way off topic, since we were talking about The Matrix and Spider-Man, did anybody catch the new trailer for Doctor Strange?
No.
Oh, God. You boys got to go check it out. You guys.
Dude, I'm behind. I mean, like
Gio, did you watch
the new Spider-Man movie? I ain't see the one before that.
Oh.
Me and my girl made sure, because she's a Marvel head, she made sure that I watched both of them, so I'm up to date. I just watched both of them last week, so I'm up to date. Yeah.
I went straight.
Do y'all think this TV
series?
series?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Do y'all think the TV series that Marvel's coming out with, like Falcon and the Winter Soldier and all, do y'all think that they're gonna have some kind of like links to the movies?
I think they're trying
Possibly.
to do it. I think they're trying to do it, Ray. But truth be told, don't nobody really watch those series on TV like that. Like I think it's more for the kids. Like I think it's they doing it more.
A lot of cats was talking about Loki, man.
But
Loki
yeah.
Loki definitely. But the reason why they doing that for the kid, like I think the ones why they doing a series on TV is because when you watch some of them, they got a lot of alphabet community stuff going on in there. That's why. But brothers, please go check out that new. Y'all will not be disappointed. I think because people keep on shitting on Doctor Strange, but trust me, y'all gonna like this new one. I can feel it.
And I wanted to tie in because and this is where, let me pat myself on the back. I'm gonna be a whole egomaniac right now. When the whole herbivore men thing started becoming, well, at least the conversation for those in the know in the West started becoming a thing. We're talking about what, 2012?
MGTOW brought that up first.
Yeah, I was trying to, I worked at a law office, huge law office, hundreds of people, and I was telling them like, yo, this is a thing in Japan, and I think it's also happening in South Korea, and I'm hearing about so many young Indian men that's also not, in their situation it was different. That in South Asia, India in specific situation, it's not the same as what's going on in South Korea and Japan, but still those young men are not having sex and they're virgins until whenever.
Yep.
And to the point where if Western women want to talk about our culture, right, grape culture, that's where grape culture is. Goddamn, right?
Yeah, especially over there in India. Over there in India, they throwing parties over there with that nonsense.
Hey, bro, it's crazy. But
I was reading a story the other day that it happened on a school bus. I said,
"Wow, wait, before we go there, because I was trying to tell people like this can happen here. I don't know why we think the environment isn't conducive for this type of thing, and I kept on stressing this, like, it's not about the sex, it's about the intimacy, and the intimacy also tells you about male-female relations, and like I think what we needed was just for social media just to be a little bit easier to access and have enough people, right? And now look at us, right? Not getting married, not having kids, and so between social media, the economic landscape, and all of that stuff, and I keep on going to this. This is frightening to me. This is frightening to me because, like, I don't really see how you pull back out and like outside of what Nameless is with the culture, but then even with that, like, like. I look at my particular situation. Let me stop rambling. I look at my particular situation and I'm like, I'm okay. And I said this to Nameless and BGS about a week ago. But I don't want my children to grow up in a world where we're okay, but we always got to be looking over our shoulder because other people are either miserable or they're starving or they're broke as hell. Like, and that's just being compounded year by year, decade by decade. And so that's why I find all of these things fascinating. What's going on in East Asia with the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans, what's going on all across America and the West with these different groups. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
I
but
thought I was muted.
no, but and that's to me when you see what's going on from the continent of Africa to what we were saying, I think the night before with the Western powers slowly infiltrating Africa with some of this intersectionality talk. Nameless could go into detail about that. He knows more than me. Actually, Jay Bones, you and Giyogami could actually go into detail about that also. I mentioned what was going on in Pakistan with the U.S. giving them almost $30 million for air quotes. I think it was female studies or gender studies. All of these things are happening at the same time, and I don't know where we go from here. And I'm in agreement with Nameless. I also mentioned living through a transition period, right? So maybe it's just looking dark right now because we're in the transition period and we don't know what the new normal is going to be. Like, I guess my question is,
the
go
answer
ahead.
is simple.
Mm-hmm. Damn, you even let me ask the question. You know what I was going to ask. Go ahead, Nameless.
We need to become the universal men.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to become the exemplars of the definition of what it means to be a human being. And we need to claim our right to that by virtue of us being a literal sample size of the greatest ethnic diversity of all of the continent of Africa into one human being. And use our disposition of what occurred to us and our position relative to the rest of planet Earth as being the grandparents of all of humanity to set the moral compass for the planet. That's our way in.
A lot of people. Giyogami left already.
I think he dropped off. Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
I wanted y'all to get back to that, but talking about the Buddha talk and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Nameless could go into that, but I just wanted to make sure I get this. So it's Martin Luther King's example times 1,000, right?
Yes, because now we've got the numbers for it.
Yeah.
And I think that's important because the definition of human is about to go bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. And the one group of people, like, we need to be real. Whenever anybody wants to do a human study, where do they go to do the research?
The continent.
You see what I'm saying? Like on every aspect that they give a damn about, that they actually want long-lasting results, the moment they're done with the non-human studies and they get to the human studies, they're not looking at Europeans. They're not looking at Asians. They're not even looking at anybody that's part of any sort of diaspora. They're looking at the continent.
That's where people forget Nameless too. That's where they tested the first,
vaccines and all of that.
Yep, that's the first place they tested it. Yeah. And I remember, Giyogami's back. Gio, you there?
Yeah. My connection was.
No problem, big bro. There seems to be, and I gotta say this, Nameless, but it's there. Unfortunately, it's definitely there. I don't want to disappoint Rael too much because I know Rael is obsessed with some of the sisters back home. But one of the things that we're definitely avoid talking about, Giyogami, some of the brothers in our community back home in Africa, or just Africans in general, we want to pretend that this thing is not at our doorstep. This feminism stuff is definitely at our doorstep.
I'll be trying to tell them, J Bones.
100%. A lot of brothers want to pretend that the feminism thing, it's not. I'm talking to some of these Ghanaian girls. I was talking to a Ghanaian chick the other day. She was like, she looked at me dead in the face. She said, "Excuse me, I have rights." I said, "What? What did you just say?" I was like, I'm looking at him like, dog, I just picked you up from JFK last year. Like, where did you learn this language? Like, I was confused. I was like,
a year, bruh.
Yeah,
12
I'm not
months,
dying.
365 days.
I just picked you up from JFK last week. Where did you start learning this
Are we
shit?
going back to Eddie Murphy Raw? Fuck you, Eddie.
But
You treat me
Yeah,
like
but
animal.
yeah, but
Look,
yeah, I wanted to say, what's the temperature like in Congo? What's going on over there?
actually, it's not as pronounced than you would find it in other regions like South Africa. But this is actually something I've been warning some of my friends for many years. I try to introduce them to the Calhoun effect. I try to warn them actually that it has to do with the development of the environment and the technology and infrastructures. That and then actually the reason why I became interested in BGS, it was in August of last year, was because he was discussing those subjects. Because I did not hear any other Black people discuss those subjects, beside two other brothers on the space, namely Brother Barbarossa and C.S. McDowell, if you ever heard of those. Because
yep, yep.
yeah, I'm not on the panels. I've been only on the panels for the last year, but I've been in the manosphere since 2010. And since I'm much I'm more of a STEM guy and learning about history through ecology and biology to understand the dynamics of people. And what a lot of our brothers in the Black community worldwide, especially in the African community, is our lack of understanding of cycles when it comes to human development. Because a lot of the dynamics that we observe, that it's almost like a sinusoidal, it's a curve. The more the society advances, the more there's this form of balance between male and female that occurs. And I try to warn my brother to say, this thing is going to reach even the continent, despite the culture, if we end up industrializing the same way as the rest of the world does. And then they say, no, we have our culture, is going to prevent
I
it. And
was
then I say,
just
no,
about to say that.
Japan, I told them 2-3 years ago, I told them the same thing is happening in Japan, the same thing is happening in Europe, in Korea, in South America. The more the industry comes in, the less there are bonds between the male and female, because the social contracts is intricately dependent upon the physical environment. Women bond to men because of the necessities of survivals. And the only thing that can actually, and I also try to explain them the Calhoun effect, that it was even rooted in nearly almost every social species, not only within humans. And if you observe that the characteristic is observable interspecies across different groups of within the biological spectrum, you can clearly understand that it has something that goes beyond the cultural aspect. And if you need to address it, you need to go into the precise mechanism in the ecology and the biology to see how to properly address it. And then we all came to the same conclusion when they end up more and more believing me when I explained them the processes. And also when I told them that there was another initiate in the United States that was also explaining the same dynamics. I told them to try to have the discussion to what was the proper solutions. And then we came to the similar conclusions with that our grand teacher, because the ones who was mainly explained this were also members of my esoteric school. So I told them the path that the grand teachers is explaining, and the same path that the Imperator of Benin, Professor Kwasi, is also explaining, is the only solution we can have to balance it. The initiatic society is contain the only science that can actually propose a solution to what comes in. But that science is not something that you would come to find through the outer part, how would I say? What's the opposite of esoteric? The conventional path will not find you the proper solution because the science has not reached that level yet. That's why cycle is important, because that kind of nonsense appeared in previous cycles, but other societies more versed into more esoteric sciences that deals precisely with the proper social contracts, with the incarnation of the soul, the dynamics between male and female, have a solution that you will not find within the conventional science. And that's why our grand teacher and also the Grand Bokono of Benin says the West and China are reaching the apogee of the rule of fire, and they will not have the proper solutions to to treat the new dynamics of the world. And Professor Basong of Cameroon, also a member of the Esoteric Society, says you need a new system of values that deal with to change the proper dynamics of economy, because the society that is proposed by the West and in which China and Japan is entering also, although they have a different paradigm, will not provide the proper solutions to what is to come. Only Africa possessed the proper science to it. When I first heard them say, I said, nah, you're exaggerating. Then when I heard the plan, I said, oh shit. Not only is it going to work,
yep,
I suspect that the masses of the other world, of the rest of the world, may actually attempt to rebel against their own elite if Africa proposes a solution that can actually help the rest of the world.
Well, even when you see the economic, okay, so let's bring it back. This is the best way I can understand some of this. Even when you see the back and forth or the Cold War, right? The Soviet model and the American model, right? So this is the two models that people pretty much had to choose from because these were the two people that